Yi Ming, let's break up. You're just a trash with an F-level talent, completely unworthy of being my boyfriend. Don't contact me again. I don't want Su Chang to misunderstand. Hearing these words, Yi Ming raised his head in confusion, a sharp pain stabbing through his mind like needles. He could confirm he had transmigrated. He had arrived in a world of high martial arts. The abyss invaded, fierce beasts roamed in hordes, and killing them could grant experience to level up. Humanity had entered an era of universal awakening, where talents were ranked by their quality. Clearly, Yi Ming had only awakened the lowest level F-grade talent. What's with that look? The girl said impatiently. Are you pretending to be sick? How childish. If you love pretending to be sick so much, why not just drop dead? Hearing her words, Yi Ming lifted his eyelids and gave her a cold, sweeping glance. At the same time, a fragment of memory surfaced in his mind. Lu Jiao, the original owner's ex-girlfriend. Because the original owner was poor and his awakened talent was weak, bringing her humiliation, Lu Jiao had decisively announced their breakup. 3 years of relationship had turned into a snort of disdain at the tip of her nose. I was just playing around. You didn't actually take it seriously, did you? No way, right? No way? Let me tell you the truth. From the first day of high school, I liked Su Chang. Being with you was just to pass the time. Lu Jiao stretched out her hand, speaking as if it was only natural. Even though we've broken up, the spiritual liquid you bought is still mine. Hand it over. Yi Ming couldn't help but laugh at her words. Her shamelessness was astounding. Breaking up and still demanding things? And it was the precious spiritual liquid. That liquid could enhance experience points and aid leveling up. 100 milliliters were worth 100,000 yuan. The original owner had scrimped and saved for half a year to buy it. Lu Jiao hadn't spent a single penny, and now after breaking up, she dared to demand it? You want it? Return the gifts I gave you first. I'll show you the receipts later. Total value, 350,000. Yi Ming's gaze was calm, with a trace of mockery in his eyes. Lu Jiao was obsessed with appearances. She always claimed not to care about receiving gifts, saying the thought behind them was enough, yet in reality, she only wanted expensive luxury items. Even if they were useless, she insisted on having them to show off. The original owner had foolishly catered to her whims, saving up to buy her those things. After reviewing the memories, Yi Ming wanted to grab the original owner by the collar and shake him hard. Such a spineless simp, with no dignity at all? If Yi Ming had arrived any later, the spiritual liquid would have already been handed over by that fool. What did you just say? Lu Jiao stared wide-eyed, shocked that Yi Ming, who had always pampered her, would say such a thing. Her chest heaved in fury. Yi Ming, have some shame. How could you ask for gifts back after giving them away? And who are you to talk? Yi Ming sneered coldly, disdain filling his gaze. Since we've broken up, don't come looking for me. Su Chang isn't giving you spending money, so you come to your ex-boyfriend? Have some decency, will you? You. Lu Jiao's face turned red with anger. But Yi Ming wasn't wrong. She spent money lavishly, and the allowance Su Chang gave her was too little to support her lifestyle. So, she had no choice but to come to Yi Ming for more. In the past, with just a curl of her finger, Yi Ming would rush to her like a dog. Forget money, he would have handed over the spiritual liquid with both hands. What was going on today? Yi Ming seemed like a completely different person. Not only did he refuse to give her money, but he also insulted her. Fine, fine. Yi Ming, you have no family or friends. Let's see, without me, who would even care about you? And let me tell you, Yi Ming, you're done for. Su Chang is notoriously petty, and the Su family is a major investor in this school. Once I tell him, let's see how he'll target you. Lu Jiao was livid, determined to report this to Su Chang. As long as Yi Ming stayed in school, Su Chang would always have the upper hand over him. The school's teachers and leaders were all connected by relationships, they wouldn't interfere with student matters. As long as no one died, everything would be ignored. As for dropping out? Ha ha, Yi Ming wouldn't dare. In a martial arts world, a student with a trash talent would have no way to survive outside of school. Yi Ming absolutely wouldn't dare to leave. Yi Ming, I'll be waiting for you to come begging me. After spitting out her threats, Lu Jiao stormed off. She paused at the door, as though expecting something. After a long moment with no response, she turned to find Yi Ming lost in thought. Stomping her foot in frustration, she finally left without looking back. That woman's brain is fried, Yi Ming muttered as he withdrew his gaze. As a transmigrator, he had no fondness for Lu Jiao. He despised such hypocrites who demanded everything while pretending otherwise. Thankfully, she was gone. Yi Ming rubbed his throbbing head. The pain was subsiding, and he had nearly absorbed all the memories. It was time to see what kind of cheat ability he had. Yi Ming summoned the system panel, which displayed an introduction. This system's feature, every level up guarantees the acquisition of a God-tier skill. Note, while God-tier skills are guaranteed, duplicates are possible. Current host level, 1. 1 skill draw available. Skill drawn, Collapse Force. Collapse Force, force erupts like a collapsing mountain, shattering bones upon contact. Enhances attack power significantly. Hissing, was this his cheat ability? It didn't seem particularly special. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a strange power surged out of nowhere, violently breaking through his fragile meridians and coursing through his body. Yiming felt an excruciating pain like needles piercing every inch of him. He took deep breaths to steady himself, gradually adapting to this wild force. He had underestimated it. The system's bestowed power was so ferocious that he almost failed to suppress it. But as he adjusted, Yiming felt a newfound ease in his body. Now, his entire being was brimming with explosive strength. Forget taking on 10 people, he was confident he could rip apart a strong man barehanded. This system was incredible. The skills it provided were undoubtedly powerful. Clenching his fist, Yiming couldn't wait to test his strength, to see just how much power he now possessed. Too bad the spiritual liquid is still at home. If I could drink it now, I'd definitely level up again. At the moment, Yiming was still at school. There was an afternoon martial arts training session left, otherwise, he would have rushed home already. The classroom was empty. Judging by the time, his classmates were probably at the cafeteria eating. The original owner had been so poor he couldn't afford meals and was left to starve in the classroom. Just then, Lu Jiao unexpectedly reappeared. Yiming. A male student suddenly appeared at the classroom door. Yiming, Su Cheng is at the training field. He's calling for you to be his punching bag. He stammered awkwardly. A punching bag, a sparring partner. In school, wealthy family heirs often paid others to spar with them to test their strength. The pay was lucrative, but some people, like Su Chang, were so arrogant they often left their sparring partners crippled or gravely injured. Su Chang had even beaten a few sparring partners to death before. Nowadays, anyone could see that Su Chang and Yiming were mortal enemies. This time, Yiming was likely to suffer a major loss. Well, actually, you don't have to go. There's no shame in backing down. The martial arts entrance exam is not far off, and you should avoid getting injured. Besides, you only have an F-level talent, and you're not specialized in defense, it's easy for you to get hurt. A classmate spoke with genuine concern. I know, but there's a saying in my hometown. Yiming patted his shoulder, his expression serious. Better to throw one punch and settle it than take 100 in return. In the past, he truly wouldn't have dared to accept the challenge. But now, with his strength in place, he had nothing to fear. With that, Yiming strode toward the sports field. This high school was like a small society. The children of powerful families acted recklessly, while ordinary students were either ostracized or reduced to lackeys. Teachers and administrators turned a blind eye, saying nothing, which only encouraged this toxic atmosphere. If Yiming wanted to establish himself here, he had to raise his head high and carve out a path for himself with his fists. This might work in a martial arts world, but back in his hometown, he'd have been expelled a long time ago. Before long, Yiming arrived at the sports field. Dozens of people stood in a circle. At its center were two figures. One was a boy with a delicate, sinister appearance, Su Chang. The other was a sparring partner crouched on the ground, taking a beating. The sparring partner's mouth bled, and one of his legs was twisted unnaturally. He was in so much pain he couldn't even make a sound. Come on. Scream. Scream louder. Or else I won't pay you. Su Chang was thoroughly enjoying himself. After the awakening ceremony, he'd consumed several bottles of spiritual liquid and had now become a level 5 powerhouse. Beating up a bunch of level 1 weaklings gave him immense satisfaction. The crowd of onlookers included a dozen other sparring partners, all with reddened eyes, trembling with anger. TCH. This is boring. Su Chang grumbled when the sparring partner couldn't scream anymore. For him, the fun in beating someone was hearing their cries of pain. He kicked the sparring partner away and tossed a few 100 yuan bills onto him. Here's your reward. Get lost. The sparring partner was carried off to the infirmary by several classmates. Who's next? Su Chang cracked his neck, his gaze sweeping across the crowd. One of the sparring partners blurted out, Su Chang, you're going too far. You're too scared to enter the mystic realm or fight fierce beasts, so you take it out on sparring partners who can't fight back. Look at how badly you've hurt people. Humph. This is training. Do you think fierce beasts will stop attacking just because you beg for mercy? Lu Jiao stepped forward and cast a disdainful glance at the speaker. As she moved, she spotted Yiming, and her expression instantly turned furious. Yiming, you actually dared to come. Aren't you the one always working as a sparring partner? Sparring for young masters who pays 200 yuan a session, that's enough for your meals for a whole week. Lu Jiao stepped closer, her face twisted with malicious pleasure. You saw what just happened, didn't you? You'd better scream a few times when it's your turn. Don't disappoint young Master Su. If you make him unhappy, he can torment you every day you stay in this school. Yiming gave her a calm glance, his gaze as tranquil as still water. Lu Jiao felt inexplicably irritated by his look. It was as if he were regarding a childish brat. Did you hear me, you bastard? Lu Jiao raised her hand to slap him, the motion so practiced it was clear she'd done it many times before. Yiming said nothing but caught her hand midair, reversing the motion with a slap of his own. He was much faster than her. The move was smooth, the angle precise, and he even used a bit of explosive force in his palm. Smack! The crisp sound echoed as two teeth flew out of Lu Jiao's mouth. Her entire body was sent flying 5 or 6 meters, rolling twice on the ground. She was stunned, touching the blood trickling from her mouth. When she finally processed what had happened, she let out a piercing scream. The onlookers were dumbfounded. Wasn't Yiming supposed to have a good temperament, never fighting back or arguing? Why was he suddenly flipping out today? And wasn't Lu Jiao his beloved girlfriend? How could he hit her so hard? More importantly, wasn't Yiming supposed to have the weakest F-level talent? Where had this strength come from? No one had ever seen him train before. The crowd parted to make way as Su Chang stepped forward. When he saw Yiming, his eyes lit up. Yiming. Su Chang had been looking for a chance to deal with him. Before his talent awakening, Yiming had been fairly strong, often standing up for poor students and ruining Su Chang's plans. Now that Su Chang had awakened an S-level talent, he was a clear-cut king. Beating an F-level like Yiming would be a piece of cake. As for the drama with Lu Jiao, it was merely to provoke Yiming. Su Chang couldn't stand him getting even a bit of attention. That woman was foolish. She actually thought he liked her and even had the audacity to ask for money. Yiming might have given her money out of genuine affection, but Su Chang didn't care about her enough to bother. Why waste his cash? But this wasn't the time to dwell on such matters. Teaching Yiming a lesson was the priority. You used to avoid me. What's changed today? Did you lose your mind? Su Chang smirked as he pulled out 2 red 100 yuan bills. Here, bark like a dog, and these 200 yuan are yours. The surrounding students immediately erupted in envy, their eyes fixed on Yiming. Getting 200 yuan so easily, it was too good to pass up. Yiming ignored him. He was here for one thing: fighting. Cut the crap. Let's get started. Not wasting another word, he raised his hand and assumed the school-taught mountain-shattering stance. Spiritual energy swirled through his body, concentrating in his right fist. When he punched, the air itself seemed to explode with a deafening roar. Su Chang froze. By the time he realized the massive fist was already in front of him, it was too late. Instinctively, he crossed his arms to block. But it didn't work. The moment the fist collided with his arms, Su Chang knew something was wrong. The only thought in his mind was, this mountain-shattering stance truly lives up to its name? In reality, Yiming had added a hint of explosive force to his punch. He had even held back, fearing he might kill both Lu Jiao and Su Chang on the spot. Ah! Su Chang was sent flying by the punch, crashing through the crowd before rolling dozens of meters. His arms suffered compound fractures, now limp and useless at his sides. Most of the ribs in his chest were broken, and he lay curled on the ground, wailing in pain. As Yiming stepped forward, Su Chang's cries grew louder. A foul stench wafted from his pants. He collapsed into a sobbing mess, his nose and tears streaming. Watching Yiming approach was like seeing a towering mountain closing in. Overwhelmed by fear, he realized that even if he drank several bottles of spiritual liquid on the spot and leveled up, he still wouldn't stand a chance against Yiming. It was complete and utter domination. No technique, no defense, they were all meaningless before Yiming. Useless. Yiming, I'm the eldest son of the Su family. You can't kill me. I was wrong, alright? I'll give you my spiritual liquid. Lu Jiao is yours too. I won't fight over her. Hearing this, Lu Jiao immediately shrieked in fury. Su Chang, what are you saying? I'm your girlfriend. Get out. If it weren't for you, Yiming wouldn't have hit me. It's all your fault. Get out. Lu Jiao's makeup was completely ruined from crying, her face twisted grotesquely. She threw herself at Su Chang. Su Chang, you can't abandon me. I can warm your bed, you can do whatever you want to me. Give me money, give me spirit liquid. Su Chang, I can't live without you. Get out. Yiming strolled over leisurely, and the two were immediately terrified out of their wits. Using the last ounce of his strength, Su Chang kicked Lu Jiao towards Yiming's feet. In the face of absolute power, any resistance left only fear. Lu Jiao's face turned pale. She couldn't figure out how Yiming had turned into this. Yiming sneered coldly. This is for your training. Do you think a fierce beast would stop just because you beg for mercy? The same words. Lu Jiao's face instantly turned ashen, disbelief in her eyes. Looking at Yiming again, she saw only disdain and contempt, none of the affection she used to know. Yiming, did he really not love her anymore? It seemed he had completely stopped loving her. Su Chang, don't forget to give me spirit liquid. Lu Jiao, don't forget to pay me back. With that, Yiming turned and walked away. It wasn't until the mountain-like pressure of Yiming's presence disappeared that everyone finally let out a sigh of relief. Su Chang and Lu Jiao, needless to say, were almost scared out of their souls. The onlooking students were all utterly shocked. Was that really Yiming? Are you sure? Yes. But how could someone with an F-grade talent unleash such power? That looked like S-grade talent. Did you see him use the mountain shaking stance? He was even better than the instructors. Right, I noticed that too. When he punched, he concentrated all his strength instantly into his right fist. None of the combat instructors can do that. But what's Yiming trying to do? Why hide his abilities for so long and suddenly explode now? If he'd shown this earlier, the instructors would have favored him like crazy. Did you forget about those two on the ground? If Yiming stood out, he'd definitely become a target. Wow, 3 years of patience just for today? This guy is destined for greatness. While the students excitedly discussed among themselves, the combat instructor finally arrived. Seeing the teacher, a glimmer of hope appeared in Su Chang's eyes. Teacher, send me to the hospital. What the hell? The teacher was startled by the bloodstains on the ground, his chubby face trembling. Upon closer inspection, whoa! Wasn't this the young master of the Su family? How had this usually arrogant and domineering young master ended up like this? The teacher didn't ponder further and quickly directed students to carry Su Chang to the hospital. Lu Zhao hesitated for a moment and followed after. Who beat up young Master Su like this? The teacher's face turned red with anger. The Su family was a major investor in the school, and the Su family had especially doted on this son. Now that Su Chang had been beaten so badly, they had to figure out who did it, demand compensation, and force an apology. As for right or wrong, the teacher didn't care at all. The surrounding students exchanged looks before someone raised their hand. It was Yi Ming. Yi Ming? That F-grade talent? Yes. Where did he go? I think he headed toward the faculty office building, probably to find the principal. That makes sense. After offending young Master Su, Yi Ming definitely can't stay in school. Dropping out is the best outcome for him. The teacher squinted, deep in thought. An F-grade talent student couldn't possibly have beaten Su Chang like this. It was more likely the work of some other family's young master, with Yi Ming acting as the scapegoat. But then again, the only S-grade talent in the whole school was Su Chang. Who else could have done it? Forget it. As long as someone takes the blame, it doesn't matter. This time, Yi Ming won't be able to stay in school. One less person means more resources to go around anyway. Principal, I want to drop out. Yi Ming had no desire to stay at this school any longer, it was too unlucky. Besides, staying here wouldn't give him any opportunities to earn experience points and level up. The principal glanced at him, having already anticipated this. He figured Yi Ming was too embarrassed to attend class anymore. At least he was self-aware, it saved the principal the trouble of kicking him out. The principal had a deep impression of Yi Ming. Out of thousands of awakened students in the school, Yi Ming was the only F-grade talent. Even if Yi Ming hadn't proposed dropping out, the principal would have found a reason to persuade him to leave. Fine. Before the principal even finished speaking, the office door was slammed open. A teacher with a face full of fat and narrow eyes glared at Yi Ming. You think you can just drop out and run after beating someone up? No way. Come with me to the disciplinary hall. As he spoke, the teacher moved forward, intending to detain Yi Ming. The principal knocked on the desk, his expression dark. Zhao Jiancheng, what do you think you're doing? Am I not the principal? Do my rules mean nothing to you? You're acting so rashly, where's your professionalism as a teacher? Zhao Jiancheng, desperate, ignored the reprimand and pointed a stubby finger at Yi Ming. Principal. He beat up young Master Su. Su Chang. He put Su Chang in the hospital, he's in the ICU. The principal shot up from his chair, astonished. The Su family was a major investor in the school, and the Su family head was notoriously protective and difficult to deal with. If word reached the Su family, the principal's position might be at risk. No wonder Yi Ming wanted to drop out, he was trying to avoid responsibility. Does the Su family know? Where is Su Chang now? Not yet. Su Chang is in the second hospital. 5 or 6 level 30 healers are working on him, he should regain consciousness soon. What? He's unconscious? The principal screeched, his voice as grating as nails on a chalkboard. Yi Ming, let me tell you, you're finished. The Su family will never let you off. Zhao Jiancheng, grab the surveillance footage. We're going to apologize in person. The principal and the teacher, both around level 30 awakened, were people Yi Ming couldn't fight against. He had no choice but to follow them into the car, heading to the hospital. Before long, Yi Ming saw Su Chang lying on a hospital bed, his entire body wrapped in bandages. As soon as Yi Ming stepped into the room, Su Chang screamed in terror. I already apologized. Why are you still here? Help! He's a demon. Don't let him come near me. A foul stench emanated from under the blanket. Yi Ming was stunned, was his courage that pitiful? He had merely entered the room, and Su Chang was so scared he soiled himself? The principal and Zhao Jiancheng quickly stepped forward to console him. Young Master Su, don't worry. The school will give you a satisfactory resolution. We've already informed your mother. Rest assured, Yi Ming won't harm you again. Both of them were dumbfounded. What on earth had this child been through? If only they'd seen the surveillance footage already, they wouldn't be so confused. Su Chang, panicking, shrank back, making the hospital bed filthy and unbearably smelly. I don't need any resolution. Just make him leave. Expel him from school. All right, we'll definitely expel him. The principal, seeing Yi Ming standing still, beckoned him over to apologize to Su Chang. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow and took a step forward. Su Chang immediately screamed. When Yi Ming stepped back, Su Chang finally caught his breath. He took another step forward, and Su Chang started screaming again. It was honestly quite amusing. Yi Ming's punch had left a psychological scar on Su Chang, it was utterly terrifying. The overwhelming force was like a mountain pressing down on him, leaving him completely powerless to fight back. It was like an ordinary person facing a natural disaster, with only one thought in mind: escape. As far away as possible. Su Chang was on the verge of tears. Yi Ming, brother Yi. I'll give you the spiritual liquid today, okay? Please stop coming after me. I swear I won't provoke you again. Yi Ming flashed a smile, his teeth gleaming ominously. Not bad, the guy understood his situation. Just then, 5 or 6 members of the Su family arrived at the hospital room, with Lu Jiao trailing behind them. The moment Su Chang saw his relatives, he could no longer hold it in and burst into tears with a loud wail. Mom! My son! A wealthy-looking woman squeezed out 2 tears and rushed to embrace him, but stopped abruptly when she saw the mess of excrement covering both his body and the bed. Where are the doctors and nurses? Where did they all go? Get over here and clean my son up immediately. Once Su Chang was finally cleaned and changed, the woman hugged him, her face full of anguish. What on earth happened? How did my son end up like this? Afraid of making his mother angry, Su Chang decided to shift the blame away from Yi Ming and quickly grabbed her hand. Yi Ming, after all, could unleash such terrifying power even at level 1. Who knew what other dirty tricks he might have up his sleeve? Rather than confronting him head-on, it was better to keep a safe distance. Given his overwhelming strength, others were bound to grow jealous or resentful. When the time came, someone else could deal with him. But under no circumstances should Yi Ming become a direct enemy of the Su family. Mom, don't tell Dad about this. Just take 3 small bottles of spiritual liquid and give them to that boy over there. Following Su Chang's pointed finger, Su's mother saw a boy with strikingly handsome features. He had a solid, well-proportioned build, and his facial features were so attractive they were almost dazzling. However, his clothing was plain, his shirt and pants faded from repeated washing. According to her son, this was the boy who had beaten him into such a state? But her son had an S-grade talent. After awakening, his physical abilities had improved drastically. Who in the entire school could overpower him? Could this youth be some kind of hidden powerhouse? Su's mother had some inkling of her son's conduct. The fact that he had been beaten and was now urging her to keep quiet could only mean one thing. This boy was extraordinarily strong. Extremely strong. Faced with the situation, Su's mother wasn't sure how to handle it. But one thing was certain, she would definitely inform the head of the Su family. Alright, I'll listen to you. Su's mother soothed her son. Nearby, the principal and Zhao Jiancheng tried to approach and speak, but Su Chang stopped them. Su's mother called for someone to bring 3 bottles of spiritual liquid and handed them to Yi Ming. Yi Ming took them without hesitation, verified their authenticity, and then turned his gaze toward Lu Jiao. Su Chang, eager to get Yi Ming to leave, panicked when he noticed this. Lu Jiao. Pay up. Ah. Startled at being called out, Lu Jiao looked toward Su's mother for help, her expression pleading. Su Chang clenched his teeth, nearly spitting blood in anger. This wretched woman. Taking advantage of his hospital stay to cozy up to his mother? How desperate was she to worm her way into the Su family? He couldn't let her succeed. If she really became part of the Su family, wouldn't he end up taking the blame for her unpaid debts? With this thought, Su Chang immediately spoke up. Lu Jiao. Yes, you. Pay up. If you don't clear your debts, don't even think about setting foot in the Su family. Grinding her teeth, Lu Jiao felt both indignant and helpless. She had sacrificed so much in her bid to marry into the Su family. She was only one step away. Taking out her phone, Lu Jiao transferred the money to Yi Ming. With that, Yi Ming waved his hand dismissively and turned to leave. Su Chang collapsed back onto the bed with a huge sigh of relief. Finally, Yi Ming was gone. What a terrifying ordeal. Good thing he was smart enough. Su's mother said a few words to smooth things over and temporarily suppressed the matter. She planned to investigate in private. As for the principal and Zhao Jiancheng, she decided to deal with them after uncovering the truth. Su Chang was transferred home for continued treatment, while Su's mother handled the hospital discharge paperwork. Once everything was arranged, she requested the surveillance footage from the principal. Meanwhile, Lu Jiao, who had been sidelined this entire time, timidly spoke up. Madam Su. About that money, it wasn't just. Su's mother cut her off without hesitation. I don't want to know, and I don't care. You'd better disappear from our lives. Who would accept a future daughter-in-law who owed money, and with a man, no less? She might look proper, but who knew what shady things she had been up to behind the scenes? Better to keep her far away and avoid unnecessary trouble. Abandoned outside the hospital, Lu Jiao sat on the steps and cried. The Su family, her dream of becoming a wealthy lady, it was all shattered. What was she supposed to do about her massive debt? Who would help her pay it back? As despair consumed her, Lu Jiao suddenly thought of someone. With her outstanding looks and her awakened A-grade healing talent, that person had recently been preparing to enter the secret realm with a team that lacked a healer. She could join them. Yi Ming, on the other hand, went straight to the principal to finalize his withdrawal from school. Martial arts high school simply restricted his potential. Without steady resources to level up, his system was practically useless. Rather than staying there and being held back, it was better to focus on exploring secret realms to quickly enhance his strength. The principal agreed immediately, afraid that any delay might make Yi Ming reconsider. He even personally escorted Yi Ming to the school gates. Watching Yiming leave, the principal couldn't help but want to light a few firecrackers to celebrate and dispel some bad luck. Yiming had offended the Su family, his future was bound to be difficult. The principal only hoped the Su family wouldn't take their anger out on the school, they still relied on the Su family for investment. Sighing, the principal turned to head back when he ran into a familiar teacher. "Principal, I just got back from a business trip. I heard Yiming put Su Cheng in the hospital. Is that true? What exactly happened?" The speaker was a relative of the principal and a fairly close colleague at the school. The principal looked around to make sure no one was nearby, then pulled out some surveillance footage and showed it to him. The video showed Yiming mercilessly beating Su Cheng. The teacher's eyes widened as Yiming threw a punch. This isn't right. As a combat instructor, the teacher had practiced the mountain-shaking fist technique for decades. He had never seen anyone unleash the kind of power Yiming displayed. Moreover, Su Cheng possessed an S-grade talent. S-grade awakenings brought comprehensive enhancements to physical attributes, including strength, defense, and reaction speed, boosting them by at least 30%. It was a complete transformation. S-grade talents were so coveted because they achieved in mere seconds what others might take months or years and huge sums of money to accomplish. Who wouldn't envy that? In contrast, Yiming's F-grade talent only improved his physical attributes by less than 1%. Because of this, Yiming had been ridiculed and scorned as soon as he awakened. In this world, weakness was a sin. But now, this so-called trash had knocked out two of Lu Zhao's teeth with a single slap and sent Su Cheng to the hospital with just a few punches. It was unbelievable, absolutely unbelievable. Hesitating, the teacher asked, "Principal, are you really letting Yiming drop out? Aren't you worried he might join a guild or family and come back to take revenge on us?" The principal kicked the teacher in the butt. "Are you out of your mind? Yiming offended the Su family, one of the top families in Hongfeng City. Which family would dare want him? Forget about the guild, they fear being targeted by the Su family and would never hire him. Yiming only has one ending, death. Instead of worrying about his future, think about how to appease the Su family." The teacher suddenly realized and whispered, "Principal, I got some news during my business trip this time. It might be useful." The principal looked skeptical. "You actually have news?" The teacher leaned closer to the principal's ear and whispered, "There might be a new secret realm appearing in the outskirts of Hongfeng City. Some speculate that the beasts inside could be related to the Yuri." The principal's eyes widened in shock. "Really? Absolutely true. And I've heard that this secret realm has restrictions, it only allows awakeners below level 10 to enter." The principal's eyes immediately lit up. There were plenty of students below level 10 in the school. "Quick! A meeting! Gather the elite class teachers. Call a meeting immediately. If we secure the first clearance of the secret realm and control it, who will care about the Su family? I'll make the Su family kneel and lick my boots." Yiming first went home. Located in an old residential area on the outskirts, it was a low-rent apartment. The lease was about to end, and he didn't plan to renew it. After all, now that he had money, he could afford a better place. As soon as he opened the door across from his opened as well. "Uncle Wang? What's the matter?" Yiming looked at the middle-aged man in front of him. It was his landlord, a decent person. When Yiming didn't have money for rent at first, Uncle Wang just told him not to worry about it. He would even cook extra food and occasionally share some with him. But today, the usual hearty smile on Uncle Wang's face seemed cautious, as if he were avoiding something. Yiming immediately noticed the dark gray circles under his eyes, as if he hadn't slept for days. "Uncle Wang, what's wrong? Xiao Yi, are you planning to renew the lease? What about your girlfriend?" In the past, Yiming and Lu Jiao lived here together, and Yiming always paid the rent. Uncle Wang was well aware of this. "We broke up, and I'm not planning to renew," Yiming replied calmly. Uncle Wang let out an "oh" and then lowered his voice. "I feel like something's off with our neighborhood, like there's something dirty nearby. I'm planning to move out later, I've already packed my things. You should move too." "Something off? Something dirty?" Yiming froze for a moment, flashes of eerie movie scenes from his past life running through his mind. "Supernatural disturbances? Shoo, don't say it out loud." Uncle Wang waved his hand. "Hurry up and pack. I'll call a car, and we'll leave together." "All right." Entering his room, Yiming took out the spirit liquids he had hidden and placed them together with the ones he had just acquired, 4 bottles in total. Spirit liquid was the kind of thing that wasn't safe to keep anywhere, it was safest in one's stomach. "I'll drink these first and then draw a few skills." With that thought, Yiming took a deep breath and drank all 4 bottles in one go. The spirit liquid tasted sweet, far better than he had imagined. The next moment, a surge of powerful energy erupted in his dantian. Yiming immediately sat cross-legged and began to absorb the energy. Guided by his breathing, the spirit liquid coursed through his meridians, breaking through 3 barriers in succession, and finally converging at the Baihui acupoint at the top of his head. Yiming felt his entire body lighten, his mind extraordinarily clear, and his perception of his surroundings significantly enhanced. At the same time, the system issued a notification. "Current host level, 4. 3 skill draws available. Skill drawn, Palm Thunder. Palm Thunder, summon thunder in your palm, dispelling all evils. Causes significant lightning element damage. Skill drawn, collapsing force. Duplicate skill drawn, converted to 10 skill points. Skill points can be used to enhance the skill tree, available at level 10, but skill drawn, water repelling technique. Water repelling technique, part C's, control water like a god. Significantly enhances control over water. After the series of notifications ended, Yiming leaned back in his chair, secretly marveling. The two newly drawn skills were truly something. Palm Thunder needed no explanation. He had seen it countless times in movies, novels, and games in his past life, so he was accustomed to it. But now that he actually possessed the skill, Yiming couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. Who wouldn't want to unleash a storm of thunder with a wave of their hand? Never mind how much damage it dealt, the special effects alone were enough to make it cool. As for the second skill, water repelling technique, Yiming could sense that the scope of water covered by the skill was bound to be vast. How to use it specifically? He'd have to test it out on some beasts. All in all, Yiming now felt so powerful it was almost frightening. After quickly packing everything in half an hour, dragging his suitcase, Yiming knocked on Uncle Wang's door. But suddenly, a sharp, dolphin-like scream came from inside, followed by a series of loud crashes, as if something had fallen to the ground. Yiming's chest tightened, and he immediately pounded on the door. Now equipped with the collapsing force skill, just a casual knock caused the security door to dent. After 2 more knocks, the door was nearly falling apart. Suddenly, his phone screen lit up. It was a message from Uncle Wang. Xiao Yi. Something dirty broke into my house. I've called a car, it's just outside the neighborhood. Leave now. Don't worry about me. The messages on his phone kept refreshing. Xiao Yi, a few abyssal beasts broke into our neighborhood. Hurry and report it to the Law Enforcement Bureau. Get them to send people here to deal with it. I can hold on for a bit longer. Abyssal beasts? Yiming's gaze lingered on those 4 words for a moment. In this world, there were 3 main sources of beasts. The first type were local animals mutated into beasts. These were commonly found outside cities, in secret realms, or in dungeons. The second type came from various mysterious secret realms. The beasts in these realms were unique, and the entire realm would refresh at fixed intervals, though the exact patterns remained unclear. The first awakeners to clear a secret realm would gain ownership of it. Most of the items used by awakeners in the market came from secret realms. Thus, whenever a new secret realm appeared, countless people would compete for the honor of the first clearance. The third type originated from the abyss. These were mostly beasts with humanoid appearances, referred to as Eries. Such beasts were easy to deal with when encountered individually, some would even disappear on their own. But once they gathered, they became a disaster. This was because ordinary attacks couldn't harm them. Only special attacks, such as lightning element or psychic skills, could be effective. In the past, hundreds of abyssal beasts gathered in one event. Failure to eliminate them promptly resulted in an entire city of over 3 million people perishing. This demonstrated the immense danger they posed. Uncle Wang immediately urged Yiming to report to the Law Enforcement Bureau and have them send reinforcements. Yiming was still just a kid, there was no need for him to take risks. Moreover, he had only just awakened an F-level talent, it was out of the question for him to step forward. Uncle Wang believed he still had the strength for one last fight. Having lived over 40 years, he knew how to protect himself. But Yiming, what could he rely on? Once targeted by a ferocious beast, there's no chance of survival. Xiao Yi, run. Your uncle can still hold on. The message came through again. If Yiming was still at level 1, he would have turned and run without hesitation. But now, he possessed a new skill, Palm Lightning. Thunder to deter all evil. Run at this moment? What a joke. Yiming first dialed the Law Enforcement Bureau, explained the situation, and urged them to send someone over immediately. Then, he turned off his phone and slid it into his pocket. Uncle Wang, stay away from the door. As soon as he spoke, a faint golden talisman appeared in Yiming's palm. With the infusion of his power, the talisman quickly solidified, faint arcs of electricity flickering around it. Yiming could sense that as soon as the lightning talisman appeared, it was ready to unleash its power. But since he didn't know the rank of the ferocious beast, he decided to charge it up and eliminate it in one blow. Suddenly, Yiming noticed something strange on the security door. A human face abruptly surfaced, its empty, soulless eyes staring straight at him, a sinister smile curling at its lips. Was this the legendary spectre-type ferocious beast? So ugly. Yiming couldn't help but comment. Its face was covered in pus-filled boils, with yellow, viscous liquid oozing down, utterly disgusting. And yet, it was still smiling. That smile begged for a beating, as if daring Yiming not to strike it. Smiling? I'll wipe that grin right off your face. In the next moment, Yiming struck with a palm full of lightning. Blinding lightning erupted first, instantly illuminating the entire hallway. The face on the door twisted from a sinister smile to sheer terror. Then came a deafening roar, so loud that Yiming's ears buzzed. The security door was reduced to ash under the lightning attack, and the surrounding walls were scorched black. The interior was a complete mess. The floor near the door had a massive hole from the strike, and the downstairs neighbors looked up in shock. The ceiling and walls were covered in lightning-induced, cobweb-like cracks. As for the ferocious beast, it was likely obliterated into nothingness. The destruction was truly terrifying. Even Yi Ming himself was taken aback by the power of his attack. To unleash such lightning, he was undoubtedly the first. At least among his peers of the same age and level, he was unparalleled. In the bathroom, Uncle Wang clutched his suitcase, trembling uncontrollably. He let out a soul-piercing question: have I been struck by divine wrath? Where did such massive, thick lightning come from? That thunder sounded like it intended to destroy the entire building. If he hadn't run fast enough, he would have ended up like that specter, obliterated into nothingness. Yi Ming awkwardly averted his gaze. The thunder had also startled the newly arrived law enforcement patrol team. The five of them stared blankly at the third floor, where a serpent-like bolt of lightning had just flashed, accompanied by a deafening roar. It was as if someone had struck directly at their hearts. That lightning just now, it must have killed the ferocious beast, right? Forget the beast. If I, a level 20 practitioner, were under that lightning, I'm not sure I'd survive. The beast is definitely gone. Hurry! While the expert hasn't left, we need to pay them a visit. If we could recruit them into the law enforcement bureau, even better. The group hurried over and happened to see Yi Ming and Uncle Wang dragging a suitcase down the stairs. 4 others followed behind them, all residents of the same building. Having heard the bone-chilling sounds earlier, everyone had rushed out. Upon learning it was a ferocious beast from the abyss, they realized they couldn't stay here and decided to evacuate immediately. Thus, the group crowded into the stairwell, forming a small cluster. When the 5-member team flashed their IDs, Yi Ming realized they were from the Law Enforcement Bureau. I was the one who reported it. Yi Ming stepped forward and said, "Understood. Could you spare half an hour to come with us for a debrief? We just have a few questions, it won't take long." The speaker was Zhou Qi, presumably the team leader. Yi Ming had noticed his name when he showed his ID earlier. Uncle Wang grabbed Yi Ming's suitcase. "You go ahead. When you're done, give me a call, and I'll come pick you up." "All right." After saying goodbye to Uncle Wang, Yi Ming followed the 5-member team into their vehicle. Yi Ming and Zhou Qi sat in the same row. Initially, they asked basic questions about his name, age, and contact information. Then, Zhou Qi leaned forward, his expression serious, and asked the key question. "Yi Ming, can you describe the situation in detail? Who was the one who unleashed the lightning? What did they look like? Don't worry, we won't ask for free. I'll make sure you're compensated." If they could locate the powerhouse who unleashed the lightning, the Law Enforcement Bureau's combat capabilities in the abyss would improve significantly. They could also save many colleagues from needless sacrifice. Thus, Zhou Qi was willing to pay, as long as Yi Ming provided detailed information. Yi Ming smiled faintly, his voice calm. "I was the one who unleashed the lightning." Zhou Qi froze, his expression turning grave. "This is a matter of life and death for many. Yi Ming, you need to be serious. How could a level 4 teenager possibly unleash such a powerful lightning strike?" Moreover, he had just confirmed that Yi Ming was a dropout. This made it even more unbelievable. A dropout unleashing such devastating lightning? What has all my years of cultivation amounted to? Were they wasted? Yi Ming didn't argue. He raised his hand with a wave, and a faint golden talisman appeared. Faint arcs of lightning flickered around it, making everyone in the vehicle instinctively hold their breaths. Since Yi Ming was the one wielding the lightning, he felt no pressure. But the others felt entirely different, especially Zhou Qi, who was closest to him and bore the brunt of the oppressive energy. It was as if an invisible force was gripping Zhou Qi's throat. Zhou Qi felt a deep sense of helplessness, a despair akin to facing a natural disaster of terrifying proportions. "Stop, stop. I believe you. Put it away immediately." Zhou Qi was so anxious he was drenched in sweat, almost ready to fling the car door open and jump out. What kind of skill was this, with such a suffocating sense of oppression? It was terrifying. Had the younger generation evolved to such a level? This was beyond exaggeration. But since the lightning came from Yi Ming, negotiations were at least possible. Unlike the old veterans, young people didn't waste time bickering endlessly. Yi Ming withdrew his hand, and with another wave, the talisman vanished completely. Judging by Zhou Qi's expression, Yi Ming understood how terrifying his skill's power was. When he first revealed it, even the driver had nearly wanted to jump out of the car. And this was just the uncharged state. If Yi Ming added a 30-second charge, the destructive power of palm lightning would ascend to an entirely new level. But such details were unnecessary for them to know. Zhou Qi rubbed his palms together, his expression appearing somewhat uneasy. Despite having served as an enforcement officer for years, this was the first time Zhou Qi had to speak so humbly to someone. It wasn't about being unwilling, but it felt strange. He had no idea how to phrase things without offending Yi Ming. Yi Ming glanced at him. "Need to pee?" "Put." The teammates sitting in the front row couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. They had always thought Yi Ming was cold and composed, assuming he was hard to approach. They'd spent all their time worrying, afraid the captain might say something wrong and upset him. This one sentence instantly broke their concerns and eased the tension in the car, subtly bringing everyone closer together. However, the one who ended up suffering was Zhou Qi. He rolled his eyes helplessly, thinking to himself, "This guy really knows how to talk." But he himself felt much more relaxed now. Here's the situation: your abilities are extremely powerful, especially your lightning-based skills, which are particularly effective against the wraiths. The law enforcement hall is planning a full-scale sweep of the abyss, and we urgently need talents like you. I wanted to ask if you're willing to participate. Of course, we'll provide you with a satisfactory reward. If you agree, I'll report it right away. Zhou Qi's heart was filled with nervous anticipation, his palms sweaty. Yi Ming thought for a moment. The law enforcement hall was a special institution in the Dragon Nation, with immense authority, a wide jurisdiction, and many unique official posts. Maintaining a good relationship with them was essential. As an official institution, the rewards they offered were undoubtedly significant. All right, I agree. Great, great, great. Zhou Qi immediately beamed, his eyes squinting into thin lines as he smiled. With someone as formidable as Yi Ming, a lightning-based awakener, on the team, this sweep would definitely have far fewer casualties. He immediately began to report the matter, which simply involved filling out a form to help the hall track participants and distribute equipment. When Zhou Qi reached the level section of the form, he paused. Yi Ming, the minimum level requirement for participating in the sweep is level 15, and you're only at level 4 now. There's 1 month left before the sweep. Is reaching level 15 within that time going to be difficult for you? Yi Ming shook his head. Not difficult at all. Give me some spirit elixir, and forget a month, I could hit level 15 in a single day. What? Don't actually do that. Your meridians won't be able to take it, they'll explode. If all that power enters your body without being refined, it'll kill you. Zhou Qi immediately tried to dissuade him. The others in the car were also stunned by Yi Ming's confident words. Good grief, was that something a human would even say? With enough spirit elixir, he could reach level 15 overnight? Zhou Qi shook his head repeatedly. Yi Ming, your level is too low right now, and your meridians haven't been expanded yet. Spirit elixir can barely be used at this stage, but once you hit level 15, its effects will be negligible. On top of that, if you forcibly boost your level without tempering your meridians, leveling up later will become extremely difficult. Yi Ming recalled what he'd read in textbooks, which indeed said that relying on spirit elixir too much was inadvisable. Many had also said that using spirit elixir could harden and make the meridians brittle, making future advancements increasingly difficult and even leading to accidental, fatal explosions of the body. But Yi Ming knew he was different. He had a system. Every time he leveled up and gained new skills, it was like his meridians were being washed clean. Aside from the initial pain, he only felt exhilaration afterward. While others' meridians were like ordinary roads that could barely accommodate 2 cars, his were like grand highways. Forget 2 cars, 17 or 18 could drive side by side with room to spare. However, Yi Ming didn't argue much, he simply nodded, as if he'd taken the advice to heart. Zhou Qi continued, of course, if you really want to level up quickly, I recommend using rare natural treasures. These are the raw materials for spirit elixirs. You can directly brew them into medicine or throw them into a bath to absorb them while soaking. The effects are much faster and better, with far fewer side effects. Yi Ming was somewhat familiar with rare natural treasures. He knew they were precious items nurtured by nature itself. What left the deepest impression on him was a ginseng king's root whisker that had sold for a staggering 58 million at an auction a few years ago. These things were truly priceless. The fact that Zhou Qi could casually mention this suggested 2 things. First, Zhou Qi bore no hostility toward Yi Ming. After all, they had no prior relationship and might, at most, work together in the future. Yet Zhou Qi still took the time to correct Yi Ming's misconceptions immediately. Second, it showed that the law enforcement hall's resources were indeed abundant. Treasures that were fought over fiercely outside were treated as casual bath additives within the hall. Yi Ming followed up, but rare natural treasures are so expensive. Where would I even get them? Zhou Qi lowered his voice. I'll tell you a method, but don't let anyone else know. Go ahead, what's with the mystery? If you secure the first clearance of a new secret realm and gain ownership of it, we'll definitely come to you with all kinds of rare treasures. Yi Ming glanced at him. Haven't new secret realms stopped appearing for the past 40 or 50 years? Where would I even find one to claim? Zhou Qi chuckled mischievously. 3 days from now, there'll be a new secret realm in the outskirts of Hongfeng City. I'll send you the exact location later. And this secret realm is pretty convenient. It primarily contains wraith-type beasts and only allows awakeners below level 10 to enter. I'm guessing the strongest beast in there won't exceed level 15. With one lightning strike from you, it'll be total destruction. Zhou Qi's expression turned sly as he patted Yi Ming on the shoulder. Think about it. Those stronger than you can't enter, and those weaker than you can't beat you. Isn't the ownership of this secret realm practically yours for the taking? Yi Ming's eyes flickered, and he couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. The last person to secure secret realm ownership was the Su family. Over the past 40 or 50 years, they had relied on its profits to rise to the top tier of families in Hongfeng City. The benefits of a secret realm were clearly enormous. Yi Ming nodded. All right, 3 days from now, got it. Good. Let's add each other as friends. I'll keep you updated when I have news. After adding Zhou Qi as a friend, Zhou Qi handed him a business card. This is my friend. He's a decent guy. He recently started a new guild, but no one's joined yet. You could give it a try. As a guild member, you'd qualify for the law enforcement hall's surveillance and communication equipment for entering the secret realm. Yi Ming understood the importance of affiliations in this world. Acting alone was far riskier than joining a guild. Some guilds or families specifically targeted solo awakeners for robbery. With a guild, even a mediocre one, he'd at least have an official identity. Anyone wanting to attack him would have to think twice. Zhou Qi was genuinely looking out for him. Yi Ming immediately added the friend. Before long, they arrived at the law enforcement hall. The massive building was solemn and majestic, with 3 powerful characters "Law Enforcement Hall" boldly inscribed at the entrance. After a simple security check, Yi Ming spent half an hour following Zhou Qi to complete the paperwork. Zhou Qi then drove him to meet the friend he'd mentioned. The meeting place was at the luxurious Wanhua Grand Hotel, considered a landmark in Hongfeng City. Located in the most bustling commercial district, it spanned about 400 acres and offered dining, accommodation, entertainment, and more. Only the wealthiest of the wealthy could afford to spend money there. Standing at the entrance of the hotel and looking up, the towering skyscraper reached straight into the clouds. Every floor of the exterior wall was adorned with glowing light strips, their brilliant colors constantly shifting. Even without considering the facilities inside, the sheer grandeur of the building was enough to leave one in awe. Yi Ming never imagined that one day he could step into such a high-class venue and spend money, especially when it wasn't even his own. He followed Zhou Qi, who was walking beside him, into the hotel. As soon as they entered, they were greeted by 2 elegant receptionists at the front desk. Just as Yi Ming was about to inquire, Zhou Qi directly pulled out a black card with golden patterns. "Take me to see Qi Yin." "I've already informed him," Zhou Qi said. "Understood, gentlemen, please follow me," one of the receptionists responded politely. Qi Yin was the pitiful guild leader who had started a guild but failed to recruit any members. Yi Ming had learned a bit about him on the way here. The man was said to be wealthy and not a local, but no one could figure out why he had come to Hongfeng City to establish a guild. Such a mysterious figure with unclear motives and origins found it hard to attract members. However, Yi Ming didn't care about any of that. Joining a guild was good enough for him. Moreover, it was the guild founded by a friend of Zhou Qi, the captain of the law enforcement hall's patrol team. Its background was far stronger than most other guilds. Yi Ming followed Zhou Qi into the elevator, unaware that a woman at the corner behind him had frozen in place. "Yi Ming, isn't that Yi Ming?" Lu Jiao, who was holding onto the arm of the man beside her, was stunned. Just from his back, she felt an ache at the corner of her mouth. She had just found herself a new man, escaped her debts, and managed to secure entry into the prestigious Wanhua Grand Hotel. She was overjoyed. After all, only the truly elite could enter such a place. She had always believed leaving Yi Ming was the wisest decision. After all, Yi Ming would never set foot in such a high-class venue in his lifetime. The 2 teeth she lost before? She had decided to pretend she never noticed or cared about the loss. It didn't matter. She figured there would be plenty of opportunities to make Yi Ming pay for it in the future. Who would have thought Yi Ming had come here? And not only that, but he had also stepped into the exclusive elevator for elites. That was an elevator reserved only for the truly wealthy and powerful, a direct passage to the top floor where the most prestigious individuals could be met. How could Yi Ming possibly qualify? Lu Jiao's eyes blazed with anger, her diamond-studded nails tightening involuntarily. The man beside her frowned and nudged her with his elbow. Lu Jiao quickly snapped back to her senses and forced an apologetic smile. "Brother Lu, I'm sorry, I got distracted for a moment," she said. Lu Qingyun sneered disdainfully. "Distracted? You even called out his name, Yi Ming. Is that man really Yi Ming? I'm telling you, don't get any funny ideas about him. Anyone who can use that elevator is a big shot, or at least has someone powerful backing him up. Did you see the man next to him, wearing the law enforcement hall patrol uniform? He even had a star insignia on his shoulder, likely a decorated captain," Lu Qingyun said coolly, his tone dripping with jealousy. "Don't mess with him, and for heaven's sake, don't mess with the Su family either." Lu Qingyun's words carried a trace of bitterness. Who wouldn't want to ride the elite elevator just once? Especially seeing such a young kid stepping into it, nearing 40 himself, Lu Qingyun couldn't help but feel sour. Lu Jiao's heart trembled violently. The law enforcement hall was a special institution established by the state. In the 1st century after the appearance of fierce beasts, families used their strong cohesion and unique cultivation techniques to help the nation suppress countless beasts. As the era grew more peaceful, the original intentions of these families shifted. To compete for resources and consolidate their positions, they resorted to all sorts of underhanded tactics. Ordinary people, who were marginalized, banded together to form guilds. The 2 major forces, the families and the guilds, balanced each other out, and eventually, the law enforcement hall was born. The state intervened forcefully between these 2 powers, using swift and brutal measures to eliminate many corrupt families and guilds. It could be said that the law enforcement hall was a sword hanging over the heads of both families and guilds. However, those who truly understood the system knew that patrol officers of the law enforcement hall were merely peripheral officials, responsible for cleanup and follow-up tasks. The truly fearsome ones were from the special department, the enforcers. As long as they had evidence and justification, they would absolutely kill their targets. Imagine this, in the morning, a family might happily leave their home, and by evening, the entire family would be wiped out. As such, all major guilds and families kept their distance from the law enforcement hall, avoiding them whenever possible. They were simply too terrifying. Lu Jiao never expected that Yiming could associate with someone from the law enforcement hall. She suddenly felt like a clown. Yiming had awakened an F-grade talent, and she had jumped up and down, calling him trash. Yet Yiming had turned around and sent Su Chang, with an S-grade talent, to the hospital. Not only was Lu Jiao forced to repay her debts, but the Su family also blacklisted her. The creditors even came to her door to collect, nearly breaking her waist. It was only after she seduced Lu Qingyun and joined his team as a healer that she managed to scrape by, though she hadn't even received her wages, essentially working for free. Fortunately, Lu Qingyun had brought her into the Wanhua Grand Hotel. The moment she stepped in, she felt like she was floating on air, her hardships finally over as she became a phoenix perched on high. But now she had run into Yiming here, and he was doing better than her by far. Lu Jiao was filled with jealousy, anger, and regret. She couldn't help but think how wonderful it would be if Yiming were still her boyfriend. Handsome, capable, calm, and clever, he was leagues ahead of Su Chang and Lu Qingyun. And now, Yiming even had the backing of the law enforcement hall. His luck was so enviable it made her want to scream. Why? Lu Jiao was so consumed by jealousy that she nearly broke down on the spot, but with Lu Qingyun beside her, she couldn't act out. Lu Qingyun ignored the expression on her face and led her into a standard private room. This visit was to negotiate a partnership with the top-tier Flying Eagle Guild in Hongfeng City, in preparation for making a big splash in the new secret realm opening 3 days later. Lu Jiao, with her level 2, A-grade healer talent, was the critical piece for the collaboration. The Flying Eagle Guild's plan was similar to Lu Qingyun's, to have Lu Jiao team up with guild members of lower levels. Over the next 3 days, they would focus on clearing secret realms and completing tasks together. Setting aside cultivation for now, the priority was to build teamwork and foster mutual understanding. Lu Jiao eagerly nodded in agreement, promising to dive into a secret realm tonight to start grinding. Teamwork? That was her specialty. Meanwhile, Yiming had already met Qiyin, and the two, being of similar age, quickly hit it off. When Qiyin learned that Yiming wanted to join his guild, he was overjoyed. News of the new secret realm had already spread, and many guilds, families, and even top academies were scrambling to recruit awakened individuals. Qiyin, who had come from another city, only learned about the new secret realm 2 days ago. By the time he established his guild and prepared to recruit, all the talent had already been snatched up. He was furious, but there was nothing he could do. He had missed the timing. With no other options, he turned to his friend Zhou Qi in the law enforcement hall, hoping he might know someone suitable. Initially, Qiyin held little hope. With only 3 days left until the secret realm opened, any awakened with potential had long been taken. Even with Zhou Qi's connections, finding someone was unlikely. Just as Qiyin was sinking into despair, Zhou Qi suddenly messaged him. He had found someone. It even came with a 24K high-definition surveillance video. Qiyin was puzzled. Why would the introducer attach a surveillance video? Until he saw the video, where the boy in it punched another boy so hard that the latter was rolling on the ground, completely powerless to fight back. Then there was the personal information sent over by Zhou Qi. Yiming, male, 18 years old, F-rank talent. Once hospitalized an S-rank talent while still at level 1. Qiyin immediately sent a 60-second voice message. Holy crap! Hurry up and introduce me to him. Don't let anyone else snatch him away. Yiming quickly signed his name and officially became the first member of the guild. Clapping him on the shoulder, Qiyin laughed. From now on, you'll get a share of the profits, and even stock options. By the way, why can't high-level players drop down to level 10 to enter the secret realm? I remember people doing that all the time, Yiming asked in confusion. That's because the rules of the secret realms vary. The rules of the old secret realms have already been thoroughly understood, so restrictions don't matter much. But for new secret realms, we know nothing about the rules. If we recklessly intrude and accidentally break them, everyone could be doomed. It's just not worth the risk, Qiyin explained patiently, then angrily slammed his fist on the table. If it weren't for this stupid rule, I'd definitely go in with you. He had just heard Zhou Qi describe Yiming's lightning attribute skills, leaving him utterly stunned. He wished he could personally go in and witness Yiming's strength firsthand. It was all because of this damn rule. Yiming thought to himself, what do you mean by accompany me? You make it sound like I'm going to prison. But he had another question. Qiyin, you're about the same age as me, yet you've already surpassed level 10? Sigh, the awakening time differs in every city. I awakened earlier than you, so I'm already level 12 now, Qiyin replied helplessly. Yiming nodded in understanding and didn't ask further. Bringing the topic back to the main issue, Qiyin said, there are only 3 days left until the new secret realm opens. We can't slack off. We need to make up for our disadvantages quickly. His face showed a trace of guilt. He felt sorry for his new brother. If he had known earlier, he wouldn't have leveled up so high, leaving himself unable to accompany Yiming into the secret realm. The whole guild had only one person who could enter. What if other family guilds targeted him? He needed to prepare plenty of spiritual treasures and equipment, but the problem was, he didn't have any. He was so broke he only had money left. Capturing the first clear of a secret realm isn't just about strength, it's also about endurance and speed. Most people will form teams. Do you want to find a team? You might not find anyone as strong as you, but if you lower your standards, you could still find some low-level teammates, Shein suggested, his eyes full of concern. After all, it was rare to recruit such a promising talent, and he didn't want Yiming to mess up in the secret realm. He was the kind of person who always thought of the worst-case scenario and couldn't help himself. Yiming shook his head. I'm fine on my own. Having more people would be a hassle. In his mind, he added, if I end up with a teammate who's mentally unsound, I might not be able to resist taking them out myself. What do you need right now? Weapons, equipment, spiritual herbs. Don't hesitate to ask. You're the only member of this guild, so all resources are yours, Shein said sincerely. Yiming didn't hold back. I need spiritual herbs to level up. Weapons and equipment didn't have much of an edge at low levels, and with his strength, he didn't need them at all. Shein thought to himself, well, that's certainly direct. Spiritual herbs are the most expensive of all. I do have spiritual herbs. I'll give them to you later, but only 3. Don't blame me for being stingy. You're only level 4 right now. Using items that are too potent could cause irreversible damage to your meridians. Of course, if you use them all and need more, you can take a task to find 3 heavenly spirit grasses in the Ice Lake secret realm. That stuff grows in clusters and is one of the raw materials for spiritual liquids. Eating it directly can also help with leveling up, though it's not as easy to digest as the spiritual herbs I'm giving you. The new secret realm is opening soon, so lots of people will be heading to the Ice Lake secret realm. If you can't win a fight, run and lay low to develop yourself steadily, Shein advised. Yiming nodded in agreement. Lay low? If I don't use my cheat ability to its fullest, what's the point? He thought to himself. Shein sent him the task details, as this was a guild tradition. Completing tasks accumulated contribution points, which could be exchanged for various equipment and weapons. After chatting a bit more, Shein handed 3 spiritual herbs to Yiming, each packed in a wooden box. The 3 items were blood ginseng, mutated heavenly spirit grass, and soaring flower. The wooden boxes included brief descriptions, and Yiming glanced at them. Each was worth tens of millions and considered top-grade spiritual medicine. Carrying these treasures downstairs, Yiming felt like a celebrity walking the red carpet. Countless eyes, both overt and covert, were focused on him. But when they saw Zhou Qi walking beside him, wearing a patrol officer's uniform with a star badge on his shoulder, many people abandoned any thoughts of making a move. For heaven's sake, that was someone from the enforcement hall. In reality, even without Zhou Qi's presence, Yiming's menacing and domineering gaze alone was enough to deter anyone from acting recklessly. Out in the world, the worst mistake was provoking a ruthless person. Cultivation was hard enough, and when they fought, they generally held back. But against someone ruthless, it was either death or severe injury. Better to just walk away. As Yiming left the hotel, he spotted Lu Jiao, whose face was filled with envy and jealousy. She had bitten her lip so hard it was bleeding. What's Yiming holding? Spiritual herbs. Judging by her envious gaze, they definitely weren't ordinary spiritual herbs. In that moment, Lu Jiao suddenly found the Flying Eagle Guild far less appealing. But she had already committed to her words, and today, she had to go with her new teammates to the Ice Lake secret realm to train their coordination against its beasts. As they exited the hotel, Zhou Qi finally relaxed his tense posture. Damn, being stared at by so many people is really unsettling. Yiming looked down and sent a message to Uncle Wang, informing him that his business was done and asking him to come pick him up at the Wanhua Grand Hotel. Uncle Wang responded quickly, saying he had already found a new place for Yiming to stay right across the hall from him. After being struck by lightning last time, Uncle Wang had gained a deeper understanding of Yiming's strength. Living across from him made him feel much more secure. A moment later, Uncle Wang sent a voice message, seemingly just realizing something. Why did you go to the Wanhua Grand Hotel? That's a place only rich people can afford to enter. Yiming replied nonchalantly, I joined a guild. The guild leader gave me a welcome gift. What kind of welcome gift requires you to go to the Wanhua Grand Hotel to receive it? After parting ways with Zhou Qi, Yiming waited for a while before getting into Uncle Wang's car. When Uncle Wang saw the 3 wooden boxes Yiming was holding, his heart skipped a beat. You, don't tell me these are spiritual herbs? Uncle Wang, your experience is impressive. They really are. And these are supposed to be a welcome gift? At my house, these would be heirlooms. Uncle Wang stepped on the gas, speeding away from the scene. If these spiritual herbs were shown in public, people would be drooling with envy. Getting home quickly was the safest option. In his heart, Uncle Wang was full of admiration. At 18, he had been collecting dogtail grass with his skills, while Yiming was holding spiritual herbs worth tens of millions in his hands. How is he so incredible? He awakened with an F-level talent, yet he could beat someone with an S-level talent so badly they'd be searching for their teeth on the ground. Now that word about Su Chang getting thrashed had spread, even his father appeared with a darkened face whenever he stepped out. Meanwhile, a strange and ferocious beast appeared in the neighborhood. Yiming unleashed a bolt of lightning, shaking the entire building. Originally, other buildings in the area had also been infested by mysterious entities, but they all disappeared, leaving the neighborhood unusually safe. At this moment, Yiming was following an inspector to give a statement. After finishing, he sent a message saying he was at the Wanhua Grand Hotel, a gathering place for the elite of Hongfeng City. He was holding 3 rare treasures of heaven and earth, which he said were a gift from the guild leader as a token of greeting. Uncle Wang scratched his head, feeling a bit puzzled. Should a student even have such things? Is this normal? After returning home, the first thing Yiming did was open a wooden box. These items, just like spiritual elixirs, weren't safe to leave lying around, they were safest in his stomach. He fetched a clay pot, added some water, and threw all 3 treasures in at once. He covered the pot, turned the heat on high, and prepared to simmer it for 10 hours. Yiming then set an alarm and dove straight into his bed, falling into a deep sleep. When he woke up, it was already 9:30 in the evening. The room was filled with a rich aroma, and just the scent alone made him feel his spiritual energy surging. This was undoubtedly a powerful remedy. Coincidentally, Yiming was starving. He immediately lifted the pot's lid. Inside was a pot of blue soup, bubbling and steaming. Yiming froze. This must have been due to the mutated heavenly spirit grass. Ordinary heavenly spirit grass was white, but the mutated kind was blue. If he hadn't known that the blue color would fade after boiling, he might have thought he had added a lethal dose of artificial coloring. Can this stuff even be eaten? He took a photo and sent it to Chi-in, who casually replied, "It won't kill you, so go ahead. Then eat it, he shall." Yiming ladled out a bowl to keep warm on the side and started drinking directly from the pot. As the medicinal soup entered his body, Yiming felt an indescribable sense of comfort. All impurities were forcibly expelled, his meridians became tougher and wider, and his spiritual energy surged rapidly. Very soon, he broke through the barrier of level 4 and ascended to level 5. 10 minutes later, another breakthrough to level 6. Half an hour later, level 7. 1 hour and 40 minutes later, level 8. As the last trace of spiritual energy was refined, Yiming's level stabilized at the peak of level 8, no longer changing. The euphoria of advancing 4 levels in a row was simply exhilarating. Yiming took a deep breath as the system began displaying notifications one after another. Current host level, 8. You may draw 4 skills. Skill drawn, 9 apertures enlightenment. 9 apertures enlightenment, the apertures absorb all rivers, the mind connects with the heavens and earth. Increases the speed and efficiency of spiritual energy absorption, reduces spiritual energy consumption when using skills. Comprehension increased by 100%, grasping everything with a single thought, understanding one leads to understanding all. Skill drawn, corpse explosion. Corpse explosion, bones burst like thunder, decayed blood surges like waves. Causes a large-scale, massive explosion of damage when a corpse dies. Skill drawn, collapsing force. Duplicate skill drawn, converted into 10 skill points, which can be used to enhance the skill tree. Skill tree unlocks at level 10. Skill drawn, thunder poem. Duplicate skill drawn. Current level, 8. Current skills, collapsing force, thunder poem, water repelling technique, 9 apertures enlightenment, corpse explosion. Skill points, 30. After drawing his skills, Yiming's expression darkened instantly. Had his bad luck from his past life carried over to this one? 2 out of 4 draws were duplicates. Thankfully, the system guaranteed at least 1 divine skill, unlike those systems that required over 100 draws for a pity reward. The 2 new skills he acquired were both quite excellent. One greatly boosted the speed of spiritual energy absorption, allowing Yiming to feel energy constantly flowing into him even while meditating. The other, corpse explosion, promised massive, large-scale damage. Just the description alone made its power thrilling to anticipate. Yiming stretched his body, ready to head to the Ice Lake Mystic Realm to test his new skills. However, the Ice Lake Mystic Realm was quite far away, and since Yiming had recently dropped out of school and didn't have a driver's license, he had to find someone to give him a ride. Uncle Wang? No, it was already past 11:20 p.m. Uncle Wang was probably deep in his dreams by now. Then, maybe Zhou Qi? The patrol officer seemed to be on duty around the clock. With that in mind, Yiming immediately messaged Zhou Qi. Sure enough, Zhou Qi hadn't gone to sleep yet and replied with a hint of complaint. Do you think I'm your personal chauffeur? Feeling a bit embarrassed, Yiming sent a photo of the large bowl of soup he had prepared. Zhou Qi responded, "What the hell is that? Are you trying to poison me?" Yiming replied, "It's a medicinal brew made from rare treasures. If you don't want it, I'll just drink it myself." Zhou Qi replied instantly, "Send me your address." Yiming carried the soup downstairs, and before long, Zhou Qi's car arrived. The moment he saw the blue medicinal brew in Yiming's hands, Zhou Qi couldn't stop grinning. The potent aroma of spiritual energy was evident from a distance. One sip of the brew, and the sensation was heavenly. Zhou Qi had been stuck at level 20 for over 3 months, feeling increasingly frustrated. He had even considered exchanging contribution points for rare treasures. Who would have thought Yiming would bring him a whole bowl of salvation? This was a godsend. Just 1 bowl of this brew was enough for him to refine for an entire week. Yiming, of course, had no idea how valuable the soup was. He drank it while refining spiritual energy, but for Zhou Qi, a single bowl could last half a year. Refining spiritual energy took time. Typically, one would drink a small sip and refine a little at a time to avoid overloading the meridians, which could lead to hardening or even rupture. But Yi Ming had no such concerns. He drank in large gulps, never worrying about damaging his meridians. What's more, with his new skill, 9 apertures enlightenment, his refining speed had greatly increased. Within 3 days, he wouldn't have to do anything and would still reach level 9. Zhou Qi safely dropped Yi Ming off at the entrance to the Ice Lake Mystic Realm. So, how long are you planning to stay in the Ice Lake Mystic Realm? Yi Ming thought for a moment. At most, 2 hours. Alright, I'll wait here then. The Enforcement Bureau's been pretty quiet lately anyway. Zhou Qi reclined his seat, preparing to rest. Oh, right, don't forget to bring a bag. How much heavenly spirit grass can you carry in that tiny plastic bag? Here, take my spatial backpack. Thanks, I'll take you up on that. With the bag in hand, Yi Ming stepped into the Ice Lake Mystic Realm. Not long after he entered, another group arrived. Their leader was none other than Lu Jiao. Zhou Qi recognized her. He had previously visited Yi Ming's school in his capacity as an enforcement officer to request surveillance footage for a deeper understanding of Yi Ming, and in the process, he had met Lu Jiao. Zhou Qi vividly remembered the incident where Yi Ming had slapped 2 of Lu Jiao's teeth out. And now, Lu Jiao was already cozying up to someone else. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be members of the Flying Eagle Guild. Lu Jiao had actually partnered with the Flying Eagle Guild. Zhou Qi squinted and scanned the group. None of them had reached level 10, they were all rookies. The highest was level 5. While Lu Jiao herself was only level 2. He sent a message to Yi Ming to warn him, then lay back down to continue his nap. In the secret realm, Yi Ming saw the message but didn't take it to heart. If the other party were above level 15, he might pay more attention, but since the highest was only level 5, why bother? Achoo! Yi Ming sneezed. The temperature in the Ice Lake secret realm was even lower than he had anticipated. Fortunately, the location where he teleported was very close to the celestial spirit grass, saving him from wasting too much time. He raised his hand to channel spiritual energy, and a pale golden talisman appeared in his palm. Yi Ming held the thunder palm in his hand and moved forward slowly. He gradually discovered that the 9 apertures enlightenment not only greatly enhanced the speed of spiritual energy circulation but also brought a comprehensive improvement in his perception of spiritual energy. He could clearly sense even a level 12 ferocious beast soundly sleeping a kilometer away. This was completely impossible in the past. Previously, when using Palm Thunder, his spiritual energy would deplete quickly, but now with the new skill, he could replenish the consumed spiritual energy in just a breath. As expected of a skill provided by the system, it truly is incredibly powerful. Before long, a patch of celestial spirit grass appeared before Yi Ming. Bathed in moonlight, the grass swayed gently, its pristine leaves adorned with glistening ice crystals, as beautiful as a fairyland. Although beautiful scenery can't fill the stomach, the grass was not something to miss. Yi Ming tightly grasped the celestial spirit grass with both hands, uprooted it entirely, and stuffed it all into his backpack. After all, the items in the secret realm would refresh periodically, about once every 6 months. He secretly regretted not having 8 hands or a convenient one-click harvest button, so he could only pull the weeds himself. Fortunately, his hands were quick, and in about half an hour, he had harvested all the celestial spirit grass. His backpack instantly gained quite a bit of weight. Since it was still early, Yi Ming thought that since he was already here, he might as well hunt a few fierce beasts to test the power of his new skill. The enemy that was too weak had no testing value, so he walked toward the level 12 ferocious beast that was snoring soundly a kilometer away. Unexpectedly, this walk led him to bump into an acquaintance. By the azure stream not far away, 8 people were fiercely battling a level 7 red-eyed giant rabbit. The battle had already reached the halfway point, several tufts of the rabbit's fur had been plucked, and all 8 people were injured. Especially Lu Jiao, whose abdomen was torn open with a large gash, blood flowing incessantly. Help! I can't hold on. My spiritual power is almost depleted. Don't retreat, I'll cover you. Quickly restore your spiritual power and heal the captain. Lu Jiao stood in the rear, with an archer beside her. The archer was even more severely injured, with the flesh on their elbows seemingly torn off, exposing white bone. Half of the clothes were dyed scarlet with fresh blood, and with each step taken, a trail of blood was left on the ground. Lu Jiao cried while desperately trying to recover her spiritual energy, while the archer was forced into close combat, pulling out a dagger from behind to fight off the charging rabbits. The other team members quickly provided support, with the man wielding the greatsword blocking most of the attacks, though his sword swings appeared somewhat strained. However, this greatsword-wielding man was extraordinarily gifted. Each attack managed to repel the rabbits, though the effect had weakened significantly due to his severe injuries. The best course of action right now is to let Lu Jiao recover her spiritual power first and prioritize healing the greatsword man. His injuries are the most severe, yet he is the team's main defense and damage output. Once the rabbit is forced back, then heal the archer. She reacts quickly and deals high damage. As long as there's an opportunity to hit the rabbit's eyes, victory is within reach. Clearly, the greatsword man also realized this and roared, Lu Jiao, heal me first. Everyone else, hold off the rabbit and buy Xiao Jing some time. The rabbit was obviously enraged as well, suddenly kicking off and leaping straight toward Lu Jiao. She has been keeping her teammates alive, the rabbit strikes first. Ah! Lu Jiao, don't retreat. Heal me. Lu Jiao's pupils contracted sharply. She first cast a healing spell on herself, a green light flashed across her body, and the wound on her abdomen instantly healed more than halfway. She summoned her strength again and retreated, rolling and crawling. Meanwhile, the heavy sword wielder and the archer who came to support her found themselves in danger. The two rushed under the rabbit to desperately protect Lu Jiao, but they had completely exhausted their physical and spiritual energy. This strike might spell disaster. Xiao Jing, retreat quickly. The heavy sword wielder blocked with the hilt of his sword and pushed the archer into a safe zone. Xu Ziming. The archer roared in fury, watching helplessly as the rabbit lunged forward. Boom! Dust flew, and the world seemed to freeze in an instant. The rabbit contentedly arched its body, suddenly feeling a jolt of numbness, as if struck by electricity. Xu Ziming truly thought he was done for. The sword had already been discarded, his strength was exhausted, and his spiritual energy was depleted. Fortunately, he had pushed his girlfriend, Su Jing, out first. At least she was safe. Damn it, who the hell suggested going after that level 7 scarlet-eyed giant rabbit? She must be beaten to death. Oh, right, it seemed to be Lu Jiao. She bragged endlessly, full of confidence, and everyone else in the team agreed. As the captain, he could only comply. And the result, total annihilation. This life is really unbearable. Just as Xu Ziming thought he was doomed, a pale golden talisman flew out of nowhere and landed right on top of his head. What the hell is this? The next second, the talisman exploded, and the blinding white light made him instinctively close his eyes. Immediately after, there was complete silence around him. It was as if a thunderbolt that shook the heavens and earth struck right in front of him, and he was the unlucky one, left with no choice but to brace himself for death. Damn! Could it be that he was cursed by the heavens? First, he got hit by a rabbit, and now struck by lightning. After a long while, he surprisingly felt no pain. Instead, Su Jing gave him a hard slap, snapping him out of his daze. Xu Ziming covered his face. Nice hit, but don't do it again next time. Su Jing wasn't like those fragile archers in games. She was a proper martial artist with a solid foundation in childhood training. Her muscle strength was almost on par with his, who wielded a heavy sword. With that slap, Xu Ziming almost sought his great-grandmother. Su Jing wept with joy. Seeing that he was fine, she quickly pulled him toward a man, pressing his head down as she whispered her thanks. Thank you. If it weren't for your talisman, our team would have been completely wiped out. This was precisely Yi Ming's contribution. Xu Ziming also hurriedly expressed his gratitude, unable to help but compare Yi Ming with the instructors from the Flying Eagle Guild responsible for training newly awakened individuals. Definitely much better than those instructors. Moreover, if it were those instructors, they wouldn't have saved him at all. After all, there are countless people wanting to join the Flying Eagle Guild. Every year, hundreds of thousands of newly awakened individuals flood in, an endless supply of chives. Who would care about him? Xu Ziming started to entertain other thoughts. The young, powerful, and extraordinarily skilled man before him was very likely a genius backed by a family or guild. If he could get to know him. Anyway, he and Su Jing never really planned to join the Flying Eagle Guild. They just wanted to use it as a stepping stone to find a better place to belong. After all, having former member of the Flying Eagle Guild on their resume sounds more impressive. The only question is whether this man would think they're too weak. Just as Xu Ziming was about to speak, Lu Jiao behind him suddenly interjected. Yi Ming, I saw you standing there a long time ago. Why didn't you come up earlier to help? If you had acted sooner, we wouldn't have been beaten so badly by the red-eyed giant rabbit. As soon as she saw Yi Ming, she instinctively wanted to blame him, almost like an automatic program being triggered. Clearly, the original host had never refuted Lu Jiao's unreasonable tantrums, which had fostered her bad habit of speaking without thinking and spewing nonsense. But that was the original host's problem and had nothing to do with the current Yi Ming. Yi Ming raised his hand and conjured a talisman, throwing it directly. For people like this, there's absolutely no need to say much. Any rebuttal or argument would only lower one's status. The best approach is to make her submit, to make her afraid. Last time at school, he went easy, but this time he absolutely won't let her succeed. Lu Jiao's face instantly changed drastically, screaming as she pushed her teammates aside, trying to block the talisman. But they had just witnessed the power of the talisman earlier. With a thunderous roar, it was like a heavenly tribulation, directly striking the level 7 red-eyed giant rabbit into charred remains. That ferocious beast, which 8 people couldn't defeat, was effortlessly killed by Yi Ming with a single talisman. Now, as the talisman flew toward them, the group immediately panicked. Captain Xu Ziming, Su Jing, the two whose names were called couldn't help but shuffle their feet. The two of them were almost killed by Lu Jiao, and Su Jing wished Yi Ming would strike Lu Jiao with lightning. Save her? Don't be ridiculous. Anyway, this team was put together temporarily, and they've known each other for less than 3 hours, with no emotional foundation at all. Moreover, as soon as they saw Lu Jiao, They acted as if they were under a spell, circling around her all day and even ignoring the Captain Chu Ziming's commands. As a fellow woman, Su Jing immediately realized upon seeing Lu Jiao that she wasn't a good person, and the facts proved her right. Getting shocked serves her right. Aha! A scream came from Lu Jiao's side, and Su Jing struggled to suppress the smile at the corner of her mouth. Chu Ziming also stared at the grass on the ground, thinking to himself that this grass was really a trap. Suddenly, he looked up, as if he had just realized something. Lu Jiao just called you. Yi Ming? Are you Yi Ming? It's me. I'm in the same grade as you. My name is Chu Ziming, and this is my girlfriend, Su Jing, Chu Ziming suddenly said excitedly. You punched Su Chang and totally wrecked him. This has spread all over the grade. Bro, that was awesome. I've been fed up with the Su family for a long time. A family that rose to power through secret realms, acting so arrogant, as if they were some kind of local emperors. Chu Ziming spat viciously. Ha, there are a few others from the Su family in school, and now they're all keeping their heads down and taking leave. It's killing me with laughter. Yi Ming also smiled. Since they were classmates, the conversation naturally flowed easily, and the three quickly started chatting together. From their descriptions, Yi Ming learned that the school was recently screening awakened individuals who could go to the new secret realm, with all resources being prioritized for those selected. Chu Ziming and Su Jing couldn't obtain resources, so they had to join a guild. With decent talent and formidable combat skills, they entered the Flying Eagle Guild. However, the Flying Eagle Guild was purely exploitative. The two were still interns and didn't even have basic salaries or resources. Only by securing the first clear of the new secret realm dungeon can one qualify to officially join the Flying Eagle Guild. Initially, they didn't hold much hope. After all, with so many experts around, how could the first clear of the dungeon possibly fall to them? They thought it would be good enough to scrape some resources, but unexpectedly, the guild arranged for them to team up with others, and their new teammates turned out to be rather dim-witted. If it weren't for Yi Ming's timely intervention, the two of them would have already lost their lives. Yi Ming picked up on their hint. They hoped he could guide them. Since there's an opportunity, of course, it must be seized. Yi Ming added them as friends and was about to wave goodbye. Suddenly, Su Jing called out to Yi Ming. I find your skill somewhat familiar. May I ask, have you used this move in the Sunshine Elderly Community in the suburbs of Hongfeng City? The Sunshine Elderly Community was exactly where Yi Ming had lived before. This world is really small. After going around in circles, we've met again. Yi Ming nodded. Su Jing immediately became excited, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. Our family was also entangled by a ghost. My mom's condition worsened day by day because of the ghost, and her illness grew more severe. The financial pressure was overwhelming, and we couldn't afford to move. At that time, I was almost in despair. Later, I heard a sudden thunderclap, and the ghost haunting us actually fled directly. I asked the patrol officer, and he said that a big shot had eliminated the ghost. It turns out that big shot was you. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my mom wouldn't have been able to hold on. When she looked up, Su Jing's eyes were red. Chu Ziming patted her shoulder and also expressed gratitude to Yi Ming. If it weren't for Yi Ming, one of them would have died early, and the other might have lost a loved one. It seems like we've been saying thank you all the time. Yi Ming, we are truly, truly grateful to you. Oh, by the way, I eavesdropped on the Flying Eagle Guild's meeting. They said there's a mutated heavenly spirit herb at the bottom of the ice lake in the center of the secret realm. They're sending a team with an average level of 12 to harvest it. After Chu Ziming finished speaking, he instinctively glanced at Lu Jiao and the others, only to find them all lying on the ground, completely unable to hear what he was saying. He continued, I heard the mutated heavenly spirit herb can sell for over 30 million. Yi Ming, you're so strong, maybe you could try to snatch it. It's only 12:30 now, and they won't enter for another 10 minutes. The best time to harvest the mutated heavenly spirit herb is at 1 a.m. Yi Ming nodded, bid farewell, and left. Deep within the icy lake, it's the perfect time to test the power of my water repelling technique. Following the stream all the way upstream, the weeds at my feet gradually became covered in ice crystals, and the cold slowly condensed into mist. Pushing aside the obstructing branches, I arrived at the center of the secret realm, where a vast and magnificent lake came into view. The lake's surface was as calm as a mirror, reflecting the gloomy and overcast sky. Yi Ming walked to the lakeside and closed his eyes to carefully sense his surroundings. Sure enough, the water-repelling technique greatly enhanced his water perception ability. There were many ferocious beasts of about level 10 in the lake, some of which had already noticed his presence and were swimming in this direction. At the bottom of the lake, there indeed grew a mutated heavenly spirit grass. However, it was somewhat different from the kind Yi Ming had previously brewed. It seemed to be not yet mature. The vast majority of rare natural treasures require long years to fully develop their medicinal effects. For instance, the 3 types used by Yi Ming, each is a top-grade medicinal herb of at least 300 years. However, the invasion of ferocious beasts has only lasted for 500 years, making it virtually impossible to casually find spiritual plants that have lived for 300 years. Therefore, awakeners have specifically developed catalysis techniques. However, this technology demands significant expertise, as a single mistake could easily kill the spiritual plant. Spiritual plants with good medicinal effects are expensive, not only because of their inherent value but also due to the high cost of artificial catalysis, as catalyzing spiritual plants is truly a challenging task. If the mutated heavenly spirit grass at the bottom of the ice lake can be obtained, should someone be hired to catalyze it? But the cost is too high, and Yiming always feels it's a loss. Moreover, the data shows that the medicinal efficacy of the catalyzed spiritual plant can only reach about 60% of the original. Forget it, let's get the grass first and then decide. Thinking of this, Yiming raised his hand and channeled his energy, and the method for using the water-repelling technique automatically surfaced in his mind. The lake water in front of him automatically parted to both sides, as if forcibly split by a sharp sword. The fierce beasts in the lake were stunned, some quickly fled into the water, no longer fixating on Yiming, while others, unafraid of death, approached him. Yiming turned his head and glanced. It was a level 10 sharp-toothed black fish, about half a meter long, capable of biting off a person's head in one bite. If someone unfortunately falls into the water and encounters this kind of fish, unless they are highly skilled or of a high level, there is no way out but death. Ordinary people absolutely cannot defeat the sharp-toothed blackfish in the water. Yiming reached out and pointed at the blackfish's body in mid-air. The icy lake water coiled around the blackfish like a serpent and then suddenly tightened. Put! The blackfish instantly shattered into pieces, dying on the spot. Yiming was somewhat shocked. He had originally thought that the water-repelling technique merely enhanced the ability to repel water, at most improving the perception of water. In reality, the water-repelling technique allows complete control over water. No, not just water, but all flowing tangible substances can be manipulated. Yiming immediately thought blood. He immediately reached out and pointed at another fish, sensing the flow of blood within its body. In the next second, the fish's body exploded from the inside out. Yiming's understanding of the water-repelling technique advanced to another level. Palm Thunder, water-repelling technique. The skills provided by the system are truly powerful and practical. It would be even better if I could find a corpse to test the power of corpse explosion. He muttered as he walked up to the mutated heavenly spirit grass, a chilling aura emanating from the plant as if trying to intimidate him. But he showed no fear and directly reached out to pull it up by the roots. The next second, a dart shot straight over. An invisible stream of water instantly surged forward, enveloping the dart and crushing it into scrap metal, which fell to the ground. Yiming stuffed the spiritual herb into his bag and turned to look toward the shore. 13 people stood on the shore, staring at him with a mix of shock and uncertainty. The leading man saw the dart destroyed, and his face instantly turned grim. Who the hell are you? Why are you stealing our mutated heavenly spirit grass? Another man stepped forward from behind him, cupped his hands, and said, "Apologies, sir. My brother speaks bluntly, please don't take it to heart. This mutated heavenly spirit grass is originally the property of our Flying Eagle Guild. We kindly ask you to return it, and we can pretend this never happened." Yiming chuckled. "Does the grass have your name written on it? If I took it first, doesn't that make it mine? Why must you press so hard, sir? We are merely following orders, and this mutated heavenly spirit grass is extremely important to us. If you are unwilling to return it, the Flying Eagle Guild is willing to purchase it at a price." Yiming stared directly at the man. The words sounded dignified, but the condescending look in his eyes was repulsive. He let out a cold snort, waved his hand, and the parted waters of the lake instantly closed. Using the water as support, he stood atop the lake's surface. "Not returning it, come and take it if you can." Yiming had no interest in verbal disputes. If it weren't for his ridiculously powerful skills, the 13 members of the Flying Eagle Guild wouldn't have hesitated. Otherwise, they would have already rushed forward to kill and silence him. "Zhang Jinsheng, what the hell are you hesitating for? So what if his skills are unusual? Are you saying 13 of us can't take on just him? If you keep cowering like this, don't let the other guilds laugh at us." "Shut up. What do you know? With his ability to control water alone, are you sure you can kill him? Zhang Jinsheng, are you looking down on me? I've had enough of you. Stop going crazy here. I'm the captain. Stand properly." Zhang Jinsheng couldn't hold back his anger. Think about it for a moment, who could have such powerful skills? He must have a guild or family backing him. Of course killing him is easy. His exposed level isn't high, any one of us 13 can take him down. But can you handle the relationships behind him? Can you ensure we won't take out the small one only for a bigger crew to come after us? Don't really think of the Flying Eagle Guild as your shield. If you cause big trouble, the only one who will die is you. The man's face alternated between pale and flushed as he pointed at Yiming, who was watching the commotion nearby, and roared, "Are we just going to let him take the mutated heavenly spirit grass like this? That's our only path to advancement. Zhang Jinsheng, you'd better come up with a solution." At this moment, a man wearing thick glasses stepped forward from behind and whispered, "Captain, I found out. That man's name is Yi Ming. He awakened an F-level talent and even beat up Su Chang, the young master of the Su family, which got him expelled from school. He joined a newly established guild, and the guild leader is only level 12. Online, it shows that he has no background. We can make a move. Zhang Jinxing's eyes lit up. He had been waiting for this sentence. He had just stopped his teammates from attacking Yiming because he didn't know much about him. What if he had a powerful backer? Now that it's clear, he's nothing but a blank sheet of paper, no background, no influence. Just go ahead and hit him. Moreover, he was deeply interested in Yiming's water control technique. If he could capture him for research, his combat power would surely increase significantly. He might even have the chance to shed his instructor status and become a full-fledged member. Thinking of this, he cupped his hands toward Yiming once again and said, "Since you refuse to return the mutated heavenly spirit grass, then we'll have to take action." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of different skill moves came rushing forward, followed by the foul-mouthed man shouting, "Brat, die!" Yiming raised his hand, and the calm surface of the lake instantly surged, forming a 5-meter-thick wall of water that blocked all the attacks. Zhang Jinxing was shocked to see this. They were all level 12 experts, and Yiming had only recently awakened his talent, still at F rank, with a slow leveling speed. Even with special methods, he would at most be level 5. Yet he was actually able to block all the attacks. This is completely unreasonable. Now the only level 13 expert in the team has stepped forward. He is physically strong, with extremely high skill damage. Even with 12 of them joining forces, they can only match him. As long as they can get close to Yiming and force him into close combat, it shouldn't be difficult to take him down in one move. It is obvious that the foul-mouthed man's thoughts were the same as Zhang Jinxing's. He threw a punch, creating a massive hole in the water wall. His fist, as large as a sandbag, smashed toward Yiming with a whistling sound. Just as Zhang Jinxing had guessed, the foul-mouthed man's physical strength was extremely high, and his close combat abilities were outstanding. Even without using any skills, he could hold his own against the other 12 members of the team. Moreover, he had just reached level 13 today, further enhancing the hardness of his body. He participated in the strength test at the Flying Eagle Guild and could punch with a force of 700 kilograms. Such an astonishing figure left many members utterly shocked at the time. As for Yiming, being a high school dropout, his body must be frail and weak. What gives him the right to compete with him? This time, he is bound to win. Yiming slowly lifted his eyelids, formed his right hand into a palm, and struck out directly to meet the foul-mouthed man's fist. Boom! The calm surface of the lake instantly rippled, waves spreading out in circles. The foul-mouthed man was utterly shocked he had actually caught his punch head-on. In the next moment, Yiming suddenly twisted his waist and exerted force, the surging power transferring through his palm into the foul-mouthed man's body, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Not good. Hurry and retreat. Why are you running? Yiming sneered coldly, his eyes filled with ferocity. The foul-mouthed man shivered instantly, fully aware that the person before him was no ordinary high school student, but a fierce tiger. And he himself was merely a newborn cub. A feeble force stood no chance against the ferocious tiger. He had only one thought in his mind: run. Escape. Yiming suddenly pulled him closer with his right hand, followed by a sharp elbow strike to the chest. His left foot swiftly shattered the man's shinbone, and finally, a whip-like kick sent him flying through the air, spinning 3 times before plunging into the lake, sinking instantly. The 12 people on the shore saw everything clearly. They had initially wanted to help the foul-mouthed man, but now all of them retreated in fear. The 12 of them could barely handle the foul-mouthed man together, yet Yiming had effortlessly taken him down single-handedly. It's still close combat and instant kill. Are you kidding me? They have no idea that Yiming's crushing force skill is exerting its power. At first, Yiming thought it was just an active skill similar to a heavy strike, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be a passive skill. His physical fitness improved comprehensively, and his body strength even surpassed that of the foul-mouthed man who had practiced martial arts since childhood. Yiming raised his head and glanced at the crowd. Zhang Jinxing immediately knelt on the ground. "Big brother, if you hit him, you can't hit us. I was just joking earlier, please don't take it seriously. The mutated heavenly spirit grass is yours." Yiming stepped ashore, raised his hand, and hurled a high-pressure water ball, brutally breaking someone's arm. Aha! The man fell to the ground in pain, the shattered communication device dropped to the floor, completely destroyed. Zhang Jinxing's face turned pale. He thought to himself, how on earth did this Yiming discover it? Without communication devices, they couldn't possibly take out their phones to call for help, and the only person who could make a call had sunk to the bottom of the lake, their fate unknown. Damn it, just who on earth is this Yiming? Yiming knew very well that this group would definitely report back. Stealing the mutated heavenly spirit grass was no small matter. If the news spread, what would he do if the Flying Eagle Guild sent people to deal with him? He could barely handle it if the levels were low, but if he encountered someone stronger and accidentally got killed, where would he go to seek justice? No way, we absolutely can't let them leave, just end it once and for all. Zhang Jinxing seemed to see through his thoughts and hurriedly raised his hands to signal surrender. Big brother, please don't kill me. We're just here to work, there's no need for this. I promise I absolutely won't betray you, rest assured. Moreover, I also know the special use of the mutated heavenly spirit grass. The Flying Eagle Guild plans to use it to test their newly developed spiritual plant catalysis technology, and this mutated heavenly spirit grass is the key material. If they wait and wait but don't receive it, and then find out we've died, they'll definitely investigate. The situation inside the secret realm can be checked by anyone. Big brother, although your strength is formidable, it's still a bit lacking compared to the official members of the Flying Eagle Guild. You wouldn't want to fall out with the Flying Eagle Guild over such a trivial matter, would you? So just leave this small matter to us. I guarantee the Flying Eagle people will never find out. Yi Ming narrowed his eyes. Want to live? Hand over everything you have on you. Zhang Jinqing froze. Be big brother, we only have some money on us, really nothing else. Yi Ming raised his hand and struck someone dead with a lightning palm. Zhang Jinqing hurriedly took out the items from his bag. He was terrified. This young man was simply too frightening, attacking people without saying a word. Yi Ming ultimately gained 120,000 gold coins, along with 2 100-milliliter bottles of spiritual liquid and some unidentified spiritual plants, with a total value of 7 to 800,000. Robbing and killing is still the fastest way to make money. Big brother, we've given you everything we can, you. Yi Ming's lips curved slightly, and he sneered, only the dead can keep secrets. Then, without hesitation, he unleashed a palm thunderstrike. Zhang Jinqing's body instantly turned to charcoal, still kneeling there. The faces of the people behind him turned deathly pale in an instant. Before they could react, their captain was already gone. Corpse explosion. Yi Ming clenched his fist tightly. Zhang Jinqing's corpse suddenly emitted a faint red glow, as if brewing an extremely terrifying power. 2 seconds later. Boom! Blazing firelight engulfed everything, stirring up 5-meter-high water columns on the lake's surface. The deafening explosion seemed to make the entire earth tremble. Yi Ming even saw a mushroom cloud rising into the sky. This damage is much higher than I expected. Yi Ming came to his senses, muttering softly, though the consumption of spiritual energy was indeed a bit excessive. The corpses of Zhang Jinqing and the other 12 had already turned to ashes, leaving no trace behind. The one at the bottom of the lake had long since perished, becoming a midnight snack for the shark-toothed blackfish. With the matter resolved, Yi Ming left directly. After leaving the secret realm, it was already past 3 in the morning. Yi Ming got into Zhou Qi's car, ready to head home. Can I borrow your bag again? I'll give the spiritual plants to Qi Yin and return it to you afterward. No need to go through all that trouble. It's yours now. I'll just get another one. But you really gained a lot this time, the bag is almost bursting. Yi Ming nodded, indeed having reaped a substantial harvest. Next to him, Zhou Qi asked curiously, I saw another group of people from the Flying Eagle Guild go in as well, about 13 of them. Did you run into them? I remember they all had criminal records. I saw them in the year-end case summaries at the law enforcement hall, especially their leader Zhang Jinqing, who had drugged and assaulted several kids. I didn't expect the Flying Eagle Guild to recruit him directly after his release from prison. I recall he was quite troublesome. Yi Ming frowned slightly. It seemed he hadn't been ruthless enough back then. He should have thrown him into the lake to feed the fish. Is there someone in the team with a particularly foul mouth, always bringing up your mom? Right, you ran into him? No conflict, I hope? That guy practices the art of Tonzi Gong, focusing on physical training. He's vicious and has committed several cases of murder and robbery. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow. I took them all out, not a single one left. If you provoked them, remember to let me know. What? Zhou Qi slammed on the brakes in shock and turned abruptly to stare at Yi Ming. What did you just say? Looking at his posture, he was so scared he started stuttering. I took them all out. They were trying to snatch the celestial spirit grass from me and even threatened me. I can't stand people like that, so I didn't hold back and dealt with them all at once. Hurry up and drive, the cars behind are honking. Zhou Qi, in a daze, drove the car to the entrance of the Qi Yin Guild. Watching Yi Ming get out of the car, his face was still pale. Yi Ming, level 8, single-handedly took down 13 people, and those 13 were all around level 12 awakeners. This world is truly magical, these few words can actually come together. Yi Ming, it's now 3:13 a.m. Qi Yin looked resentful. You'd better tell me the world really exploded, otherwise. Yi Ming opened his backpack. Inside lay hundreds of fresh heavenly spirit herbs, their leaves gently swaying. What the heck? Qi Yin exclaimed, his eyes wide open. Did the world really explode? How did you manage to get so many heavenly spirit herbs? Although there is indeed a patch of heavenly spirit herbs in the Ice Lake secret realm, logically speaking, quite a few people should have collected them. Judging by the quantity in the backpack, Yi Ming had clearly plucked every single one of them. Did no one else try to snatch it? Qi Yin was momentarily stunned, but then realized it was past 3 in the morning and immediately felt relieved. He must have sneaked in to gather it while the other teams were resting. Qi Yin carefully looked Yi Ming up and down several times, confirming that he wasn't injured and that only the hem of his clothes was slightly damp. You really didn't run into any other teams? Didn't I tell you to fully absorb those 3 natural treasures before heading to the Ice Lake secret realm? Why did you go tonight? Yi Ming thought for a moment and briefly recounted what happened tonight with Chu Ziming and Su Jing, also mentioning Zhang Jinqing and the others. Finally, he added, I did fully absorb the natural treasures before going. Qi Yin's expression looked as if he'd seen a ghost. Do others know you're this perverted? I'm perverted? Shi Yin nodded, counting on his fingers. That's right, for most people to fully absorb those 3 rare treasures, it would take at least half a year, right? But you only took a little over 2 hours, skyrocketing 4 levels. You're ridiculously impressive. Plus, you're now at level 8, instantly killing a level 7 red-eyed giant rabbit, and you did it solo. People at the same level as you can't pull that off. Even in a team, they'd need a shield guard to avoid being wiped out. Then you went to the center of the Ice Lake secret realm. I remember the red-eyed giant rabbit was on the outskirts, more than 10 kilometers away from the ice lake. According to what you just said, you got there in about 5 minutes. In the end, a team of 13 people was taken down by you alone. You're simply invincible, fast, skilled, and physically tough. The only question is whether your spiritual energy supply can keep up with the consumption. Even if it can't, you're already a level above other experts of the same rank. Shi Yin patted Yi Ming on the shoulder. On the surface, he appeared serious, but inside, he was overjoyed. Having such a strong member in my guild, where else could anyone find that? Nowhere. This time the first clear of the new secret realm is definitely going to be Yi Ming's. Later, I need to go buy heavenly treasures and earthly materials to upgrade Yi Ming fiercely, leveling him up like crazy. Shi Yin took the backpack, poured out all the celestial spirit grass, and picked 3 decent ones to count as his task completion, awarding contribution points. The remaining items that Yi Ming said were temporarily unnecessary were all converted into money by Shi Yin and transferred to Yi Ming, treating them as items for sale in the guild contribution point shop. After finishing all this, Shi Yin was just about to say, "It's fine, you can go back now," when he saw Yi Ming magically pull out a mutated heavenly spirit herb. Shi Yin, what's going on? He wasn't even a bit surprised. My perspective for this lifetime has been opened today, I'm not joking. Yi Ming, you really are a treasure. Shi Yin sighed. Yi Ming? Shi Yin took the herb and looked at it, shaking his head. This thing isn't mature yet. You'll need someone to catalyze it. Are you planning to catalyze it? If you want to catalyze it, after the new secret realm ends, I'll take you to the black market around here. I know a master who specializes in catalyzing spiritual plants. Although I can't guarantee he can help you catalyze it, it's worth a shot. All right. Yi Ming agreed. The items were temporarily left with Shi Yin. Yi Ming wasn't too worried and left with his backpack. Shi Yin stared at the ground covered with celestial spirit grass and the mutated celestial spirit grass in his hand. These things needed to be preserved while fresh, otherwise, their medicinal properties would be lost. He sighed and resigned himself to sorting them one by one. After working until past 6 o'clock, he finally finished organizing. Turning his head, Shi Yin saw 2 people entering the guild's entrance, seemingly a young couple. Shi Yin rubbed his neck and glanced at them. Xu Ziming, Su Jing? Did Yi Ming introduce you? The 2 were momentarily stunned, then quickly nodded. They thought to themselves, as expected, a friend of Yi Ming. He also looked like a man of outstanding appearance, seemingly a wealthy young master raised in a pile of money. Seems easy to talk to, at least easier to deal with than Yi Ming. Xu Ziming stepped forward and respectfully handed over the 2 ID cards and resumes. Brother Yi said if we couldn't find a place, we could try applying here, so we specifically came to visit. Sorry for the disturbance, truly apologetic. Xu Ziming stumbled through the polite words he had learned from adults. Shi Yin waved his hand helplessly, laughing and crying. No need to be so formal, you're making me uncomfortable. Xu Ziming scratched his head awkwardly. The 3 chatted for a while, and their bond gradually grew closer. Shi Yin asked, have you really decided to join our guild? I must warn you first, this guild was just established, and the only member is Yi Ming. Xu Ziming and Su Jing quickly nodded. Come on, Yi Ming alone is worth an entire team. This guild leader Shi Yin seems to have quite the background, following him is definitely the right choice. This has to be way better than that Flying Eagle guild, right? Shi Yin stared at the resumes for a moment and suddenly asked, did you guys resign from Flying Eagle? Are you still in their registration system? Su Jing shook her head. The Flying Eagle Guild has 2 registration systems, one for official members and one for temporary members. We were temporary members. So we probably haven't been removed yet. After we came out of the secret realm, our team had a huge argument and split up, so we just came straight over. Alright, you guys keep working as usual. I can only officially register you after Falcon kicks you out of the temporary system. Understood. Xu Ziming looked at Shi Yin's smile and suddenly felt a chill in his heart. On the other side, the Su family's old residence. Su Cheng sipped the medicinal soup one mouthful at a time, having to pause every 2 minutes to catch his breath and refine the spiritual energy in his body before continuing to drink. These days, he dreamed every night of being beaten by Yi Ming, leaving a shadow in his heart, to the point where he didn't even want to go to school. Yi Ming had already become his inner demon. As long as Yi Ming wasn't dealt with, he couldn't eat or sleep in peace. Mom, how's it going? Is the Flying Eagle Guild willing to send someone to deal with Yi Ming? Su's mother proudly shook her phone. Your mom has already taken action. What are you afraid of? Don't worry, the Flying Eagle Guild has decided to send official members to deal with Yi Ming. On the day the new secret realm opens, he's bound to die in there. Su Cheng, however, was a bit worried. He hadn't received any news from Yi Ming these past few days and had no idea what he was up to. Mom, can you find out what level that person is? Level 7. Level 7? Su Chang was so shocked he couldn't speak. It had only been a few days since the awakening of talents, barely 2 days, and someone had already reached level 7. That person's talent must be extremely high, at least S level. After all, Su Chang had consumed several bottles of spirit-enhancing elixirs and was only at level 5, which was already considered high for the entire grade. A surge of confidence rose from the heart. A level 7 person can definitely defeat Yiming. Son, this time the new secret realm is a big deal. The law enforcement hall will arrange a live broadcast, and many major guilds will be watching. You must perform well. This concerns whether the Su family can secure resources. Don't worry, Mom. Your son has a resilient mind and an S-level talent. I'll definitely make them see me in a new light. Mother Su hugged Su Chang tightly on the hospital bed. Mom still hopes you can come out of the secret realm safe and sound. Yiming went straight to sleep as soon as he got home. When he opened his eyes again and picked up his phone, it was already 2:30 in the afternoon. The class group chat was unusually lively, with the chat history piling up to over 999 plus messages. The homeroom teacher spoke. At everyone, all students who have reached level 5, please gather at the school playground at 6:30 tomorrow morning. The school will take you to the entrance of the new secret realm. Those who haven't reached level 5 will stay in the classroom, and the teacher will broadcast the secret realm footage. Everyone must study it carefully. Li Shinming asked in confusion, wait, we only awakened our abilities 3 days ago. At most, it's been 3 days. Who could possibly reach level 5? This isn't a game, how could anyone level up that fast? Su Chang briefly responded, I'm already level 5. Li Shinming exclaimed, oh my, young Master Su. You truly live up to your S-level talent, far surpassing us with ordinary talents. You can level up to 5 just by lying down. Look at me, I should slap myself twice first, ha. After that, the whole class started praising Su Chang enthusiastically. The atmosphere was lively, and everyone joined in, making Su Chang feel elated. Su Chang spoke in a voice message, his tone arrogant. Yiming must have some powerful skills to deal such high damage. Since he's so cocky, I'll crush his arrogance hard in the new secret realm. Yiming replied cheerfully, I'll be waiting for you in the new secret realm. The group chat instantly fell silent. For a full 5 minutes, no one said a word. I'm already level 8, you know. Before this message could be sent, Yiming was kicked out of the group chat. So boring. Yiming shrugged and turned to wash up. Time flew by quickly. Yiming rested for an entire day and smoothly leveled up to level 9. With the support of the skill 9 apertures enlightened, simply lying down allowed spiritual energy to continuously flow into his body. Greed is human nature. As someone highly sensitive to spiritual energy, Yiming could absorb it anytime and anywhere. Naturally, he wondered if he could absorb more and do it faster. If Chi Yin or Zhou Qi heard him thinking like this, they would definitely mock him sourly, saying that being able to absorb spiritual energy is already good enough. How dare he ask for more? They don't have cheats, but Yiming does, so of course his expectations are a bit higher. Yiming stared at the system panel, becoming deeply interested in the skill tree, feeling it was just like the skill allocation interface in a game. He hoped to enhance the spiritual energy absorption speed of 9 apertures enlightenment a bit. Who wouldn't want to level up while AFK? What's more, only by leveling up can more skills be drawn. By around 9 in the evening, Yiming's level had successfully reached level 9. The system displayed a prompt. Current host level, 9. You can draw a skill once. Drawn skill, wood nurturing technique. Wood nurturing technique, listen to the sprout, revere the wood, and encounter eternal spring. Consume spiritual energy to make plants grow rapidly, but excessive use may harm the body. Yiming stared at the skill description in a daze. Does this skill mean, as long as you're willing to consume spiritual energy, you can continuously promote plant growth? Isn't this essentially the principle of ripening? Wait, isn't this similar to the catalysis of heavenly treasures and earthly materials? He felt he had discovered a blind spot and immediately rushed downstairs, finding an ordinary roadside weed to try out the skill. A faint green glow emanated from his hand, and the weed's stem and roots rapidly elongated at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its leaves unfurled, as if stretching lazily. In less than 2 minutes, the wild grass, originally the size of a thumb, had grown to the size of a palm. Yiming panted slightly, inwardly marveling at how incredible this skill was. It seemed perfect for accelerating the growth of rare treasures. But the spiritual energy consumption was astonishing. Just 2 minutes of maturing a single weed had nearly drained all his spiritual energy. The task of enhancing spiritual energy storage and circulation is urgent. Yiming pulled out the blade of grass and turned to leave. At around 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhou Qi sent an address. Zhou Qi said, the secret realm has already appeared. It's in the suburbs, not far from where you used to live. Experts predict the entrance to the secret realm will open around 7 o'clock tomorrow. Yiming replied, got it. Chi Yin said, I'll go tomorrow too. Ride with me at Yiming. Yiming agreed, alright. Putting down his phone, Yiming clicked his tongue and muttered to himself, how come everyone has a car? It's making him want to get one to drive too. The next day, Shi Yin drove a luxury car, attracting countless gazes along the way. Yiming felt completely uncomfortable under everyone's stares. Coupled with the cramped front seat space of the luxury car, he didn't even know where to place his feet, making him feel even more awkward. Shi Yin said proudly that this car was a limited edition and quite expensive, mainly to showcase status. The effect was indeed remarkable. When the luxury car drove into the entrance of the new secret realm, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. Several members of prominent families and major guilds even stepped forward a couple of paces. The scene was too grand, and Su Chang, who was nearby, naturally noticed it as well, with a look of envy in his eyes. A limited edition, extremely expensive. His father had wanted to buy it at the time but gave up the idea upon seeing the price. I wonder which young master is in the car. If only I could get acquainted with him. Like everyone else, Su Chang curiously and enviously watched as the car door opened and a handsome man stepped out. Handsome, so handsome. Is it really Yiming? Su Chang rubbed his eyes hard, almost unable to believe them. Yiming? Yiming heard someone calling him and glanced over, while Su Chang quickly hid back in the crowd. He couldn't figure out how the person getting out of the car turned out to be Yiming. When did he get to know such an impressive figure? Over here, Yiming's stunningly handsome face caused a wave of screams. Shi Yin cast a look full of resentment. In the past, wherever he went, his fangirls would follow. Ever since he met Yiming, all his privileges were gone, and all the fangirls had run off to chase after Yiming. Truly, people's hearts are unpredictable. How could someone be this handsome? The dashing Yiming didn't think much of it. He walked straight to the entrance of the secret realm, greeted Zhou Qi, and collected his equipment. The equipment is just a wristband, containing a miniature camera drone and an emergency communication device, making it convenient to record videos and stay in touch with the outside world after entering the secret realm. There's only 10 minutes left before the secret realm opens. Zhou Qi patted Yiming's shoulder and said in a low voice, "This time, the situation with the secret realm seems a bit unusual. Experts from the Research Institute say it's very likely a speed-based secret realm. You must be careful, the mortality rate is extremely high." After hearing this, Yiming didn't show any fear, only a hint of regret. A speed-based secret realm would separate people, meaning he wouldn't be able to compete against Su Chang. He was also aware that this new secret realm would be broadcast live throughout, with participants being elite members of the younger generation, attracting the attention of many prominent figures. Zhou Qi's reminder was essentially urging him to perform exceptionally and put on a good show. As more and more people gathered at the entrance and time ticked by, the secret realm finally opened. Yiming immediately stepped into the secret realm. The live broadcast is simultaneously displayed on the large screen nearby. Every time a new secret realm opens, it is broadcast live, allowing people to observe the entrance as well as the environment and ferocious beasts inside. Soon, the large screen flickered and revealed the scene inside the secret realm. It was a desolate and dilapidated coliseum, extremely vast, estimated to be at least the size of 2 football fields. Around it were 5 massive iron doors, slowly opening. Everyone was actually in the same location, all within this coliseum, just assigned to different spaces. Zhou Qi stared at the back-end data. This time, about 1,000 people entered the secret realm, but the big screen only had 32 grids, displaying those with the highest levels or the most enemy kills. Zhou Qi almost instantly locked onto Yiming's personal data. He ranked first, level 9. Shi Yin's gaze quickly swept across the big screen and immediately found Yiming's position. He was actually in first place. Several major guilds looked at Yiming's face with confusion, exchanging glances with each other. Especially the members of the Flying Eagle Guild, who scratched their heads but still couldn't figure it out. Why isn't the first place taken by their level 7 expert Lu Chuan? Could it be that the first place is at a level higher than level 7? This is just too much, isn't it? Members of other guilds glared angrily at the Flying Eagle Guild, suspecting that the first place was a hidden trump card of Flying Eagle. However, seeing the bewildered expressions on the faces of the Flying Eagle Guild members, they also felt puzzled. The first place isn't even someone from the Flying Eagle Guild. So who is the first place after all? As for the students on the other side, Yiming's face was all too familiar. When his figure appeared in the first square, many people, including the teacher, couldn't help but gasp. Why is Yiming the first? Yiming is actually alone? A classmate suddenly noticed a blind spot. In other live streams, there were 4 people, but Yiming was conspicuously all by himself. The teacher also frowned. A new secret realm, and he actually chose to go solo? Just how high is Yiming's level to be this confident? Even Su Chang, who was only level 5, sought teammates from the Flying Eagle Guild to cooperate, yet Yiming dared to challenge it alone. He was simply courting death. However, the teacher quickly let it go. After all, Yiming had already dropped out, and whatever he did had nothing to do with their school. The act of solo clearing a secret realm was truly foolish. They mustn't let others associate it with their school. On the other side, at the entrance to the secret realm, many people also noticed that the first place was achieved by a solo action, and they began to sneer disdainfully. So this secret realm is a speedrun type? Whose person is in first place, daring to go solo? I really wonder which idiotic faction pushed out this unlucky fool. Stop watching, just black out their live stream screen, it's utterly boring. Don't put it so harshly. Before the secret realm was unlocked, no one knew what was inside. There are plenty of arrogant people who go solo just because of their high level. I can only wish them luck in surviving the first stage. Their words were not without reason. Racing-type secret realms are among the most difficult to conquer. Out of the hundreds of secret realms across the country, they have cleared almost all of them, except for the racing-type ones, which no one dares to enter lightly, even if the resources are abundant, because they are simply too hard to tackle. Wave after wave of monsters test the endurance of the awakened to the extreme. If spiritual energy is slightly overused, the probability of death increases significantly. Even highly coordinated teams of 5 or 6 people struggle to hold their ground when faced with such secret realms. Moreover, the secret realm is set to allow a maximum of 5 people to enter at the same time. If more than 5 enter, the number of ferocious beasts doubles. Who could possibly handle that? Therefore, during this initial entry into the secret realm, many teams consist of only 4 members. Faced with the pointing and whispering of others, Chi-In appeared calm on the surface, but was secretly tense inside. Others could rely on teamwork for mutual assistance, but Yi-Ning was fighting alone. Could he really hold out? Soon, someone pointed at the screen and shouted excitedly, "It's out! It's the anomaly!" The massive iron door emitted a teeth-gritting, dull sound as it slowly opened. A chilling wind blew out from inside the door, causing Su Chang and the others to shiver involuntarily. His team was jointly formed by the school and the Flying Eagle Guild, consisting of official member Lu Chuan, as well as temporary members Chu Ziming and Su Jing. Among them, Lu Chuan had the highest level and the greatest courage. As soon as the door opened, he swung his arm to grip the spear, with streaks of lightning flickering along its shaft, exuding the majesty of a strong warrior. Su Chang was full of envy. It was said that Lu Chuan had awakened the S-level talent Thunder's Might, which not only dealt extremely high damage but also made his moves exceptionally stylish. Chu Ziming and Su Jing were speechless, consuming spiritual power before even encountering the anomaly. How abundant was this spiritual power reserve? And dare to claim such meager lightning as an extraordinary talent? In comparison, Yiming's lightning talisman was practically like a divine manifestation. Lu Chuan mustered his courage to take a glance inside, then shook his head and said, "It's pitch black, but I feel there's something extremely terrifying deep within, making me shiver." Chu Ziming suddenly turned his head and drew his heavy sword. "Something's not right, something is approaching us." Sure enough, dozens of eerie creatures over 2 meters tall silently appeared around them, quietly surrounding Su Chang and his group. Damn! When did they get here? Su Chang was so scared he almost wet his pants. He had relied on spirit liquid to level up and had no real combat experience. Faced with the grim faces and chilling aura of the eerie creatures surrounding him, his resolve began to waver, and thoughts of retreat crept into his mind. Chu Ziming was furious at the sight, cursing angrily, "If you wanna quit, then just F******ing leave. How the F***** are you talking to me?" Su Chang retorted indignantly, grabbing his weapon and holding it in front of him. Lu Chuan let out a loud shout, lightning enveloping his spear as he charged forward swiftly, striking the spear fiercely onto one of the monsters. Boom! Dust flew several meters into the air, and the arc of electricity instantly turned the monster to ashes. Useful! Lu Chuan's heart surged, gripping the spear tightly as he twisted his waist and turned, the spear sweeping out with the momentum of overwhelming force. Electric currents quickly spread to the surrounding eerie figures, producing crackling explosion sounds. However, this wave of damage was far inferior to the first strike, merely causing the eerie figures to momentarily stagnate. Chu Ziming wielded his heavy sword and slammed it into the ground, once again repelling the recovering eerie figures. At the same time, 3 thunder-imbued arrows streaked through the dazzling light, accurately piercing the heads of 3 eerie figures. Boom boom boom. After 3 explosions, the 3 eerie creatures turned to ashes. Not bad. Lu Chuan gave an approving glance at Chu Ziming and Su Jing. These two had strong combat awareness and impressive strength, though their levels were slightly lacking. As for Su Chang beside them, he kept talking about how thrilling the fight was, yet his legs were shaking like they had a built-in vibrator, unable to stop. Off the field, Su's mother frowned deeply. What's wrong with this team member? They're not giving our Chang Chang any chance to perform. If they love taking credit so much, they should just go solo. No one paid her any attention, because those with real combat experience could tell at a glance that this team was simply no good. 3 people killed 4 level 5 shadow wraiths, and were already out of breath. There are still 6 wraiths left to clear. Judging by Su Chang's cowardly demeanor, it's clear he has hardly any combat experience. It's difficult for him to kill even one on his own. And this is just the first wave of monsters. Backstage, Jochi kept a close eye on everyone's data. The majority of people lost their composure when facing this wave of monsters, and someone in 7 teams had already been seriously injured. Boss Elderly from the Research Institute said there's no need to continue testing. Based on the current situation, no one can pass the first stage, and the data is essentially worthless. Jochi's team member held a phone, his expression full of concern. Should we end the livestream? No need. Jochi's gaze shifted to Yiming's personal data. He was still there. Inside the secret realm, Yi Ming did not act immediately, holding a thunder palm in his hand, surrounded by 10 shadow wraiths. These shadow wraiths floated 3 inches above the ground, resembling humanoid figures but extremely horrifying, as if torn and bitten alive by some sharp weapon, with shredded flesh and muscle hanging from their bones. Their eyes were wide open, expressions filled with terror, as if they had witnessed something utterly horrifying. If an ordinary person were to encounter such a scene, they would surely be scared out of their wits, and the shadow wraiths would then pounce and devour them completely. This is the attack method of the shadow specter, simple and brutal, scaring people. Although ordinary, it is exceptionally effective. Yi Ming suspected that they possessed some kind of mental shock attack, as he wasn't afraid of specters, yet still felt a trace of fear upon seeing them. With light steps, Yi Ming quickly approached, gathered the shadow specters together, and then threw a palm-sized grenade. Boom! Dazzling lightning accompanied by a thunderous explosion instantly obliterated the 10 shadowy figures. One-hit kill. K killed in one hit? Outside, a large crowd gathered in front of the big screen, staring intently at the top-ranked grid. 3 minutes ago, this grid had fallen off the big screen because it failed to kill the ferocious beast, drawing a wave of ridicule, and even Chi-In was sarcastically mocked. After all, he had driven a luxury car to bring Yi Ming here, acting like a big shot at the time, but turned out to be nothing more than a rookie, truly overestimating himself. Everyone naturally seized the opportunity to mock him relentlessly. Meanwhile, Su Cheng's team became the team with the highest kill count, ranking first after taking down 4 shadow wraiths. This made the members of the Flying Eagle Guild and Su's mother particularly happy. Just as they were about to say a few words, Su Cheng's rank dropped back to second place, and the first place was once again claimed by Yi Ming. As everyone was in shock, Yi Ming unleashed his palm thunder once more, instantly annihilating the shadow wraiths gathered together in one swift move. With crisp and decisive actions, coupled with Yi Ming's strikingly handsome appearance, he perfectly demonstrated the essence of violent aesthetics. As a result, a large crowd rushed to the big screen, including fangirls who screamed excitedly at the sight of handsome guys, as well as awakened individuals envious of the domineering and powerful skill like palm thunder. Even Zhou Qi's side let out a burst of exclamations. Boss, do you know the person ranked first? Who is he? What is this skill? Where did he learn it? It's way too cool. Boss Oldley said he wants to enlarge the image of the person in first place and make it into a big screen. He wants to study it carefully. The current grid is too small to see clearly. Boss. The Su family, the principal of number 1 high school, and people from the Flying Eagle Guild are all strongly requesting to enlarge Su Cheng's footage. The Su family even said they're willing to pay. Boss, we've been pretty short on money lately. Should we agree to the Su family's request? The subordinate's finger was already hovering over Su Cheng's grid. With just a light tap, the footage could be enlarged. Zhou Qi crossed his arms and sneered coldly, decisively enlarging Yi Ming's footage to ensure everyone could clearly see Yi Ming's figure. Su Cheng? What kind of thing is he? So, everyone gathered in front of the big screen, staring in shock as Yi Ming instantly defeated Shadow Spectre. Damn, does anyone know his name? What level is he? Why is he so strong? Times have progressed, why aren't we middle-aged folks included in the fun? Stop talking, I'm starting to suspect that all my years of training have been wasted. If I turned into a Shadow Spectre, I wouldn't last a minute against him. 1 minute? He can't even last a second. I have no idea what kind of skill he's practicing. It's too powerful. I don't think I've ever heard of this person before. Su's mother said disdainfully, his name is Yi Ming. He got into trouble before and was persuaded to leave by the principal of number 1 high school. What? Expelled and still able to cultivate to this level? This guy is extraordinarily gifted, his future is limitless. Su's mother's expression instantly became even more unpleasant. She originally intended to use this to tell everyone that Yi Ming had character issues and was expelled for misconduct, but these words only made everyone admire Yi Ming even more. She felt a wave of disgust in her heart, as if she had swallowed a fly. Oomph. This is only the second wave. Who knows how many more waves are coming? His skills seem to consume a lot of energy, so he probably won't last long. Unlike our Changchang, who conserves energy and willingly lets teammates take the opportunity to shine. Qiyin sat in his seat without moving, his brows tightly furrowed. This was the first time he had seen Yi Ming's thunder-type skill. It was indeed powerful, but Su's mother was right, this skill consumed a tremendous amount of spiritual energy. Yi Ming seemed to be in relatively good condition. Could he really hold on? After resolving the second wave of shadowy threats, the 5 large doors opened once again, and just like before, nothing seemed to appear. Soon, the doors closed, signaling that all the ferocious beasts had been unleashed. Yi Ming continued to follow the same routine, waiting for the shadowy figures to approach and reveal themselves, then luring them together before finally wiping them out with a single palm thunder. He did it 5 times in a row. Just as Yi Ming was feeling a bit impatient and even considering whether to directly throw a palm thunder into the gate, an unusual ferocious beast finally appeared inside the gate. A strange beast about 2 meters tall walked out, its body fat and its skin semi-transparent, even faintly revealing the blood vessels and nerves beneath. Even from 20 meters away, Yi Ming could smell the stench emanating from its body. This is an 8th level, sewage wraith. The textbook introduced this type of ferocious beast. In the abyss, there are lakes and ponds, and many people who accidentally die in such places passively absorb the polluted power of the abyss, eventually twisting into sewage wraiths. Its three common skills are soul dread, which causes extreme fear, making one unable to look directly, sewage devour, which uses foul-smelling sewage to engulf enemies, and shadow summon, which can summon a large number of shadow wraiths. The textbook's recommended countermeasure is not to delay, directly overwhelm it with damage. Because once he seizes the opportunity to unleash his skills, it's almost a chain of consecutive attacks. The first and second skills are all about control, and when the third skill is activated, it summons dozens of shadow phantoms. There's absolutely no room for resistance, directly overwhelmed to the point of no recovery, beyond saving. So before he uses his skills, it's crucial to strike first and deliver a fatal blow. Yiming raised his hand to gather power, a faint golden rune quickly appeared, with occasional arcs of electricity flickering within. Boom! A distant rumble of thunder could be faintly heard. The sewage wraith finally sensed a threat, and he actually felt his long stagnant heart in his chest beat once. This thunder is unusual. How could a human wield such a powerful lightning skill? The sewage wraith grew uneasy and immediately raised his hand to cast a spell, but Yiming was faster. Yiming suddenly stomped the ground, his entire body shooting forward like a cannonball, leaving behind a massive half-meter deep crater, with cracks spreading around like a spider web. Thunder seemed to permeate the air, causing a faint pain in the lungs with each breath. Wushue Gue, however, did not realize that this was not the effect of palm thunder, but rather Yiming executing the water-repelling technique. His body seemed to be tightly bound by invisible ropes, and his spellcasting motion was forcibly interrupted, leaving him to watch helplessly as Yiming's fist came crashing down. Put! The upper body of the sinister sewage creature was violently blasted apart, with blood and pale yellow liquid splattering everywhere, yet it all skillfully avoided Yiming's body and landed on the ground. The water-repelling technique really works. Yiming murmured softly in admiration. The sewage wraith was defeated, next should be the boss, right? Yiming looked expectantly at the massive iron door, thinking, hurry up and appear, the sooner this ends, the sooner I can clock out. On the other side, Su Chang and his team were being mercilessly slaughtered by the shadow wraith. Lu Chuan fought in utter despair, wishing he could just die quickly and be freed from this misery. Chu and Su, two level 5 teammates, somehow always managed to cause accidents by mistake. Either their hands shook and missed the target, or their arms were too sore to lift the heavy sword, severely slowing down their monster farming pace. Lu Chuan almost suspected they were undercover agents sent by the enemy team. Members of the Flying Eagle Guild? How could they be so useless? Still, at least the two of them could coordinate to deal damage. Although Lu Chuan was furious, gritting his teeth in frustration, he could only endure it. As for that Su Chang, Lu Chuan couldn't be bothered to say much, he's just too terrible. He possesses S-level talent but uses it so poorly, can't deal damage and often accidentally injures teammates. Just now, Su Chang almost injured Lu Chuan again. Unable to bear it any longer, Lu Chuan swung his spear and struck him hard, hitting him squarely on the forehead. Su Chang's head started bleeding on the spot, and he immediately fell into a deep sleep. Next to them, Chu Ziming and Su Jing sluggishly dealt with the shadow wraith. Seeing this scene, they almost burst out laughing. They had to recall every sad thing in their lives just to barely suppress the smile tugging at the corners of their mouths. Damn it, I hate having dumbass teammates like this the most. Lu Chuan fumed with rage, thinking to himself that if Su Chang were replaced with a smarter teammate, their monster killing speed would definitely improve significantly. And you too. Stop pretending. Do you still want to get the first clear or not? The called out Chu Ziming and Su Jing whistled nonchalantly, gazing casually at the sky. They hadn't planned on getting the first clear anyway. In the end, Chu Ziming rubbed his palms together and comforted, don't worry, our team's overall combat strength is strong. We'll definitely kill the monsters quickly, so don't rush. Su Jing chimed in, exactly, look, how many teams have the same setup as ours? We have you, a level 7 awakened, holding the fort, plus the two of us, level 5 awakened, working together. The two of them took turns speaking, coaxing and persuading, until Lu Chuan finally felt a little better. He glared at them, next should be a ghost slightly stronger than the shadow ghost. Be prepared, and don't play any tricks. Yes. Chu Ziming chuckled and whispered to Su Jing, he believed it, really believed it. Off the field, the members of the Flying Eagle Guild saw Lu Chuan's expression, combined with Chu Ziming and Su Jing's words, and their faces turned as dark as the bottom of a pot. Mother Su looked even more upset. Her son was being beaten so badly by the ferocious beast that he was screaming and jumping around in pain. As a mother, her heart ached immensely, and she silently cursed those 3 teammates in her heart, wondering if they could show even a bit of competence. Then, she saw Lu Chuan knocking Su Chang unconscious with his spear. Mother Su couldn't hold back any longer. She screamed and stood up, pointing at the members of the Flying Eagle Guild and cursing them furiously. Are you all insane? Not protecting my son is bad enough, and now you're knocking him out too. If you're so desperate to show off, why don't you just go die already? The members of the Flying Eagle Guild had never been subjected to such insults before. All of them, more than a dozen people, stood up in unison. Auntie, watch your words, or your own mouth might get you into trouble. Are you blind? Su Cheng is such a useless guy. He hasn't killed a single fierce beast from start to finish, it was all Lu Chuan doing the work. We haven't even started cursing your son yet. Someone with a fiery temper rolled up their sleeves and said, don't think you can act all high and mighty just because you're the wife of the Su family head. High and mighty, my foot. Talking about death all the time? If you love talking so much, I'll shut you up for good. Stared at by more than a dozen pairs of eyes, Su's mother's expression changed unpredictably, looking extremely unpleasant. She immediately turned her head and glared angrily at Zhou Qi, who was watching the scene from afar. What are you looking at? Hurry into the secret realm and bring my son out. If he gets hurt, all of you will be held responsible. One of Zhou Qi's subordinates stepped forward, rolling up his sleeves. Have you ever been to school? Didn't your teacher teach you that once a speed-type secret realm is opened, you can't enter it again? Unless someone kills the boss or everyone dies, the secret realm won't end. That's why the death rate in speed-type secret realms is so high. You'd better pray that Yi Ming kills the boss quickly, or everyone here will die. They saw it very clearly. Among the 1,000 people who entered, only Yi Ming had a chance to kill the boss, the rest were all rookies. No, you can't call them rookies. After all, they've only awakened for a few days, and having a level 5 or 6 talent already counts as genius level. Unfortunately, Yi Ming appeared in this batch. All geniuses pale in comparison to him. Sigh, stop arguing, stop arguing. Many screens have already gone black, and Su Cheng's squad has also been severely damaged by the sewage specter. Someone's expression was anxious and worried. This secret realm's timing and rules are too inconvenient. Many people have no real combat experience at all, and entering it is just courting death. What? Mother Su's face turned pale with anxiety. Su Cheng was her everything, and she would never allow her son to suffer even the slightest harm. Then what do we do now? Pray that Yi Ming kills the boss quickly. The person paused. Of course, we also have to be prepared for total annihilation. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's expressions immediately turned serious. No one said a word, and all eyes were fixed on Yi Ming on the big screen. At this moment, only Yi Ming had the chance to turn the tide. If he failed, everyone would meet their end. Shi Yin's expression was tense as he sent a message to Zhou Qi. How is Yi Ming's personal condition? Zhou Qi replied, still green, nothing serious. As long as the boss level isn't extremely high, Yi Ming should be able to take it down. Shi Yin nodded, understood. Just after sending the message, a piercing wail suddenly came from nearby. Shi Yin's heart tightened, and when he looked up, he saw a skeletal knight riding a skeletal warhorse slowly emerge. Level 12 Fierce Beast, Death Knight. This is one of the most troublesome types of spectral fierce beasts. It moves swiftly, possesses formidable combat power, and carries persistent mental attacks. Many people facing it succumb to fear, lose all fighting spirit, and even fleeing becomes a luxury. Even those with strong willpower are likely to lose in a prolonged battle, ultimately being crushed into dust by the Death Knight's warhorse. Zhou Qi felt a chill in his heart when he saw the ferocious beast appear. This was because the strength of a level 12 awakened was simply not on the same level as a level 12 ferocious beast. But when he thought of Yi Ming's heaven-defying battle record, Zhou Qi believed he had a chance of winning. For some reason, he just had a feeling that Yi Ming could win. Shi Yin had the same thought. Although he was already prepared, in case Yi Ming unfortunately perished, he would take the heavenly treasures to pay respects at his grave. Inside the secret realm, Yi Ming quietly watched as the Death Knight slowly stepped out. I have to admit, the skeletal warhorse looks quite impressive. The skeletal warhorse shook its head, its nostrils spewing out ghostly blue flames. The pale white bones, aside from adding a touch of eeriness, also exude an air of majesty. But would riding it feel uncomfortable? Yi Ming wondered curiously. Unfortunately, the current situation is tense, and he has no time to be distracted. A faint golden rune gathered in his palm, arcs of electricity faintly flickered by his side, and an inexplicable gust of wind arose, swirling up dust and rolling around Yi Ming. The Death Knight seemed to sense something, raising its head to look at the sky, where the grayish heavens were shrouded in dark clouds, becoming dim and oppressive. Boom! From the distance came the first clap of thunder, resounding like a war drum in Yi Ming's ears. Yi Ming straightened his figure, and lightning burst forth from his palm. Thunderbolts, like giant serpents, twisted and flickered across the sky, as if they were about to split open the entire secret realm. Boom! Blinding lightning struck the Death Knight fiercely, producing a deafening roar. The warhorse snorted, and a shield of ghostly blue flames formed, offsetting part of the lightning's power. The Death Knight barely blocked the strike. Before the white lightning had fully dissipated, a figure swiftly charged forward. The Death Knight immediately maneuvered the warhorse to retreat, utterly shocked. Who is this person? How can they unleash such powerful thunder? This is completely illogical. You must know that many skills in this world have level restrictions, because the human meridians can only bear a limited amount of spiritual power. Learning powerful skills consumes a huge amount of spiritual power, making the meridians highly susceptible to damage. The vast majority of awakeners below level 10 can only master some simple skills, such as Su Jing's Thunder Arrow and Lu Chuan's Storm Thunder Spear technique. These skills cause slight damage to abyssal beasts but are extremely limited. They can handle shadow rays, but against sewage rays, these skills are almost ineffective. The Death Knight was confident that these skills could never break through his defenses. Until he saw the thunder in Yi Ming's palm. His confidence instantly crumbled. To draw a comparison, other people's lightning was like a household socket short-circuiting, just a brief sizzle. Does it hurt? A little, but it's bearable. And Yi Ming's thunder was like lightning striking down during a thunderstorm. Does it hurt? I don't know, because I'm already dead. The Death Knight was supposed to be dead, yet at this moment, struck by lightning, it felt as if it were still alive. The pain is unbearable. Seeing Yi Ming charge toward him again amidst the flashing lightning, two ghostly blue flames shot out from the eye sockets of the warhorse's skeleton, instantly surrounding Yi Ming. Soul Scorch. This strike was indeed effective. Yi Ming's movements paused for a moment, and a hint of surprise flashed in his clear black and white eyes. Interesting, he just felt a moment of daze in the world before his eyes. Yi Ming delivered a heavy punch to the warhorse's eye socket, directly dispersing the ghostly blue flames. Then, he leapt onto the horse's head, grabbed the neck of the undead knight, and struck another punch. The undead knight was shocked, unable to help but wonder if his passive mental damage had failed. Abyssal-type beasts generally possess this skill, which can unconsciously instill fear in enemies, causing them to lose their will to fight. This is precisely why abyssal beasts are so troublesome, they break their opponents from a mental level. Who can withstand that? But the man in front of him, though he showed fear for a moment, somehow that fear quickly dissipated and turned into anger. He actually climbed onto the horse and counterattacked. Is this guy even human? How can a human do something like this? Still distracted? Yi Ming's voice suddenly rang out, his clear black and white eyes reflecting the ugly face of the Death Knight. A fist as heavy as a sandbag came crashing down. The Death Knight had nowhere to dodge and could only raise both arms to block. At this moment, the Death Knight was full of confidence in himself because he was tough enough. He didn't believe Yi Ming could hurt him with a single punch. As long as he seizes a single flaw, he can turn the tide. The dignified Death Knight, actually being suppressed by a little brat, even his warhorse was stunned, truly disgraceful. Splurt. However, the anticipated stalemate did not occur. The Death Knight could only watch as his arm shattered instantly, as fragile as paper. Before he could react, faint golden runes appeared in Yi Ming's palm. Thunder had already entwined around it. You have no sense of honor. The Death Knight was utterly shocked, so furious that he spoke human words. His skill seemed to consume a great deal of energy. How could it be unleashed twice in such a short time? Isn't he afraid of his meridians breaking? Wait. Yi Ming couldn't be bothered to respond. He suddenly punched and shattered the head of the Death Knight, then completely obliterated its body with a palm strike of lightning. Both man and horse were shattered, turning to ashes. Yi Ming took a few steps back, clenched his fist, and prepared to use the corpse explosion skill to blow it up again, ensuring the Death Knight was completely dead. But just like before, the beasts here turned to ashes immediately upon death, making it impossible to trigger corpse explosion. So, does this mean the secret realm is cleared? Yi Ming stood still, waiting for the victory results. Outside the secret realm, the scene was deathly silent. Until Zhou Qilong, the first to recover, loudly announced, the secret realm has been successfully cleared. Yi Ming achieved the first clear and has obtained ownership of the secret realm. Hearing this, everyone finally came to their senses, rubbed their eyes, and stared at Yi Ming on the big screen. No way, was I dreaming just now? What exactly is his skill? How can it be this powerful? I don't know, let's ask him when he comes out. I bet he's definitely going to be famous. Not only is he handsome, but his skills are also so cool. Stop talking, comparing yourself to others is just frustrating. He's not even level 10, yet he can deal such high damage. Meanwhile, we, at levels 10 or 20, can't even withstand a single move from him. It's so embarrassing. I'm going to train. Some people were preparing to leave, while others gathered at the entrance of the secret realm. Yi Ming successfully defeated the boss, and the fierce beasts in the other spaces disappeared as well, indirectly saving many lives. They were determined to properly thank Yi Ming once he came out. Only the members of the Flying Eagle Guild and Sue's mother were still sitting there, glaring at each other. They had thought the glory of being the first to clear the secret realm would be contested between them, but unexpectedly, Yi Ming emerged as a dark horse. The key was that they couldn't find any reason to refute it, because without Yi Ming, both Lu Chuan and Su Chang would have died in the secret realm. The two groups sat in silence until Qi Yin, who had been sitting in the corner, stood up. The door to the secret realm had opened, and he had to go welcome this great hero. You, Qi Yin, right? Someone from the Flying Eagle Guild suddenly stopped him. Yi Ming is from your guild? I checked, your guild was just registered in the past couple of days. You must be worried about lacking investors and resources, right? How about this, I'll talk to our guild leader later and give your guild a chance to merge into our Flying Eagle Guild. You'll get financial support every quarter, along with access to various spiritual liquids and rare treasures. How does that sound? Qi Yin smiled faintly, no need. After speaking, he turned and left, rolling his eyes in the process. Pretending to be all high and mighty, giving our guild a chance? With someone as talented as Yi Ming, even if countless investors were fighting to provide resources, we wouldn't care about your Flying Eagle Guild. What a joke. The members of the Flying Eagle Guild were rejected, their expressions instantly turning sour. A few hot-tempered ones even had their faces flushed red. Jochi recorded the entire secret realm process, while his subordinate came over again holding a phone. Boss, old man Li is pressing hard. Quickly send Yi Ming to the research institute. He told you to ask what he likes: rare treasures, money, beauties, they can provide it all. Refuse, refuse. Jochi said directly, those people at the research institute act all high and mighty. Who knows what kind of experiments they're conducting? They talk about giving this and that, but in reality, sending Yi Ming there is like a life sentence. Remember to encrypt all of Yi Ming's personal data when you go back. Don't let it leak out. Got it. Understood, boss. The secret realm's gate opened, and Yi Ming walked out leisurely with his hands in his pockets. Bro, you're amazing. The way you killed those monsters was so cool. You're simply the thumbs up. You're Yi Ming, right? I sincerely thank you. My daughter was almost eaten by that ferocious beast. Thanks to you taking down the boss in time, you saved her life. I'm the same. My boyfriend is also in the secret realm. I was so worried I could die. You're truly amazing. Young man, how old are you this year? Do you have a girlfriend? Yi Ming was surrounded by a crowd at the entrance of the secret realm. Jochi quickly dispersed the crowd and led him aside. Jochi wiped his sweat. This time, it's all thanks to you. You're truly a hero. To be honest, when I saw that the secret realm was a speedrun type, my heart sank. I'm not joking, the mortality rate for this kind of secret realm is as high as 80%. If it weren't for you, over 1,000 people would probably have died in there. That's right, and among these 1,000 people, many are students. If it weren't for you, this new generation of awakened would have been completely wiped out. Yin also walked over and patted Yi Ming on the shoulder. I've prepared some rare treasures for you. Enjoy them well when you return to the guild. Yi Ming accepted everyone's praise and rewards with satisfaction. These were all well-deserved. Hey, by the way, Yin, is that immature mutated heavenly spirit grass still around? I recently learned a new skill that can catalyze plants. Yin's expression was a bit strange. You still have time to learn catalysis? From what I know, catalysis relies on various instruments to mature spiritual plants, not a skill. Are you sure what you learned is real? Jochi also asked curiously. Yeah, that's something only those old guys at the research institute know. Are you sure you've really mastered it? Why not try it at the guild and find out? Yin was astonished. Catalysis is not something that can be done casually. Those who can perform catalysis have practiced at least tens of thousands of times before, daring to handle real spiritual plants. If a mistake is made, the spiritual plant will lose its medicinal properties, resulting in a loss of tens of millions in value. Yi Ming, can he really do it? Alright, that mutated heavenly spirit grass was originally found by him, so letting him try isn't a problem. If he can truly catalyze it successfully, even if it only retains 30% of its original medicinal properties, it would still be considered a great success. Alright, since you're so confident, hurry back then. Yi Ming. Yi Ming, wait. A boy suddenly ran over, having just learned that Yi Ming had defeated the boss, and quickly approached. He stopped in front of Yi Ming and bowed at a 90-degree angle. My name is Lu Chuan, thank you. If it weren't for you, I would have really died in there. My teammates are so unreliable. Su Chang is completely useless. And that couple was flirting while fighting monsters. Just dealing with the Shadow Wraith skill took them forever, and they almost got killed by the Sewage Wraith. Yi Ming waved his hand, unconcerned. Oh, right, Su Cheng's mom has already spoken to the president of the Flying Eagle Guild, asking me to trip you up. Now that you have the secret realm ownership, they'll definitely find someone else to keep causing trouble for you. You better stay alert. Lu Chuan rubbed the hem of his clothes, feeling immense pressure under Yi Ming's gaze, almost unable to breathe. Got it. Yi Ming replied. Seeing that Yi Ming didn't make things difficult for him, Lu Chuan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Over here, Chu Ziming and Su Jing ran over to claim credit from Yin. President, how did we do? Lu Chuan? Lu Chuan froze for a moment, looking at the carefree young couple, then glanced at Yin's suppressed smile. He finally understood. Damn! Su Cheng's mom had tried to get him to trip up Yi Ming but failed. Instead, Yin sent Chu Ziming and Su Jing to trip up Lu Chuan, and it worked. Lu Chuan laughed in exasperation but didn't say much. After all, he still had to thank this young couple. If it weren't for their contribution to the fight, holding back the sewage demon at the last moment, he would have been doomed. Watching the young couple being praised by Yin, Lu Chuan's eyes revealed envy. The atmosphere was quite good. He became interested in Yin's guild. Chu Ziming and Su Jing are both level 5 powerhouses with A-grade talents, yet they chose Yin's newly established guild? They have neither resources nor influence, so why would they go? And just a simple compliment makes them so happy? Alright, let's go. Yi Ming turned and left. Chu Ziming and Su Jing followed behind Yi Ming, occasionally casting admiring glances, then continued moving forward. Lu Chuan noticed the look in their eyes. It was admiration for the strong. He finally understood. Because Yi Ming was in that guild. People admire the strong, especially in the era of awakening. When a strong individual emerges, it naturally attracts many followers and reverence. At this moment, Lu Chuan understood everything clearly. They had long been aware of Yiming's strength, so they firmly believed he could secure the first clear of the secret realm. That young couple was specifically placed in his team as a precaution. Lu Chuan was secretly thrilled to think that the guild leader valued him so much and even went out of their way to assign 2 people to his team. Lu Chuan never even thought about revenge. Come on, he couldn't even defeat a sewage ghost, while Yiming single-handedly took down the boss. The difference in strength was simply worlds apart. The only thing he could do was look up, admire, and worship. He couldn't muster even the slightest dark thought. Medical staff carried stretchers, taking those seriously injured for treatment. Lu Chuan, come back to the guild and think carefully about how to explain yourself to the president. Lu Chuan's expression remained unchanged. After all, this wasn't his problem at all, so why bother explaining? He didn't get the first clear of the secret realm, nor did he have ownership of it. The true faces of these people were completely exposed. All he could hear were mockery and insults, with none of the previous flattering words. He didn't care at all, letting it go in one ear and out the other. He would get scolded again when he returned to the guild and be punished with confinement, but it didn't matter, this wasn't the first time anyway. Zhou Qi, who was beside him, also received instructions from his superior to go to the law enforcement hall to gather some rare treasures and bring them to Yiming to discuss the ownership of the secret realm. Business was at hand. As soon as the news of Yiming's ownership spread, there would surely be many people eager to seek cooperation. This is also the reason why Zhou Qi wanted to block Yiming's personal information, to prevent his phone from being overwhelmed and to stop anyone with ulterior motives from selling his information to other countries. Such a seedling with limitless potential must be well protected. Zhou Qi instructed his subordinates to properly arrange the setup around the secret realm, while he himself composed a message to Yiming, asking him what he wanted. Yiming definitely wouldn't miss out on such a great opportunity to get something for free. Sure enough, he quickly replied with a long list of rare treasures. Crimson Bloodlingji, Yanluo Red Ginseng, Golden Honeysuckle, Dragon Seahorse. Each one is a top-grade item worth at least 40 to 50 million. He added at the end, if there are any unripe ones, bring some over too. Zhou Qi's mouth twitched. Is this kid ordering food? And eating while taking away, completely unreserved. Inside the car, Chu Ziming and Su Jing sat stiffly. They never thought they would one day ride in this limited edition luxury car. Is this what it feels like to be lifted up by a big shot and wealthy people? This is so awesome. Chu Ziming looked around curiously, touching this and that, and finally rubbed his hands together and asked, President, can I take a picture and show it off in the group? Go ahead. Shi-in didn't mind at all. He bought luxury cars just to show off, otherwise, why buy them? The back seat was instantly filled with the sound of clicking shutters. Soon, they returned to the guild. This was a residential area specifically allocated to various major guilds. Taking advantage of his wealth, Shi-in had bought a 3-story standalone villa. Yiming couldn't help but exclaim every time he returned here, being rich is truly great. He could now be considered wealthy too. Last time, Shi-in transferred the money for the celestial spirit grass to him, and his account suddenly had over 8 million. Yiming, go rest first. We'll talk about anything after you wake up. As for the ownership of the secret realm, don't worry, I'm very good at handling it. Yiming nodded. Anyway, the ownership is in his hands, and he has always held the initiative, so there's no need to worry. He found a spacious and sunny room, took a quick shower, and then lay down on the bed to sleep. No matter how much spiritual energy is consumed, it always leaves one mentally exhausted. Although it can be recovered through meditation, the habits he developed in his previous life told him. Sleep. He must sleep right now. Downstairs, as Chi-in entered the information of Chu Ziming and Su Jing into the system, the two officially became members of the guild. Su Jing played with her phone, arranging the photos she had taken into a 9-grid collage and posting it to her moments. Some of the photos were of luxury cars, and the center one was a side profile of Yiming. Sunlight refracted through the car window, appearing somewhat dim, and fell on Yiming's prominent nose. He gazed resolutely into the distance, his hair slightly fluttering, creating an intense atmosphere. A casual snap, it practically looked like a movie poster. Su Jing's eyes sparkled with little hearts. This was just too handsome. Next to her, Chu Ziming glanced over and then looked away. He also thought Yiming was incredibly cool and couldn't help but feel envious. The class group chat and school group chat were buzzing about Yiming. After all, the entire school had seen the live broadcast and witnessed his strength. Everyone was speculating whether the principal would bring him back to school. If Yiming returned, everyone could still boast about being his classmates. Of course, it was more about the shock. Back then, Yiming beat up Su Chang and got expelled, which caused quite a stir in the school. Everyone thought he was done for. Who would have thought that not only did he not fall, but he also showed up in a luxury car and ultimately secured the ownership of the secret realm. His combat prowess left a deep impression on all the teachers and students in the school. With every move, thunder roared, and ferocious beasts turned to ashes. Especially during the final boss fight, Yiming charged out from the brilliance of thunder and shattered the arm of the Death Knight with a single punch. So cool and powerful. At that moment, many people were screaming non-stop. So everyone was curious, would the principal actually invite Yiming back? However, before any conclusion was reached, the group was muted. The leadership stated that discussing anything about Yiming was not allowed. Xu Ziming had no choice but to put down his phone in frustration. Next to him, Su Jing posted on her moments and quickly received a bunch of likes and comments. Someone privately messaged her asking if she knew Yiming and could provide his contact information, but Su Jing refused them all. Some people sarcastically said that this is just a newly established guild, without even a formal name, who knows how long it will last. Su Jing sneered coldly and fired back with a flurry of words. But speaking of the name, it seems the guild leader really hasn't mentioned it. Guild leader, what's the name of our guild? While Chi Yin was busy collecting natural treasures, he froze for a moment, suddenly realizing he hadn't come up with a name yet. He had been preoccupied with searching for treasures these past 2 days. However, Chi Yin was terrible at naming things. After pondering for a long while, he said, how about using Yiming's name as the guild name? Su Jing stuck out her tongue. That's so weird. Although there were indeed guilds named after people, like Flying Eagle, it was said that the founding guild leader was named Flying Eagle, and after struggling to come up with a name that wasn't already taken or sounded bad, he finally gave up in frustration and just used his own name. Then give me some advice? I really can't think of anything. Xu Ziming raised his hand. How about calling it Flying Dragon? Qian shook his head. No, it clashes with someone else's Flying Eagle. Su Jing also raised her hand. Call it Wandao Alliance. I've been reading a novel recently, and the biggest villainous organization in it is called Wandao Alliance. Qian glanced at her. Where did this ancient-style gentleman come from? And why is he the villain? We act upright and proper, legally and compliantly. How could we be the villains? So lively here. What are you all talking about? Where's Yiming? Zhou Qi walked in, carrying a large bag filled with rare treasures he had taken from the law enforcement hall. Why are you here so early? Didn't you say the spiritual plants would take another 6 months? The ownership of the secret realm, my friend, this is a big deal. When I went to get the rare treasures, many high-ranking officials were watching me, reminding me to make sure to get along well with Yiming. Alright, give me the stuff. Yiming has gone upstairs to rest. If there's anything, wait until he wakes up to discuss it. Of course, if you're bored, you can also chat with them about what the guild name should be. After saying this, Qian carried a large pile of treasures upstairs, glancing at the treasures Zhou Qi had brought along as he walked, and then clicked his tongue. Having the backing of a national-level agency is indeed advantageous. The rare materials Zhou Qi brought were all top-notch, far better than what he had painstakingly gathered from various places. Moreover, he even brought immature spiritual plants. Clearly, the enforcement hall had spared no expense to build a good relationship with Yiming. However, this is also reasonable and worth doing. The value a secret realm can create is virtually limitless. For example, after Yiming cleared the new secret realm, he gained the right to rewrite its rules. For instance, if the original rule was that one couldn't exit the secret realm after entering, Yiming could change it to allow exits. This change in the rule greatly improved the survival rate of those exploring the secret realm. Moreover, it also facilitated researchers in conducting detailed studies on abyssal beasts, ensuring safety while accelerating progress. Studying a bit more can significantly improve the survival rate of the troops stationed in the Abyss Enforcement Hall. You must know that all current knowledge about the abyssal beasts was brought out of the abyss at the risk of previous explorers' lives. Those few pages of precautions have now been expanded into books with hundreds of pages. The manpower and resources consumed in this process are immeasurable. Even so, humanity's exploration of the abyss is still less than 1%. Now, with Yiming clearing the secret realm, the researchers no longer have to risk their lives and can safely focus on research and experimentation. More importantly, everything produced within the secret realm belongs entirely to Yiming. The items dropped by the abyssal beasts are extremely rare and priceless in the market. When these dropped items are processed into equipment and weapons, their value becomes astonishing. It's no exaggeration to say that Yiming now owns a gold mine. Therefore, in order to impress Yiming, what are heavenly treasures and earthly materials worth? The high-ranking officials of the law enforcement hall all understand that if Yiming wants the stars, they would send someone to seize them. But it turns out he only wants heavenly treasures and earthly materials. When the higher-ups learned of this, their hands trembled slightly as they nervously asked Zhou Qi whether Yiming was unwilling to cooperate with the law enforcement hall. Otherwise, why would he only ask for heavenly treasures and earthly materials? Shouldn't he make more demands? Zhou Qi thought to himself, perhaps Yiming hasn't realized it yet. Qian brought the heavenly treasures into Yiming's room and saw that he had already woken up, carefully studying a stalk of heavenly spirit grass to brew into tea. This bag was brought by Zhou Qi from the law enforcement hall, and this one is my special reward for you, our great hero. Seeing him holding 2 large bags of items, Yiming's eyes immediately lit up. So much. Yiming excitedly hopped and ran forward, the rich spiritual energy making his whole body feel comfortable and his mind much clearer. It's all for you. I'm leaving now. Yiming opened the bag, and a surge of intense spiritual energy rushed to his head, instantly dispelling much of his fatigue. They're all top-notch treasures. especially the package sent by the law enforcement hall, which, apart from the treasures specifically requested by Yi Ming, also contained many apple-like fruits, fresh as if they had just been picked from the tree, with some still glistening with dewdrops. Yi Ming casually picked one up and took a bite. On the other side, Shi Yin had just reached the staircase when he heard intense voices coming from the living room. I am the principal of number 1 high school. Yi Ming is a student at my school, practically like my own child. Expelling him was just meant to teach him a lesson, so he wouldn't act so recklessly. Now that a few days have passed, he should have figured things out. Let him come back to school with me. Chu Ziming angrily retorted on the mic, get lost. Your kid? Ha! Stop pretending. If you want to fight for the secret realm's ownership, just say it outright. Don't use excuses to disgust people. Chu Ziming, don't go too far. Without our school, do you think you could have joined the Flying Eagle Guild? You're brainless too, joining the Flying Eagle Guild only to leave and join such a trash guild. You're just like Yi Ming, both of you are worthless fools. Shut up. I joined the Flying Eagle Guild with my own strength. What the hell does the school count for? Stop trying to glorify yourselves. Yin walked up behind them, signaling Chu Ziming and Su Jing to step back a little. He was worried that if they didn't intervene, the three of them would start fighting. In this situation, it had to be him, the guild leader, to step forward and resolve it. The principal saw Yin and sized him up. You're the guild leader, right? Bring Yi Ming out. He's a student at our school, and I absolutely won't allow him to join your guild. Of course, if you're willing to change the guild to affiliate it to Ijon, I can accept that too. You son of a. Yin was so furious he couldn't even smile. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to slap him, but Chu Ziming and Su Jing quickly grabbed Yin from both sides, desperately urging him to calm down. Calm down? How could he possibly calm down? He really wanted to beat this idiot to death. Yi Ming was persuaded to quit by you, and you were happy about it. Now that he has the ownership of the secret realm, you're regretting it? How shameless can you be? Still acting all high and mighty, damn it, who are you pretending for? The principal could see that the group was about to lose control. He had originally planned to use forceful measures to take Yi Ming away, even if it meant dragging him back to the school. But with the inspector from the law enforcement hall standing nearby, he hesitated. It's not about being afraid of losing the fight, but the patrol officer is backed by the law enforcement hall. Injuring someone could easily trigger a chain reaction, and if it involves a criminal officer, it would be a huge problem and not worth the trouble. However, the principal was reluctant to give up. Everyone had seen Su Cheng's performance, it was terrible. Although the head of the Su family hadn't said anything, the principal understood that he probably didn't want to continue investing in the school. If Yi Ming could return, everything would be negotiable. If Yi Ming doesn't come back, he'll have to pay out of his own pocket. This made the principal very unwilling. At this moment, his heart was filled with regret. If he had known earlier, he shouldn't have persuaded Yi Ming to drop out. Who could have predicted he would achieve the first clear? Unfortunately, there's no medicine for regret in this world. The principal looked at the few people in the field, all of whom were lower level than himself, including that inspector who was only level 20. A bold idea suddenly emerged. Why not just do it here, rob them? To be honest, when this thought first came up, even the principal himself was startled. It was too bold. But the possibility of success exists. After all, there have been disputes over ownership before. The inspector didn't intervene at the time, which means this matter isn't a big deal. The principal convinced himself that he had the strength on his side, could fight, and the inspector might not interfere. Even if they did. He had lived for over 40 years and had connections. As long as it didn't attract the enforcer, he could completely suppress this matter. Moreover, seeing that the inspector was young, it was estimated that they had just entered the profession not long ago and probably didn't know any enforcers. After all, enforcers were a special profession, not something one could encounter casually. The more he thought about it, the more confident he became. The principal suddenly stomped his foot, and a powerful oppressive force instantly spread out, suffocating everyone as if Mount Tai were pressing down on them. The lowest-ranked Chu Ziming and Su Jing immediately had blood spurting from their nostrils, and their vision darkened. Shi Yin's face turned pale as he glared angrily at the principal. Zhou Qi, who was beside him, was also stunned. With an inspector present, the principal actually dared to do such a thing. If it weren't for him being there, this principal B was practically ready to start robbing outright. Zhou Qi immediately pulled out his phone to call for backup. No, directly called a criminal officer. Damn it, this principal B has to be taken down. Head, don't say I'm bullying you. I'm just giving you a lesson. The principal muttered under his breath, as if comforting himself. He secretly rejoiced in his heart. Sure enough, it worked. His strength was indeed remarkable. He could actually suppress these few people. It might even put them to death. UF *****ing. Yin wished he had prepared a few more spiritual treasures or equipment. These days, he had been so busy buying rare materials that he hadn't made much preparation. Suddenly, steady footsteps came from the stairs. The principal saw the visitor and immediately broke into a smile. Yi Ming. Yi Ming remained expressionless and raised his hand to lightly tap the principal in the air. Water repelling technique. The principal's smile froze instantly. A mouthful of fresh blood surged into his mouth, but it was blocked by an invisible force, neither able to be spat out nor swallowed. The blood in his entire body began to flow in reverse. His face turned purple in an instant, and his head seemed to swell faintly. Cough, help. The principal mumbled weakly, his voice faint. He didn't even understand what was happening, only felt as if an invisible giant hand was gripping him tightly, desperately squeezing. Blood rushed madly to his brain, as if it were about to explode at any moment. Yi Ming, this guy is too sinister. What kind of bizarre skill is this? Yi Ming, stop it. A furious roar came from the entrance, and Yi Ming looked up to see that it was an acquaintance, Zhao Jiancheng. He was a relative of the principal, and Yi Ming had met him when he first arrived. As a fellow physical training teacher, Chu Ziming knew him. Upon seeing him appear, Chu Ziming instinctively stepped back 2 paces. Zhao Jiancheng often found excuses to punish students physically, leaving Chu Ziming with psychological trauma. Qin didn't recognize Zhao Jiancheng and glanced at Zhou Qi, thinking he was a criminal officer called by Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi shook his head and said the person he called was still on the way, only to hear Zhao Jiancheng standing at the door roaring angrily, "Yi Ming, are you out of your mind? How dare you lay a hand on the principal? You beast!" Seeing Zhao Jiancheng arrive, the principal's face turned even more purple with excitement. "Save me, save me!" Yi Ming cast a cold glance at Zhao Jiancheng, causing Zhao Jiancheng to shiver instantly, as if he were being stared at by a fierce beast, sending chills down his spine. At the same time, he also realized something unusual. What level is Yi Ming now? How could he possibly reduce the level 27 principal to such a state? Zhao Jiancheng glanced at Yi Ming, then at the controlled principal, and after less than 3 seconds of thought, turned around and bolted. His voice came from afar, "UF ****ing wait for me." The principal was dumbfounded, his eyes almost popping out. "Zhao Jiancheng, UF ****ing beast." The principal's face instantly turned purple and red. He had never expected Zhao Jiancheng to be this kind of person. He secretly vowed to dock his pay when he returned and fire all the Zhao family members. Yi Ming walked over, and the inspector beside him also put down his phone. The principal knew they would definitely send him to the law enforcement hall. However, he wouldn't face severe punishment. He had only used pressure to teach Qin and the others a lesson, which caused Chu Ziming and Su Jing to have nosebleeds. Now that the pressure had dissipated, even if the inspector wanted to convict him, there wouldn't be enough evidence. What's more, he hadn't touched Yi Ming at all. On the contrary, it was Yi Ming who made the first move. He could even use this incident to stir up some hype and suppress Yi Ming with public opinion pressure. Even if Yi Ming obtained the ownership of the secret realm, so what? The public won't like someone who is completely uncultured. With his years of networking and maneuvering, the worst outcome would just be losing the position of principal. After all, he's been embezzling for so many years, it's about time to step into the background. The principal can accept this outcome. Although there were some unexpected incidents, overall, it's still bearable. It's just that this unexpected incident was particularly humiliating. How could someone at level 27 like him end up being messed up by Yi Ming? It's utterly infuriating. Once he leaves, he must make Yi Ming pay the price. No, he wanted Yi Ming to experience the taste of living a life worse than death. The principal calculated everything in his mind, opened his eyes, and fury burned within them. "Yi Ming, you'd better pray you can hold on to the ownership of the secret realm. As your elder, I remind you, from now on, you'd better sleep with one eye open, standing guard, or else." Before he could finish speaking, the principal suddenly felt the world spinning before his eyes, followed by a crimson red enveloping him. Just before losing consciousness completely, he saw Yi Ming standing at the door, dragging Zhao Jiancheng, whose life or death was uncertain, in his hand. Yi Ming said expressionlessly, "Still dare to threaten me? When did he come out? Why didn't I feel anything at all?" But the principals will never know this. Bright red and darkness devoured him completely. Zhao Jiancheng suddenly woke up from his coma, only to see a blood-red water sphere, as tall as a person, floating about a meter away. The water sphere was tightly compressed by an invisible force, with faintly visible fragments of bones and strands of hair inside. Just moments ago, the only one floating here was the principal, so the identity of this water sphere was self-evident. Principal. Zhao Jiancheng was completely immobilized, his spine and bones shattered under Yi Ming's foot. It was Yi Ming who had dragged him back here. He could only roar in rage, venting the agony within. Yi Ming silenced him with a single punch. Too noisy. As his fist landed, Yi Ming looked up to see Chu Ziming and Su Jing, their faces pale as they clung to trash bins, vomiting uncontrollably. That water balloon earlier? It really was the principal. He had been blown apart from the inside out. Had the setting been more appropriate, Yi Ming might have added another corpse explosion, reducing the principal to ashes. But considering that the explosion would also destroy this villa, he refrained. Though the principal was already dead, the stench of blood permeated the air. Coupled with the fact that Chu Ziming and Su Jing had witnessed the gruesome scene with their own eyes, it was remarkable they hadn't fainted on the spot. Qin quickly urged the two to leave with their trash bins. Even Qin and Zhou Qi's faces were somewhat pale. On one hand, the explosion was truly horrifying, even startling Zhou Qi, a seasoned inspector. On the other hand, it was their first time witnessing Yiming in action so closely. When they saw him coldly crush Zhao Jianqing's spine with a single kick, both of them felt a faint ache in their own backs. Watching Yiming through live streams, separated by a screen, they could only marvel, impressive, man. But now, seeing his methods laid bare before them, they could only blurt out, damn, that's seriously impressive. From controlling the principal, to Zhao Jianqing's threats, to Yiming shattering Zhao's spine with a single kick, dragging him back, and finally killing the principal, it all happened in under half a minute. Is this even human? Xiyin couldn't help but wonder if Yiming was some sort of top-tier beast in human form, prowling among mortals. Physically overwhelming, armed with bizarre abilities, silent but merciless. Zhou Qi felt fortunate that Yiming held a positive view of the law enforcement hall. He didn't even dare to imagine what would happen if Yiming were their enemy. Why are you staring at me? Where's the person you called? Yiming glanced at them. Oh, they're almost here, almost here. Zhou Qi quickly urged for haste. Yiming had initially planned to kill both individuals. However, considering Zhao Jianqing's close relationship with the principal, Yiming figured he could extract valuable information from him, so he decided to spare his life. I'm truly kind, Yiming mocked himself internally. Soon, the law enforcement officer Zhou Qi had summoned arrived. He was a man about Zhou Qi's age, introducing himself with a serious and stern demeanor as Ling Feng. Ling Feng was efficient. As soon as he arrived, he began questioning the sequence of events. Xiyin directly pulled up surveillance footage for him to review. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi, being an eyewitness, briefly recounted the context and details. After reviewing everything, Ling Feng casually glanced at the basin of blood nearby. Yiming was too annoyed to keep using his abilities to clean it up, so he found a basin to store it. The blood had already started to separate into layers, with teeth, bone fragments, strands of hair, and even tiny particles that appeared to be kidney stones floating within. The thought that this was once a living person made Ling Feng's expression grow heavy, almost to the point of losing composure. As Zhou Qi's friend, he had long heard about Yiming's deeds. Back then, when Zhou Qi added Yiming's information to the personnel list for the Abyss cleanup mission, he had taken notice. At that time, Yiming was only level 4, yet Zhou Qi praised him highly, especially for his lightning attribute skills. The hall housed tens of thousands of existing skills, but none could compare to Yiming's. For someone at such a low level to possess such an incredible and powerful skill was simply beyond reason. Soon, Yiming's name spread throughout the hall. For this new Secret Realm livestream, a few employees went to watch it on site. Their reaction throughout the entire process was, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, huh? Yiming's performance was simply beyond what a human could achieve. Being under level 10 and able to instantly kill the Sewage Wraith and brutally defeat the Death Knight, this is not something an ordinary person could accomplish. After those employees returned, they exaggerated their descriptions, and with Zhou Qi's affirmation, everyone suddenly wanted to see this genius for themselves. Everyone regretted it, thinking, damn it, if only they'd known earlier, they should have gone to take a look. They were absolutely filled with regret. Later, Zhou Qi received a task to bring rare treasures to find Yiming, and a large group of bored employees clamored to go alone. After all, it was Yiming. How many times in a lifetime can one encounter such a genius? Unfortunately, they couldn't go, and could only stand at the entrance of the law enforcement hall, tearfully watching Zhou Qi leave. They even demanded Zhou Qi to resign and leave immediately if the negotiation failed. Ling Feng shouted the loudest, startling even the passing residents. Afterward, Zhou Qi asked in the group chat if there were any enforcers near the guild residential area, and Ling Feng was the first to jump in, saying, I'll go, no one else fight me for this. Upon arriving at the scene, Ling Feng immediately realized he had come to the right place. A cup of tea brewed with heavenly spirit grass was handed to him, and Yiming's strikingly handsome face appeared right in front of him. I'm Yiming. Buddy, sorry about that, I might have gone a bit overboard and caused you some trouble at work. You saw it in the video. These two had just threatened me. I couldn't let a danger walk away, so I killed one and crippled the other. Just follow the procedure and handle it however it should be handled. Ling Feng suppressed the twitch at the corner of his mouth and took a sip of tea. Ahem, sure thing. Ahem, don't worry, the law enforcement hall definitely won't punish you. Ling Feng's tone was firm and full of confidence. Yiming's actions at most could be considered excessive self-defense. After all, it was the principal and Zhao Jianqing who provoked him first. Nowadays is the era of awakening, where everyone practices martial arts, and fights occur dozens of times every day. As long as no serious injuries are caused, they are generally not interfered with. If you provoke others, you must be prepared to get beaten. Even if Yiming beat the principal to death, it would only be considered the principal's bad luck, and the enforcers would still have to intervene and investigate. To dare threaten someone in front of a patrol officer, and that someone is Yiming no less, old dang, you're truly bold. What's more, Yiming now holds an extraordinary status, possessing the ownership of a secret realm, boasting formidable strength, and being one of the members of the Abyss cleanup task. To put it bluntly, isn't he one of our own? The law enforcement hall naturally has to protect him. Of course, there was also Ling Feng's personal motive in this. He held a cup of tea brewed with heavenly spirit grass. He had no idea where Yiming had gotten such top-quality heavenly spirit grass, as the tea brewed from it had not the slightest hint of bitterness. The aftertaste was endless, leaving one refreshed and invigorated, as if the spiritual energy within the body flowed much more smoothly. This stuff was definitely not cheap. Since Yiming was willing to share it, not protecting him would be downright foolish. Mr. Yiming, please rest assured, the law enforcement hall takes this matter very seriously. The criminal officer will work with the inspector to thoroughly investigate number 1 high school and ensure you receive a satisfactory response. Yiming nodded, thank you for your hard work. Lung Feng also nodded, finished his tea in one gulp, then tied up Zhao Jiancheng, secured him at the door, and contacted his colleagues to come and take him away. Afterward, he sat back in front of Yiming, his expression serious. Mr. Yiming, my visit this time is not only to handle this matter but also to address another task regarding the ownership of your secret realm. Shi Yin took over the conversation and placed an agreement on the table. It was something he had prepared in advance, detailing changes to the rules of the secret realm, resource extraction, profit distribution, and other related matters. He also sent an electronic version to Yiming, who proposed several amendments. After weighing them, Shi Yin accepted all of them. Lang Feng picked up the agreement and flipped through it, finding the content detailed and clear. Although the guild's share of the profits was relatively large, considering the guild was just starting out and indeed needed funding, Lang Feng felt it was acceptable. The law enforcement hall was truly concerned about the bizarre and ferocious beasts in the secret realm, whose research value could not be measured in monetary terms. The agreement also explicitly stated that the researchers from the law enforcement hall would receive full support. It was particularly emphasized that the researchers were from the law enforcement hall, with a clear implication that no one else was allowed to interfere. Lang Feng had only 2 words in his mind, win-win. Next came some inquiries and confirmations about certain details. Shi Yin answered confidently, while Yiming sipped tea on the side, occasionally adding his input. Shi Yin felt he could handle such matters entirely on his own. After all, he was already the guild leader, and not doing anything always made him feel useless. Unexpectedly, every one of Yiming's additions hit the nail on the head. After a round of discussion, Shi Yin actually felt he had gained a lot. Damn, how is this man so capable, knowing everything? After the conversation, Lang Feng and Zhou Qi stood up to take their leave. Yiming took out some Tianling grass that he had ripened himself and gave it to Lang Feng. He had picked a large batch during his last trip to the Ice Lake secret realm, but the guild couldn't store it all, so he used the wood cultivation technique to ripen it. The results were good, and he decided to give some to them. After all, this stuff wasn't valuable to him, and gifting it to the law enforcement hall could earn him some goodwill, definitely worth it. Lang Feng was moved to tears. Although Tianling grass is common, it is quite expensive. Using it to brew tea is already considered a luxury, and now he was even gifted a whole package. Lang Feng was so touched he was about to cry, but Zhou Qi kicked him away. Don't forget to take the blood basin with you. It can still be tested. Shi Yin shouted. You brat! I'm a guest. It's bad enough you don't see me off when I leave, but now you want me to take out the trash too? Zhou Qi grumbled as he picked up the basin and left. The villa returned to silence. Shi Yin pondered for a moment and suddenly asked, Yiming, what do you think would be a good name for our guild? Huh? Our guild doesn't have a name yet? Yiming hadn't even thought about this. Shi Yin nodded, I actually forgot about it and wanted to ask for your opinion. Xu Ziming suggested Flying Dragon, Su Jing proposed 10,000 Paths Alliance, and I think we should use your name as the guild name. What do you think? Do I have to choose from these 3? You can also come up with another name. Yiming was clueless about naming. After thinking for a while, he eventually gave up. In his previous life, all his game IDs were the same. Expecting him to come up with a good name was less reliable than searching online. Let's call it the Myriad Alliance. Yiming simply gave up thinking. All right. After everything was settled, Yiming went upstairs. He was only level 10 now, having just unlocked the skill tree, and hadn't had the chance to examine it carefully. Over here, Shi Yin continued to busy himself with handling guild affairs. With Yiming securing the first clear of the secret realm, his fame skyrocketed, and the guild's backend was almost flooded with membership applications. Various task requests also came pouring in, hoping the guild could send someone to help solve problems, just like the randomly refreshed guild quests in the game. Shi Yin flipped through 2 or 3 pages but still couldn't reach the end. There had never been this many tasks before. Yiming was practically like a lucky charm. Everything started pouring in as soon as he arrived. While Shi Yin carefully filtered through the tasks, upstairs, Yiming was munching on a piece of fruit. Current host level, 10. You can draw a skill once. Extracted skill, Indestructible Divine Navel. Ancient Spirit Platform, Soul Shakes All Directions. Soul Hardness Enhanced, Immune to all mental damage, and others will instinctively feel fear when they see you. Skill tree unlocked. Yiming's gaze lingered on the description of the new skill for a moment, then he took out his phone to search for the characteristics of Abyssal Spectre-type beasts. Abyssal Spectre-type beasts are special soul entities with extremely high soul hardness. Using lightning attributes or skills targeting mental attacks can inflict damage on them. All spectre-type beasts inherently possess a passive skill that induces fear. Why they have this skill is still under research. Feel free to join the discussion group. Yiming glanced at the description of the new skill, then looked at the content on his phone, a question popping into his mind. This skill looks so familiar, doesn't it? However, he gained the ability to be immune to all mental damage, which is quite nice. Not only would he not be affected by fear, but if he encountered the attacks of a Death Knight again, he could resolve the battle even faster. He still remembered the inexplicable fear that surged up when he fought the Death Knight. Although it wasn't a major threat, it made him very uncomfortable, as if his hands and feet were bound. Fortunately, the Death Knight was relatively fragile. If he had encountered one with a tougher build, combined with mental attacks, Yiming might have been in real danger. Now this danger is completely gone. In a sense, the current Yiming is even more terrifying than those strange beasts. Yiming's gaze shifted to the newly unlocked skill tree. As he expected, there were additional entries that needed to be unlocked one by one using skill points. Unlocking the first entry requires 1 skill point, followed by 5, 10, 15. This price is way too high. He only has 30 skill points right now. However, one entry in Soulquake all around caught his attention. Danger perception. When someone calls your name with intense negative emotions, you will sense it but cannot identify who it is. Unlock cost, 5. Yiming's gaze swept over the description, and a phrase he had heard in his previous life suddenly surfaced in his mind. Every word spoken will inevitably be known. The literal meaning is just that. For certain high-level existences, such as outer gods, once you mention them, record, or spread related remarks, you will attract their attention, and such attention is often accompanied by disaster and destruction. Obviously, this skill is not that overpowered, as there is a prerequisite: it must involve strong negative emotions, and it can only sense that someone is speaking ill of you, without knowing exactly who it is. However, in this context, this skill is already astonishing enough. Anyway, he only knows a few people right now, so if he senses someone badmouthing him behind his back, he can immediately confront them to settle the score. Unlock. Yiming first spent 1 skill point to unlock the first entry, Soul Hardness Enhancement, and then continued to unlock the second entry, Danger Perception. There are still entries to be unlocked later, such as Enhanced Danger Perception Sensitivity, which requires 10 skill points. He only has 24 skill points on hand. Took a look at the situation of other skill trees. Yiming's gaze swept over the other options and finally settled on the skill lines of 9 Apertures Enlightened and Wood Nourishing Technique. 9 Apertures Enlightened, Reaction Ability Enhancement, costs 1 skill point, Spiritual Energy Utilization Rate Improvement, costs 5 skill points, all skill spiritual energy consumption reduced by 20%, costs 10 skill points. Wood Nourishing Technique, Increased Affinity with Plants, costs 1 skill point, Reduced spiritual energy required to nourish spiritual plants, costs 5 skill points, Chance to cultivate mutated spiritual plants, costs 10 skill points. Yiming withdrew his gaze and casually glanced at the other skills. Crushing Force, Physical Strength Enhancement, costs 1 skill point, can cause shockwave effect during attacks, costs 5 skill points. Palm Thunder, Damage Range Expanded, costs 1 skill point, can simultaneously draw 3 Thunder Talismans, costs 5 skill points. Water Evasion Technique, Control Range Over Water Expanded, costs 1 skill point, ignores opponent's resistance during control, costs 5 skill points. Corpse Explosion, if the explosion hits other corpses, it can trigger a chain reaction, costs 1 skill point, generating a cloud of poison on the spot that continuously pollutes the environment, costs 5 skill points. Yiming's gaze swept over these options, secretly sighing to himself. I really wish I could max out every single one. Fortunately, the rare materials needed for upgrades are not lacking at the moment. Yiming planned to use up the skill points he had on hand first. He first maxed out the first 3 entries of 9 Apertures Enlightened, as this is a fundamental improvement and the most cost-effective. After finishing, he still had 8 skill points left. After some thought, since he was planning to do a major cleanup in the Abyss soon, he decided to allocate points to the 2 entries of Palm Thunder first. 2 skill points remained. Finally, he selected the first entries of Collapse Force and Corpse Explosion, using up all his skill points. His body clearly felt a sense of relief, and the spiritual energy from the fruit he had just finished eating was quickly absorbed by his body. He didn't even need to meditate, simply lying down was enough to fully digest the spiritual energy. 9 Apertures Enlightened truly lives up to its reputation. Yiming picked out a few small and exquisite heavenly treasures, planning to make soup with them like last time. As for the remaining ones that were particularly large or fragmented, he decided to find time to soak them in the bathtub. It's a pity that these rare treasures of nature need to be boiled in hot water to activate their medicinal properties. If only they could be eaten directly like fruits, the absorption rate would be much faster. He stopped overthinking and went downstairs with the rare treasures. He happened to see Chi-Yin frowning while tapping on his phone, seemingly annoyed by some particularly neurotic messages from the other side. The sound of Chi-Yin tapping the screen grew louder and louder. This wasn't his responsibility anyway. Yiming found a clay pot, cleaned it, poured in some water, placed the rare treasures inside, covered it with a lid, and turned on the stove. Alright, let it simmer. Just a few steps forward, Yiming suddenly heard an angry female voice shouting in his ear, "Yiming, why the hell don't you just die?" Yiming's body froze mid-step. Well, someone was actually cursing him. Inside the villa, there were only Yiming and Qiyin. It was absolutely impossible for there to be a third person, let alone a woman. This must be his skill, danger perception, at work. Yiming rubbed his chin, running through the possibilities. Among the women he knew, one was Su Jing, who could be ruled out immediately, leaving only Lu Jiao. As for other women farther away, they weren't considered because the voice sounded increasingly familiar. Though slightly indistinct, it truly resembled Lu Jiao. She's actually cursing him? Yiming's curiosity was piqued. He decided to go and check it out himself. If there was an issue, he'd deal with her on the spot. He didn't like allowing potential threats to grow unchecked. Even if they didn't seem harmful now, who could guarantee she wouldn't stab him in the back someday? Since the natural treasures in the kitchen still needed some time to cook, Yiming first informed Qiyin, asking him to keep an eye on things. He reminded Qiyin not to get so caught up in chatting that he accidentally blew up the kitchen. Qiyin even set an alarm as a precaution. Yiming walked out of the guild residential area, stood at the crossroads, and dialed Uncle Wang's number, whom he hadn't contacted in a long time. Uncle Wang, his former landlord. Actually, it hadn't been that long, it was just that Yiming had been so busy these past few days that time felt stretched. "Hello, Uncle Wang, it's me, Yiming. Hey, kid, you still remember me?" Uncle Wang's deep voice reached Yiming's ears. Though it carried a hint of questioning, it couldn't hide his joy. He would often check in on Yiming, especially after the last time he gave him a ride home and saw him carrying a pile of rare treasures. He couldn't help but worry whether Yiming might become a target. Later, when he heard about the first clear of the new secret realm, he went to investigate and found out that Yiming was the one who achieved it. Overjoyed, he opened a good bottle of wine to celebrate. He had thought about inviting Yiming to drink together, but considering how many people were watching him now, Uncle Wang decided not to disturb him. Had no choice but to stand at Yiming's door with a bottle of wine and knock on the door with a bang. To be honest, Uncle Wang originally thought Yiming wouldn't bother with him anymore. After all, Yiming is now highly popular, with both strength and fame, and he must have made quite a bit of money. How could he possibly pay attention to an ordinary landlord like him? Unexpectedly, Yiming actually took the initiative to call him. "Uncle Wang, what are you laughing at? How could I possibly forget you?" Uncle Wang held an important place in the original owner's memories, having once provided financial support for schooling, waived rent, and taught many everyday matters. When Yiming took over this body, he could immediately feel the simplicity and warmth brought by Uncle Wang. One of the few good people in this world, how could he forget? "Go ahead, where should I pick you up? What do you want to do?" Uncle Wang asked with a smile. Yiming didn't hold back and said directly, "I want to find Lu Jiao." "Lu Jiao? What do you want with her?" Uncle Wang paused. "Don't tell me you want to get back together, or I'll beat you to death." "How is that possible?" Yiming responded casually. "She still owes me something, I need to get it back." This was indeed true. Lu Jiao had taken quite a bit of money from the original owner, so it was only natural for Yiming to demand it back. Uncle Wang was silent for a moment. "She came here looking for you just yesterday. She seems to be having a rough time lately, smell a bit bad, and her hair was greasy. She asked me why I wasn't renting out the old neighborhood apartments, and I just brushed her off." "Where is she now?" "Right at your house, broke in and changed the lock in the middle of the night. Now even I can't open the door." 15 minutes later, Yiming arrived in front of his house. TSK. He felt that the house had been made a complete mess. Yiming's face darkened. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he had encountered such a shameless woman, and he couldn't help but feel some disgust. In the past, she had made the original owner bear the rent alone, and all the expenses for food, drink, and daily necessities were paid by the original owner. She was practically a giant leech. Now, she even broke into his house to sleep and had the audacity to change the lock. This was utterly revolting. Uncle Wang stood to the side. Do you need me to pick the lock?" Uncle Wang knocked on the door with a wine bottle today. Hearing some noise inside, he realized Lu Jiao had already moved in. He had thought some ferocious beast had come out of the house. It turned out, after all this fuss, it was actually Lu Jiao. Before Uncle Wang could call the police, Yiming had already called first. That worked out perfectly. Yiming shook his head and said, "Uncle Wang, I'm planning to force my way in later. There's more than one person inside, and I don't intend to live in this house anymore." Uncle Wang was momentarily stunned upon hearing there was more than one person inside, then nodded and said, "Just tear it down." Even an old man like him found it disgusting. Moreover, the people inside are unlikely to open the door voluntarily. Even if it were the law enforcement officers, they would have to forcibly demolish it. Sooner or later, it will be taken down. The only concern is whether it will affect the neighbors. Uncle Wang recalled that the houses here were bought late, the location isn't great, and there aren't many residents. It seems like there are only 6 households in the entire building, and probably everyone is out right now. "Alright, step back a bit. Uncle Wang took a few steps back and suddenly remembered something. Yiming, this door isn't like the old, shabby ones in older neighborhoods. It's a security door with 3 layers of steel plates inside. Are you sure you can break it open? Oh, then step back a bit more. Yiming compared in his mind. When he killed that Death Knight, he shattered the entire arm of the Death Knight with one punch. It wasn't a horizontal break, but starting from the palm, all the way through the wrist bone, forearm, upper arm, and finally the shoulder peak and most of the shoulder blade, all crushed with one punch. After all, the Death Knight was a level 12 beast, and the hardness of its entire arm shouldn't be any less than this security door, right? Inside the room, Lu Jiao knelt on the ground, while Lu Qingyun, the ordinary squad leader she had struggled to climb up to, sat on the bed in front of her. Lu Jiao, you did well this time. This neighborhood is quite luxurious. You actually managed to find a house to move into. The original owner won't come back, right? Lu Qingyun frowned, but after a few seconds, his body suddenly trembled. His tightly furrowed brows relaxed, and he let out a long sigh of relief. Lu Jiao swallowed what was in her mouth, a trace of distortion flashing across her face, but she quickly replaced it with a flattering smile. Don't worry, he definitely won't come back. He can live in a big villa now, so why would he care about this small house? Besides, I changed the locks. I guess the people across the hall will move out soon too. Brother Lu, just make yourself at home. Anyway, isn't Yiming's house mine? If I want you to live here, just treat it as your own home. Lu Qingyun nodded in satisfaction, pulled the quilt over his body reeking of alcohol and smoke, kicked the bedsheet twice with his shoes on, and lay down comfortably. Even if Yiming came, he wouldn't be afraid. After all, he was a level 15 powerhouse. Yiming might have the first clear of the secret realm and could defeat the Death Knight, but there was no way he could beat him. Maybe Yiming would even have to bow his head and curry favor with him. Thinking of this, the corners of Lu Qingyun's mouth couldn't help but lift. Lu Jiao leaned in to give him a massage. Lu Qingyun let out a comfortable hum and then said, "Tonight, a few of my brothers are coming to stay. Make 2 dishes. Got it, Brother Lu." Lu Jiao forced a smile and cautiously asked, "So, Brother Lu, when are we going to do guild missions again? If we don't do missions, we won't have any money." Her voice grew quieter and quieter because Lu Qingyun opened his eyes and stared straight at her. Lu Jiao forced herself to finish speaking, but she felt terrible. The debt hadn't been paid off, the collaboration with the Flying Eagle Guild had failed due to her mistake, and the team wasn't going out to complete missions. She currently didn't have a single penny. If things continued like this, she would definitely be sold to the black market or die in some remote corner. She didn't want this. Lu Qingyun glared at her. "You still have the nerve to talk? You've completely embarrassed me." Lu Ji, don't be angry. I won't say it. Lu Qingyun was already troubled by this matter. Lu Jiao wasn't attending school, and while out and about, she was still associated with their team. He had thought they could collaborate with the Flying Eagle Guild, even if they didn't secure the first clearance of the secret realm. Just working with Flying Eagle would carry some weight. With that, they could take on some easy and profitable tasks. He thought the good days were just around the corner. Who could have imagined? The members of the Flying Eagle Guild suddenly announced they would no longer cooperate, even explicitly stating there would never be any collaboration in the future. This news left Lu Qingyun utterly shocked, secretly wondering to himself, how could a healer cause such a commotion that it led the Flying Eagle Guild to completely sever ties? Thick-skinned, he sent over some gifts and finally learned the truth. During the battle in the Ice Lake secret realm, Lu Jiao had actually fled. Lu Qingyun's face instantly darkened. He despised nothing more than betrayal within a team. Now things were a mess. Because of Lu Jiao's actions, the team was directly blacklisted in the industry. With Flying Eagle unwilling to deal with them, how could any other guild possibly be willing to take them in? That night, Lu Jiao was severely reprimanded. As for why she was still in the team, it was because someone had contacted the newly established guild, Wandao Alliance, the one Yiming was part of. Since the guild was newly formed, the rules weren't that strict. Someone in the team had already privately messaged the guild leader, and it was said that the other party had responded. Someone planned to invite Yiming or the guild leader out to take care of Lu Jiao and see if they could use connections to get her out. After all, in Lu Jiao's eyes, Yiming was just an emotional, low-IQ romantic, hopelessly infatuated. And the guild leader was also a hot-headed young man. Lu Jiao was told to serve them well, and maybe something could come of it. Anyway, it wouldn't harm the team or cause any loss. But Lu Jiao was filled with resentment in her heart. The days spent with Yiming kept flashing through her mind, and she had asked herself, love? Perhaps she had loved him. After all, he was indeed a good person. But now, all that remains in her heart is hatred. Hating Yiming for not coming to find her, hating him for not rescuing her, hating him for being able to rise to the top while she could only be as humble as mud. Hating him for being so strong, yet not revealing his strength earlier. The thought of possibly having to grovel before Yiming in the future made her feel as disgusted as if she had swallowed a fly. She was already used to stepping on Yiming's head, so how could she accept having to beg him? Put more effort into it. My brothers said they're almost here. All right. Lu Jiao quickly gathered her thoughts. As soon as the words were spoken, a sudden loud noise came from the doorway, like an explosion, causing the entire building to shake slightly. The wealthy district was sparsely populated, and this startled both Lu Jiao and Lu Qingyun. Lu, brother Lu, is he your brother? Lu Qingyun immediately stood up, looked down at his phone. His brothers were still on their way, and although they acted arrogantly, they wouldn't do something like breaking down a door that would cost money. It's not them. Ha? Then who on earth is it? Go see for yourself. Lu Qingyun grabbed Lu Jiao and directly threw her out. Lu Jiao screamed as she fell to the ground in a sorry state. She lifted her head, and a pair of shoes appeared right in front of her. Looking further up, a cold man stood in the shadows, his sharp eyes strikingly distinct in black and white. It was Yi Ming. Lu Jiao inexplicably recalled the scene when she and Yi Ming met after awakening their talents. At that time, she arrogantly and wantonly insulted Yi Ming, saying he had absolutely no future, while he simply sat on the ground, completely ignoring her. Now, Lu Jiao was lying on the ground in a sorry state, while the other party had already risen to a height she could never reach. In just a few days, their statuses had become worlds apart. Yi Ming saw the fury and jealousy erupting from her eyes, along with an unwillingness to concede. He frowned, then lifted his foot and kicked out violently. If you dare glare at me like that again, be careful, or I'll dig your eyeballs out. Yi Ming considered himself someone with basic moral boundaries, but seeing Lu Jiao's expression, one that seemed intent on driving him to his death, he felt his boundaries might need some flexibility. Lu Jiao clutched her chest, curled up on the ground, staring fixedly at the floor, not daring to even glance at him. Her mind was filled with hatred and anger, but that kick just now had wiped those emotions clean. Looking at the tall figure of Yi Ming reflected on the floor, Lu Jiao felt as if her eyes were being pricked by needles. She quickly averted her gaze, tightly closed her eyes, her body still trembling uncontrollably. For some reason, just seeing Yi Ming, thinking of his appearance, filled her with an overwhelming fear. Lu Qingyun, standing at the doorway, clearly felt the imposing aura as well. Hey! Are you Yi Ming? No manners at all, barging into someone else's house and smashing the door. Are you going to pay for it or not? And you even hit my people. Don't think just because you got the first clear of the secret realm, you're in the right. Before he could finish speaking, a tall figure swiftly flashed by, sharp eyes glaring at him like a fierce ghost. The oppressive feeling seemed to solidify, pressing against his chest, making even breathing feel like a luxury. Lu Qingyun fell to the ground on his backside, his face pale and trembling uncontrollably. I took on your guild's mission. You can't kill me. Killing me will affect your guilds. These words were forced out through his clenched teeth. Yi Ming didn't believe it. With one punch, he knocked Lu Qingyun unconscious. If he were to kill Lu Qingyun now, it might easily bring down housing prices, but he had no intention of doing such a good deed. Uncle Wang, who was nearby, was on the phone with the law enforcement bureau. Yi Ming dialed Qi Yin's phone. You assigned Lu Qingyun's team a mission? Yi Ming held the ID card and phone he had just pulled out. The screen indeed showed an escort mission, with the escort target being a level 13 easily berserk Blackwood dragon. Qi Yin didn't ask how Yi Ming found out. He first unleashed a torrent of curses at Lu Qingyun's team, then explained the whole story. It turned out that this was a task issued by the law enforcement hall. The Blackwood dragon was extremely violent by nature and had injured more than a dozen people in the wild. After being captured, it became enraged and smashed the transport vehicle. Considering that the dragon bones and dragon marrow on its body were top-quality materials for crafting, it would lose its value if it died. The law enforcement hall issued the task, hoping someone could quickly escort the Blackwood dragon back. The reward was 120,000 in cash and 4 bottles of 100 milliliters spiritual liquid, with clerical staff from the law enforcement hall providing support. After Qian placed the task in the taskbar, the back end quickly showed that someone had accepted it, a team with an average level of around 11. In this regard, the guild functions similarly to an agency, providing a platform for task posting, waiting for someone to accept, and then taking a commission. Qi Yin originally thought the matter was settled. But unexpectedly, a task-snatching incident occurred. The team leader privately messaged Qi Yin backstage, saying that Lu Qingyun's squad had snatched his task online and used their higher level to beat him. He said this wasn't the first time it had happened. It had occurred before, but Lu Qingyun had always been on good terms with the Flying Eagle Guild, so they didn't dare to speak out. Now that Lu Qingyun had been kicked out of the Flying Eagle Guild, he decided to inform Qi Yin. At the same time, he reminded Qi Yin that Lu Qingyun and his team were just slackers when taking on tasks and wouldn't take them seriously, so he should be extra cautious. If Lu Qingyun and his team messed things up, it would be his guild that suffered. Right after, Qi Yin saw someone from Lu Qingyun's squad send him a message. The tone was arrogant and smug, even demanding Qi Yin to give more rewards, with words full of disdain for his youth. Can this be tolerated? Qi Yin immediately fired back with a barrage of words, starting to argue with the other person. This heated exchange left Qi Yin flushed and agitated when Yi Ming came downstairs and saw him. Oh, so that's what happened. Yi Ming glanced at the unconscious Lu Qingyun. Did you just say that the dragon bones and marrow of the Blackwood dragon are top-tier materials for crafting? Yes, extremely valuable. They could be the highlight of an auction. Moreover, that thing can regenerate, so the law enforcement hall wants to retrieve it as soon as possible to prevent others from snatching it. Chi knew quite a bit about ferocious beasts. The Blackwood dragon, for instance, was described in textbooks as having a violent temperament. If encountered, one should flee immediately. But Chi was aware that the dragon bones and marrow of the Blackwood dragon were anything but ordinary. Yiming was more concerned about another fact. We're now in the same boat as the Department of Enforcement. What's theirs is mine, isn't it? Keel and dragon marrow, never seen such good stuff before. It's about time to check it out. I'll take this task. When does it start? Ha? Oh, alright, tonight at 7. The Blackwood dragon will be slightly weaker then. When are you heading out? I'll drive to pick you up. Yiming glanced at his Uncle Wang, who was standing aside watching him. Just send me the address. Alright, hanging up. Sheen had to handle everything inside and outside the guild alone, so there was no need for him to make a special trip, especially since Uncle Wang also had a car. Uncle Wang, I remember you have a car, right? Of course, didn't you just ride in it a few days ago? Already forgot? Hey, I need to go somewhere later. I'll have to trouble you to give me a ride. Ah, it's no big deal. Just let me know if you need anything. I'm free every day anyway. Yiming smiled and suddenly noticed Lu Qingyun's phone vibrating a few times. It was a message from his teammate, saying they had encountered people from the law enforcement hall on the way and asked if something had happened. Uncle Wang was stunned. Since when did the people from the law enforcement hall arrive so quickly? Last time, when a strange ferocious beast appeared in the old neighborhood, we called and waited for about 10 minutes. This time, they arrived in less than 5 minutes. Yiming shrugged, not knowing. But he quickly typed on his phone, it's none of our business, hurry up, there's something good. Lin Peng, is it really none of our business? I saw the inspector heading toward our building. Jiang Chaoyu, what exactly is the good stuff? Boss, give us a hint. Lu Qingyun, pick up the pace, why are you dawdling? Lu Qingyun, I'll give you 3 minutes. If you don't bring me something good, I'll take it myself. Jiang Chaoyu, no way. What exactly is this good stuff? Boss, why are you keeping it from us? Did you kill a few more people? Or snatch someone's spoils? Boss, say something. Yiming chuckled, surprised that casual chatting had actually revealed something extraordinary. Uncle Wang looked at Yiming with a peculiar expression, realizing that a few words of conversation had uncovered other secrets. Wasn't this kid dull and clumsy before? When did he become so impressive? I used to think he was just a bit clever, but now it seems like he's completely changed, as if he got a new chip. Uncle Wang looked him up and down. You're Yiming, right? Yiming? It's me. His face remained unchanged, but his heart skipped a beat. Could old Dang have noticed something? No, why would he panic? He hadn't done anything wrong. Just then, the clock on the wall pointed to 6:30. 4 people suddenly emerged from the edge of the damaged wall, all of them Lu Qingyun's teammates. The youngest rushed to the front like a charging bull, his teammates unable to hold him back. He dashed up to Yiming with an eager expression. Boss, hurry up and tell us, what exactly is the good stuff? Yiming looked up and revealed what he believed to be a gentle smile. Jiang Chaoyu's anticipation froze instantly, and the entire room seemed to come to a standstill. Good stuff, here it comes. The other 3, seeing the situation turn unfavorable, were about to turn and flee when they suddenly found 5 inspectors standing behind them. The inspectors were momentarily stunned, clearly not expecting these sneaky individuals to be heading to the same place as them. Judging by their panicked expressions and shifty eyes, they were clearly not easy characters to deal with. Thinking again, isn't this a great opportunity delivered right to the door? The 5 immediately let out a chilling hee-hee laugh, rushed forward, and quickly subdued the 3. Turning to look inside the room, there was 1 woman and 3 men. The one who fought back was somewhat famous, Yiming. 2nd brother. 3rd brother. 4th brother. Jiang Chaoyu glared angrily, suddenly turned back to stare at Yiming, and fiercely wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. You dare impersonate my boss. Today, even if I die, I'll take you down with me. 2nd brother Lin Peng hurriedly stopped him. Don't be impulsive. You're no match for him at all. Before he could finish speaking, the inspector covered his head with a piece of clothing. 2nd brother. Jiang Chaoyu struggled desperately, his right hand transforming into a claw as it lunged straight for Yiming's eyes. The move was executed at a tricky and vicious angle. If successful, his left hand could take the opportunity to twist Yiming's neck. Jiang Chaoyu had mediocre talent and a weak constitution, but with this insidious and ruthless attack style, he had earned a fierce reputation in the village. He didn't dare venture into the secret realm to hunt ferocious beasts, so he relied on these tactics to rob and steal. After arriving in Hongfeng City, he felt like a rootless duckweed, until he met Lu Qingyun and joined the team, finally finding a sense of belonging. Later, Lu Qingyun took him out to eat, drink, and have fun. Through numerous actions, he led the team to escape from death using cunning methods, and his bond with his brothers grew increasingly deep. It could be said that Lu Qingyun and the others were closer to him than his biological parents. Now, he had been harmed to such a state by the man before him. The boss's fate was uncertain, the brothers had been captured by the patrol officers, and even the boss's beloved woman was curled up on the ground, disheveled and trembling all over. Beast, I will definitely avenge them. Lin Peng heard Jiang Chaoyu's roar, and his heart tightened. With his head covered by clothing, he couldn't see outside and could only hear the sound of fists and feet clashing in the air. Jiang Chaoyu's physical condition is average. How could he possibly beat Yiming? No, he definitely can. That kid is the most talented person he has ever seen. His most skilled hook can punch a hole in a steel plate. He will definitely win. Yiming's expression remained calm as he blocked Jiang Chaoyu's hook with a knife hand, quickly closed the distance, drove his elbow fiercely into the chest, and delivered a whip kick straight to the liver. Splurt! With explosive power, Yiming's fists and kicks carried a terrifying force. Jiang Chaoyu spat blood and fell to the ground, limp and powerless like a noodle with its string cut. Yiming remained silent for a moment. This kid was weaker than he had expected. Just moments ago, he was shouting loudly as if relying on some bond or courage to charge forward, but he was subdued in just 3 moves. Yiming didn't even use his full strength. Uncle Wang on the side was so excited that his blood was boiling. He hadn't expected this kid to be so formidable. What a deep disguise. Uncle Wang felt as if he had returned to his younger days, those times when he wielded a massive butcher knife and swept through ferocious beasts. The nearby patrol officer couldn't help but exclaim, "Holy crap! No wonder Yiming could dominate the new secret realm. With such skills and reflexes, ordinary people simply can't beat him." The leader commented, "From now on, if anyone says Yiming's first clearance of the secret realm was rigged, I'll be the first to disagree." Agreed. With moves and strength like that, if it were me up there, I'd be down in a second, and Yiming would have to beg me not to die. Get lost. Let Yiming beg me. First come, first served. Let me die first. Lin Pang and the other two were utterly speechless. So, Jiang Chaoyu still lost in the end? Like Lin Pang and the other two, Lu Jiao, curled up in the corner, was equally distraught. She knew that she was completely finished. If she were only taken away by debt collectors, the worst outcome would be death. She could still rely on her beauty and A-level healing talent to fight for a slim chance of survival. But if she were taken away by the law enforcement hall, she would likely be sent to the death row camp, a hellish place where the most heinous criminals are imprisoned, all gathered in one spot, waiting for orders to be sent into the abyss to die. There was no chance of escape. It was truly a living hell on earth. At the thought of being sent to that terrifying place, Lu Jiao couldn't help but tremble. She was escorted onto the armored vehicle by the inspector, locked in the compartment with others. The door closed, and darkness enveloped everything. Inexplicably, those disgusting memories from the past flashed through her mind. Retribution has finally come. Why haven't Lu Qingyun and the others arrived yet? In the outskirts of Hongfeng City, Lu Tangyun, a clerical staff member of the enforcement office guarding the Blackwood Dragon, was anxiously and nervously waiting at this moment. The special contact signal sent to his brother Lu Qingyun on the phone still had no reply after more than half an hour, something that had never happened before. Could it be something serious? Caught by the inspectors? Lu Tangyun waited until his mouth was dry, an inexplicable unease welling up inside him. He deleted all the messages he had sent and carefully checked his phone again to ensure no traces that shouldn't exist were left behind. Although Lu Qingyun is usually not very reliable, he can be counted on in critical moments and probably won't actually get caught by the inspector. In 5 minutes, it will be 7 o'clock. If Lu Qingyun still hasn't shown up, he'll personally extract the dragon bone and dragon marrow of the Blackwood Dragon, then sell them on the black market. Although there's a risk of accidentally killing the Blackwood Dragon, Lu Tangyun can completely shift the blame onto Lu Qingyun and his group, and the guild won't be able to do anything about them. He had done this coordination countless times before and was very confident about it. 3 minutes left. Roar! The clashing of iron chains produced a sharp, piercing sound. The thigh-thick chains tightly bound the black wooden dragon. In the glow of the evening sunset, one could vaguely see a massive dragon, about 5 meters tall and entirely pitch black, struggling violently on the ground. The sound traveled far. Yiming could hear it even while sitting in the car. The massive black creature in the distance is writhing violently. "Uncle Wang, just stop here." After the car came to a steady stop, Yiming jumped out directly. If he got too close to the Blackwood Dragon, it might go berserk and accidentally hurt Uncle Wang. Still, Uncle Wang's driving skills are really impressive. Yiming thought for a moment and sent Uncle Wang a string of addresses, asking him to find Chi-In and also notifying Chi-In in the process. Chi-In acknowledged receipt. The guild was in need of someone who could drive, and with Uncle Wang, he wouldn't have to drive that flashy and difficult-to-handle luxury car anymore. At this moment, Yiming rushed to the location of the Blackwood Dragon. Mud and rocks splashed in the distance, accompanied by bursts of roaring, while nearby, broken trees seemed to have been smashed in half by immense force. The destructive power of the Blackwood Dragon far exceeded his expectations. Yiming hesitated for a moment about whether to use force, fearing that a single punch or a palm strike imbued with lightning might kill the Blackwood Dragon, which would be too costly. Forget it, better to ask the administrative staff first, they should know how to handle this. If all else fails, he still has the water-repelling technique as a backup. Roar! A breath was exhaled, rushing toward Yiming. He looked up, meeting a pair of scarlet eyes. Yiming felt a strong killing intent, but in the next second, that intent suddenly dissipated. The Blackwood Dragon slowly lowered its head, pressing its body close to the ground as if in submission. The iron chains emitted a piercing, vibrating sound, reflecting in Yi Ming's eyes. Didn't they say the Blackwood Dragon was irritable and obeyed no one? How could such a ferocious beast, willing to harm itself severely just to injure its enemy slightly, suddenly lie down? Yi Ming pondered for a moment and recalled the skill he had just drawn, Unbreakable Divine Core. The skill description mentioned that it could enhance the hardness of the soul, causing others to feel fear automatically upon seeing him. Looking down, he indeed noticed the Blackwood Dragon's body trembling slightly, its scarlet eyes fixed firmly on the ground, not daring to even glance at him. Is this the effect of the skill? Not bad. Saves him the trouble of doing it himself. After all, he was worried he might accidentally kill the Blackwood Dragon. He took 2 steps forward, and the Blackwood Dragon's trembling grew even more intense. Upon closer inspection, the Blackwood Dragon's outer skin is rough and cracked, resembling tree bark. Its overall shape is somewhat like a western dragon, with a lizard-like body, a sturdy tail, and massive wings. It has a nose and eyes, but it can't be considered good-looking, more like misshapen and unattractive. Hey, who are you? Which guild are you from? Lu Tangyun, holding an electric baton, walked to the side and kept a wary eye on Yi Ming. He had been in the wild for almost half a month, constantly watching the Blackwood Dragon, and was occasionally tormented to the brink of a mental breakdown by this frenzied beast, leaving him no energy to pay attention to what was happening in the city. Naturally, he had no impression of Yi Ming. Moreover, Yi Ming was neither wearing the uniform of the enforcement hall nor carrying the guild member insignia, and he hadn't received any explanatory message from Lu Qingyun. In Lu Tangyun's eyes, he was just an ordinary awakened individual. Lu Tangyun sized him up and down, estimating his level to be around level 10, but for some reason, he felt the man's true level was far beyond that. Could it be level suppression? Doesn't seem like it. People who suppress their level have sluggish spiritual energy circulation, which manifests as a pale complexion and physical weakness, completely unlike the state of the man before him. Perhaps he just has a solid foundation. Lu Tangyun didn't mind. Although he was a civilian officer, his rank was as high as level 15, the highest in the group. Coupled with his extensive combat experience, when it came to fighting, he was on par with Lu Qingyun. Beating a level 10 brat was simply effortless. Although he didn't know why Lu Qingyun hadn't come, the plan wouldn't change. It was still about finding an opportunity to extract the dragon bone and dragon marrow of the Blackwood Dragon. In any case, the dragon bone and dragon marrow must not be taken away by the law enforcement hall. Lu Tangyun had already planned the process in his mind. He would first test the man's strength and attitude. If the other party stubbornly insisted on taking the dragon bone and dragon marrow back, then he would cripple him first, or even kill him. If the man agreed not to take them, he would have him help extract the dragon bone and dragon marrow, and then deal with him after obtaining the items. In the worst-case scenario, if the man turned out to be powerful and fought desperately, he would share some of the dragon bone and dragon marrow with him and then recruit him into Lu Qingyun's team. Lu Tangyun wasn't afraid of what Yi Ming might say. After all, he was a clerical staff member of the law enforcement hall, and the hall would naturally side with its own people. Others wouldn't take Yi Ming's words to heart. Then find an opportunity to secretly sell the dragon bone and dragon marrow on the black market. Wouldn't that make him rich in this lifetime? As soon as a few plans came to mind, Lu Tangyun started laughing. No matter what, he is bound to win this round. He approached Yi Ming with an electric baton, showed his credentials, and said sternly, Law Enforcement Hall, Group 23 Leader, Ji Tangyun. That's right, he changed his name, and no one except Lu Qingyun knows. Ordinary people would be startled upon seeing the Law Enforcement Hall credentials and quickly cooperate, as the Law Enforcement Hall is not something anyone dares to provoke. Yi Ming's expression remained indifferent, merely glancing at him before continuing to stare at the Blackwood Dragon, lost in thought. Ji Tangyun laughed angrily, holding the stun baton as he took 2 more steps forward. Kid, have you ever read a book? Do you know what the Law Enforcement Hall is? Look at me. He was infuriated by Yi Ming's calm and unruffled demeanor. I am the leader of the 23rd team of the Law Enforcement Hall. Show some respect and greet me properly. If your parents never taught you how to greet your elders, then I'll teach you today. Yi Ming tilted his head, his clear black and white eyes staring intently at him. Lu Tangyun froze inexplicably, a sudden trace of fear rising in his heart. Quickly, he suppressed this fear, thinking to himself, how could he be afraid of a child? It must be the Blackwood Dragon's skill causing trouble. You're holding an electric baton. Are you trying to say that if I don't greet you today, you'll take action? The recording interface on Yi Ming's phone was already open. Lu Tangyun sneered, this is for your own good. You're still young, so let me teach you the rules of dealing with people. Are you an enforcer? Can you use punishment at will? Heh, an enforcer? Just a pack of wild dogs tied to a leash. Lu Tangyun grew more agitated as he spoke, waving his electrified baton. I'm far superior to any enforcer. Killing you, I don't even need to report it. As soon as he finished speaking, the baton sliced through the air with a sharp whistle. Yi Ming quickly turned off his phone, pausing the recording, and met the weapon with a single palm strike. Ha ha, you dare to block my baton with your hand? Lu Tangyun increased his force and activated the electric shock function, waiting for Yi Ming's palm to meet it. He intended to shatter the bones in that hand on the spot and render his right hand useless. But the instant the baton touched Yiming's palm, Lu Tangyun regretted it deeply. With a casual flick of his wrist, Yiming effortlessly deflected the baton, and then his fist landed heavily on Lu Tangyun's chest. Lu Tangyun felt as though a massive truck had struck him. His entire body was sent flying over 10 meters, leaving 2 long trails of dirt in his wake. Lu Tangyun suddenly spat out a pool of fresh blood, his gaze flickering with confusion as he looked at the stun baton that had been knocked away. This power is completely beyond what a level 10 awakened should possess. He had no idea what skill Yiming had learned to actually be immune to the stun baton's electric current. It must be noted that this electric shock could directly kill beasts below level 5 and was enough to knock out awakened below level 10. How could it be so easily blocked by him? Yiming stomped his foot, raised his fist, and smashed it down fiercely again. Lu Tangyun regretted deeply and quickly shouted, "Wait! I'm from the law enforcement hall. I am." Regretting now? Too late. Yiming's fist struck his opponent's nose with a crisp crack of bone, and as he pulled his fist back, droplets of blood followed. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet sank. The surrounding soil transformed into a viscous swamp, and Yiming's body began to slowly sink. Lu Tangyun's half-swollen face was a mix of purple and blue, his rage burning intensely. Yet, with his grotesquely swollen features, his fury looked absurdly comical. He had underestimated him earlier. He couldn't believe Yiming could hold out any longer. Black swamp devours life. Yiming's sinking speed suddenly accelerated, and pitch-black mud dragons emerged from the swamp, ready to devour and slay Yiming at Lu Tangyun's command. "To make me use this move, kid, your strength is not bad." Before the words were finished, a furious roar was heard, and the mud dragon charged straight at Yiming. Lu Tangyun revealed a ferocious smile, thinking to himself that fortunately, despite underestimating the enemy, this move could take him down. However, the next second, his smile froze. The mud dragon suddenly stopped in front of Yiming and unexpectedly turned around, charging straight at him. And its power was even greater than before. Lu Tangyun completely lost control of the mud dragon. Damn it! What the hell is going on? Boom! The mud dragon crashed into the invisible shield, producing a deafening roar. Lu Tang's legs went weak. Seeing the shield appear, he immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Still safe, thank goodness. An aged voice came from the distant forest, its exact location difficult to discern. "This person, I'll protect him. Young man, your martial arts are impressive. I value talent. Leave now, and I won't hold it against you." The sky had completely darkened, and the distant pitch-black forest swayed in the breeze. Flocks of startled birds took flight, hastily leaving the branches. Yiming's gaze quickly swept around but failed to locate the source of the voice. He raised his hand and channeled his energy, and the mud dragon reappeared by his side, coiling around Lu Tang like a hunting serpent. The moment Lu Tang's protective shield disappeared, the mud dragon would instantly strangle him. Relying on 9 apertures enlightenment, Yiming's comprehension was terrifyingly high. Coupled with his prior study of water avoidance technique, he mastered the arts of the swamp and mud dragon with ease, as if drinking water. With just one glance, he grasped most of it. Even more remarkable was that the spiritual energy consumed during its execution was extremely low, allowing him to sustain it for roughly a day and a half. "Hi, I'm just someone who loves to learn. Your turtle shell-like defense is truly impressive. Why don't you show yourself, senior, so I can seek your guidance?" The old man's words were only worth listening to. He was definitely lying. Not daring to reveal himself openly meant his identity was not simple, and the name Ji Tangyun was probably fake too. Thinking of this, Yiming knew clearly that he could never leave safely. Since that's the case, why not start the fight directly? Anyway, his current special status means that killing a civilian staff member won't result in any punishment from the law enforcement hall. If he uncovers other secrets, the law enforcement hall might even thank him. Yiming's gaze kept searching through the surrounding forest, but he still couldn't find the old man behind the voice. He couldn't help but grow irritated. How could he be hiding so well? No one noticed as Lu Tangyun stared in shock at the mud dragon encircling him, his mouth wide open. This move, Black Swamp Devour, took him a full 15 years to master. The master once said that this move is extremely insidious, combining damage and control. Once unleashed, it is completely silent. If unprepared, falling into the swamp leaves almost no chance of escape. Certain death is inevitable. Yet, this kid, facing him, is playing with it as if it were a mere puddle. After just 2 or 3 minutes of fighting, even the mud dragon has been learned by him. Such astonishing talent and perception, why has he never heard of his name? At the same time, a chilling thought flashed through his mind. His brother Lu Qingyun hasn't responded or appeared. Could he already be dead? Could it also be the doing of this man before him? Who are you exactly? Yiming turned his head and glanced at him. Alliance of 10,000 Paths, Yiming. Finally, he specifically emphasized, "Remember, my name is Yiming." The old man hidden underground spoke again. "So you are Yiming. Just say it, what do you want? I'll trade those things for that boy's life." "Oh, the senior actually knows me, then that's my fault. Since the senior knows me, how can I not know you? Come out quickly and let me pay my respects." Lu Tangyun looked surprised. His master actually knew Yiming? Could it be that Yi Ming had done something earth-shattering for his master to know about him? In the distance, the old man hidden underground slowly opened his eyes. A hint of madness flashed in his gaze. This boy's talent is truly astonishing. Lu Tanyun's talent is already considered above average. If his aptitude could be described as 1 in 10,000, Yi Ming's talent is simply 1 in a million. As a master, it took He Zheatunching 20 years to learn, Lu Tangyun 15 years, but this young man in front of him, just 5 minutes. Such an incredible gift, yet his name has been unheard of for the past decade. Hidden so deeply, he is destined for greatness in the future. If only I could be resurrected through his body. This thought flashed by, and the old man shook his head regretfully. What a pity, since the choice has already been made, it cannot be changed. If only I had met him earlier, how wonderful that would have been. Yi Ming, my young friend, your reputation is truly impressive. The first clearance of the new secret realm, and defeating the abyssal monstrous beasts in the process, such achievements are more than enough to call you the number one among the younger generation. As soon as these words were spoken, Lu Tanyun's eyes whitened instantly. A new secret realm, first clearance? On one hand, he was shocked that a new secret realm had appeared, and on the other hand, he was even more shocked that Yi Ming was the first to clear it. He was actually the first to clear it? Could it be that no other experts challenged the new secret realm? How could the first clearance fall to him? The old man's words resolved his doubts. I also know, the new secret realm has a level restriction, allowing only awakeners below level 10 to enter. Even those experts who suppress their levels aren't qualified to go in. Little friend Yi Ming was actually able to defeat a level 12 boss with strength below level 10. Such power makes even an old man like me feel ashamed. What? Lu Tangyun exclaimed in shock. Below level 10 and managed to take down a level 12 boss? This is practically a challenge beyond one's level. And even his master admitted feeling ashamed. Yi Ming, just how strong is he? A soft laugh came from the side. It was Yi Ming. His sharp gaze locked onto a certain point in the distance. Old man, there's no need to feel inferior. Lu Tangyun saw the protective shield in front of him develop spiderweb-like cracks, and then with a bang, it shattered. Subsequently, Lu Tangyun was tightly entangled by the mud dragon, unable to break free. Golden light burst forth from Yi Ming's right hand as 3 thunder talismans appeared, which he immediately threw. Boom! 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 The dense forest in front was swept by lightning, and the night sky was instantly illuminated brightly. He was still searching for the target. Yi Ming roughly pinpointed the direction of the sound through the earlier conversation, but he couldn't find the exact location. Since there was no one around, he decided to sweep the area with lightning. A faint light flashed, and an elderly-looking man fell to the ground, his mouth full of dirt. His hair was completely scorched, and his clothes were dirty and tattered. As expected of a skill capable of killing the uncanny, truly impressive. Young friend, how about this? I won't ask for the dragon bone and dragon marrow of the Blackwood Dragon anymore. Lu Tangyun is dead, and I won't hold it against you. Let's call it even. If that's not enough, I can even send you some treasures. How does that sound? The old man was restoring his spiritual power while speaking, still tightly gripping the protective shield, which could withstand one attack. He was shocked in his heart. Damn it, where did this kid learn such skills? The power was just too strong. That wave of lightning just now almost made him think he was being punished by the heavens. The lightning pierced through the ground, making his whole body tingle. Yi Ming pushed aside the branches and walked forward, his right hand still clutching that beam of golden light. Treasure? What kind of treasure can you give me? If it's good enough, I might consider not killing you for now. Little one, you're young, but your tone is quite bold. I'm not someone you can easily kill, the old man chuckled. Yi Ming's face was cold as he revealed the thunder talisman. The old man's expression changed instantly. Hey, let's talk this out. I'm just here looking for something. I haven't done anything bad. What the hell are you still babbling about? I'll talk. It's the blood guanine. I heard that thing last appeared in the black market of Hongfeng City, so I came to try my luck and see if I could find it. Yi Ming's eyes flickered slightly. He had heard of the blood guanine, reputed to be an extremely rare and precious natural treasure. Once integrated into the body, it was said to upgrade itself by absorbing the death aura of ferocious beasts. However, this was just a rumor. No one dared to confirm its effectiveness, as no one had ever tried it. Right in front of him, the old man's lips curled into a faint smile before he suddenly dove headfirst into the ground. He escaped. The old man chuckled, thinking to himself that the young man's alertness was truly lacking. Just now, after chatting with Yi Ming for so long, Yi Ming controlled the mud dragon and used lightning attribute skills, so his spiritual energy must have been completely depleted. I'm already tired, but this round I have the advantage, the old man thought confidently. Just as he burrowed into the ground, the nearby weeds suddenly grew wildly, their roots and stems intertwining with the surrounding vegetation, obstructing the old man's escape underground. The old man was completely stunned. Grass. What kind of bizarre skill is this? Forced by the tangled and intricate root system, he had no choice but to return to the surface. In just 2 or 3 seconds, he had already tunneled nearly 50 meters away. Bang! Suddenly, a heavy object came crashing down. The old man dodged aside and looked down, only to see Lu Tangyun's corpse. The old man and Lu Tangyun's corpse exchanged a terrified and puzzled glance, their minds filled with questions. Why did he throw the corpse over? In the distance, Yiming clenched his fists, and more than half of his spiritual energy was instantly drained. Corpse explosion. Boom! A mushroom cloud rose above the forest, smoke and dust billowing into the air. A fierce gust carried flying sand and pebbles, stinging the skin like needles. It took a full 5 minutes before the thick smoke began to dissipate. Only then did Yiming catch sight of the aftermath of the explosion. The corpses had vanished without a trace, not even ash remained. All that was left was a massive crater, about 30 meters wide, exposed to the open air. Nearby trees were blasted halfway to oblivion, leaving only stumps and roots. Scattered in the pit were some corpses, evidently ferocious beasts killed by the explosion while passing by. Yiming held the palm thunder and carefully searched the area, but found no trace of the old man. It was unclear whether he had been killed or had escaped. But it doesn't matter, he already knows the old man's name. As long as he calls out, Yiming will hear it. When the time comes, he'll bring the people from the law enforcement hall to deal with him together. Phew! Yiming adjusted his breathing, slowly recovering his spiritual energy. The spiritual energy consumed by the corpse explosion was truly significant, and this was even with the reduced spiritual energy consumption attribute activated. However, this power is indeed formidable, directly obliterating an entire area. Yiming reviewed the situation in his mind. This time, he was lucky to have a corpse on hand. What if there hadn't been one? Should he carry some corpses with him? In situations like this, he could just throw a corpse to use as a bomb. But he quickly dismissed this idea. Firstly, the consumption of spiritual power is too great, making it less practical than skills like palm thunder and water repelling technique. Secondly, carrying a corpse on oneself is too bizarre. Even putting a dead mosquito in your pocket is disgusting. Forget it, better to return to the law enforcement hall first. He hadn't forgotten today's main task, escorting the Blackwood Dragon back to the law enforcement hall. The pitiful Blackwood Dragon trembled like a leaf. At first, it was inexplicably afraid of the man before it, even though it couldn't understand why. Until it witnessed a battle up close, where the man completely dominated 2 people and killed them. He even threw their corpses out to blow them up. Is this even human? Blackwood Dragon always felt that Yiming seemed more like a ferocious beast than itself. Seeing Yiming approaching, Blackwood Dragon quickly lay down obediently, afraid that if he got angry, he might blow it up too. Yiming asked in confusion, "Aren't you supposed to be very violent? Why are you acting so timid now? This guy is completely different from what's written in the textbooks." Kuroki Ryu muttered to himself. "Me, reckless? You must be joking. I dare to be bold because I know I'm useful, others need me, and they wouldn't dare touch me. That's why I can afford to be arrogant. But this man in front of me is different. He looks like he could wipe me out the moment he gets upset." The Blackwood Dragon only yearned for freedom, it was definitely not seeking death. "Stop lying there, get in the car." Yiming released the iron chain and gave it a kick. The Blackwood Dragon quickly used its claws and wings to tidy up the iron chain as thick as a thigh, clanging as it climbed into the transport vehicle. It even used its claws to close the iron door, and finally lay obediently inside the car without making a sound. Yiming sat in the driver's seat, pondering for a long time whether he could drive the escort vehicle without a license. Finally, he decided to take out his phone and call Jochi to ask. Tonight's matter definitely needed to be reported to him, giving him a heads up in advance to avoid him being too shocked. "Hello? Whoa, Yiming. You finally answered the phone." Jochi shouted directly on the other end of the line, and Yiming couldn't help but move the phone a bit farther away. "Something happened? Why so excited?" Lu Qingyun has been found involved in a major case. He also has a younger brother, working right in the law enforcement hall. That guy often uses the excuse of going out on missions to commit murder. Jochi was extremely anxious. His style is very similar to Ji Tangyun, who's in charge of the Blackwood Dragon mission. "I heard he's level 15. Whether it's him or not, you come back to me first." Jochi spoke so quickly that Yiming wanted to interject but couldn't find an opportunity. After he finished speaking, Yiming calmly said, "Oh, it's Ji Tangyun. No, his real name should be Lu Tangyun." "Ha? Ha?" Jochi was stunned. "What do you mean? You ran into him?" "Yes, not only did I run into him, but I also took him out, along with his master." "His master? Who's that?" Jochi's head almost started smoking. Was this sentence spoken in the common language and script? Why did it leave him completely confused? However, Jochi had always trusted Yiming. If he said to take him out, then so be it. As for the real name being Lu Tangyun, that was a piece of information that could be used to test Lu Qingyun. "It's good that you're okay. Hurry back, come to the law enforcement hall." Yiming responded with a "got it" and hung up the phone. It's estimated that Jochi wouldn't mind not having a driver's license. After all, he knows how to drive, he's just too lazy to take the test. He adjusted the seat and stepped on the gas, driving away from the scene. Inside the Red Maple City Law Enforcement office. "Don't worry, Yiming is fine." Jochi hung up the phone, "He's on his way here now." "That's good. Su Hunrui, the colleague in charge of Lu Qingyun's case, breathed a sigh of relief. During the interrogation just now, something felt off, so he quickly called Zhou Qi. No one knew Lu Qingyun had a younger brother, not even the team members under his command. Su Hunrui also deduced it from Lu Qingyun's micro-expressions in words. Now it seems that his brother, who works in the law enforcement hall, can explain why Lu Qingyun killed so many people yet still roams freely outside. First, the Flying Eagle Guild suppresses others from daring to report him. Second, that brother helps cover up these matters. The patrol officers are short-handed and overburdened, so they usually don't pay much attention to ordinary assault cases. This allowed Lu Qingyun to keep it hidden from everyone. If Yiming hadn't suddenly appeared and stirred up the stagnant waters of Hongfeng City, who knows how much longer Lu Qingyun would have stayed in hiding. However, at the moment, the interrogation has reached an impasse. Lu Qingyun admitted to murder and robbery, insisting that the body was fed to a ferocious beast and that he hadn't kept any of the stolen money or goods. Even a fool could tell he was lying, but no matter how he was questioned, he would only respond with "I don't know, I can't remember," or dismissive remarks like "I killed them, so what?" The new interrogator, Xiao Yan, was extremely frustrated. Su Hunrui frowned so tightly that he could almost crush a mosquito. At this moment, Zhou Qi suddenly said, "Ask him what he thinks of the name Lu Tangyun." Lu Tangyun, is Ji Tangyun's real name? Su Hunrui raised his eyebrows and immediately understood. In the interrogation room, Lu Qingyun leaned back in his chair, looking utterly relaxed and carefree. Maple City has been rotten to the core for a long time. What's a few dead people? You're asking me how many I've killed, who I've killed? Sorry, Inspector, I can't remember. I just kill whoever I find annoying. The Age of Awakening is all about survival of the fittest, isn't it? Trash deserves to die. I did leave a few corpses behind. If you're looking for them, you can try searching the landfill or the sewers. You might even find some hair or something. Lu Qingyun sneered contemptuously, looking at them with complete indifference. You son of a... Xiaoyan, Xiaolu, go out and take a break for a while. Su Hunrui and Zhou Qi walked in simultaneously. The two sat down in front of Lu Qingyun. Lu Qingyun sneered, not expecting that he hadn't even exerted any effort yet and had already angered the two interrogators into leaving. He also had an impression of these two. Su Hunrui had solved major cases but was transferred to Hongfeng City after offending the wrong people. Zhou Qi, on the other hand, was a decorated patrol team captain. Both were representatives of young talent. Unfortunately, in Hongfeng City, young talent doesn't last long. Such a short time, and now it's the two of you interrogating me? Seems like you're quite experienced, knowing how long an interrogation takes. Su Hunrui's face was expressionless, exuding an invisible pressure, but to Lu Qingyun, this level of pressure had no effect at all. After experiencing Yiming's impact, Su Hunrui's aura felt like child's play. You too, if you have questions, hurry up and ask. I'm about to fall asleep. Lu Qingyun pretended to yawn. Zhou Qi nodded in agreement. Yeah, to be honest, interrogating you is pretty boring. Our goal is just to find out where you hid the stolen money and goods, but unfortunately, you keep refusing to tell us. It's really frustrating. Zhou Qi's words made Lu Qingyun pause for a moment. He hadn't expected Zhou Qi to agree with him, which left him unable to figure out what this person was thinking. Then I won't waste any more words. Zhou Qi took out Ji Tangyun's ID photo and handed it to Lu Qingyun. Is this your younger brother, right? Lu Qingyun's body leaned forward slightly, then quickly returned to calm. He stared at Zhou Qi in shock, his hand moving involuntarily, causing the handcuffs to emit a piercing sound. Heh, I don't have any younger brother, Inspector. Don't go around assigning relatives to people. Is that so? It really doesn't seem like it. His name is Ji Tangyun, and he doesn't resemble you much either. Zhou Qi shook his head regretfully and raised his hand to tear up the ID photo. Unfortunately, he was still calling your name before he died. Lu Qingyun's facial features twitched instantly. Impossible. Su Hunrui's sharp gaze tightened. Impossible what? He's not your brother, or are you saying you think your brother couldn't possibly die? Zhou Qi calmly said, to be honest, we won't really do anything to you. In the Age of Awakening, who hasn't killed someone? At my busiest, I handled 30 homicide cases in a single day. What we care about is, where exactly have you hidden your stolen money and goods? Treasures worth millions, how could they just vanish into thin air? As long as you tell us, we won't touch your brother. Lu Qingyun held his breath, glaring at them without saying a word. Su Hunrui immediately understood, opened his phone, found the recording sent by Zhou Qi, adjusted the progress, and a scream sounded. Ah! It was Lu Tangyun's voice from Yiming's recording. Clang! Lu Qingyun suddenly erupted. If not for the handcuffs restraining him, he would have already leapt out of the chair. Don't touch him. You are not allowed to touch him. Beasts! You call yourselves members of the law enforcement hall, yet you torture someone else's family. Beasts! Zhou Qi spread his hands helplessly. You said it yourself, it's survival of the fittest in the awakening era. Your brother is too weak. What can we do? He can only take the beating. Trash doesn't deserve to live. Lu Qingyun's face darkened, as black as the bottom of a pot. That voice was precisely his younger brother Lu Tangyun. Although he didn't know how these beasts had found him, it was clear that his brother was in great danger. Su Hanrui said coldly, "Answer our questions, and we won't harm your brother." "I want to connect with him. Call him. I need to confirm he's safe." Su Hanrui sneered, "You have no right to choose. Answer our questions." Lu Qingyun took several deep breaths, his eyes bloodshot, and said sternly, "You must promise me that you will never harm my brother." The two nodded repeatedly. After a long while, Lu Qingyun finally spoke. "All of this is for that special treasure of heaven and earth." Su Hanrui frowned slightly, silently cursing that the words seemed incomplete. "What exactly is the rare treasure?" he pressed. Suddenly, the door was knocked on and then pushed open, and a tall figure walked in. It was Yi Ming. "It's blood, Guanyin." He answered the question on behalf of Lu Qingyun, who stared at him in shock. "You, how do you know?" "Your brother's master told me," Yi Ming said frankly. "An old man, about 1.5 meters tall, so old he looks like he just crawled out of a coffin." Su Hanrui had initially felt annoyed by someone barging in during the interrogation, but upon seeing it was Yi Ming, his mood instantly calmed. "For some reason, as long as I see him, my mind inexplicably calms down. Is this the aura of a genius?" Looking again at Lu Qingyun, his face, which was flushed red with anger just now, is now as pale as paper, his lips trembling uncontrollably. It really is the aura of a genius. It's clear he's been scared out of his wits." Yi Ming stood in front of Lu Qingyun, backlit, his eyes fixed on him. "Just tell me now, where can I find blood, Guanyin?" Lu Qingyun had just been frightened by Yi Ming once, how could he endure a second time? He immediately said, "The black market, the black market. We want the dragon bone and dragon marrow to sell them on the black market. If we really come across blood, Guanyin, maybe we can use the dragon bone and dragon marrow to trade for it. Specific time, place, and people." "Which part of the black market?" "I only know it's the ruler of the black market. He once showed it off. Some say he will auction it off when the black market opens this time." "Who is the ruler? When does the black market open?" Lu Qingyun started crying. "Brother, I really don't know, I truly don't know. Maybe my younger brother knows. Let me go out and ask him, I promise I can find out." For a moment, the three of them fell into silence. Lu Qingyun's sobbing abruptly stopped, and a sense of foreboding rose in his heart. "Why aren't you saying anything? Your brother died long ago." Yi Ming spread his hands. "I killed him, not even ashes remain." "Yi Ming, you asterisk at hashtag UN% and..." The three walked out of the interrogation room, the foul language cut off by the door. Lu Qingyun completely broke down, venting his anger at the empty air. Su Hanrui instructed Xiao Lu and Xiao Yan to continue the interrogation. Lu Qingyun was emotionally unstable at the moment, making the questioning much easier. Turning around, Su Hanrui extended his hand to Yi Ming. "Su Hanrui, affiliated with the investigation department, we really owe you this time. Not only did you provide critical clues, but you also personally went in and broke down his psychological defenses, greatly speeding up the interrogation process." "Yi Ming, I entered the interrogation room without authorization, which might have been against the rules. I hope I didn't cause you any trouble." Yi Ming showed an apologetic expression. Su Hanrui felt a slight stir in his heart. Yi Ming was renowned for his strength and reputation, and Su had assumed he was the kind of person who looked down on others. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be so polite, a truly rare and good person. The matter involving Lu Qingyun and Lu Tangyun is definitely not an isolated incident. This must be thoroughly investigated to the end, turned into a typical case, and used to severely warn those in the department who are scheming. The enforcement department is already short-staffed. If we allow opportunists and bullies to run rampant, how can the department continue to function? Speaking of which, Su Hanrui brought Zhou Qi and Yi Ming to an independent meeting room. Lu Qingyun's situation is quite complicated. I will apply to send Lu Qingyun and his group to the death row camp. It's close to the abyss, they won't be able to contact the outside world, and there's absolutely no way for them to escape. Awakened ones are valuable resources, executing them directly would be too wasteful. Sending them to the death row camp near the abyss allows them to become pioneers in exploring the abyss. Going to the death row camp is equivalent to a death sentence. The environment there is eerie, the beasts are ferocious, and even if one manages to escape the camp, it's nearly impossible to evade the beasts' pursuit. Secondly, regarding the people behind Lu Qingyun, Su Hanrui paused for a moment and asked, "Do you know the Wanhua Hotel?" "Yes, that super luxurious hotel. The people who go there are all powerful and influential figures." "Exactly, Lu Qingyun once took Lu Jiao there. Logically, he shouldn't have had the qualifications, let alone bringing someone alone, and he even met with a senior member of the Flying Eagle Guild. The Flying Eagle Guild helped him suppress those shady matters, and the other teams didn't say a word. It's truly bizarre. The things Lu Qingyun has done would have gotten an ordinary person executed countless times: arson, murder, robbery, you name it. Yet, it was all covered up. With Lu Tangyun, who works a desk job at the law enforcement office. Impossible. Those matters of Lu Qingyun, even a deputy director might not be able to suppress them, let alone the fact that the law enforcement hall has Su Hanrui, someone bursting with a sense of justice, keeping an eye on things. If he sees it, he will definitely intervene. Moreover, he has stayed in Hongfeng City for 20 years without joining any guild, not even the Flying Eagle Guild. So why would the proud Flying Eagle Guild help him? These things alone might not mean much, but when combined, they become chilling. Yi Ming's eyes sharpened. The person behind him, higher than the Flying Eagle Guild? No, higher than the law enforcement hall? Su Hanrui covered his face. Although I don't want to admit it, it's true, being able to plant people in the law enforcement hall, getting someone into the Wanhua Grand Hotel, and the Flying Eagle Guild's higher-ups knowing even before us. They're sucking up to Lu Qingyun like there's no tomorrow. Damn it, what has our investigation department been investigating all these years? Zhou Qi sighed and said, don't overthink it. Our patrol department hasn't known what we've been patrolling for all these years either. If it weren't for Yi Ming suddenly showing up and stirring up the stagnant waters of Hongfeng City, we wouldn't have realized there was so much filth hidden underneath. The two sighed simultaneously. If it weren't for Yi Ming, they would never have uncovered this mess. Now telling Yi Ming is also to remind him that his every move will definitely be watched by the top executives, so he must be extra cautious in the future. Zhou Qi felt that Yi Ming was thorough in his thinking and might notice details they had overlooked. Yi Ming nodded, understanding in his heart. What about the black market and blood guanine? When will the black market open? What exactly is blood guanine? Oh, right, I was just about to mention that. We suspect that the person behind Lu Qingyun is connected to the black market's ruler. Those rare treasures and corpses that disappeared from Lu Qingyun are very likely to have ended up in the black market. But this is just speculation. The time and location of the black market's opening change every time, and whenever we try to investigate, we're always delayed by all sorts of inexplicable events. So, we know very little about the black market. Yi Ming raised an eyebrow. Oh, you want me to help investigate? That's correct, but we don't know exactly how the black market opens either. Su Hanrui and Zhou Qi both looked a bit awkward. Especially Zhou Qi, who had just finished a major cleanup of the abyss and now had to investigate the black market, all while enjoying a large bowl of precious medicinal soup prepared by someone else. He covered his face and let out a deep sigh. These matters could only be handled by Yi Ming. First, after spending the past few days together, he proved to be a good person and trustworthy. Second, he was powerful, versatile, and had top-notch combat skills. Third, he was mature and steady. No one else could manage these tasks. For example, the mission to escort the Blackwood Dragon, others might not have been able to bring it back, but he not only successfully escorted it, he also took out a mysterious old man along the way. That man's identity is still under investigation, but it's definitely not simple. Even more impressive, he managed to obtain the blood guanine, a rare and precious treasure of the highest grade. This whole thing is truly unbelievable. Yi Ming glanced at Zhou Qi, silently wondering why Qi Yin, who had a good relationship with him, didn't tell him when the black market would open. He'd have to ask him properly when he got back. He still remembered Qi Yin saying that he knew a black market master specializing in catalyzing plants and that he would take him to have a look the next time the black market opened. Right now, he didn't need to catalyze plants, but Yi Ming was in urgent need of blood guanine. The black market had plenty of good stuff, and he might even stumble upon some treasures. Anyway, he wasn't short of money at the moment. Zhou Qi continued, you should know that the blood guanine is a special kind of heavenly treasure. After being refined, it can upgrade by absorbing the death energy of fierce beasts. Simply put, it involves using a special method to refine the corpses of fierce beasts and convert them into spiritual energy. This is true, and the upgrade speed is extremely fast, far surpassing the use of ordinary heavenly treasures. With regular treasures, you need to spend a long time meditating to absorb them, but the blood guanine is different, it upgrades as it absorbs. But the problem is that the spiritual energy is impure, which can harm the body and even cause a regression in cultivation. It's somewhat like a demonic cultivation technique, prone to causing one to go astray. Yi Ming's heart lit up. Blood guanine. Killing ferocious beasts can level up. The leveling speed is astonishing. This treasure must be obtained. After chatting for a while, Yi Ming even added Su Hanrui's contact information and prepared to leave. He was simmering a bowl of heavenly treasure soup, and now it's just the right time to go back and have a bowl. Just as the door opened, a voice came from afar, neither too loud nor too soft, sounding like the two people interrogating Lu Qingyun, Xiao Lu and Xiao Yan. Who is Xiao Lu anyway? Acting so arrogant, barging straight into the interrogation room without reporting first, like he's some emperor in the law enforcement hall. Xiao Lu stood in the corner, lightly flicked the ash off his cigarette, and tossed it into the trash can. To be honest, I actually sympathize with Lu Qingyun. After all, I also came from a rural village, so I can understand him. It's all for survival, it's just that his methods are a bit extreme. Xiao Yan frowned and moved further away. She didn't like the smell of smoke. Moreover, she completely disagreed with Xiao Lu's statement. Lu Qingyun, that rice girl, had been involved with dozens of people, regardless of gender, and the situation was very complicated. I don't sympathize with him. There are many ways to live life. Does it have to be like that? Xiao Yan lowered her head and organized the interrogation records. Xiao Lu stared at her and sneered, you're too young. For you women, everything is simple. Whatever you want to do. Just get into bed, and you can have it all. We men don't have it that easy. we have to fight and struggle for everything ourselves. Did you see Lu Qingyun completely break down during the interrogation just now? His only brother was killed by that guy. If it were me, I'd definitely rush up and fight him. Pretending to be dead, it's truly disgusting. Xia Yan rolled her eyes. He's Yi Ming. Do you know who Yi Ming is? He doesn't even need to file a report to kill you. His superior would probably praise him with a well done after seeing it. Xiao Yan held back the words for a long time but ultimately didn't say them. Xiao Lu dismissed it. Yi Ming? That guy who got the first clear of the new secret realm? Who knows if he used some underhanded tricks. Taking down a level 12 beast while under level 10 back in my day, I couldn't do it. How could he possibly succeed? Maybe Captain Su is even cozying up to shake his hand. Huh? Could it be that Captain Su has taken a liking to him? TSK. I never thought Captain Su would be that kind of person. Suddenly, a shout came from the direction of the main door. Damn, come and help. The Blackwood Dragon has gone berserk and injured several people. Blackwood Dragon? Which idiot brought it here? Don't they know it's the hardest to deal with? Xiao Lu tossed away his cigarette but stomped it out hard with his foot and turned to leave. Seeing that the annoying colleague had finally left, Xiao Lu took out his phone and couldn't help venting to his friends. Damn, I'm speechless. Let me tell you, my idiot colleague was just smoking while cursing Yi Ming, and even said about me. Yi Ming listened to the general content and turned his head to look at Su Hunrui. Your team member has no brains. Who with brains would say something like that? Su Hunrui's face turned even darker, and he had already rolled up his sleeves, ready to take action. Watch me beat him to death. Zhou Qi interjected, why don't you just fire him directly? I'll beat him first, then we'll talk. Yi Ming, do you want to take a shot too? Me? If I make a move, he won't survive. Zhou Qi rolled up his sleeves. Let me handle this. Damn it, I can't stand this kind of sloppiness. Blackwood Dragon, stay put. If you don't want to live, then keep pulling. Xiao Lu and the other 5 people desperately tugged at the iron chain, but unexpectedly, Blackwood Dragon swung its tail, sending all 6 of them flying. Xiao Lu crashed directly into a roadside trash can, with half his body stuck inside. When he climbed out, he reeked of a foul stench, and his face was as dark as the bottom of a pot. Didn't you say it was very well behaved when it first came back? Lying motionless in the car, why is it acting like a lunatic now? No way, don't lie to me. Hey, Mulong has a fiery temper. I've never heard of anyone being able to calm it down. Someone nearby cursed, damn it, you just can't stop talking, can you? If you don't say a few words, you feel like you don't have a mouth or something. Why didn't you hold the iron chain tightly earlier? Now how are we supposed to catch it? The Blackwood Dragon raised its head and let out a deafening roar. The group quickly covered their ears and scrambled to grab the scattered iron chains, except for Xiao Lu, who curled up into a ball, clutching his ears and nearly vomiting from the oppressive force. We can't hold it, this isn't working. Either we find someone to help, or we'll have to injure it. Where's the stun baton? Damn it, get out of the way. The Blackwood Dragon is about to breathe fire. Sure enough, a faint red glow appeared in the Blackwood Dragon's throat, and the smell of smoke began to spread. The 6 people braced themselves as if facing a formidable enemy. Damn, Xiao Lu. Almost got it done just now. Just as the Blackwood Dragon was about to spew flames, a person leisurely walked out. Why is no one going back yet? Hey, hurry back. It's dangerous here. Yi Ming glanced around, then walked to the stiff Blackwood Dragon's back and gave it a hard kick. The Blackwood Dragon's body trembled, and the fierce fire it was about to spew was forcibly swallowed back as it cautiously lay down on the ground. The 6 people were stunned by the scene, standing there in unison, looking both comical and incredulous. How did the Blackwood Dragon, which was just roaring moments ago, suddenly become so obedient? Who is this person, capable of calming the ferocious Blackwood Dragon? Xiao Lu recognized him and softly said, Yi Ming? Yi Ming looked over calmly. Xiao Lu's heart raced, he didn't dare to look directly, and his breathing inexplicably became difficult. You, spit fire at it, Yi Ming said coldly. The Blackwood Dragon immediately spat out a burst of flame as if spitting, behaving incredibly obediently, completely devoid of its earlier frenzy. Xiao Lu looked up in shock as a massive fireball came crashing down, and the scorching flames instantly engulfed his body. Ah! Xiao Lu screamed miserably, curling up and rolling on the ground. The people nearby exchanged glances and quietly walked away. Usually, Xiao Lu talked nonsense, so now that he was being taught a lesson, everyone secretly felt quite pleased. Better leave quickly to avoid bursting into laughter. Yi Ming walked past Xiao Lu with his hands behind his back, lowering his head to give him a faint glance. Watch your mouth. Talking nonsense is asking for death. Xiao Lu didn't dare make a sound or look him in the eye. So Yi Ming had heard what he said. Damn it, this lousy mouth. Xiao Lu wished he could slap himself. He should have found a place where no one could hear him to talk. Usually, he was in the habit of bad-mouthing people behind their backs, but this time he hit a hard wall. He regretted it deeply, and all he felt was fear. Yi Ming was someone the higher-ups had specifically instructed to pay close attention to. If Yi Ming complained about him, he would definitely be fired. I was wrong, bro, I was wrong. I promise I won't talk recklessly again. Please forgive me, please let me go. It's all this wretched mouth's fault. Wrong? I don't see you showing it. Yiming stared at him. The flames on Xiaolu's body slightly subsided. He quickly got up and alternated slapping his own face with both hands. The crisp sound of slaps echoed loudly, and before long, his face swelled up like a pig's head. Yiming walked away directly, and only then did Xiaolu breathe a sigh of relief. The Blackwood dragon looked longingly, then silently lay back down. Its level was not high, and it was destined not to survive long in the wild. With dragon bones and dragon marrow in its body, it would only attract the greed of evildoers. Staying here seemed like a better choice. Under the punches and kicks of the crowd, the flames on Xiaolu's body were finally extinguished. The intense fire left him curled up on the ground, unable to get up for a long time. His skin was severely burned, especially his face, where half of the skin was completely ruined. After this incident, he learned his lesson and vowed never to speak recklessly again. In the hall, Xiaoyan watched the entire process. Initially, she thought Yiming might be in danger going out alone, but unexpectedly, he proved to be highly capable, subduing He Mulong with a single kick and even teaching Xiaolu a lesson. It was truly satisfying. She quickly took out her phone to share. Girls, I declare, starting today, I am a diehard fan of Yiming. Just starting? Too late, I was already a fan when I saw Yiming's handsome photo. What photo? Share it, girls. I'm begging you. I saw it on my Moments feed, Yiming sitting in a luxury car, the guild leader drove it for him. Can you believe it? He looked absolutely stunning. After returning home, Yiming learned two pieces of news. First, the law enforcement hall had already approved the agreement on the ownership of the secret realm, and the related electronic and paper contracts had been signed and properly stored. Yiming briefly reviewed the operational plan sent by the law enforcement hall, found no issues, and didn't pay much further attention. Second, Uncle Wang officially joined the guild. His extensive experience and knowledge helped Chi-In solve several problems the guild had encountered, leaving Chi-In overjoyed. Uncle Wang told me that he has a house nearby, so he doesn't plan to live here. Chi-In said. Yiming was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, how does Uncle Wang have houses everywhere? This completely caught him off guard. He brought out the herbal medicine warming on the stove to let it cool and took the opportunity to ask, when does the black market open? Didn't you say you know a master of catalytic spiritual plants? Chi-In was clearly caught off guard by Yiming's sudden question and paused for a moment before replying, the master of catalytic spiritual plants will arrive in 4 days. Are you in a hurry to use it? The black market is actually always open, just with few people around. At a certain point in time, rare items are displayed or sold, and that's when the crowd gathers, which is referred to as the black market opening. Chi-In explained, looking at Yiming with a hint of confusion. What happened? You came back quite late today. Did something go wrong with escorting Blackwood Dragon? Yiming didn't plan to hide anything, after all, there was no point in keeping it under wraps. So, he roughly recounted the events, starting from beating up Lu Qingyun, to killing Lu Tangyun and that unidentified old man, then escorting Blackwood Dragon back to the law enforcement hall, and finally chatting with Su Hunrui and the others. Chi-In listened in stunned disbelief. Are you saying, you beat up Lu Qingyun and his group, then learned about the task of escorting Blackwood Dragon, personally killed Lu Tangyun and that mysterious old man, and discovered they were planning to use Blackwood Dragon's dragon bones and marrow to buy blood guanine on the black market? The law enforcement hall discovered that Lu Qingyun is backed by a mysterious and powerful force, even stronger than the law enforcement hall itself. Now, Lu Qingyun and his associates are about to be sent to the death row camp. And the cause of all this is actually your sixth sense telling you that Lu Jiao was insulting you? Yiming pondered for a moment and nodded. Chi-In gave a thumbs up, you're truly impressive. He didn't ask what the sixth sense was, nor did he inquire about the old man's identity or what exactly the law enforcement hall had said. Chi-In could sense that Yiming was hiding many secrets. After all, they were partners helping each other. If the other person didn't want to talk, there was no need to press for answers. What he needed to do was trust, completely trust. No wonder you asked about the black market. But it's not the right time yet. Going now won't be of any use. Wait a few days. The master of catalyzing spiritual plants has arrived, and the other good items are almost ready too. As for the blood guanine, Chi-In propped his chin thoughtfully. I've heard about this thing before. It's quite sinister. Initially, it was just a piece of natural jade, but somehow it ended up in the corpse of a ferocious beast, absorbing its blood and death aura, turning blood red. Later, someone picked it up, and the thing started to change its shape on its own, as if polished by an invisible force, gradually revealing a humanoid outline, which is why it's called blood guanine. From what I understand, anyone who obtains the blood guanine, even ferocious beasts, will inexplicably die. They die with terrified expressions, their bodies shriveled, as if completely drained. This is also why some say refining the blood guanine can use the death aura of ferocious beasts to upgrade. Chi-In rubbed his chin and shared his opinion. I think this is unreliable. Cultivating by borrowing death energy is still borrowing. Fundamentally different from cultivating by absorbing spiritual energy ourselves. Mixing the two can easily lead to sudden death. Killing ferocious beasts doesn't grant experience for leveling up, this is clearly stated in the textbooks. All awakeners rely on various spiritual liquids and rare treasures of heaven and earth to level up. The appearance of the blood guanine broke this iron rule, but the risks are too high, and it's unnecessary. Rare treasures of heaven and earth are so expensive, I'd rather buy spiritual liquids for leveling up. Why bother buying the blood guanine? Moreover, the blood guanine has side effects and is far less effective than spiritual liquids. Qi Yin just felt that Yiming was somewhat interested in blood guanine and shrugged. You're probably just curious, right? I haven't seen it either. I'll help you ask around later and take a look. He saw Yiming's serious expression and paused for a moment. You're just curious, right? Yiming said directly, I want to buy it. Countless what the hell flashed through Qi Yin's mind, but he didn't show it and didn't plan to delve into it. As he had said before, he completely trusted Yiming. If Yiming wants to buy it, then help him inquire. After all, connections are meant to be used. Alright, I'll ask around for you. Wait for my news. Yiming looked at Qi Yin and finally voiced the long-buried question in his heart. I've been curious for a long time. How do you know so much? He still clearly remembered the first time he met Qi Yin at the Wanhua Grand Hotel. After that, Qi Yin mentioned many strange and peculiar pieces of knowledge, making it hard not to doubt his true identity. Qi Yin's hand paused slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. It's all related to my talent. I have an S-level talent called Heavenly Scholar, which has absolutely no compatibility. All my skills are about learning, memory, and identification. You know, having no compatibility is almost the same as being useless, so I was abandoned by my family and had no choice but to come to Hongfeng City. Fortunately, I met Zhou Qi. He's quite kind-hearted, and after learning about my talent, he introduced me to the old man at the research institute. I helped those researchers a lot at the institute. To better assist them, I spent a lot of time studying materials. Unexpectedly, after the project I was assisting with ended, I was mercilessly kicked out. After a while, I ran into you. Qi Yin spoke very simply, omitting many details, but Yiming could still catch a trace of pain in his expression. An S-level talent abandoned by his family. What a miserable situation. Qi Yin quickly adjusted his mood and said with a smile, hey, to be honest, I have a bit of a personal agenda for going to the black market. I have appraisal skills and want to sift through the muck for gold. That impressive? You could start a live stream in the future called Qi Yin's Treasure Appraisal. Forget it, I'd probably get roasted by the audience. After joking around for a bit, Yiming casually washed up and drank the medicinal soup. Back on the bed, he began meditating to absorb spiritual energy. The energy surged like a runaway horse, racing through his meridians, simultaneously expanding them and replenishing his spiritual power. With the assistance of 9 apertures enlightenment, Yiming's absorption speed was astonishingly fast. An hour passed, and Yiming had absorbed all the spiritual energy, leveling up twice, yet he still felt a bit unsatisfied. Forget it, I'll brew some more to drink tomorrow. Let's first see what skills I got from leveling up twice. With that thought, Yiming summoned the system. Current host level, 14. 2 skill draws available. Skill drawn, lightning speed. Covering vast distances in a single step, moving like a streak of light. Increase movement speed, attack speed. Extract skill, return to origin technique. All calamities vanish, a single thought restores the heavens. Using the skill can heal physical injuries, quickly return to peak condition, and eliminate all negative statuses. The skill has a long cooldown period after use. Yiming's eyes lit up as he instantly drew 2 new skills, secretly thinking to himself, not bad, not bad. One of them enhances speed, not just movement speed, but even attack speed can be boosted. The second one is even more significant. Healing is just its most basic feature. What excites people the most are the words, quickly return to peak condition. Just imagine, after the opponent goes through great effort to severely injure Yiming, he only needs to use this healing skill to instantly return to peak condition. It's like having an extra life, and at full health. This is simply unbeatable. Not to mention, it can eliminate all negative statuses. This effect is so powerful that Yiming even doubted whether today's S-level healing talents enjoy such privileges. Yiming quickly opened the skill tree to check if these 2 new skills had any special entries. Sure enough, as soon as he opened it, he was instantly shocked. Divine Speed. Gain the ability to fly and move quickly over short distances, costs 30 skill points. Return to Origin Technique. If the user dies, they can be resurrected on the spot, returning in optimal condition. Note, this skill consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy. Costs 45 skill points. Yiming's eyes immediately lit up. Since ancient times, who hasn't dreamed of soaring through the skies? He was practically drooling with desire, but unfortunately, he didn't have enough skill points right now. The second skill is an even nobler guardian angel. You must choose it, absolutely must. Level up. You have to level up quickly. System, dear system, I've never begged anyone for anything in my life. Can you give me an option to only draw already owned skills? I need to select the entries. System. Waited for a long time, still no response. Yiming sighed. It seems the hackathon program is still too simple, not even capable of integrating a talking AI. Forget it, I'll deal with it tomorrow. Thinking about this, Yiming simply took out his phone to watch some videos and prepared to sleep. On the same night, someone was tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Xiao Lu kept rolling over in bed, unable to fall asleep. As soon as he closed his eyes, he saw Yiming's fierce gaze and felt the burning pain like fire. Yiming had already left a deep psychological shadow on him. Helpless, Xiao Lu could only turn on his phone and accidentally saw that the group he usually chats in was discussing Yiming. Yiming? This name sounded very familiar to him. He clicked on the group chat and joined the conversation. This group chat wasn't from the law enforcement hall, it was just something Xiao Lu casually set up with others when he had free time. The members were a mixed bag, but most of them were based in Hongfeng City. Lang Yuqing Feng, no way, is Yiming really that impressive? I saw someone write a post analyzing his skills, but no matter how I look at it, I don't think they're that great. Footpath is also a path. I was watching the live stream of the first clear of the new secret realm at the time, and guess what? Yiming was a whole stage ahead of everyone else, leading the entire way. At the end, when fighting the boss, he used Thunderstrike to suppress the boss and went all out. Bright Moon and Gentle Breeze, that was a secret realm with level restrictions, only those below level 10 could enter. What's the value in that? If we went in at our current level, we'd dominate in no time. Lu, you're so confident, why not just challenge Yiming to a duel and settle it? Bright Moon and Gentle Breeze, him? Worthy? I'm from the Research Institute. Footpath is also a path. Whoa, it's actually someone from the Research Institute. Yun Yo, whoa, the Research Institute. Cool Sister Super loves sleeping, oh my gosh, the Research Institute. Lu smiles, so what? What's so special about the Research Institute? If you mess with Yiming, he'll still beat you down. Footpath is also a path. Seems like there's a story behind it, tell me more. Lu, I won't reveal the details, but I heard that tomorrow the people from the Research Institute will head to the new secret realm to start work. Yiming might show up. Let's hope Research Bro is still alive to type, haha. Bright Moon and Gentle Breeze, I'm already level 20, Yiming is at most level 10. He's totally unworthy. Xiao Lu paused for a moment. Research Bro is level 20, much higher than Yiming. This situation really makes it hard to say who will overpower whom. There was a faint unease in his heart, but he immediately shook off those unsettling thoughts. After all, he had faced Yiming in person and knew better than anyone how intense that sense of oppression was. That bone-chilling cold, the fear surging from the depths of the heart, seeing him approach slowly, the oppressive feeling enveloping like dark clouds, even breathing became a luxury. Without experiencing it up close and personal, it's impossible to truly understand Xiao Lu's feelings. At that moment, he completely understood Lu Qingyun's feelings, fear, submission, and nothing else. Xiao Lu watched as Research Bro bragged in the group again, with some people chiming in, saying Yiming wasn't that great. He just smiled faintly. Others hadn't seen much, so they exaggerated wildly, but he had seen enough and wasn't buying it at all. Like to brag? Then go face Yiming head-on. So what if you're only level 20? Aren't you still just an assistant at the Research Institute? The ownership of the secret realm is in Yiming's hands. If you annoy him, he can kick you out with just one word. What are you being so arrogant about here? You have to take responsibility for your words. This is a lesson Xiao Lu deeply understood. On the phone screen, the person with the nickname Bright Moon and Gentle Breeze had already been mocked by Xiao Lu to the point of blushing with anger. He immediately stated that he would go talk to Yiming tomorrow. Xiao Lu ignored him and instead opened a forum to search for Yiming. Sure enough, he found plenty of posts analyzing Yiming's true combat strength. Most of the posts confidently claimed that Yiming's combat power was average and not worth mentioning. While his lightning attribute skills were indeed impressive, they argued it was only effective against ghostly attributes. They dismissed his first clear of the new secret realm as a lucky fluke. This kind of self-assured rhetoric, believing they had grasped the truth, was echoed by a large group of people, saying they could have done it too. Xiao Lu rolled his eyes and directly reported them, reporting all of them. You have no idea how strong he really is. A night passed. Yiming slept soundly and only woke up leisurely when the sun was high in the sky. Shi-Yin sat in front of the computer, yawning incessantly. He was probably woken up by some urgent matter, otherwise, this guy would still want to sleep. After a simple lunch, Yiming began sorting through the remaining rare treasures of heaven and earth to see if he could put together another good concoction. Yiming, there's something I need to tell you. Shi-Yin suddenly spoke. Go ahead. The people from the Research Institute have already arrived at the new secret realm. They're making preparations, but two of them said they want to meet you. Shi-Yin's expression was extremely disdainful. One is Li Lao, who is responsible for abyssal creature research at the Institute. He mentioned it on the day you cleared the new secret realm, but Zhou Qi rejected him. The other one is called Li Langming, who got into the Research Institute through connections. What an idiot. Shi-Yin made no effort to hide it, biting down particularly hard on the last two words, clearly full of hatred. Yiming raised his head. You have a grudge against him? Shi-Yin corrected, it's enmity. He killed a precious spiritual plant and framed me for it, causing me to waste my efforts and even lose over 100,000. I don't lack money, but I don't want to be taken for a fool. And didn't I say I was kicked out after the auxiliary project ended? That was his doing. He stole the data I had collected and organized, and even teamed up with others to injure me. Shi-Yin actually got beaten up? Yiming was just about to say, "Why didn't you fight back?" But then he remembered that Qiyin was a heavily scholar and had no combat ability at all. Well, there's nothing more to say about that. Those guys at the research institute are too arrogant. From what I remember, only 4 or 5 of them are somewhat normal, the rest are all idiots. Especially Li Langming, that guy is so arrogant, he probably won't take you seriously at all. He might even suggest you lay low for a while or something, Qiyin said. Yiming couldn't help but laugh. The ownership of the secret realm belongs to me. Others might as well be serving me. Asking me to lay low because of them? What a joke. I'll go take a look later. If anyone acts arrogant, I'll beat them down. Everyone's practicing martial arts now, and they still dare to mess with me? Better check if their fists are hard enough first. Shi Yin's eyes lit up, and he thought to himself, this is exactly why I brought Yiming into the guild and gave him all the resources, because of his strength and ferocity. Hey, if it really comes to a fight, I'll cover all the money we spent at the black market. Not just blood, Guanyin, I'll buy you anything else you want. Yiming pretended to be angry upon hearing this. You're the guild leader, and you're guilty of incitement. What incitement? It's a mutual agreement, how can that be considered incitement? After saying this, Yiming turned and left. The gentle smile on his face instantly disappeared without a trace. The secret realm is mine. Others are using my things for research and still dare to act arrogantly toward me. Isn't this like cursing someone while eating from their bowl? The ownership is still in my hands, and they dare to put on airs? Yiming could no longer tolerate it and decided to go see for himself. What kind of background dares to be so brazen? If they're tired of living, they can just say so directly. Yiming had just left not long ago when the door was knocked, and 2 figures came in. Xu Ziming, Su Jing? Qiyin looked at them in surprise. The 2 staggered in as if they had lost their souls, sat on the sofa, their faces full of helplessness and grievance. What happened? Qiyin asked with concern, secretly wondering why they suddenly came over when they would usually be doing guild tasks in the secret realm at this time. Could it be that someone bullied you? After all, for Su Jing, who is usually carefree and doesn't take anything to heart, to show such a helpless expression, she must have encountered some trouble. President, are we not good enough? Su Jing suddenly spoke. Qiyin was completely puzzled. Xu Ziming and Su Jing were exceptionally talented and very hard-working, spending almost 24 hours a day in the secret realm fighting monsters. They completed the most guild tasks and even encouraged many others to join. How could that be? You all are excellent. Compared to your peers, you're already very impressive, of course, not including Yiming. Xu Ziming said with a bitter smile, here's what happened. Today, we went to take on a mission and fight monsters as usual, and suddenly we heard someone saying things like how students still have the nerve to explore secret realms, telling us to go back and study properly. At first, we didn't pay much attention to it. After all, it's not the first time we've heard such things. Our strength is enough to prove them wrong. But later, 3 people in white lab coats showed up, claiming they were from the research institute and were there to test the new secret realm. They said students weren't allowed in and that this was a rule jointly set by Yiming and the research institute. In the end, we were driven out. They even specifically mentioned that if Yiming found out about this, he would feel embarrassed. The 2 of them finished speaking, looking even more aggrieved. Qiyin couldn't help but laugh, just because of this? He thought it was something major, but it turned out to be just this. Yiming never set such rules, he's not that kind of person. Don't take it to heart. Oh, that's good. One more thing, our school has been shut down by the enforcers. At least 2 months off, waiting for the new principal and teachers to take over. At this point, Su Jing suddenly became excited. President, you wouldn't believe it. The enforcer came to the school with inspectors and others, and the grade directors were all scared stiff. Few bold ones tried to call the principal, but after shouting for a long time with no response, they realized the principal was already gone. The enforcer demanded that they make up the owed spirit liquid in compensation to the students within a week. Just thinking about the teachers' grim faces makes me laugh. Serves them right. So satisfying. They keep treating us like punching bags every day. Su Jing stood with her hands on her hips, brimming with excitement. Every meeting they talk about putting students first, but when have they ever truly considered us? Every time they make rules, it's just self-indulgent. I've been wanting to deal with them for ages. Thanks to Yiming, the big boss. If it weren't for him, I might still be stuck in the classroom being bullied, maybe even depressed to the point of suicide. A lot of classmates want to come and thank him. Where's the boss? Qiyin replied, went to the new secret realm, dealing with those guys in white lab coats. Su Jing was startled, Some of them are level 20. Will the boss be in danger? Should we go help? Trust your boss, Yiming. I naturally believe you are Yiming, but the rules here state that unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The security guard standing at the entrance of the secret realm wiped the sweat from his forehead. Is Yiming really an 18-year-old young man? Why does the aura he exudes feel so overwhelmingly oppressive, making people instinctively want to kneel? Even more intimidating than when the leaders come for inspections. Who is the person in charge? Have them come see me. Elderly from the research institute hasn't arrived yet. The current person in charge is Mr. Li Langming. He just entered the secret realm and hasn't. How many people have gone in? 3. Including Mr. Li Langming, a total of 3. Yi Ming holds ownership of the secret realm and is closely connected to it. Simply put, he is like the boss of the secret realm, able to sense every blade of grass and tree within it. Sure enough, there were indeed 3 people in the secret realm, armed with weapons. Young Master Li is truly remarkable, taking down these fierce beasts with a single strike. Oof, stop praising him. While old Li isn't here, hurry up and collect the materials dropped by the beasts. We can sell them on the black market later. This earns way more than doing those useless research projects. Understood. By the way, young Master Li, isn't it possible for multiple spaces to exist simultaneously in a racing-type secret realm? Why not let others in too? This is the first day the secret realm has opened. Surely a lot of people want to enter. Why are we keeping them out? Another person kicked him. Are you stupid? Don't you know how long it takes for the secret realm to refresh? Once these drops are gone, they're gone. Did you forget the news about the heavenly spirit grass and the Ice Lake secret realm being snatched clean overnight? Young Master Li is kind-hearted and willing to take us along to farm materials. You'll get your share of the benefits later. Stop talking nonsense and get to work. Wrong, wrong. Li Langming snorted coldly. Hurry up, I feel like something is watching me. The 2 lackeys immediately flattered him. It must be because young Master Li is so dazzling that even the secret realm boss is envious and jealous of you. Yi Ming. A bit disgusting. He didn't dodge, just stood at the doorway, raising his hand as faint light gathered at his fingertips. Modify secret realm rules. 1. All ferocious beasts levels increase by 10, current boss level, 22. 2. Boss's attack power significantly increases after being seriously injured. 3. The secret realm can only be exited upon the boss's death. Yi Ming's fingertips paused slightly. He had intended to write down a few more rules but quickly felt a noticeable resistance, as if the secret realm's own level was too low, limiting him to modifying only 3 rules. He originally planned to raise the ferocious beasts levels by 20, but the levels within the secret realm depended on his own strength and could only be increased by a maximum of 10. After weighing his options, he decided not to make further changes. The improvement of 10 levels is already more than enough. Subsequently, Yi Ming found a recliner and sat directly at the entrance of the secret realm. Before long, a piercing and shrill scream reached his ears. Inside the secret realm. Damn! What the hell is going on? Why has the combat power of the ferocious beast suddenly increased? Li Langming gripped the long blade in his hand, too shocked to speak. His blade had actually broken. This blade had accompanied him for many years, forged from deep-sea black iron of extremely high hardness, refined with various rare treasures, and honed over nearly 30 years. Normally, cutting down a level 7 or 8 ferocious beast would be a piece of cake. But this time, it wasn't the ferocious beast that broke, it was his blade. This is simply unreasonable. The 2 subordinates nearby were even more stunned. Young Master Li, we can't get out of the secret realm. What? These words exploded like a bomb in Li Longming's heart, and he immediately panicked. Since they couldn't leave, it meant the rules of the secret realm had changed, and it was very likely that they had to defeat the boss to escape. Killing an ordinary monster can break the blade, so wouldn't killing a boss require risking one's life? He's still young, he doesn't want to die. And the only one who can modify the secret realm's rules is Yi Ming. What's wrong with him? Yi Ming. I don't care what you're planning to do. Killing a researcher is a serious crime. In response to him, a roar echoed from deep within the heavy gate. A towering Death Knight rode out slowly on a warhorse, with ghostly blue flames burning by his side and the same eerie blue flames spewing from his eye sockets. Under his arm, he carried a 3-meter-long lance, its blade covered in rust and layered with dried blood that sent chills down one's spine. No one dares to underestimate him. Under the glow of the ghostly blue flames, the dead heart seemed to come alive, flickering as if it were beating. The Death Knight recalled that young man from before, wielding the power of thunder, judging all sins. He should have perished under that thunder, but unexpectedly, the young man granted him rebirth, even reshaping his body, making him even stronger. Outside the secret realm, Yi Ming stared blankly at the newly appeared Death Knight. This guy didn't have a weapon before, but now it has a long spear? Could it be something obtained after leveling up? Interesting. Just as Yi Ming was about to continue reviewing the video in his mind, the researchers led by Elder Li finally arrived. Are you Yi Ming? The speaker was an elderly man, over 70 years old, with a head full of white hair. I am Li Changqing, responsible for abyssal creature research at the Hongfeng City Research Institute. His expression was kind and amiable. Yi Ming's gaze was fixed on him, while the old man's eyes darted around incessantly, as if scrutinizing Yi Ming. His gaze didn't seem like he was looking at a person but rather examining some kind of research subject, which was extremely unsettling. Do you like it? Old Li was momentarily stunned, instinctively withdrawing his gaze. He first nodded, then shook his head. Yi Ming ignored him and turned his attention to the 5 people following behind him, 3 women and 2 men. There was a trace of fear in their eyes, mixed with a hint of excitement and astonishment. Relying on his seniority, Old Li often exploited them. They dared not resist because all the research funding was in his hands. When they saw Yiming, they initially thought he would be as submissive to Old Li as they were. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a tough character. Daring to confront Mr. Li, how satisfying. Mr. Yiming, I sincerely apologize. We were delayed while moving the equipment. The security guard just informed me that Li Langming set up unauthorized rules to prevent others from entering, causing trouble for you, the secret realm, and others entering it. I deeply apologize and will certainly make amends to you. A young woman spoke softly. If there's anything we need to compensate, please feel free to let us know. However, time is of the essence. Could you allow us to enter the secret realm as soon as possible? The earlier we start researching the anomalous beasts, the better. The other people beside the girl also nodded in agreement. Can I observe? Yiming asked. Of course, this secret realm is yours after all. But Old Li on the side said unhappily, how can that be? Some research data cannot be shown to outsiders. And, where is my little Langming? He should have arrived long ago. Could he have entered the secret realm? Yiming was disgusted by this term of endearment. Little Langming had even come out. Could Li Langming have entered the research institute through Elderly? Yiming waved his hand to open the secret realm and stepped in. The five paused for a moment and immediately followed. Elderly remained silent for a while, walking in last and also entering. Previously mentioned, the racing-type secret realm can divide into multiple independent spaces, so Yiming and his group are in a new space, while Li Langming is fiercely battling the Death Knight in another space. After the five people entered the secret realm, they immediately began to divide tasks and cooperate. Some set up tents, while others transported equipment. Yiming casually found someone to chat with. Unexpectedly, that person was even more excited than Yiming. Wow, I can't believe I'm seeing you in person. Hello, my name is Zhang Xiqing. I've heard Qiyin mention your name before. Yiming didn't expect that she was still in touch with Qiyin, and their relationship seemed quite good. He remembered Qiyin had said that someone was relatively normal. The two exchanged a few words and quickly grew closer. Zhang Xiqing felt secretly delighted as she watched Yiming talking to her. No way, he's just too handsome. Those eyes staring at you, paired with his perfect features and magnetic voice, oh my, just standing in front of him makes your legs go weak. For some reason, Zhang Xiqing always felt an inexplicable fear when looking at him. If it were someone else, she might actually be scared and avoid them. But when it came to Yiming, this is not oppression at all. It's intense sexual tension. Zhang Xiqing found this feeling particularly exhilarating. The fear in her mind unexpectedly transformed into an ambiguous emotion. When a girl gets bold, even guys might find it a bit twisted. She casually asked a few questions, and Yiming gained a general understanding of their research institute, or rather, the project team she was part of. It was initially organized by Old Manly. He indeed had quite a few good ideas, strong research capabilities, and every project entry point directly hit the core of the problem. Later, I don't know if he got lazy or what, but he actually took the ideas and results of the team members for himself without giving credit, claiming that their level wasn't high enough to get attention, so it was better for him to publish them. He even applied for a large research grant, but didn't spend a penny on the research, pocketing it all for himself. After Li Langming came over, this trend worsened, driving away quite a few researchers. And that's not all. The worst part is that they were in charge of abyssal creature research. Without funding and manpower, they couldn't even afford protective suits, making research impossible. They didn't even have any abyssal creatures. What kind of research could they possibly do? Repeated applications for transfer or reports were useless, so everyone gave up. To be honest, I'm still young. In the limited time in life I have, achieving one more result would be great. As long as I can make even the slightest contribution to the soldiers stationed in the abyss and to society, I would be satisfied. Zhang Xiqing let out a soft sigh. The breeze brushed past, outlining her frail figure in the white coat. Currently, I am bearing all the research expenses myself, and I'm not sure how much longer I can keep it up. But don't worry, we're very efficient. Once we've documented these strange phenomena, we'll leave right away and won't waste your time. Yiming fixed his gaze on her. Have you ever thought about becoming the team leader in the future and directly kicking Old Li out? Ha! Zhang Xiqing's mind short-circuited for a moment. Yiming didn't really want an answer, he was just testing her. From her reaction, it was clear she hadn't even considered the idea, not even for a moment. Turning his head, he saw Elderly holding a device resembling a compass, pacing nearby. The needle spun wildly without any sign of stopping, and his brows were tightly furrowed. Yiming. Li Langming is in the nearby space. Please bring him out. He's a member of my team, and nothing can happen to him. Heh, he disrupted the normal opening of my secret realm and took all the loot. Who's going to compensate me for this loss? Elderly said unhappily, loss or no loss, he's still just a child. Besides, the loot belongs to the strong. If he has the ability to take it, what's the problem? So what you're saying is that whoever is stronger is justified? That's the fundamental rule. Yiming chuckled softly, his fingertips emitting a faint glow once more. With a swift motion of his hand, he pulled out a person covered in blood. Old Li's expression changed drastically. Li Langming? He was about to step forward, but Yiming pulled the bloodied man back a step, causing Old Li to halt immediately. Yiming, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, he's a severely injured researcher. Hey, shut up. Say one more word and I'll snap his neck. Yiming's hand was already gripping Li Longming's neck, and the latter let out a painful whimper. Li Langming never expected that Yiming would actually change the rules of the secret realm. Facing a level 22 boss, his two subordinates had died in battle, and he had exhausted all his trump cards to barely manage to kill the Death Knight. Now, in Yiming's hands, if Yiming wanted to kill him, he would be completely powerless to resist. At this moment, Li Langming finally understood the meaning of that sentence in the group chat last night. You have no idea how strong he is. Indeed, he hadn't even faced Yiming head-on, yet his life was already hanging by a thread. Right now, he truly wished he could travel back in time and give himself a hard slap. He had been too arrogant, taking everything for granted. It just so happened that he ran into Yiming, this iron wall, no, steel wall. Only to hear Yiming say calmly, hand over all the loot you've collected. Li Langming almost ground his teeth to pieces. He had been playing since 3 in the morning until now, 12:30 in the afternoon, for over 9 hours straight without a break. Not only that, he also sacrificed 2 subordinates, a knife that had accompanied him for many years, and an invaluable life-saving trump card. The total value of the loot he obtained was about 50 million, but it was far from enough to cover his losses, and Yiming even demanded that he hand over all the loot. This isn't just earning nothing, it's a complete loss. Li Langming was so furious he was about to have a heart attack. No wonder someone in the group said not to mess with Yiming, he truly can't be provoked. What? You're not convinced? Then let's fight. I respect you, so I'll go all out against you. Whoever wins gets the stuff. After all, Senior Li already said that the fundamental rule is survival of the fittest. A smile appeared on Yiming's face. Li Langming trembled all over. Right now, forget about fighting, he could barely stand still without passing out from excessive blood loss. How could he possibly have the strength to fight? That old geezer is truly a menace. He glared angrily at Old Li, who was also fuming. Seeing Li Longming's behavior just now, he had already guessed most of it, secretly snatching the loot and not giving him a single penny. Most of the trouble Li Langming caused at the research institute was cleaned up by Old Li. At the very least, he had some feelings for him, right? And yet you actually embezzled this batch of loot? Though he's an old man, his temper is not to be trifled with. Li Langming, don't glare at me. This is the mess you caused yourself, go fix it. Don't expect to get another penny from me in the future. Li Longming's pupils trembled violently. You old bastard, you. He hadn't said a single word. Old Li snorted coldly, once I've dealt with you, get out of here. Don't let me see you again. Yiming raised his hand again, and Li Langming was directly thrown out of the secret realm, his figure disappearing instantly. Elder Li saw his expression ease slightly and took 2 steps forward. Yiming, this should be fine now, we have nothing to do with him anymore. Yiming could tell that Elder Li's words were meant to help Li Langming. Li Langming was seriously injured, and the most urgent matter now was to send him out for treatment immediately. Arguing here without evidence is meaningless. Moreover, Li Langming staying here will only slow down the research progress. Yiming holds the ownership of the secret realm. If he wishes, he could completely refuse to open it to the research institute. The current openness is due to cooperation with the law enforcement hall. The research institute is merely benefiting from the law enforcement hall's influence. Additionally, the research value of abyssal anomalous beasts is extremely high, but the difficulty is equally great. Otherwise, the law enforcement hall would have sent their own people to conduct the research long ago, instead of entrusting it to the research institute. Although Mr. Li is highly experienced, he still falls short compared to Yiming. If they truly anger Yiming and he refuses to grant them access, how would they conduct their research? Therefore, going along with Yiming is the wisest choice. Mr. Li secretly felt that he had made a perfect decision, preserving the research project, ensuring Li Longming's safety, and maintaining his own reputation. But when he saw Yiming's meaningful smile, his heart still skipped a beat. Outside the secret realm, Li Langming, covered in blood, lay in a pool of it, his breath gradually weakening. Logically speaking, the outskirts of the secret realm should now be surrounded by layers upon layers of people, all watching the spectacle. But the place was deserted, as Li Langming had driven everyone away early on. As a level 20 awakened of the research institute, no one dared to approach at his command. Now, even if he shouts until his throat is hoarse, no one will come to rescue him. You reap what you sow, you cannot live. Wow, Yiming really has some skills. Zhou Qi walked over, first collecting all the items that had fallen from Li Langming, and casually turned on the law enforcement recorder. He began to pretend to perform rescue and called for support. The news of Li Langming being killed by a ferocious beast quickly spread. What the hell, Li Langming? The one from the research institute? A level 20 awakened was killed by a Death Knight? Is the secret realm's difficulty really this brutal? Looks like Yiming's strength is far beyond what we imagined. He's only level 9 and can kill a Death Knight. Truly, geniuses can't be measured by common sense. Wait, doesn't anyone doubt the authenticity of this news? This doesn't make sense at all. How could a level 20 person be killed by a level 12 Death Knight? You doubt the official news from the law enforcement hall? There are even photos from the scene. Li Langming was covered in injuries, his blade was broken, and all his spiritual treasures were completely destroyed. He clearly went through a life-and-death battle and still lost, then was thrown out of the secret realm after his death. My goodness, how terrifying. Deaths in the secret realm are far too common, no one would point the finger at Yiming. Back inside the secret realm, Old Li assured Yiming that he would definitely work hard on the research and would not go out easily unless there were results. Zhang Xiqing sincerely smiled and expressed her heartfelt gratitude to Yiming. Without Yiming's help, this research would have undoubtedly been extremely difficult. She looked at Yiming, and a small spark ignited in her heart. She possessed A-level research talent, as well as the experience and ability to lead a team, but she lacked confidence and a small opportunity. Yiming left the secret realm and strolled to a deserted riverside. Hey! That's enough, stop walking, there's no one here. Zhou Qi, carrying a spatial backpack in both hands, walked up to Yiming, dropped it heavily in front of him, almost stumbling. He was panting like an old ox. You brat, really impressive, taking so much for free loot. Yiming handed him a bottle of water. Take a moment to catch your breath. Don't die in front of me, or people will say I murdered an inspector. Zhou Qi adjusted his breathing for quite a while and finally recovered. He gave a thumbs up. I didn't expect you to deal with Li Langming in this way, and it aligns perfectly with Elder Li's intentions. Regarding Elder Li's academic misconduct, we can investigate further. Killing the chicken to scare the monkeys might also stop the researchers at the institute from scheming again. This bag contains items dropped by ferocious beasts. I checked, most of them are fragmented body parts, with only one complete item, a skeleton head from a Death Knight. But the drop rate in this secret realm is really low. Li Langming spent over 9 hours grinding and only managed to get this much. If it were another secret realm, the loot would have filled at least 3 backpacks. Yiming weighed the backpack, and it did feel quite heavy. But the quality is good. These items can fetch a decent price. Zhou Qi watched him toss the backpack in his hands, as if he were playing with a treasure. Just now, he had exerted all his strength to lift the bag, but Yiming picked it up effortlessly, without any expression. What level are you at now? He asked sincerely. Yiming slung the backpack over his shoulder, level 14. Zhou Qi. Damn, asking that was really unnecessary. No comparison, no harm. He suddenly felt that all his years of cultivation had been in vain. He was once a genius, strong because he had put in enough effort. But Yiming could also be considered a genius. He was strong, yet he had never seen him train desperately. Sigh. Zhou Qi let out a long sigh, looking much older all of a sudden. There's a lot going on in the hall, I'll head out first. Bye-bye. Back at the large villa, Yiming placed the bag on the ground, greeted Qiyin, and went to rest. Slept until evening, got up to have dinner, and threw the remaining rare treasures of heaven and earth into the bathtub to soak. Then he took off his clothes and lay in the bathtub. Completely relaxed. The immense spiritual energy washed through his meridians. Yiming closed his eyes to rest, enjoying the process while fully absorbing and refining the spiritual energy. The toughness of the meridians increased once again, and the spiritual energy was repeatedly refined within the body, eventually condensing into a drop of spiritual liquid the size of an ant, dripping into the dantian. This signifies the completion of body tempering, and the next stage is the purification of the spiritual liquid. Yiming opened his eyes, somewhat dazed. Already at level 15? He confirmed once again, and indeed, it was so. However, he had been lying there for quite some time. Fortunately, it was in the bathtub of his own room. He had been lying there for a full 4 hours. When he got up, his entire body emitted a series of crackling sounds as his joints stretched. His skin exuded black impurities, giving off a foul stench. These were all the filth from inside his body, naturally expelled as the tempering process concluded. However, there was very little filth on Yiming's body, and it was clean after just one rinse. He remembered the textbook stating that this filth was usually sticky, foul-smelling, and abundant, generally hard to wash off. No one had ever had as little filth as Yiming, which could only mean that his physical condition far exceeded that of ordinary people. Yiming didn't pay much attention to it, being clean was good enough. Tidying up, he lay back on the bed and opened the system panel. He discovered that he could draw a skill once. Current host level, 15. 1 skill draw available. Extract skill, fire bell spell. Soaring thousands of miles, fire envelopes the clouds. Proficient in controlling fire elements, capable of summoning fire bells to assist in defeating enemies. Fire bell spell? Yiming still had some impression of this skill. In his previous life, he had seen a Taoist use it to vanquish ghosts. Later, his curiosity led him to ask more questions, and he learned that both the fire charm and thunder charm were effective against ghosts. The fire bell charm was even more powerful than the golden light charm, with extremely high offensive capabilities, though it consumed a lot of energy. It required someone to pass it down for others to learn, and it had to be practiced alongside specific mental techniques, incantations, and footwork. In short, it was very difficult to cultivate. However, the fire bell charm given to him by the system was clearly different. At least he could raise his hand to ignite the fire, looking incredibly cool. Unfortunately, being at home, he didn't dare to try it recklessly, fearing the power of the fire bell curse might be too strong and set the house ablaze. He couldn't exactly ask the system for compensation. After mastering Palm Thunder, he now had another high-damage skill. One Thunder and one Fire, both capable of inflicting significant damage on ghosts. The system was truly considerate, knowing he was about to enter the abyss. It specially gifted him the Fire Bell curse. At the same time, Yiming also noticed that ordinary natural treasures were too slow in improving his abilities. In the past, a bowl of medicine could raise him by 3 or 4 levels, but now it would take a whole bathtub of natural treasures to increase just 1 level. He wasn't sure if it was because the catalytic effect of the natural treasures wasn't strong enough. In any case, he had to find other ways to quickly level up. Planning to try tomorrow, taking out that immature mutated heavenly spirit grass to nurture it properly. Overnight, the news of Li Longming's death in the secret realm quickly spread throughout the research institute. Xiao Lu also saw this news. Just as he had predicted, the entire day, Lang Yu Qingfeng did not log in to argue with him. Heh, I won. Xiao Lu smiled and continued scrolling through videos. Before long, he saw a piece of news trending on the highlights. Announcement regarding this serious criminal case involving Principal Zhao Sheng and teacher Zhao Jiancheng of our city's #1 high school. Principal Zhao Sheng of Hongfeng City's #1 high school has long abused his authority for personal gain, neglected his duties, coveted important strategic assets, and colluded with the school's teacher Zhao Jiancheng to plan and execute malicious criminal activities, including attempted robbery and murder. Principal Zhao Sheng disregarded the law, first releasing high-level pressure in an attempt to use violent means to suppress those present, resulting in 2 injuries. Both have been treated and are now in stable condition. The ownership of secret realms is an important strategic resource. No organization or individual may illegally occupy them. The enforcement hall will continue to crack down severely on all acts of coveting, damaging, and illegal occupation. After reading this long string of text, Xiao Lu could only exclaim, impressive. He had heard a bit about the investigation into Case 1 and thought it would take at least a month to yield results. Unexpectedly, everything was resolved so quickly within just a few days. The announcement signifies that all issues, both overt and covert, have been thoroughly investigated. The speed at which those criminal officers handled the case was as effortless as drinking water. Xiao Lu suddenly remembered how he had been too sarcastic, previously making snide remarks about how the officers seemed to be doing nothing all day. He couldn't help but slap himself. Why is my mouth so foul? They're busy protecting the people, and here I am mocking them. I deserve to be hit. Opening the comments section, it was almost entirely filled with voices like this. Thank you, Yi Ming. Thank you, Law Enforcement Bureau. Woohoo, finally got old Biden checked. Mom, I'm free. Which school gives a 3-month vacation, money, and spiritual liquid? I won't say more. Thanks to Yi Ming and the Law Enforcement Hall. The next day, Yi Ming learned about this matter from Qi. Those criminal officers acted really fast? I guess they've been wanting to investigate for a long time, but just couldn't find any flaws. Now that a flaw has been exposed, they're definitely going to strike hard. Qi spoke as he handed the mutated heavenly spirit grass to Yi Ming. Previously, Yi Ming had mentioned wanting to try using the mutated heavenly spirit grass for ripening. Qi had been so busy with guild matters that he forgot about it, only remembering when Yi Ming reminded him today. Can you really accelerate its growth? Qi was both expectant and uneasy. The mutated heavenly spirit grass was an extremely precious medicinal herb. If the catalysis failed and its efficacy was lost, it would be a huge loss. Yi Ming's expression remained calm as he placed the heavenly spirit grass on the table. Let's give it a try. He raised his hand to channel spiritual energy, his fingertips glowing with a green light that flickered like fireflies. Yi Ming felt as if his spiritual energy was being poured into a dried-up pool, and he himself had become a machine opening the floodgates, pouring spiritual energy in torrents. The leaves of the mutated heavenly spirit grass gradually unfurled, and the plant's body was visibly growing. Qi instinctively held his breath. Having purchased mutated heavenly spirit grass before, he was well aware of its mature appearance, and the one before him was rapidly approaching that state. More importantly, tiny water droplets were condensed on the surface of the leaves, making them look exceptionally fresh, far superior to the goods on the market. Qi rubbed his eyes, confirming that this was not an illusion. No, you're really good at ripening things. When it comes to fighting, he's a hexagonal warrior, which is fine, but the key is that you can actually catalyze this kind of spiritual material and treasure. It's simply outrageous. Moreover, Yi Ming did not rely on any machinery, which suggests this might be a skill. But he had never heard of such a skill before. Where exactly did Yi Ming learn it? No one knows how much spiritual energy this consumes. It really makes one want to learn it. If Qi knew how much spiritual energy it took to catalyze a single spiritual plant, he would definitely give up the idea of learning it immediately. Because it's simply too much. There were so many that Yi Ming was grateful he had chosen the 9 Apertures Enlightened entry to reduce spiritual power consumption, and also thankful he had already reached level 15, otherwise, there would have been no way to accelerate the growth of the mutated heavenly spirit grass. This not only tests the caster's spiritual power reserves but also their output capability. As mentioned earlier, accelerating the growth of the heavenly spirit grass is essentially like filling a pond with water. Whether the water volume is sufficient or not, the key is to input it at high speed within a short time. Otherwise, if it drips slowly like a faucet, it will never fill up. After about 15 minutes, Yiming finally filled the pond, successfully accelerating the growth of this heavenly spirit grass. A sturdy blade of grass stands upright in a plastic bottle, its roots gently swaying in the water, and its leaves shimmering with a silvery glow. Qiyin clicked his tongue in amazement repeatedly. Where did you learn this technique? It's incredible. Can you teach me? Yiming lay exhausted on the sofa, resting. Want to learn? I don't even know how to teach it myself. Isn't this something anyone can do with their hands? Qiyin. TSK, I just hate talking to people like you. This is top-tier Versailles. Others need to study for several years and practice for several more to catalyze spiritual plants, at least 8 years to start, and even then, they must be very confident before taking action. Despite all this, the failure rate remains high. Yiming raised his hand, and it was done in 15 minutes. Your 15 minutes are worth 8 years for others. And the results are even better than others. Saying, as long as you have hands, isn't that hitting straight to the heart? But for Yiming, that's exactly how it is. He doesn't understand the principles of the wood cultivation technique, nor does he bother to study them. As long as it's useful, and he knows how to use it, that's enough. The principles are something the system should handle, all he needs to do is activate the skill. However, this ability to output spiritual energy is something only Yiming can achieve. It wouldn't work if someone else tried, let alone someone of an extremely high level. Qiyin took a photo of the mutated heavenly spirit grass and asked, so what are you planning to do with this grass? Eat it? Forget it, the improvement isn't significant. Can you tell what difference this one has compared to a normally matured mutated heavenly spirit grass? I don't have that ability, but it's definitely better than the ones I bought, that's for sure. As for how much better, I don't know. Maybe you could ask a master who specializes in catalyzing spiritual plants on the black market. That's why he took the photo. Yiming put away the mutated heavenly spirit grass, then looked up and asked, speaking of the black market, when can we go? He wants the blood guanine. Qiyin smiled mysteriously and held up 2 fingers. Just wait 2 more days. I've heard that the black market's ruler is holding an auction, and the grand finale item is the blood guanine. But this thing is highly sought after, and the price will definitely be terrifyingly high. I guess it'll be a barter system, depending on whose item can please the ruler's taste. Yiming pondered for a moment, who else wants it? If it really comes down to bartering, then we must be prepared for disappointment. When the time comes, we'll just have to take it by force. In a place like the black market, do you really think people care about reciprocity? What a joke. Qiyin counted on his fingers, on the surface, 1 from the Sioux family, 1 from the Flying Eagle Guild, and in secret, all the major guilds are definitely vying for it, not to mention individuals won't let it go. In short, there are a lot of competitors. Alright then. Yiming pondered how to level up within 2 days. The natural treasures were already used up, and as for spiritual liquid, he'd have to turn into a water buffalo, drinking a liter at a time just to see slight results, which was really not worth it. Yiming opened the skill panel again and let his gaze rest on 9 apertures enlightenment. Anyway, it's about absorbing spiritual energy. If natural treasures are useless, is there a space rich in spiritual energy? Yiming raised this question. Qiyin thought for a moment. Special secret realms might have it, but as far as I know, there are no such secret realms in Hongfeng City. The other option would be cultivation rooms, which are rooms equipped with spirit gathering arrays for cultivation. Generally, only the law enforcement hall and top-tier guilds have them. Then why doesn't our guild have one? Because the guild was just established not long ago and lacks credibility. Do you think I don't want it? But the approval simply won't pass. Yiming sighed, took out his phone, and asked Zhou Qi. Let me ask you something, does your law enforcement hall have a training room? Zhou Qi, yes, do you need to use it? Zhou Qi, you were planning to cultivate too? Yiming frowned. What did that mean? Of course, he had to cultivate. Even lying down, he could cultivate. Cultivating while lying down was still cultivating. Zhou Qi replied again, I can help you apply. Do you want to come? Yiming, I'll come, heading over right now. He informed Qiyin, who reminded him, the black market is held inside the secret realm. The opening time and method are not fixed. Don't turn off your phone, I'll call you if there's any news. Understood. Cultivation waits for no one. Yiming quickly headed to the law enforcement hall. On the other side, Zhou Qi put down his phone and was about to head to the entrance. The cultivation room was inside the law enforcement hall, and without a guide, Yiming would definitely not find it. Cold Foam, a law enforcement officer who had just finished handling a case, was lying on the ground and almost fell asleep. However, when he saw Zhou Qi heading out, he suddenly perked up. Another new case? The black market in Red Maple City is about to open, attracting all sorts of people from various walks of life, including quite a few outsiders. Red Maple City, already in utter chaos, has become even more disorderly. Security issues are emerging one after another. Long Feng hasn't slept for 3 consecutive days. Although awakened individuals don't need much sleep, the mental exhaustion is still unbearable. Zhou Qi turned around and saw Lang Feng twisting gloomily on the ground, his brows tightly furrowed. Don't worry, Yi Ming is coming to the training room, take a break first, don't die right under my nose. As soon as these words were spoken, not only Lang Feng but everyone else instantly sobered up. Yi Ming is coming? The last time Yi Ming came was because of Lu Qingyun's matter, and he also brought the Blackwood Dragon along. He came quickly and left just as fast, not even leaving them a glimpse of his shadow. Only Su Hunrui chuckled and said he had seen Yi Ming, who was indeed formidable and domineering, living up to his reputation. They felt quite uneasy in their hearts. This time, with Yi Ming here, they absolutely couldn't miss the chance. Not to mention, Lang Feng once proudly showed off the Tianling grass tea leaves he got from Yi Ming, and everyone had a taste. The tea available on the market is unbearably bitter, and some even joke that if this tea were given to prisoners, they'd confess on the spot it's absolutely awful. But the tea sent by Yi Ming is different. It feels slightly cool upon entry, isn't bitter, and leaves a faint, refreshing fragrance lingering at the tip of the nose. After drinking it, the mind becomes clear, spiritual energy flows more smoothly, and the whole person feels invigorated. Moreover, this tea was personally delivered to Lang Feng by Yi Ming. Damn it, how can one endure this? Even the head of the inspection department praised this tea as amazing. I wonder where Yi Ming got it from. If there's a chance, I'd really like to ask. Isn't this the perfect opportunity? A large group of people crowded at the entrance of the enforcement hall, and before long, a young and handsome man indeed walked over. Before Zhou Qi could step forward, he was slapped aside by a colleague. Hello, Yi Ming, my name is He Changshan, and I'm Zhou Qi's colleague. Your introduction is too vague, let me do it. Yi Ming, hello, I'm a colleague of Captain Su, that is, Su Hunrui's colleague. I've seen you before, but unfortunately, I didn't get a chance to greet you before you left. Yi Ming was a bit bewildered by their enthusiasm, wondering if all the people in the law enforcement hall were this passionate. Everyone gathered here was young. After chatting with them for a bit, Yi Ming realized they were purely curious. From the very beginning, battling from level 9 to the level 12 Death Knight and claiming the first clear of the secret realm, they had been keeping an eye on Yi Ming. One event after another kept reshaping their understanding. Only geniuses or extremely hardworking and diligent people can work in the law enforcement hall. But after seeing Yi Ming, they suddenly felt that their years of effort couldn't compare to him at all. After all, at Yi Ming's level, they couldn't achieve his accomplishments. It's truly absurd. They're all human, so why can someone be this strong? Did he cheat? Many people sized up Yi Ming, their eyes devoid of jealousy, filled only with admiration for the strong. Whoa, those perfect facial proportions, that body ratio. If he put on a law enforcer's uniform, just how handsome would he be? You really have quite the imagination. I've already thought of the kids' names. You're even more outrageous, such dirty thoughts. Up ahead, Zhou Qi led Yi Ming to the training room, chatting along the way, and the crowd dispersed. Everyone has their own tasks to do, and asking too many questions would be disrespectful to Yi Ming. Yi Ming came here to train, not to be treated like a monkey for entertainment. Wait until he finishes cultivating, there will be plenty of time to ask. Zhou Qi applied for the most luxurious and quietest cultivation room, fully equipped and providing a continuous supply of spiritual energy 24 hours a day. Alright, thanks, brother. Yi Ming nodded in satisfaction. You're welcome. Zhou Qi waved his hand and left. After closing the door, Yi Ming took a deep breath. As expected from a government department, the concentration of spiritual energy in the air was even higher than when he soaked in a bathtub full of rare treasures, perhaps even more so. Maintaining it all day, what a grand gesture. Yi Mingxian noticed the punching power test machine in the corner. Perfect time to give it a try. He swung his fist, producing a muffled sound, and the whole room seemed to shake. The number on the screen jumped to 1032 kilograms. Damn! Yi Ming was shocked. He actually didn't have a clear understanding of his own strength. He just felt that the people he fought with were pretty weak, unable to withstand even a single punch from him. Thinking about it now, who could withstand it? A single punch with over a ton of force. In his previous life, a small car weighed about a ton, and his punch was equivalent to the force of a small car. Turns out I'm so awesome. Given by the system, the result of cultivation, all of this is a reflection of his own efforts. That's right, exactly like this. I'm truly awesome. Yi Ming found a place to sit down, took a deep breath, and activated 9 apertures enlightenment. Boom! The spiritual energy in the entire room seemed to be drawn by a tremendous force, spiraling into Yi Ming's body. The dense spiritual energy almost solidified, forming a vortex with Yi Ming at its center. Tempering the meridians, refining the spiritual energy, drop by drop of spiritual liquid fell into the dantian. At first, it was slow, drizzling lightly, but as time passed, the spiritual liquid rain became increasingly dense until a torrential downpour fell in the dantian. Level 1 to 15 is the first stage, primarily focused on tempering the meridians and training the body to withstand the circulation and manipulation of spiritual energy. This stage is about building a foundation. The tougher the meridians, the faster the circulation speed. Level 15 to 30 is the second stage, with the main task being the refinement of spiritual energy and its gathering in the dantian. On one hand, the meridians continue to be nurtured, while on the other, preparations are made for the next stage. Generally speaking, gathering a small puddle in the dantian is considered up to standard. Most people can only achieve this level. Those who want to level up quickly and have more spiritual energy need to gather a bit more, forming a small pond, which is considered above average. Someone like Yiming, who directly pours down a torrential rain, eager to fill up the dantian, cannot be judged by ordinary standards. It's really hard to imagine someone wanting to gather a whole sea in their dantian. Are you planning to go surfing in your dantian when you're bored? Moreover, this approach only exists in theory, and even the theory feels overly bold. But Yiming just insisted on doing it, and he actually managed to pull it off. With external support, not gathering more spiritual liquid would be letting myself down. Anyway, he's using the resources of the law enforcement hall, so he doesn't feel the slightest bit of regret. I'm going all out. Yiming sat with his eyes closed for a day and a half, continuously maintaining a large input of spiritual energy. The prolonged duration caused some soreness in his meridians. Forget it, let's leave it at that. Give others some leeway, taking everything is indeed a bit unreasonable. He could clearly feel the spiritual energy density in the room decreasing. He unlocked his phone, and several messages popped up. The latest one was from Zhou Qi, asking if he wanted to have a meal together. Yiming replied with a okay. Zhou Qi, damn, you're finally awake? I thought you were trapped in there. Yiming, you speak way too casually. He moved his body a bit. This time, he leveled up 3 times in one go, allowing him to draw 3 skills, gaining quite a lot. Yiming didn't rush to check the skills and first walked to the punching power testing machine. He threw a punch. Accompanied by a muffled sound, the numbers on the screen began to rapidly fluctuate, only stopping half a minute later. 1,233 kilograms. Increased by a full 200 kilograms of strength compared to before. Not bad. Yiming turned around and left with satisfaction, not noticing that data has been automatically uploaded, prompt flashing on the screen. Afterward, he followed Zhou Qi to the cafeteria. Without a card, he used Zhou Qi's card to order 4 dishes and found a spot to feast heartily. In the distance, a few people gathered together, making a racket. From the sound of it, they seemed drunk. Suddenly, someone slammed the table hard. You shut up and listen to me first. I've been to the abyss 3 times. I've waded through blood and fought through flesh. Why do you have to force Yiming into my team? Just because I've been around longer, I have to take on rookies? I refuse to accept this. If he's got what it takes, let Yiming fight me. If he wins, I'll let him join. Descending into the abyss usually involves a team of 4 to 5 people, led by a captain, and the team typically includes 1 rookie. Many rookies appear to be full of confidence, but the moment they face the abyss, they get scared out of their wits. At such times, veterans not only have to protect the rookies but also deal with the ferocious beasts, leaving them stretched thin, so the mortality rate for rookies is quite high. If you encounter obedient rookies, it's not so bad, they know to stay far away and not cause trouble for the team. But the most annoying ones are those who are both timid and reckless, poking around here and there, accidentally provoking a beast and causing the whole team to suffer. Unfortunately, the second type of rookie is the most common. Therefore, many experienced people strongly opposed adding newcomers to the team. The drunk Wang Qiuren was the loudest voice of opposition. When he saw the new list, he noticed that Yiming had been added to the team. Yiming, a newcomer. The table shows only level 14. Going into the abyss at level 14? Never seen someone show off like this. If you want to die, don't disgust others. Yiming's fame has recently skyrocketed, and his deeds have spread widely. He can indeed be considered a genius. However, descending into the abyss is not like exploring secret realms. In secret realms, the beasts and environment are fixed, allowing for pre-planned combat strategies. In the wild, there are more beasts, and you can call for reinforcements. The abyss is different, there are no reinforcements. A team of 4 or 5 people is all you have, and the beasts and environment you encounter are completely unknown. If you face a beast siege or sudden environmental changes, there won't even be time to call for help, the entire team will be wiped out instantly. This is the norm. In such a high-pressure environment, they still have to take on a newcomer, and a level 14 one at that. What's more, Yiming is quite famous. If he dies, their team will definitely get heavily criticized. How did he end up being shoved into Wang Qiuren's team? What bad luck! The teammate next to him, Cheng Yuxing, quickly pulled Wang Qiuren back, pressed him into his seat, and gave an apologetic smile to the people around. Sorry, he drank too much. Wang Qiuren stumbled from the push, raised his middle finger, and cursed, damn it, don't meddle with me. My rank is way higher than yours, do I need you to teach me how to act? Stop pretending. Cheng Yuxing's face darkened. Who wouldn't feel upset being scolded in public? He had saved Wang Qiuren several times, yet ended up being scolded right to his face. Someone reminded, if you have any complaints, go to the inspection department's head. He's in charge of abyss exploration. And besides, Yiming came to the law enforcement hall today, so don't make too much noise if you have issues. The drunken Wang Qiuren, face flushed red, let out a burp and sneered. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly felt a shadow cast over him. As she lifted her gaze, she met the young man's devilish glare. I am Yiming. I heard you have an issue with me? Regarding the matter of the list, he directly asked Zhou Qi. Zhou Qi said it was arranged by the minister, as Wang Qiuren's team lost 2 members during their last descent into the abyss, leaving the team short of someone with lightning attribute skills. Putting Yiming in is intended to improve the survival rate of Wang Qiuren's team. Moreover, the assigned location is an area that has already been explored once, with a complete map and information on the types of fierce beasts. There have been no environmental changes or beast gatherings, making it highly safe. That area also contains a rare treasure called the blood-soaked earth dragon, which, when consumed, can strengthen the dantian, stabilize the mind, and eliminate the fear caused by anomalies. Safe and rewarding, combined with the assistance of Yiming, a well-rounded warrior, the arrangement is flawless. The team led by Zhou Qi went to an unexplored area, which was more dangerous, full of ferocious beasts, and with no rumors of rare treasures. Zhou Qi had no complaints. In comparison, Wang Qiuren grumbled and was dissatisfied, while Zhou Qi said nothing and directly agreed. He didn't even mention that Yiming was invited by him, as if it was a given that Yiming had to follow him. The gap between people is just that wide. Yiming understood the situation and, after hearing Wang Qiuren speak so unpleasantly, quickly finished his meal, put down his chopsticks, and walked up to him. Not convinced? Want to fight? Perfect. He just leveled up. You said you want to beat me? Then come on, let's fight. You pick the place. Yiming stared at him, his gaze sharp. Wang Qiuren's heart trembled, and for some reason, he felt a bit scared. He sobered up considerably on the spot. He was about to refuse, but then he thought, wouldn't refusing be equivalent to admitting defeat? Admitting defeat would be like slapping himself in the face. Although he was drunk, his mind was clear, and he knew exactly what he was saying. Refusing now would be so embarrassing. Damn it, I'm someone who ventures into the abyss, how could I be scared by a little brat? Impossible. Fight. I'm here to take on Yiming. Hee, alright. A fight to the death. Once we're on stage, it's either you or me. These words exploded like a bomb, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Even the lunch lady froze in shock. A fight to the death? You two are going to have a fight to the death? Yiming also laughed. Then hurry up, I'm pressed for time. Arriving at the training ground, Yiming and Wang Qiuren signed the life and death agreement, and a considerable crowd had already gathered below the stage. Because the two acted so quickly, many people still holding their bowls in the cafeteria rushed over, posting messages on the forum and calling friends to come watch the commotion. What's going on here? Yiming is going to fight a life and death battle? I even skipped a meeting to come. Enough talk, guys, let's eat. Tell me, who has a better chance of winning? I bet on Yiming to win, Zhou Qi said confidently. Captain Zhou is so confident? The level gap is quite big. Wang Qiuren is level 21, does Yiming even have level 15? I think Wang Qiuren will win. After all, he's been to the abyss 3 times, and his combat experience is stronger than Yiming's. Zhou Qi smiled. They had no idea just how monstrous Yiming really was. Take his water control skill, for example. He could easily defeat Wang Qiuren in an instant, there's no contest at all. On the stage, Wang Qiuren stood with one hand behind his back. I'll only let you use one hand, so no one says I bully kids. Yiming smiled. Then I'll stand still. If you can land a punch on me, you win. Arrogant. Wang Qiuren threw a punch, incredibly fast, his whole body turning into a white blur as he charged toward Yiming. Yiming raised his hand, forming a palm, and easily caught it. Wang Qiuren's pupils slightly contracted. Something was off, this punch carried at least 800 or 900 kilograms of force. How did Yiming manage to catch it? Was it his skill? The next second, his fist erupted with scorching flames. Wang Qiuren directly activated his skill. This battle was a life and death duel, not an ordinary sparring match, but a fight to the death. He unleashed his most frequently used skill, Flame Fist. This skill had burned countless ferocious beasts to death in the abyss, carving out a path to survival. It was his most prideful ultimate technique. He didn't believe Yiming could block it. Blazing flames soared into the sky, the hot wind tousling Yiming's disheveled hair, casting flickering shadows on his rugged face. Heh, I thought you'd be impressive, turns out this is all you've got? Wang Qiuren hadn't even reacted when a crisp, ethereal chime rang in his ears. The sound of the bell approached swiftly, sharp and clear like war drums pounding incessantly by his ear. Boom! Following the sound of the bell came an even more intense and overwhelming blaze, as if it sought to burn everything in existence to ashes. Furious and raging, Wang Qiuren immediately spewed blood from all 7 orifices, not a slow trickle but a violent gush. The blood, upon contact with the flames, evaporated instantly, and the fire clung to his body in the next moment. In just 2 short seconds, the flames vanished without a trace. There was no one in front of Yiming, only a pile of black ashes left on the ground. A gentle breeze blew past, scattering the ashes along with the dust until nothing remained. Wang Qiuren disappeared just like that, without even having time to cry out. Yiming brushed the dust off his clothes, gently patted them clean, and then strolled away leisurely as if taking a walk. He was unwilling to stay even a second longer, lest he be bombarded with questions. After a long while, Zhou Qi regained his composure, deeply impressed by the intense flames. At the moment the flames surged, He felt as if he were in a forest consumed by wildfire, surrounded by a sea of crimson, with countless creatures screaming as they met their demise, and sparks flitting past like fireflies before his eyes. Looking up, thick smoke billowed straight into the sky, nearly 1,000 meters high. It was a scene of utter despair. Zhou Qi snapped back to reality, secretly marveling in his heart. How long has it been, and Yi Ming has already learned a new skill. Moreover, this skill still does not belong to any known fire attribute skill. Its power is immense, and the casting motion is extremely brief. Yi Ming, this kid, just how many things do I not know about him? He muttered under his breath, when suddenly a cry of surprise came from nearby. Damn, why has my food turned into charcoal? My food! The colleague cried like a husband who had lost his wife, wailing desperately. At this moment, the other stunned colleagues also snapped out of it one by one. What just happened? Was it Yi Ming's skill? I don't know, I just blinked. I recorded a video. Let me analyze it. Wang Qiuren threw the first punch, which Yi Ming caught. His fist ignited, Yi Ming looked calm, then the flames grew bigger, Wang Qiuren seemed to spit blood, and then he turned to ash. The video is less than 5 seconds long. What kind of analysis can you do? Whoa, what kind of skill is this? Can you teach me? I really want to learn. No one cared about Wang Qiuren's cause of death. Life and death battles in the law enforcement hall were not uncommon, and deaths were frequent. Many people didn't even know Wang Qiuren, so naturally, they were indifferent. Besides, Wang Qiuren's behavior just now clearly showed he was arrogant and refused to listen to anyone. Unreliable rumors in the hall claimed that he had caused the deaths of his 2 teammates. Such a person is of no use. It's better for him to leave early to avoid harming others. A group of people clamored for Yi Ming to teach them skills, only to find that he had already left. At this moment, Zhou Qi's phone vibrated. It was a message from the minister inquiring. Patrol Department Minister, I heard Yi Ming and Wang Qiuren got into a fight? What's the situation now? Did they really fight? Zhou Qi, it's already over. Patrol Department Minister, huh? Yi Ming lost? Zhou Qi, no, Yi Ming burned Wang Qiuren to ashes and scattered them. Patrol Department Minister. This niche vocabulary left the minister momentarily bewildered. In the office, the minister glanced at the automatically recorded data from the cultivation room, then looked at the message sent by Zhou Qi. Punching power exceeds a ton, mastering dual attribute skills of thunder and fire, capable of controlling water, and possessing channels to obtain top-quality heavenly spirit grass. Any one of these conditions placed on someone else would make people wonder if a prodigy has descended to experience life. Yet Yi Ming's background is clean, even somewhat pitiful. How exactly did he become so strong? The minister did not delve deeply. As long as it was confirmed that his background was clean, he was willing to serve the law enforcement hall and stand on the side of humanity. He didn't ask much about other matters. Perhaps Yi Ming had his own opportunities. Patrol Department Minister, did you ask Yi Ming how the heavenly spirit grass came about? Zhou Qi, no, but he said he could use the immature heavenly spirit grass. This was personally said by Yi Ming, and Zhou Qi conveyed it truthfully. Patrol Department Minister, then submit the application through the back end, I'll approve it. Get more of them. Yi Ming originally intended to ask the enforcement hall's master of spiritual plant catalysis to assess whether the catalyzed spiritual plants were mature, but Zhou Qi reminded him that the masters in the hall came from the research institute. He immediately abandoned this idea. The absurd remarks from the institute made him unable to feel any goodwill toward the organization. If they really found something, the institute would definitely pester him with questions, which was annoying just to think about. Yi Ming would have to come up with excuses, so it was better to go directly to the black market and say, I have a friend, if questioned. Back to Yi Ming, a day and a half of cultivation was indeed refreshing, and Zhou Qi even said he would help him apply for more rare resources. Only then did Yi Ming feel reassured, as even if he couldn't obtain the blood guanine, he wouldn't be completely without a path to level up. Anyway, after experiencing the benefits of natural treasures, he could no longer stand bottled spiritual liquid. It offered fewer upgrades, tasted bad, and, most importantly, was diluted with water. Yet it was sold at such a high price, purely a tax on intelligence. On his way back to the villa, Yi Ming opened the system to check the skills he had drawn. He had a total of 3 chances to draw. The skills he obtained were Dragon Scale Armor, Corpse Explosion, and Soul Control Technique. One of the skills was duplicated, so the system compensated him with 10 skill points. The other 2 skills are quite interesting. Dragon Scale Armor can automatically generate a shield, and when the shield breaks, it can also deal damage, essentially acting as a small bomb. Yi Ming himself, under the enhancement of Collapse Force, has physical strength far beyond that of ordinary people, along with the healing skill Return to Origin technique. Now, he has an additional shield Dragon Scale Armor. Now he simply can't die, absolutely can't die. As for the second skill, Soul Manipulation, the literal meaning suggests the ability to control souls, but figuring out how to use it specifically will require some thorough research. He wondered to himself whether it could be used to control those eerie beasts. When he returned to the villa, Qi Yin was frowning as he examined the loot Yi Ming had brought back. Most of these items were of little use to Yi Ming, except for a particularly unique skeleton head of a Death Knight, which was set aside separately, while the rest were all given to Qin. Keep the useful ones as guild rewards, sell the useless ones for money. Seeing Yi Ming return, Qin greeted him to sit down. There's news. The black market opens at 11 o'clock tomorrow night. We'll set out at 10:30. All right. Yi Ming lay down playing on his phone, while Qin continued sorting the dropped items, quietly waiting for time to pass before acting according to plan. Soon it was the evening of the second day, and Qin called Uncle Wang to take them over. The entrance to the secret realm was relatively secluded, located on a hillside near the wilderness, and it took about half an hour to get there. Only then did Yi Ming realize that quite a few people had gathered here. As he glanced around, he spotted several familiar faces: Su Cheng from the Su family, and Lu Chuan from the Flying Eagle Guild. However, the two of them temporarily didn't notice Yi Ming, focusing intently on when the secret realm's gate would open. Yi Ming's gaze swept over them and finally returned to the entrance of the secret realm. A massive and dilapidated archway stood before the crowd, with two crooked characters written on it. Black Market. At midnight, the gates of the black market slowly opened, and the dilapidated archway instantly became as clean and new as ever. Following the crowd through the archway, the scene before them changed in an instant. The sounds of hawking and the laughter of bargaining filled the air. The crowd surged forward, and both sides of the road were packed with all kinds of stalls. Someone had spread out 2 snakeskin bags on the ground, displaying knives, spears, swords, and halberds. Some gleamed coldly, as if brand new, while others were covered in blood rust, exuding a murderous aura. Walking further, one could see various pills, hundreds of ancient books, and countless spiritual treasures. The stall owners shouted enthusiastically, and if anyone paused, they would be pulled into hearing tales of strange and wondrous events. This black market, rather than living up to its name, felt more like a marketplace from a past life. Yi Ming found it intriguing, his gaze sweeping over the dazzling array of stalls, but he shook his head regretfully. The vast majority of the goods were extremely ordinary, with no real need to purchase them. Even if some ancient texts seemed decent, Yi Ming could tell at a glance that their content was incomplete. Qin also looked around but didn't find anything particularly noteworthy. How about it? Is there anything you want to buy? He asked. No. Yi Ming replied, lifting his foot to continue walking forward, heading toward a dilapidated wooden house. That was the place where the blood guanine was being auctioned. There is no luxurious or high-end environment, nor is there a professional auctioneer. A snakeskin bag serves as a table, with various rare treasures displayed on it. The owner, dressed in a black robe, sits with his legs crossed. Even before it begins, the crowd has already gathered densely, forming 3 inner and outer layers. So many people? Yi Ming was surprised and chose to stand in a corner. With his tall stature, he didn't need to squeeze to the front, just standing on tiptoe was enough to see clearly. The crowd had already started to stir. The blood guanine last appeared 20 years ago. Unfortunately, it was only regarded as a bloodstained jade at the time. Who would have thought it could awaken a spirit and possess extraordinary effects? This time, I must obtain it. Humph, do you think you're the only one who wants it? 2/3 of the people here are after the blood guanine. See that guy in the black robe? He just said the blood guanine only trades for items, not cash. Ah, really? TCH, even if you have something prepared, it's useless. What could possibly compare to the treasures prepared by the Su family and the Shadow Guild, those two major forces? Yi Ming followed the direction and indeed saw Su Cheng holding a wooden box in his arms, accompanied by 4 or 5 guards. From his position, a faint golden glow emanated from the box. He couldn't tell what treasure was inside that could emit light, which truly piqued his curiosity. Lu Chuan also had 3 guards with him, and the strongest one in the middle was holding a wooden box as well, though it didn't emit any light. Qin nudged Yi Ming. Did you prepare something? Yi Ming thought to himself, what does he need to prepare? The most valuable thing he had was the artificially matured mutated heavenly spirit grass, but that had to be shown to a master who could catalyze spiritual plants. He also wanted to keep it for his own use, so selling it was out of the question. The next most valuable thing was his phone. Other than that, he had nothing else to offer. Ha? You really didn't prepare anything? Qin was stunned for a moment. No, I just brought some heavenly spirit grass tea leaves, Yi Ming said frankly. The law enforcement hall had allocated him some rare treasures, and the first thing they sent was the heavenly spirit grass. He casually catalyzed a bit and carried it with him. Qin sighed. The value of Tianling grass tea leaves was far inferior to mutated Tianling grass, and blood guanine couldn't be exchanged for it at all. He couldn't understand why Yi Ming was so calm, especially since he had mentioned wanting blood guanine. Qin was filled with doubt. All right, it's about time, the auction officially begins. The man in the black robe clapped his hands, his voice hoarse. I won't say much about the rules. In the black market, no snatching is allowed. Whoever gets it owns it, and anyone who makes a move is showing disrespect to the black market's authority. Take a good look, everyone. The first auction item, an advanced hybrid new spiritual liquid. The black cloth was lifted, revealing a glass bottle the size of a finger, containing azure spiritual liquid that emitted a faint halo. The dim lighting of the black market made the halo of the spiritual liquid appear even more dazzling. This spiritual liquid is brewed from nearly 50 kinds of rare treasures. Everyone, take a close look. The liquid is thick but does not cling to the walls, its gentle halo surrounds it. Made from the finest treasures, it is a rarity that only the fortunate may encounter. Starting bid, 13 million. The moment the price was announced, Yiming felt a bit shaken. The viscosity of the spiritual liquid indicated that the ingredients were of excellent quality, and there was absolutely no dilution. Drinking such spiritual liquid would undoubtedly yield powerful effects. The others clearly noticed this as well, and the bidding voices rose one after another, quickly driving the price up from 13 million to 33 million. Yiming, do you want it? Xiyin asked. If you want, I can bid for it for you. Yiming was surprised. You're that rich? Not that much, Xiyin shook his head. It's just that this kind of spiritual liquid is too rare. Who knows when it will appear next? It's best to grab it if we can. Yiming shook his head. I don't want this. Just give me some natural treasures. I'll accelerate their growth and refine them. The effect will definitely be much stronger than this spiritual liquid. More importantly, no matter how thick the spiritual liquid is, its medicinal efficacy ultimately cannot compare to the natural treasures themselves. Spending tens of millions to buy spiritual liquid? I could use that money to buy actual natural treasures instead. What's the point? Is it because it's a concentrated version that's easier to digest, or because it glows and can double as a nightlight? The price kept climbing, but only Su Chang and Lu Chuan were left bidding, their faces flushed from the heated competition. Lu Chuan was clearly at a disadvantage. He was merely working for Flying Eagle and could never compare to Su Chang, the young master of the Su family, whose disposable funds far exceeded Lu Chuan's. In the end, the final price was set at 49 million. The crowd of onlookers all stared at that bottle of spiritual liquid, looking at Su Chang with envy. Truly worthy of being young Master Su, spending over 40 million on the first item, and it's even a cash transaction on the spot. TSK. Some people even had the thought of forcibly taking it, but the stall owner had just mentioned that making a move in the black market would be seen as disrespecting those in power, and the consequences would definitely not be good. Once Su Chan leaves the black market and reunites with the Su family, the chances of successfully robbing him would be almost zero. So no one dared to act rashly. Lu Chuan was so envious that he almost ground his teeth to pieces, sarcastically saying, "Young Master Su, you really need to take good care of your body. You just came out of the new secret realm, with most of your meridians broken. You should still be in the recovery period. Using such advanced spiritual liquid recklessly might make your meridians even more fragile." Su Chung dismissed him with disdain and casually tossed the spiritual liquid to a guard to keep it safe. "Better worry about yourself, Captain Lu. Didn't get the ownership of the new secret realm, shouldn't the Flying Eagle Guild be putting you in confinement? Didn't they also say that if you failed to obtain the blood guanine, they'd expel you from the guild?" Su Chang spoke with a teasing tone. Sure enough, Lu Chuan's face immediately darkened. Su Chang couldn't stand him. After all, during the new secret realm expedition, he had wanted to be the team leader and show off, but Lu Chuan seized the opportunity. In the end, he didn't even get the ownership rights. What a disgrace! In the new secret realm, Su Chang suffered severe injuries, with 60% of his meridians ruptured and numerous internal wounds. The treatment alone cost over 3 million, and he has yet to recover. This time, he came to the black market specifically to search for effective healing skills or rare heavenly treasures. Otherwise, he would have to cultivate with damaged meridians, which could easily lead to sudden death. Once, he was awe-inspiring, boasting that the ownership of the new secret realm would be decided between the Su family and the Flying Eagle faction. However, Yiming unexpectedly intervened, delivering a harsh blow to both sides. These days, they don't even dare to step outside, it's simply too humiliating. It's all Yiming's fault. Only in places like the black market, which require massive spending, can he use money to regain his former glory and freedom. Sigh. Su Chang sighed with emotion, but the guard beside him suddenly trembled. "What's wrong?" 1 o'clock direction, under that tree, someone is watching you. Su Chang immediately looked over and indeed saw a dark figure and a pair of eyes suppressing violent rage. That gaze was too familiar, causing Su Chang's smile to quickly fade as a storm surged in his mind. Is that Yiming? Why does he look like a ghost? Why is he here? The location of the black market entrance changes every time without any pattern, even the law enforcement hall has no idea how he knows about it. Is the investigation of Principal E and many teachers, as well as some students, related to him? Is he really not planning to go back to school? Does he still hold ownership of the secret realm? Could he be here to settle scores with me? All doubts ultimately converge on one core issue: his current miserable state is entirely caused by Yiming. From the punch that openly landed on his face at school to the crushing seizure of the secret realm's ownership, the glory and achievements that should have belonged to him, an S-level talent, have now all fallen into Yiming's hands. How could he possibly accept this willingly? Moreover, it is precisely because Yiming, this F-level talent waste, achieved such high accomplishments that many people who didn't awaken good talents gained confidence and became difficult to control. The discrimination of high-level talents against low-level talents, a contempt chain that lasted nearly a century, was shattered by Yiming's sudden rise. Su Cheng secretly clenched his fists. If given the chance, he would kill Yiming with his own hands. The vendor's shout pulled his attention back to reality. The next auction item. Attention, everyone. This is a nearly mature Tianshan green lotus, catalyzed to perfection. The vendor unveiled the black cloth. Everyone who comes to the black market should know that most spiritual plants nowadays are catalyzed, but the catalysis technology is still immature, and the medicinal efficacy of these plants is at most 60%. However, this one has been cultivated using the most advanced catalysis technology, achieving an astonishing maturity level of 70%. As soon as the words were spoken, a wave of astonished exclamations erupted. A maturity level of 70% undoubtedly greatly enhances its medicinal efficacy. Su Chang was deeply shocked. The Tianshan green lotus is renowned for its extremely high healing properties, and legend has it that a mature Tianshan green lotus can even bring the dead back to life and regenerate flesh and bones. However, everyone also knows that current catalysis technology cannot achieve such effects, but as a spiritual plant for treating meridians, it is absolutely unparalleled. It must be obtained. But clearly, he wasn't the only one with this idea. The starting price of 31.2 million instantly soared to 40 million. Yi Ming's gaze swept over Su Chang, and just now Su Chang's voice echoed in his mind, as if cursing him. Seeing him now, red-faced and flustered, constantly raising the bid, determined to snatch the Tianshan green lotus, Yi Ming wondered if he had some incurable illness. Then stop dreaming. Shi-in. Yi Ming suddenly spoke. No need to say more, Shi-in immediately joined the bidding. In the past, when he came to the black market, he could only watch from the sidelines, waiting for the adults to make a move. He had long been unable to hold back. The moment he had been waiting for had finally arrived. 61,300,000. Shi Yin's voice fell, and no one else made a bid. Su Cheng's expression was grave. Having just purchased the spiritual liquid, his remaining funds were limited. There were still items waiting to be auctioned, and finally, there was the blood guanine. On one side was the top-tier healing spiritual plant, the Tianshan green lotus, and on the other were the treasures to be auctioned next. But his money could only afford one more item at most. How should he choose? Su Chang wanted to call his parents for help but suddenly remembered that this was a secret realm. To avoid being detected by the law enforcement hall, he hadn't brought any communication devices. There was no signal here at all. In the few seconds he hesitated, the Tianshan green lotus had already been placed into a wooden box and delivered to Yi Ming's hands. Countless pairs of eyes were fixed on the Tianshan green lotus, filled with either greed or envy. But Yi Ming didn't care at all. They might think Yi Ming has no backing and plan to join forces to seize his gains once they leave the secret realm. But Yi Ming can mobilize the entire law enforcement hall with just one phone call. Like playing tricks? Then I'll flip the table directly. No matter how arrogant the black market is, in the face of the law enforcement hall, they ultimately have to bow to me. Not to mention that Yi Ming alone can defeat them one by one. Shi Yin was so excited about bidding that he was overjoyed. Lu Chuan squinted his eyes and carefully scanned, only to suddenly realize that there was someone standing behind the tree. That figure, it turned out to be Yi Ming? He actually didn't notice at all. The guards nearby also failed to notice. Meanwhile, Su Cheng's face had already turned as red as pig liver, his gaze constantly drifting in that direction he probably knew long ago. Lu Chuan clicked his tongue, silently cursing the useless bunch the guild leader had assigned to him. Yi Ming was right there, yet they still hadn't noticed. The next few items were quite ordinary, with only a handful of people bidding. Soon, it was time for the blood guanine. Yi Ming perked up. The stall owner lifted the black cloth, revealing a blood-red jade stone the size of a thumb to everyone. Those near the stall instinctively took a few steps back. Yi Ming was seeing this thing for the first time. The jade was so red it seemed as if it had been dyed in a previous life, with strands of impurities resembling blood threads, adding a touch of eeriness. Even though Yi Ming was standing in the corner, he could faintly smell a subtle hint of blood, and waves of coldness pierced straight to his bones. Hiss! This thing is indeed full of sinister energy. Shi Yin rubbed his arms. The stronger the sinister energy, the more powerful this thing must be. The stall owner, as usual, rattled off a bunch of introductions, especially emphasizing that refining jade had side effects and might lead to something like going mad. But no one laughed because of this. The people standing here were almost all aware of these side effects. No one paid it any mind. Going mad? That's hilarious. If I can live to see that day, I'd consider myself amazing. Su Chang was already getting a bit impatient. Boss, stop beating around the bush and get to the point. What exactly do you want in exchange? The others also showed expressions of hurry up and say it. The man in the black robe chuckled and lowered his voice, saying, that esteemed person said he wants some special items. Damn it, is the black market boss a riddle master? Can't he just say what he wants directly? Don't rush, don't rush. I heard the black market overlord is everywhere here. Be careful not to provoke him, boss. Give us a clue, will you? The man in the black robe smiled mysteriously. It's not that I look down on you all, it's just that there's really no need to say it. The item the Lord wants is beyond your reach. Su Cheng immediately sneered, Ha, the black market overlord doesn't even want dragon scales? When the wooden box was opened, it revealed a palm-sized dragon scale, covered in intricate patterns and shimmering with radiant colors. Hiss, could this be the dragon scale from the abyssal WIRM 20 years ago? The Su family actually hid such a treasure? Damn, you should have said you brought a dragon scale earlier. What's the point of competing now? Just one dragon scale could buy everything at this stall. It's over. The blood guanine is definitely Su Chang's for the taking. Boring, boring, I'm out of here. The man in the black robe spoke. That lord said he doesn't want it. The entire place fell silent. Su Chang completely lost it, cursing wildly in his heart. Why is there always someone slapping him in the face wherever he goes? What exactly does he want? The master said he wants naturally matured spiritual plants. Everyone was stunned. What does the black market ruler want? Naturally matured spiritual plants? Where can naturally matured spiritual plants be found? The so-called fully matured data in catalytic technology are all theoretical values. In other words, experts speculate based on the growth of spiritual plants over 300 to 500 years, believing they should possess these effects. All the data are theoretical values derived from speculation. There are simply no truly naturally matured spiritual plants. Perhaps there were some before, in the research institute, or in uncharted secret realms untouched by humans, but who would go searching for a naturally matured spiritual plant just for a mere piece of jade? Even if they did find one, the value of that spiritual plant would far exceed that of a piece of jade. The black market boss wants a potion? Just say you don't want to sell it. And now he's asking for a naturally matured spiritual plant in exchange. Does he think he's a deity or something? The hot-tempered and impatient guy was the first to explode. They stood here for more than 2 hours with what they believed was enough money and treasures, full of hope. And you pull this kind of crap on me? You can contact that bastard, right? Tell him to come out and meet me. I want to see what that punk looks like, daring to use naturally matured spiritual plants to trade for blood guanine. Clearly, the hot-tempered guy voiced everyone's thoughts. Everyone came here with the hope of becoming stronger, only to stand here foolishly for over 2 hours, watching rich people throw money around to show off. It's already unbearable, and I didn't think you could make it even worse. Didn't they say the black market overlord is everywhere in the black market? Damn it, come out. Exactly. Let him come out. I really want to ask, what does naturally matured spiritual plant even mean? Damn it, what exactly is a naturally matured spiritual plant? Qin silently took a few steps back with the Tianshan green lotus. It looks like the hot-tempered guy is about to flip the table. Better not get caught in the crossfire, he has no combat ability at all. Yi Ming, on the other hand, was quite enthusiastic. The naturally matured spiritual plant he brought was heavenly spirit grass tea leaves. According to the people from the law enforcement hall, that stuff tastes amazing. Even the minister praised it, saying it's definitely of much higher quality than what's sold on the market. Doesn't this also indicate its high level of maturity? Anyway, the stall owner didn't ask for particularly rare spiritual plants, and heavenly spirit grass happens to meet the requirements. Thinking of this, Yi Ming simply squeezed into the crowd. He wanted to meet the black market's authority figure. Su Chang and Lu Chuan, who were originally at odds like fire and water, are now standing on the same front. Su Chang put away the dragon scales while cursing. I even took out the dragon scales, and he said he wanted spiritual plants instead. Screw you. These are dragon scales. Way more badass than blood guanine, okay? Lu Chuan raised his middle finger on the side. No wonder it's the black market. A naturally matured spiritual plant could buy the entire black market. Who would trade it for blood guanine? Whoever trades is an idiot. Seeing the hot-tempered guys turning red with anger, ready to flip the stall over, Qin stood nearby, feeling a pang of sympathy for the stall owner. Yet, from a distance, the stall owner remained relaxed, legs crossed, completely at ease. In the eyes of the hot-tempered guys, this attitude could only mean one thing: come hit me then. Truly asking for a beating to the extreme. I'll make my move in the black market today, how about that? Boom! An irritable man raised his hand and waved, and the stall was shattered into powder by an invisible force. However, the blood guanine remained unscathed, returning to the box and quietly landing at the stall owner's feet. The stall owner's black robe fluttered without wind, its edges flying. He extended an arm as thin as a withered branch and lightly tapped the air. Fear. Invisible power rippled outward, and in an instant, everyone was frozen in place. Whether it was the guards brought by Su Chang or Qin, who was huddled in the corner watching, all of them were stunned, their minds blank and unable to move. Heh, didn't I say not to make a move? Yet you still dared to act. If I didn't have the skills, how could I possibly set up a stall in the black market? The stall owner patted his black robe. Just as he lowered his head to brush off the dust, in the instant he looked up, a man was already standing in front of him, though no one knew when he had appeared. What the hell? This sudden scene shocked the vendor as much as encountering a wild beast face-to-face while using the restroom. He fell to the ground along with his chair, and only then did he see clearly who had arrived, a top-tier handsome man with chiseled features. The vendor had no time to evaluate his appearance, only feeling a wave of terror in his heart. If this man had any intent to kill, he would already be dead. I didn't even notice when he appeared. You, how could you? The vendor pointed at the people frozen beside him, then looked at Yi Ming. He was utterly baffled. His skill was specifically designed for mental attacks, capable of causing effects similar to a concussion. Ever since he mastered it, anyone he targeted would freeze, and anyone he pointed at would die. Not to exaggerate, but I've never failed. Why does it completely lose its effect when encountering this person? Could it be that he has some special spiritual treasure or equipment? The immobilized person gradually regained their mobility, and Yiming didn't want to delay, so he directly said, I have naturally matured spiritual plants. Take me to see the black market leader. The stall owner's hoarse voice suddenly cracked as he shouted, What? How is that possible? Even the Research Institute has never seen naturally matured spiritual plants. How could you have them? The stall owner's loud voice successfully caught the attention of a few irritable men who had just calmed down. They immediately widened their eyes and scrutinized Yiming from head to toe. Wait, who exactly are you? You don't seem like someone backed by a family or guild, and it's even less likely you're from the Research Institute's enforcement hall. Even those two haven't produced naturally matured spiritual plants. How do you have one? Yeah. Why do I feel like you look familiar, but I can't quite place it? I really think he looks familiar. Su Chang, who had just recovered, stared at Yiming, a sense of foreboding rising in his heart. Yiming always has a way of turning seemingly impossible things into reality. He said he has it, maybe he really does. But what kind of force is backing him? One that can grant him explosively powerful skills, provide resources to aid his cultivation, and now casually produce naturally matured spiritual plants. Why don't I have such luck? Lu Chuan, standing nearby, moved half a step faster, stepping forward to lean closer to Yiming. Yiming, are you serious? You're not lying to me, are you? Can you let me take a look? Lu Chuan felt deep down that Yiming's words weren't entirely false. His skills were so advanced that they surpassed any known domain in the current world. Since that was the case, the fact that he possessed naturally mature spiritual plants unknown to others, could it make sense? Hey, why are you getting so close? Still want to look? Just because you see it, does that mean you'll have it? Shiyin pushed Lu Chuan aside. Although he had no combat ability, that wasn't important now. The key was to have presence. Sure enough, as soon as Shiyin stepped forward, the onlookers exchanged glances, and no one intended to step up anymore. Damn, so he's Yiming? I thought he looked familiar. What about Yiming? What did he do? Why do you all look like you just figured something out? What on earth did I miss? Yiming couldn't be bothered with them, his gaze fixed firmly on the stall owner. Inspect the goods? The stall owner quickly waved his hand. He couldn't distinguish the differences between spiritual plants at all. But those were naturally matured spiritual plants, extremely valuable. 99% chance they were rare treasures. A once-in-a-lifetime sight. Although it's likely fake, what if it's real? What if? The vendor hesitated for a moment, then nodded again. Need to inspect the goods. Yiming took out a handful of grass. Poof, the vendor couldn't help but burst into laughter. Young man, are you sure this thing is a naturally grown spiritual plant? Doesn't it look exactly like heavenly spirit grass? The vendor extended a finger, shaking it. Young man, you might be able to fool others, but don't think you can fool me. What you're holding is clearly heavenly spirit grass. Put it away quickly, and I'll pretend I didn't see it. Otherwise, I'll accuse you of deceiving the ruler of the black market and have you blacklisted. Shiyin took a step forward. Do you understand spiritual plants? If not, shut up. We're here to find the ruler of the black market. Make him show himself. I don't understand, but so what? The thing you brought out is just trash. Everyone, judge for yourselves. What do you think this is? It does seem to be tea leaves from the celestial spirit grass, and they look quite fresh. That's not right. How do you have so many heavenly spirit herbs? Judging by your clothes, you don't look like someone wealthy enough to afford spiritual plants. Did you steal them from the Ice Lake secret realm? Whoa, that might actually be possible. I was wondering how the entire patch of heavenly spirit herbs in the Ice Lake secret realm disappeared overnight. Turns out someone stole them. Lu Chuan frowned. If you know so much, then give a professional assessment. Lu Chuan, how old are you? Do you even understand spiritual plants? Are you even weaned yet? The vendor frowned, staring at Yiming, sensing something was off about him. A sense of impending crisis rose within, like a storm about to break. Shiyin pulled Lu Chuan aside. Lu Chuan was a decent person and lent a hand casually. For the last time, I want to see the person in charge of the black market. As soon as Yiming spoke, his words immediately drowned out the noise behind him. Everyone turned to look at him, inexplicably filled with a sense of fear. The vendor broke out in a cold sweat. I'm just a worker. Your items don't meet the rules, so I can't let you in. Yiming's anger flared up, repeatedly obstructing a normal transaction, claiming to inspect the goods when you clearly know nothing about spiritual plants. I told you to call out the person in charge of the black market, yet you keep brushing me off. Acting superior just because you're a dog? He retrieved the celestial grass, flipped his palm, and 3 thunder talismans appeared, with arcs of electricity dancing like dragons, instantly exuding a strong sense of oppression. The stall owner was terrified but forced himself to stand upright despite the fear. What are you doing? Withdraw your skill. This is the black market. I can take you to meet that lord. Yiming's gaze remained calm, thinking to himself, "You're only scared because you used a skill, huh? Too late." 3 lightning talismans vanished instantly, leaving the vendor no chance to catch his breath. Yiming's palm slammed down on his head, followed by a wave of excruciating physical pain. The vendor was certain that his body hadn't been torn apart. This was the effect of a psychic ability. This man could also launch mental attacks? And his ability was even stronger than the skill he used. He had trained for 20 or 30 years and still couldn't achieve this effect. The tearing pain made the vendor scream miserably, and the crowd behind him quickly retreated, while the timid Su Cheng directly fled. Many stall owners watched from afar, filled with suspicion and uncertainty. Who would dare to attack the confidant of the black market's ruler? Truly fearless. But as the screams grew more agonizing, they too became frightened and dispersed completely after lingering for 3 to 5 seconds. The vendor shouted laboriously, I'll take you. No, don't search my soul. I'll die, I beg you. I was wrong, brother, I won't do it again, I was really wrong, don't search, I'll give you what you want. Countless images flashed before Yiming's eyes like a revolving lantern, and within a few seconds, he had seen his entire life. Of course, he also saw the figure of the black market ruler. It seemed to be a woman, hidden in the darkness. When she saw Yiming appear, she narrowed her eyes and swept over him coldly. Where did this lowly man come from, daring to kill my people? Looking for death. Her figure suddenly charged forward, carrying overwhelming fury and an oppressive aura. If an ordinary person saw this, they would surely be scared out of their wits. Yiming raised his eyes, flames of anger igniting within them. He raised his hand and unleashed 3 world-destroying bolts of lightning. The woman's figure instantly dissipated, and a faint muffled groan could be heard. Just a mere clone trying to scare me? Show yourself. With an angry roar, the skies grew heavy with dark clouds, and thunder roared. Lightning, like a giant serpent, streaked across the horizon, illuminating the entire black market. He had just finished reviewing this person's entire life. To be frank, the evil deed she had committed could have gotten her executed 800 times over. Engaging in the black market, deliberately releasing ferocious beasts into the urban area to evade the enforcement hall's investigation. The mysterious ferocious beasts that appeared in the outskirts of Red Maple City last time were caused by her and the black market overlords. If it weren't for Yiming killing those beasts, those eerie creatures would have at least claimed the lives of hundreds of thousands of people. No wonder Zhou Qi complained that during the days the black market was open, various incidents always occurred. It turns out it was the work of these scoundrels. Death, they must die. A man and a woman, all of them must die. Yiming released his grip, and the vendor fell heavily to the ground. The intense pain made his entire body tremble, unable to utter a complete sentence. Seeing him lying on the ground, still trying to muster some skill or resistance, Yiming lifted his foot and mercilessly crushed the bones in his hand. Come on. If you have guts, resist. Shout my name. Louder. Despair surged through the vendor's heart. Under Yiming's control, he didn't even have the slimmest chance to fight back. His fingers dug deeply into the soil as he gritted out, Yiming. Splurt. Yiming's foot came down, smashing the vendor's head into a gruesome mess. Red and white viscous fluids splattered everywhere. You actually dared to call it out, huh? Yiming scornfully wiped his shoe against the ground. Lifting his hand, the blood guanine artifact fell into his palm. With a gentle squeeze, the blood guanine melted into his body like flowing water, seamlessly and without the slightest resistance or discomfort. It seems as if this blood guanine was born specifically for Yiming. But Yiming knows that this is the unique nature of the blood guanine. Like a parasite, it first enters the host's body, gradually destroying the meridians, internal organs, and finally attacking the heart and brain. During this process, it provides the host with certain benefits, making one mistakenly believe they have become stronger. The apparent benefits are, in fact, steps leading deeper into the abyss. Sure enough, Yiming felt a strange force coursing through his meridians, occasionally colliding with them, heading straight for his heart. It initially thought it had encountered another naive awakener, but unexpectedly, a surge of spiritual energy pounced like a fierce tiger, instantly scattering it. It wanted to escape, but once inside the body, there was no way out unless the host was killed. What it thought was a new vessel turned out to be its coffin. In the end, it transformed into strands of blood-red aura, merging with Yiming's own spiritual energy. The entire process took less than a minute. Waving his hand to perform the return to origin technique, a faint white light flashed over Yiming's body. All manifested or hidden side effects instantly disappeared, and his condition returned to its peak. The terrifying side effects that would be dreadful for ordinary people were completely ineffective on Yiming. Turning to face Qi, before he could speak, Qi gestured for him to rest assured. Seal off the black market. Later, I'll call the law enforcement hall and have you deal with the ruler of the black market. Is that what you mean? Yes. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's done thoroughly and flawlessly. Hearing this, Lu Chuan leaned back abruptly. You're going to take on the ruler of the black market? Be careful. I've heard she's extremely skilled in mental attacks. Even the stall vendors learned their skills from her. If you fall for her tricks, it would be a fate worse than death. Yiming tilted his head slightly. Aside from mental attacks, does she have any other methods? Lu Chuan shook his head. I'm not sure about that. But even if she does, there's no way she could be a match for you. Darling, don't worry. I've already infused the house with a concealing spiritual treasure. Unless someone above level 30 comes, no one will be able to find us. Right now, you're just a wisp of a soul. Focus on healing. I swear I'll kill Yiming, then use his body as the vessel for your rebirth. On the exquisitely crafted soul lamp, a cluster of ghostly green flames burns quietly. The black robe outlines the woman's graceful figure, but her chest, which should have been pristine and flawless, is now charred black, her skin sallow and lifeless. Lightning surged in Yiming's palm. Yiming, Ling Aoshue, will definitely kill you. To avenge my husband. Her nails dug deeply into her flesh, yet she felt no pain at all. Her mind was filled with Yiming's violent expression and his astonishing lightning power. Yiming's strength far exceeded her imagination. She had no idea what kind of force he relied on to unleash such terrifying thunder power. That skill did not belong to any currently documented school of thought. Its power was astonishing, its sense of oppression overwhelming, and it had almost no casting delay. Perhaps only reclusive families in remote mountains or unexplored ancient abyssal ruins hide such extraordinary skills. What's even more terrifying is Yiming probably possesses more than one such skill. Ling Aoshue was so startled by her own speculation that she shook her head vigorously, trying to reassure herself, it shouldn't be possible. But Yiming's ability to reduce the impact of mental attacks on himself is beyond doubt. The moment she locked eyes with Yiming, she realized that if an ordinary person saw her, they would be terrified to the point of losing control, but Yiming showed no reaction and instead immediately launched a skill attack. This proved that he was not affected by the mental shock. Moreover, his act of ignoring her husband's skill and walking straight up to him further confirmed her suspicion. Ling Aoshue knew she might not be able to defeat Yiming. Although the chances were slim, to ensure absolute safety, she had to find someone to help. It would be best to control Yiming, making it easier for her to torment him. A figure of a withered old man emerged in her mind. Black Snake Taoist, perhaps he could work. His mastery of the Black Swamp devouring life technique is exceptional, combining high damage with strong control. I remember he has a disciple with decent talent. What was his name again? Lu Tangyun, I think? Summon the Black Snake Taoist and have him team up with Ling Aoshue. 2 against 1, how could we possibly lose? Thinking of this, Ling Aoshue immediately used a secret communication technique to send a coded message to the Black Snake Elder. There was no signal in the secret realm, so only the secret technique could be used for contact. After sending the message, she sat on the chair, pondering how to torment Yiming. She was absolutely certain she could kill Yiming. Accident? Impossible. He is doomed to die. The Black Serpent Taoist will definitely come to assist. Yiming's body is still useful. Start by using a mental attack to crush him, for instance, fabricating illusions where he kills his own biological parents, or making him have recurring dreams, dreaming about forgetting to fill out the answer sheet during an exam, his pen running out of ink, or forgetting to write his exam admission number. Completely shatter his spirit, and then hand his body over to my husband. Thinking about it, Ling Aoshue's face suddenly turned a little red. Yiming had a high nose bridge, sharp features, and an aura of subtle dominance all over him, absolutely a must-have in bed. She fantasized for quite a while before realizing something was off. Usually, Black Snake Laodao would reply within half an hour. Why was there no news at all today? Where on earth did he go? She sent another message to Lu Tangyun, the apprentice of the Black Snake Taoist. That guy particularly liked looking at her legs and would usually reply immediately upon receiving a message. Lu Tangyun shouldn't take too long, let him inquire about the master's situation. In the end, after waiting for nearly 5 minutes, there was still no response. Ling Aoshue's expression completely darkened. What on earth is going on? Where is the person? After sending 2 messages without any response, she couldn't hold back anymore and immediately wrote another one to the Su family. She also had collaborations with the Su family. Let the Su family send someone over, or she doesn't plan to leave any benefits for them. Still no response. Ling Aoshue was completely panicked. Why is even the Su family not responding? It's just killing Yiming. Is it really that difficult? Fine. Since no one will help me, I'll do it myself. Yiming, just you wait. Suddenly, outside the house, thunder and lightning erupted violently. Blinding flashes of lightning poured down like rain, and the deafening roar caused Ling Aoshue's ears to bleed profusely. What's going on? How could there be a thunderstorm in the secret realm? Could it be Yiming? Before the shock subsided, the wall in front of Ling Aoshue suddenly cracked open, forcibly torn apart by a brute force, creating a large hole. A tall and handsome man's figure walked against the light. Ling Aoshue's pupils suddenly contracted. It's you. It really is Yiming. How did he get in? She instinctively thought that the concealment spiritual treasure she had set up had failed, but upon closer inspection, the concealment spiritual treasure was still functioning. This meant Yiming did not destroy the concealment spiritual treasure but directly pierced through the secret realm and found that house in the corner of the secret realm. He chose to come straight to the door to kill. Ling Aoshue instinctively stepped back, using her body to shield the eerie green soul lamp. When she noticed that no one else was following behind Yiming, she let out a long sigh of relief. Coming alone, one-on-one, this was what she excelled at. He, you actually dare to come to me alone, Yiming, you really have guts. Don't worry, sister will make sure you die quickly and comfortably. Fear. Buzz. The invisible force was dispersed and shot straight toward Yiming, far stronger than what her husband had unleashed, but when it reached Yiming, it was as if it collided with a black hole, instantly swallowed up completely. What? Ling Aoshue was stunned. Why did her skill suddenly vanish? This was completely illogical. Yiming gave her no time to react in surprise. His spiritual power surged rapidly, activating the water-repelling technique. In an instant, Ling Aoshue's delicate face turned as red as a pig's liver. She frantically scratched at her skin with her hands. All the fluids within her body surged uncontrollably, manipulated by an invisible force that twisted and kneaded them mercilessly. Ling Aoshue was in unbearable agony, desperately using her skills to hypnotize herself into staying composed. But all her efforts were in vain. No spell or technique had any effect. She could only tear at her clothes, collapsing helplessly to the ground as she convulsed uncontrollably. Blood gushed from her body in torrents, and all she could do was watch, utterly powerless to stop it. Facing Yiming, all spells are merely futile. As long as the opponent is a living being and has water within their body, he can completely control them, even obliterate them. As powerful as thunder, immune to mental attacks with an eerie ability to control water. All of this silently tells Ling Aoshue, you are no match for him at all. In fact, you don't even qualify to be his opponent. As Yiming approached calmly with an unchanging expression, endless fear instantly consumed her. Ling Aoshue spat out a mouthful of blood and sent out another secret distress signal. Now, only the old black snake Taoist can save her. Yiming glanced slightly out of the corner of his eye, raised his hand to grab at the void, and the secret text appeared in his hand. When he opened it, it turned out to be the distress message written by Ling Aoshue. Ling Aoshue was completely disheartened. This secret text technique was a special communication method she had developed herself, and no one else could learn it. Even the old black snake Taoist and his young apprentice had taken more than a year to barely master it. But why could Yiming effortlessly grasp it with just one glance? In fact, Yiming had seen similar cryptic communication methods in the law enforcement hall, and they were even more advanced than the one used by Ling Aoshue. Moreover, Ling Aoshue used spiritual power, while Yiming possessed the 9 apertures of clarity, granting him exceptional comprehension. With just a few glances, he could discern the underlying logic of the technique. Black Serpent Taoist. Yiming clenched his fist with one hand, and the cryptic text shattered instantly. His gaze shifted to Ling Aoshue. He speculated inwardly, could it be that old man who used swamps and mud dragons? Ling Aoshue straightened her neck and sneered, I've already sent the message. When he arrives, you're as good as dead. Have you heard of Black Swamp Devourer? That's his most skilled ability. Once he comes, he'll definitely take your life and avenge me and my husband. Just wait and prepare to die. Yiming couldn't help but laugh. This person really was him. An unintended action unexpectedly resolved a significant hidden danger. Are you talking about someone who's about 1.5 meters tall? Short stature, so old he looks like he just climbed out of a coffin, and he has a disciple named Lu Tangyun? Yiming's face carried a hint of mockery, and sure enough, he saw Ling Aoshue stunned with shock. What do you mean by so old he looks like he just climbed out of a coffin? That's rebirth and resurrection. Ling Aoshue asked incredulously, how could you possibly know all this so clearly? I killed him. And his disciple. I killed them all, Yiming said coldly. Blew them to ashes. Not even a single strand of hair remains. Ling Aoshue collapsed to the ground, too shocked to speak. This can't be possible? Yiming actually managed to kill the Black Snake Taoist? And even completely obliterated his body? Everyone knew that the Black Snake Taoist's most terrifying skill was his ability to resurrect. As long as his soul remained intact, he could return to life over and over again. What exactly had Yiming done? He ignored Ling Aoshue's shock and despair, extending his hand toward her. Ling Aoshue began to cry. She had once felt as though her heart had been ripped apart when she saw her husband being soul-searched. And now, the one being subjected to soul-searching was herself. She was terrified. Don't come near me, don't come any closer, sob sob sob. The tattered black robe couldn't conceal her alluring figure, and now, with large patches of her fair skin exposed, it made her look all the more enticing. Yiming raised his hand and placed it on her head. Soul control technique. Aha! A translucent soul was lifted out by Yiming with one hand, forcibly extracted alive. Ling Aoshue screamed repeatedly, her whole body convulsing violently. Yiming's expression was indifferent, mercilessly continuing to exert force to extract the soul. Outside the house, thunder roared incessantly, and lightning occasionally illuminated his face, resembling a ruthless villain. He didn't care at all, raising his hand to form a spell on the soul, completing the mark. This soul could only obey his commands, becoming his possession. Ling Aoshue's eyes were vacant, floating in midair, with ghostly green candle flames crackling behind her. Yiming casually sat back in his chair, glanced at the candle flames, and then looked at Ling Aoshue. She gently lowered her head, her voice soft and tender, Master. The candlelight crackled more frequently, but Ling Aoshue showed no intention of turning around. Yi Ming truly experienced the feeling of soul control technique. He understood that the soul control technique had two major abilities. One was soul searching, which could reveal all of the opponent's memories, but if the opponent's soul was strong, soul searching could be fatal. The vendor was a living example. Second is soul control, extracting a living soul and branding it, turning it into a puppet under one's command. The captured soul would never resist, and every action would be completely directed by the master. Whatever he commands, it must obey. The agony of extracting a living soul surpasses the torment of being dismembered alive, a pain that most cannot endure. Yi Ming had assumed it would fail. After all, Ling Aoshue's screams were utterly harrowing. Yet unexpectedly, it succeeded in the end. Ling Aoshue's soul resilience exceeded Yi Ming's expectations. She waved her hand, and a trace of spiritual power brought the ghostly green candle flame into her palm. The flame grew slightly larger, yet her expression remained emotionless. "What is this thing?" Yi Ming asked. "Master, that is my husband's soul. As long as the soul lamp remains lit, his soul will not dissipate, and he can be revived by finding a body." Afterward, Ling Aoshue explained in detail the process of making and using the soul lamp, and Yi Ming gained a general understanding. A wisp of the soul can be extracted and placed into the soul lamp. As long as the flame does not extinguish, one can have a second life. A great item, it must be taken. Yi Ming waved his hand to extinguish the soul lamp, the flames crackling as if screaming in agony, but Ling Aoshue remained indifferent. "Come on, repeat to me exactly what you just did." "Yes, master." Ling Aoshue repeated word for word the messages she had just sent to the Black Snake Taoist, the Su family, and others, leaving nothing out. With the mark, Yi Ming was not worried at all that she would lie. After asking a few details, Ling Aoshue responded one by one. "First, let's talk about the origin of the blood guanine." Ling Aoshue also picked it up by chance. A month before the black market opened, she and 7 others went into the wild, planning to catch some small ferocious beasts. Unexpectedly, they encountered the expansion of an abyssal rift, and everyone was affected. As a result, they turned misfortune into fortune and accidentally picked up a blood guanine. Later, someone in the team became greedy for the blood guanine, unable to resist its temptation, and one after another started using it. As a result, 6 people in the team died. They set out with 8 people, but only 2 returned, along with the blood guanine. After witnessing firsthand the disgusting and insane side effects of the blood guanine, Ling Aoshue didn't dare to use it again. However, she couldn't bear to throw it away. It could fetch a good price. So she sought out Black Snake Lao Dao, as he was highly skilled and might be able to suppress the blood guanine. It just so happened that the Black Snake Taoist wanted to become stronger, and the blood guanine could help him. The two hit it off immediately. Once the black market opened, Ling Aoshue handed the blood guanine over to him. Who would have thought, since that day, she never saw the Black Snake Taoist again. She thought the Taoist had gone to cultivate, but it turned out he had been killed by Yi Ming. Yi Ming then asked about Lu Qingyun, but she didn't know anyone named Lu Qingyun. She had only heard of Lu Tangyun. Lu Qingyun was already in his 40s, while Ling Aoshue was just a little over 30. Back when Lu Qingyun was running rampant in Hongfeng City, she was still a student. So, could there be someone else behind Lu Qingyun? Yi Ming couldn't be bothered to look deeper into it. Any information he uncovered would be handed directly to the law enforcement hall for them to handle. All he cared about was enjoying the results. After asking these questions, Yi Ming was pondering whether to spare Ling Aoshue's life or to eliminate her outright. At that moment, a furious roar suddenly rang in his ears. "Yi Ming! How dare you!" Yi Ming's danger sense was instantly activated. This skill was truly worth the points. He could discern whether his kills were clean enough. At the moment, it seemed the target wasn't entirely clean. The voice was aged and deep, belonging to a familiar person, Black Snake Taoist. Yi Ming instantly snapped back to reality. Unexpectedly, the Taoist wasn't dead. Back then, his corpse was detonated with an explosion that indeed produced a mushroom cloud, but the old man's survival methods were truly numerous. The Taoist was approaching step by step, and Yi Ming immediately controlled Ling Aoshue to step forward and investigate the situation. Ling Aoshue walked ahead, drifting out the door, and happened to bump into the rushing Black Snake Elder. The Elder immediately recognized that Ling Aoshue was no longer the ordinary girl she once was. "Xiao Xue? Xiao Xue." Ling Aoshue silently gazed at him, her eyes faintly shimmering with a subtle glow. The old Black Snake Taoist couldn't help but let tears slip from the corners of his eyes. Ling Aoshue was extraordinarily gifted, not only possessing S-level talent but also being extremely intelligent. She managed the black market with impeccable order and navigated the various forces in Hongfeng City with ease. Even more remarkable was her mastery of an exceptionally powerful mental attack technique. She had independently created a unique secret connection method, breaking the limitation of being unable to contact the outside world within the secret realm. Such an outstanding girl, the old Black Snake Taoist treated her as his own, raising her like a daughter. But unexpectedly, after just a few days apart, she had turned into this state. Hadn't had the chance to inherit his legacy before he fell. And he became someone else's puppet. Yi Ming, it's all Yi Ming. First killed his disciple, then his physical body, and now won't even spare his child. This hatred, how can it coexist in this world? The surging murderous intent was exceptionally terrifying. The old Taoist's tattered robe fluttered without wind, and the surrounding weeds were shredded into powder by invisible blades. Yi Ming, I have no grievance or enmity with you, yet you slaughter the innocent time and again. How can there be such a ruthless and cruel madman like you in this world? If I kill you today, it would be eliminating a great hidden danger for society and contributing to the nation. The old Taoist black snake roared as he charged forward, but Ling Aoshue suddenly turned and stood in his way. Her eyes moved slightly. The black snake elder did not retreat at all. The mud dragon roared and instantly pierced through Ling Aoshue, passing through her waist and abdomen and rushing into the house. Ha ha ha, don't think you can use Xiaoxue to deceive me. She's already dead. The one standing here is nothing but a puppet. Yi Ming, if you have the guts, come out. Suddenly, Ling Aoshue's voice came from behind, grandfather. The old black snake Taoist turned around abruptly, his eyes full of disbelief. You actually still have your own consciousness? Ling Aoshue no longer responded, her soul merged into the air and completely dissipated. The old black snake felt as if his heart were being torn apart. He had clearly just heard her voice. It turned out she still had her own consciousness. Souls can feel pain. When the mud dragon he unleashed pierced through Ling Aoshue just now, how much agony must she have endured? Old Taoist, you say I am ruthless, but aren't you the same? Yi Ming walked out of the wooden hut, with Ling Aoshue's corpse floating beside him. The black snake Taoist's gaze sharpened, and unpleasant memories from the past surged to his mind. Beast, what do you want to do? Kill you, isn't it obvious? Yi Ming threw off the corpse, and the black snake Taoist froze for a moment before quickly retreating. However, he still couldn't help but glance back at Ling Aoshue's corpse. The value of this corpse was immense, especially one so stunningly beautiful. A ringing sound interrupted his thoughts, the crisp chime resonating in his mind. The sound quickly approached, finally converging by his ear into a thunderous roar like war drums. The old black snake Taoist spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and immediately used Earth Escape to burrow underground. Boom! The ground ignited with raging flames, scorching the earth. The old black snake Taoist understood that escaping deeper was futile. These flames were extraordinary and would never extinguish. Hiding underground is nothing but seeking your own death. Thinking of this, the old black snake Taoist burst out from the ground. As soon as his head emerged from the soil, he saw Yi Ming throwing down a corpse. Corpse explosion. The explosion shook the entire secret realm, and the terrifying force swept out, destroying houses with overwhelming power. This scene felt like a natural disaster striking, the end of the world arriving. Dust obscured the view, making everything impossible to see. But Yi Ming remained calm, standing firmly on the treetop with a palm thunder in his hand. He heard the old man's curses. The advantage of danger perception lies here. He can clearly judge the life and death of the old Taoist. Three palm thunder strikes erupted, endless lightning crashed down, and Yi Ming stood like a war god amidst the thunder and lightning. The thunder searched the ground, but the old Taoist's concealment was indeed clever, remaining undiscovered to this day. But Yi Ming was not in a hurry. The secret realm had only one exit, and there were surely law enforcement guards outside. The black snake Taoist could not escape. The old black snake indeed cannot escape. The body used to sustain his life has been exhausted, and Yi Ming outside is wearing him down. He can feel that Yi Ming's strength is greater. In just a few days, his combat power has significantly increased. It's unclear how Yi Ming is able to continuously unleash so many skills and sustain his spiritual energy. The earth burns with blazing flames, and lightning intertwines in the sky. Such terrifying power, rare throughout history. Simply inhuman. Unfathomable. At this moment, he could only hide to recover his strength. Suddenly, the root and stem of a weed in front of the old Taoist began to writhe strangely. The pale, intricate roots twisted and turned, gradually forming Yi Ming's face. The roots representing the mouth opened and closed. Yi Ming's voice followed. Old Taoist, I've found you. Black Snake Taoist instantly broke out in goosebumps. What kind of bizarre sorcery is this? Can this even be considered human? This place is no longer safe. Without hesitation, Black Snake Taoist burst out of the ground to confront Yi Ming head-on. In just a brief minute of rest, his strength had already recovered significantly. The dark swamp rapidly spread, instantly reaching Yi Ming's feet, as nearly 20 mud dragons surged out and lunged at him. No chance for him to resist, he must be swiftly killed. Boom! The mud dragons moved incredibly fast, instantly surrounding Yi Ming's body. Yi Ming smashed a mud dragon's head with a punch, used the water avoidance technique to prevent being swallowed by the swamp, then leapt to higher ground and charged forward at an astonishing speed. Want to face off head-on? The old master immediately took a stance and struck out with a palm. A deep trench was torn open in the dark swamp, and the force spread out, preventing the ravine from closing for a short time. Yi Ming did not retreat at all, shifting his weight onto both feet and, with even greater and more brute force, kicked and broke the old master's arm. Fists and feet clashed, sending ripples through the viscous swamp. The old Taoist grew more and more terrified as the fight went on. What kind of monster is Yi Ming? Top-tier martial prowess, astonishing skills, and exceptional comprehension. The old Taoist realized that while fighting Yiming, the latter was constantly learning and adapting to his attack patterns. The old Taoist black snake was full of complaints in his heart. His skills couldn't match him, and his combat couldn't either. Yiming alone combined high attack, long endurance, and strong stamina all in one. He alone was practically an entire army. How should this even be fought? As long as he catches the slightest flaw, Yiming can quickly press the advantage, pin the person to the ground, and give them a fierce beating. Looking at Yiming, then at himself, the old Taoist originally thought mastering the art of resurrection was already incredible, but upon encountering Yiming, he realized he was utterly worthless. The Black Snake Taoist was caught making several mistakes and could no longer cope. But he absolutely cannot die here. If he dies, who will avenge him? The Black Snake Taoist took the opportunity to slip into the swamp, escaping nearly 100 meters in the blink of an eye. At the entrance of the secret realm, Su Chang repeatedly urged and persuaded, finally making Su's mother give up checking the message sent by the black market leader. Yiming absolutely hates being threatened. With his temperament, he will definitely kill that black market leader. Mom, let's go quickly, we can't stay here any longer. Su Chang's face was full of anxiety. This time at the black market, he only managed to buy a bottle of spiritual liquid, but spent over 40 million. It was a complete loss. It's even less realistic to go back and buy now. The merchants in the black market have already been driven out by Chi Yin and the others, and the law enforcement hall will arrive soon. They simply cannot stay. Most importantly, he doesn't want to see Yiming at all. For this reason alone, he must leave. Su's mother, however, hesitated, but Ling Aoshui is her friend and might be in trouble now. If even a friend doesn't step in to help, who else can? Moreover, it was she who facilitated the collaboration between Ling Aoshui and the Su family, regularly leaving some precious natural treasures for the Su family. It was precisely because of this that she was able to become the wife of the Su family head. Thinking about it this way, Ling Aoshui is a benefactor to her. How could she ignore her? Su Chang irritably scratched his head. Mom, we really can't get involved in this mess this time. The law enforcement hall explicitly prohibits black market private transactions. Just participating already counts as a violation. They used to turn a blind eye. But now, Su Hanrui and Yiming are in the law enforcement hall. Do you think they'd let us off if they discovered a violation? Absolutely not. This will only become our weakness. Su Cheng's voice rose in agitation, but another voice came from behind him. What flaw? Su Hanrui walked over with a smile. This is the black market, right? How could young Master Su be here? Don't tell me you were just passing by on a stroll. Su Cheng smiled awkwardly. Su Hanrui shrugged. Let's go back to the enforcement hall to explain everything properly. After taking the two people away, Su Hanrui was in a great mood. This time, he was sure to extract plenty of benefits from the Su family. Fortunately, Yiming was there. He had anticipated this outcome and specifically called Yiming over. This credit was effortlessly claimed. At the entrance to the secret realm, Chi Yin was fuming with anger at a vendor selling spiritual plants. The stall owner's surname is Wu, nearly 50 years old, and he is the master of catalytic spiritual plants mentioned by Chi Yin. Uncle Wu, I just want you to take a look at the photo and help me judge the maturity of the spiritual plant. It won't take much of your time. Ha, I remember you're a friend of Yiming, right? He caused me to lose my stall, so why should I help you? What does a young person like you know about catalysis? Yiming is now hiding in the secret realm and won't come out. Who knows what kind of despicable things he might do? Just from the way he confronts people, I can tell Yiming is arrogant and conceited. I will never show spiritual plants to this kind of person. Uncle Wu became more and more agitated. If you force me to look, then I'll commit suicide right here. I can't let my eyes be insulted. Chi Yin couldn't help but laugh. The vendor nearby also leaned over to chime in. We would rather destroy everything than sell it to Yiming. Who told him to ruin our stall? Su Hanrui walked over. Stop pretending to be noble. Whose background is clean here? Everyone came out of killing and robbing, and now you're acting all refined? Heh, even the dogs from the law enforcement hall have shown up? Before the words were finished, a thunderous explosion came from the secret realm's gate. Cracks appeared on the large gate. Uncle Wu froze for a moment, then chuckled and said, with such a massive explosion, it looks like your dear friend is definitely dead. The next second, the upper half of an old man's body was thrown out, drenched in blood, leaving everyone in shock. Immediately after, the lower half was also tossed out, prompting the crowd to hurriedly step back away from the gate. In the end, Yiming walked out unscathed. Uncle Wu looked bewildered. Yiming actually survived that explosion? And what about the black market leader? Why was it Yiming and a severed old man who came out? Looking up, he saw Yiming strolling over, heading straight toward Uncle Wu. Chi Yin tactfully stepped back 2 steps to the side. Yiming, I'm warning you, the people from the law enforcement hall are all here, in public you. Yiming kicked Uncle Wu, sending him flying. Uncle Wu rolled several times and landed in the bushes, instantly losing consciousness. In public? You curse me in public? Why should I show you a good face? Yiming was furious. Previously, he had heard Chi Yin talk about how amazing the master of catalyzing spiritual plants was, but it turned out to be someone who just loved showing off. Along the way, he felt that the number of normal people he encountered could be counted on one hand. They were all lunatics. Several nearby stall owners still wanted to speak up for Uncle Wu. "You child, do you not understand how to respect others at all?" Yiming delivered another kick, and the man let out a miserable scream as his chest instantly caved in. At this, the people around quickly backed away, no one daring to say another word. Yiming despised such talk the most. Respecting others requires that they be worthy of respect in the first place. The vendors in the black market carry the weight of dozens of lives on their backs. On the surface, they run small businesses selling spiritual plants and treasures, but who can say for sure what they're secretly up to? Such people are not worthy of respect at all. "Captain Su, what should we do next?" Su Hanrui, who was suddenly called out, paused for a moment before saying, "Take them all back for investigation. Punish those who deserve it, and detain those who need to be detained. Then clean up the entire black market, and all confiscated stolen goods must be handed over to the law enforcement hall." Finally, after a decision by the senior officials of the law enforcement hall, Su Hanrui coughed and said solemnly, "They also hope you can join the law enforcement hall and become a criminal officer." Yiming glanced sideways, somewhat surprised by these words. He had originally thought the law enforcement hall would at most offer some rare treasures, but he hadn't expected them to want him to become an official. Su Hanrui continued, "Because of your numerous and significant contributions, the higher-ups felt that assigning you an ordinary profession would be inappropriate, so they decided to grant you a special profession, execution officer. In the department, you'll have a reputation, no need for regular attendance, access to rare resources at your discretion, an exclusive training room without prior application, a base salary of 50,000 per month, and opportunities for promotion or access to higher-grade resources upon completing designated tasks or achieving major accomplishments. You are required to follow the directives of the law enforcement hall and cannot refuse tasks when assigned. Lastly, this rule is specifically tailored for you. If you kill many people as you did today, you can skip writing a justification report and directly report to the execution officer minister." This last statement truly left Yiming stunned. Isn't this a case of acting first and reporting later? Moreover, Su Hanrui choosing to explicitly state it here was clearly to openly inform the people around him. Yiming is a member of the enforcement hall. If you want to mess with him, you'd better think twice about whether you dare to mess with the enforcement hall. This is even a warning to them. Yiming kills as long as he feels justified, and the law enforcement hall trusts his judgment and actions. There's no reason not to agree to this. Although Yiming holds the blood guanyin, it's impossible for him to kill ferocious beasts all the time. That's simply unrealistic. Heavenly treasures and earthly resources are still important, and having the backing of a national-level organization makes things more convenient. However, I have a question. Since I've joined the guild, how can I continue to serve as a law enforcer? He remembered that guild members could no longer join the law enforcement hall. Ultimately, the guild, the law enforcement hall, and the family were three opposing forces, with the guild and the family occasionally joining forces to suppress the law enforcement hall. There had never been a precedent for cooperation between the law enforcement hall and the guild. Qi, as the guild leader, knowing and having a good relationship with Zhou Qi, a law enforcement hall inspector, was already surprising in itself. Nowadays, there are even guild members joining the law enforcement hall as judges, which is truly baffling. Once this precedent is set, it's inevitable that someone will try to push people into the law enforcement hall. Su Hanrui clearly saw through Yiming's doubts and shrugged, saying, "You're quite special, worth making an exception for. Look through the history of famous figures. Who else has accomplished something so impressive at your age? Many strong individuals are in families or guilds. Our law enforcement hall may look impressive, but when it comes to true powerhouses, there aren't many. If we don't take this opportunity to bring you in quickly and someone else snatches you away, that would truly be a loss." Su Hanrui made no effort to hide his intentions, chatting with Yiming as they walked. Upon entering the law enforcement hall, they were greeted by a group of black market merchants squatting in the corner. Uncle Wu had also been dragged over, a plastic bag tied around his neck. He squatted while coughing up blood. "All are martial artists, their bodies aren't that fragile." Xiyin walked over and explained to Yiming, Uncle Wu's full name is Wu Shui. He used to work at the Red Maple Research Institute. His talent is enhancing perception of spiritual plants, allowing him to determine their maturity without using machines. Of course, when I was at the institute, I found that his judgments were even more accurate than the machines. Yiming glanced sideways at him. Uncle Wu has always had a bad temper. He speaks his mind when he doesn't like something. Back at the research institute, he made quite a few enemies. Later, his research results were stolen, and in his rage, he went to confront the person and ended up killing them. He was then expelled from the institute. That temper is indeed explosive. At this moment, Uncle Wu was still fuming. Squatting on the ground, he spat out all the clotted blood before finally regaining some composure. When he looked up and saw Yiming, the curses he was about to hurl were forcibly swallowed back. He was still afraid of Yiming, afraid he might kick him again. Seeking trouble and courting death are not the same. The former just deserves a beating, while the latter could end your life in minutes. Especially when dealing with someone like Yiming, who could break your ribs with one kick. If you anger him further, what happens if he delivers a second kick? He told Su Hunrui that he wanted to have a private chat with Uncle Wu. Su Hunrui agreed and arranged an empty meeting room for Yi Ming. As soon as Yi Ming entered the room, he got straight to the point and took out the mutated Tianling grass he had been carrying, the plant he had accelerated to maturity. The leaves of the celestial herb spread out, swaying gently. Uncle Wu's eyes widened instantly. If not for the pain in his body, he would have definitely leaned in to feel it. The maturity level is too high. The Research Institute's technology can't possibly achieve this. Where on earth did you get it? Uncle Wu's earlier defiance vanished, and his attitude shifted abruptly. Yi Ming did not answer his question but instead asked back. Very high maturity, but how high exactly? Sorry, I don't have enough data samples to make a definitive conclusion, Uncle Wu pursed his lips. But based on my personal feeling, perfect, flawless maturity. I can sense joy and comfort from this plant, as if it is proclaiming a great miracle to the world. I beg you. Where did you find this plant? Or what method did you use to accelerate its maturity? Can you tell me? Uncle Wu's face was taut with wrinkles, and his cloudy eyes gleamed with light. But Yi Ming had already understood the answer and paid him no attention. If the news of his ability to accelerate the growth of spiritual plants were to leak, it could bring many benefits, but his actions would also be restricted. Perhaps countless people would come to him with spiritual plants, begging him to catalyze them. The Research Institute might want him to cooperate in studies, and the law enforcement hall might confine him somewhere to endlessly accelerate growth. Wouldn't that make him a machine? Moreover, it's not realistic for him to teach others the wood cultivation technique. As mentioned earlier, he knows how to use it but doesn't understand the principles, so he simply can't teach it to others. Although concealing the information is not the best solution, it is at least the most convenient option for now. Zhou Qi and Qi Yin also understand this point, so they both keep their mouths shut. Yi Ming got up and left the meeting room. Uncle Wu cursed him as a monkey from behind, but he didn't even look back. Su Hunrui looked at Uncle Wu in confusion. The arrogant demeanor he had when he entered was now replaced by tears and a runny nose. Forget it, Yi Ming is such a mysterious person that there's no need to figure him out. Yi Ming, ha ha ha, we meet again. Cold Front suddenly appeared. He had just heard that Yi Ming made a trip to the black market, bought a rare treasure, and ended up blowing up the entire black market. At this moment, Yi Ming had already arrived at the law enforcement hall. Cold Front initially thought Yi Ming had been arrested, but upon further inquiry, he learned that the law enforcement hall had intervened and was preparing to clean up the black market. This news amused him for quite a while. The black market has almost become the cancer of Hongfeng City. It's fine if left alone, but once something happens, it becomes a major problem. Moreover, this problem is particularly tricky to resolve. Just like when someone released a bizarre ferocious beast in a suburban neighborhood before, Zhou Qi and his team could at most slow down the beast's killing spree. In the end, it still required the intervention of the enforcers to clean up the scene and fire a few rounds to level the neighborhood. This is the most efficient and casualty-free method. However, the aftermath is the real trouble. Not only does it require compensation, but it also attracts public grievances against the law enforcement hall, which is inevitably unavoidable. If they encounter malicious individuals, the trouble will be even greater. The good news is that Yi Ming has already taken action. His move intimidated the black market's ruler, Ling Aoxue, allowing the law enforcement hall to station personnel around the outskirts of the black market's secret realm during its operation, no longer as overwhelmed as before. Yi Ming is simply the savior of the law enforcement hall. Now the chief of the enforcers is saying that Yi Ming should be recruited into the law enforcement hall. Lung Feng is even more delighted. Working alongside such an extraordinary person is truly a great honor. He is here under the chief's orders to summon Yi Ming over. Our criminal officer team leader wants to meet you to discuss the follow-up work and rewards. All right. Watching Yi Ming leave with Lang Feng, Su Hunrui prepared to start dealing with this group of black market merchants. Turning his head, he saw Uncle Wu squatting on the ground, staring intently at Yi Ming's back. Su Hunrui couldn't help but laugh. Seriously, what exactly did Yi Ming show you that made you keep staring at him? He took a sip of the freshly brewed Tianling grass tea. Uncle Wu seemed to sense something, turned his head to look at the cup in Su Hunrui's hand, his eyes full of suspicion. What exactly is in your cup? Why does it smell so good? Tea leaves of celestial herb gifted by Yi Ming. Uncle Wu's eyes slightly trembled. A few words echoed repeatedly in his mind. Yi Ming, gifted Tianling grass tea leaves? Does Yi Ming not realize how precious the spiritual plant he gave away is? He actually gave it away as tea leaves? Uncle Wu almost fainted from anger, but fortunately, Su Hunrui pulled him back in time and directly threw him into the interrogation room. He also had to carefully manage Su Cheng and Su Mother's emotions. The two were emotionally agitated. Su Cheng kept shouting that this matter had nothing to do with him, that he had only bought a bottle of spiritual liquid. Su Mother, on the other hand, was constantly worried about whether Ling Aoxue was okay. Clearly, Su Mother's mind wasn't very sharp. Even now, she couldn't let go of her concerns, even though she should have quickly distanced herself from this matter and returned to the Su family as soon as possible. Interrogators most like to target people who are not very clear-headed. At the mention of torture, Sue's mother immediately became frightened and revealed everything she knew, fearing that the interrogators would be dissatisfied and inadvertently implicated several others. On the other side, Yi Ming met the chief of the penal officers. "Hello, I am the chief of the penal officers, codenamed Shura. I am Yi Ming." The Ashura stood over 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles and exposed veins, clearly not the kind of fake muscles built in a gym. At a glance, it was obvious he had practiced martial arts since childhood and was a true iron-blooded warrior who had experienced the baptism of the battlefield. "I'll get straight to the point. This is the employment contract. The relevant clauses are written on it. Take a look, and if there's anything unsuitable, we can revise it." A slightly thick contract was handed over. After carefully reading through it, Yi Ming signed it directly. Shura secretly breathed a sigh of relief. When Yi Ming entered the room just now, his danger alarm kept ringing in his head, and he thought this guy might be difficult to deal with. However, it turned out he was quite straightforward. It's just that his aura is a bit intimidating, but Shura liked it. After all, a warden is supposed to be a tough character. Next came a simple task assignment. Considering Yi Ming was a newcomer, the head of the patrol department had already assigned him the Abyss cleanup task, and Shura didn't intervene much. But on top of the Abyss cleanup task, another mission was added. Uninhabited city-state, more sinister beasts? Yi Ming looked at the mission description. It is said that there is an uninhabited city-state in the Abyss, roughly the size of Hong Kong City. It serves as the nest for many ferocious beasts and is also the birthplace of sinister beasts. This is precisely why large-scale cleanups of the Abyss are frequently conducted, as that area is like a petri dish, constantly producing a large number of beasts that roam around chaotically. If too many ferocious beasts gather, they might break through the Abyss and rush into the city. That was the reason for the beast tide that devastated Hong Kong City 20 years ago. 20 years ago, the Law Enforcement Hall was just a small organization, usually handling minor disputes, heavily suppressed by families and guilds, with no one paying attention to the Abyss. With insufficient manpower and tight schedules, and the limited living space in Hong Kong City, how could there be any energy left to deal with the Abyss? Moreover, cleaning up the Abyss itself is both dangerous and unrewarding. No benefits. Who would be willing to take the risk? Rely on the guild? Rely on the family? Or gamble on the unknown treasures within the Abyss? With no management, the number of ferocious beasts keeps increasing. Coupled with the expansion of abyssal rifts, the evil dragon stirs, ferocious beasts swarm out, rush into the city, and cause a tragedy. Other cities were busy protecting themselves, and Red Maple City was remote, so the fastest support would take 10 days. In the end, 1/3 of Red Maple City's population was killed or injured. With no more people to prey on and the arrival of reinforcements, the ferocious beasts had no choice but to retreat back to the Abyss. Therefore, the Law Enforcement Hall now regularly sends people to conduct cleanups. Shura briefly explained the details of the major cleanup and then moved on to the main point. Uninhabited city-states are just exploration missions, mainly to protect yourself, gather useful information, and avoid venturing deep into enemy territory. Yi Ming flipped through the report and curiously asked, "Then why didn't we explore before?" Shura had anticipated this and showed a sorrowful expression. The execution officers are the strongest combat unit of the Law Enforcement Hall, but there are too few personnel. Currently, there are only 13 people, and with you, 14. Everyone else is busy with their own tasks. There's really no one free. We also wanted to wait, but the Abyss has been unstable recently. The exploration mission can't be delayed, so we had to turn to you. Don't worry, you just need to take some photos, record some videos, and describe the situation when you return. There's no need to go deep, and the reward is very generous. Shilua's tone was sincere. Yi Ming nodded. He only heard, many fierce beasts, generous rewards. But why are there so few enforcers? I remember the textbook saying that the earliest batch of enforcers numbered as many as 83. Yi Ming asked curiously. Shura's expression was complicated. Is that really what your textbook says? All right. Shura was silent for a moment. That's because of the beast tide 20 years ago. Out of 83 enforcers, only I survived. My comrades all. Ah, sorry. It's fine. But your textbooks really mislead people. I mean, everyone keeps asking about enforcers being busy. Isn't it all because of this? So the problem lies here. Shura suddenly slammed the table, causing the teacups to jump. Yi Ming was dumbfounded. After a brief chat, Yi Ming stood up, ready to take his leave. If he didn't leave now, dawn would break. Just as he was about to leave, someone suddenly rushed in and slammed a heavy punch on Shura's desk, causing their hand to swell immediately. But he seemed unaware, only glaring at Yi Ming and saying, "I absolutely disagree with him becoming a criminal officer. Even more so with him leading the team." Yi Ming looked at him and felt he seemed somewhat familiar, but Shura was the first to call out his name. "Chun Yuxing, what kind of madness is this?" Yi Ming suddenly realized, recalling the time he came to the Law Enforcement Hall to train. During a meal, he encountered Wang Churen, who was drunk and showing off. Chun Yuxing tried to intervene but ended up being scolded by Wang Churen. In the end, Wang Churen and Yi Ming engaged in a life-and-death duel, with Yi Ming emerging victorious. Since then, Chun Yuxing hadn't been seen, and unexpectedly, he had been waiting here all alone. Chun Yuxing's veins bulged in anger. Why should someone with absolutely no experience in abyss exploration, who has never carried out a major abyss cleanup task, lead our team? And besides, he killed my uncle. Clearly, the second sentence was his main point. Shura stared at him sharply. First of all, choosing Yi Ming as the execution officer was because of his recognized strength. His reactions and courage in battle fully prove that he is an exceptionally outstanding warrior. Secondly, the basic knowledge of the abyss, common ferocious beasts and countermeasures, as well as common environmental changes and handling methods, are all mandatory courses in school. Third, I remember the incident where Wang Churen caused the death of his teammates during his last descent into the abyss. It has already been listed as a typical case and was emphasized during the year-end summary. Yi Ming killed Wang Churen out of necessity, otherwise, it would have been Yi Ming who died. Fourth, if you're not convinced, you can fight Yi Ming. Chun Yuxing was rendered speechless by these words. Fight? Fight with Yi Ming? Is he courting death? But if Yi Ming really joins the team and leads the charge, how else can he freeload those benefits? Yi Ming glanced at Chun Yuxing, then turned to look at Azura. Team leader, can I apply for solo action? Abyss operations are usually carried out in teams, and the patrol department's minister had already arranged the squads. Yi Ming was supposed to go down with Chun Yuxing and the others. At that time, he was just an unknown figure in the law enforcement hall. Faced with the already determined team members, he had no way to request a change or apply for solo action. But now the situation was different. After becoming a criminal officer, he was automatically promoted to squad leader, a position that might allow him to apply for solo missions. Teammates were irrelevant to him, as long as he could protect himself, that was enough. Shura was momentarily stunned after hearing Yi Ming's request. It's possible, but the abyss is dangerous. It's still better to act as a squad so everyone can look out for each other. Yi Ming shook his head and said coldly, I don't need useless teammates. Shura was stunned. This kid is really arrogant. Seeing Chun Yuxing's face turn red with anger, his complexion became ashen. Yi Ming's words were clearly a veiled insult, calling them useless. Yi Ming, what do you mean? Do you think you can be so arrogant just because you're strong? Enough, stop the nonsense. Let's fight, a battle of life and death. Yi Ming didn't want to listen to his nonsense at all. If there was something to say, it could be resolved with fists. If it could be solved with force, that was undoubtedly the best. He couldn't be bothered to engage in verbal sparring with anyone. Chun Yuxing's face turned bright red, like a cooked pig's liver. He had come here intending to make Yi Ming quit the team and stop meddling in their affairs. Now the problem was resolved, but he was so angry he almost spat blood. Although fighting could solve the issue, Chun Yuxing knew that with Yi Ming's methods, he wouldn't survive at all. However, he just couldn't hold back this resentment, otherwise, even cultivating in the future would feel unbearable. Shura said from the side, the solo operation request has been approved. I'll also inform the inspection department, but you must be extra careful, that place is the abyss. Yi Ming nodded, bypassed Chun Yu, and left directly. The office suddenly became eerily quiet, the atmosphere so oppressive it was suffocating. Clack. Shura lit a cigarette, the smoke shrouding his face, his expression inscrutable. Chun Yuxing felt goosebumps rise on his back, hurriedly sought permission, and then retreated. Stop. Shura's deep voice suddenly rang out, and the office door slammed shut. Come here and explain to me properly who gave you the guts to barge into my office and cause trouble? Shura's voice was calm, yet carried a chilling authority that made one's heart race. Even thinking with your toes, you'd know something's off. Chun Yuxing is just an ordinary employee in the patrol department, not even a team leader. How could he dare bypass the department head and directly demand the removal of Yi Ming from the criminal officer division? Besides, Yi Ming alone could improve their team's survival rate. This was something he was absolutely certain of. What reason would make them give up on Yi Ming, disregarding even their chances of survival? On closer thought, Chun Yuxing must be hiding something. He felt the scene was odd. Although Yi Ming was strong, shouldn't he show a hint of pain or sadness when being rejected by the team? But Yi Ming's face remained calm and composed, completely unperturbed. Still saying no need for useless teammates, isn't that a bit too arrogant? He should have understood the dangers of the abyss. Teaming up is the safest choice. Why is he able to be completely indifferent? Chun Yuxing thought Yi Ming would at least try to persuade him to stay or beg him not to kick him out of the team, but there was nothing of the sort. This made Chun Yuxing feel extremely upset. He felt like a joke. He cared about his team, valued emotions and rapport, and usually managed to trade some rare treasures to earn money, going to great lengths to prevent Yi Ming from sharing the spoils. And the result? Yi Ming didn't take it seriously at all. What gives him the right to be so arrogant? Chun Yuxing couldn't understand. When he looked up, he met Shura's sharp, knife-like gaze, and his heart trembled. Who sent you here? Re-report, I came here because I couldn't figure it out myself. What can't you figure out? I can't figure out why Yi Ming can become a criminal officer, while we've been working for so many years without even a promotion in title. Shura extinguished the cigarette but, patience exhausted. This kind of meaningless questioning cannot explain why he dared to rush into the office. Chun Yuxing is still being evasive and lying. What's your employee number? 109. Shura couldn't be bothered to respond and took out his phone to make a call. Hello, Sister Ning, this is Shura. I need a favor. I want to send someone to your death row camp. Employee number 109, named Chang. Yu Xing. Check on him for me. Yes, that's him. I'll bring him over later. For this abyss operation, let him be the vanguard. After the call ended, Chang Yuxing was completely stunned. His face turned pale as he stared blankly at Shura. Shura smiled faintly. Why are you glaring at me? If you don't tell the truth, why should I keep you around? I didn't refuse to talk. Chang Yuxing was completely dumbfounded. The chief officer of the criminal division didn't say a word more and directly sent him to the death row camp? The death row camp. It's practically hell on earth. Chief, I actually have no issues with Yiming. Chang Yuxing opened his mouth slightly. Was he really going to reveal the truth? Wouldn't that mean betraying the Minister of Civil Affairs? Moreover, all his previous shady dealings would be exposed as well. In the end, he'd still be sent to the death row camp. What's the difference? Shura stood at the door and glanced at Chang Yuxing, seeing him repeatedly slapping his own face, then turned around and left directly. Chang Yuxing didn't dare to tell the truth, which showed he had a guilty conscience. Such a person must not remain in the law enforcement hall. Chang Yuxing dared to cause a scene in front of the head of the criminal officers, indicating that someone wanted to use him to test Yiming, and also to test Shura. After all, Yiming's appointment as a criminal officer was a decision made collectively by all the department heads, and no one objected at the time. But now that Yiming has returned, someone has jumped out to stir up trouble. From the initial discussion to Yiming's return to the law enforcement hall, it has only been 4 or 5 hours. It seems that there is indeed a department head who harbors dissatisfaction with Yiming. Yiming's current request to act alone might just be playing right into that person's hands. At the same time, it happened to align perfectly with Yiming's own intentions. After handling these matters, Yiming greeted the others and headed straight to the luxurious training room to continue cultivating. The abyss operation was bound to be fraught with dangers, so becoming stronger was an urgent priority. After sitting down, Yiming opened the system panel and was pleasantly surprised to find that a lottery option had been added to the system. Extracting skills will always yield existing skills. Selectable. Yiming was overjoyed. He didn't expect this broken system could automatically optimize. With this, he could focus more on improving his skills. Set a small goal first. Let's upgrade the flying skill. Most ferocious beasts nowadays cannot fly, and those that can are often stronger. Of course, this doesn't include mosquitoes and flies. If those things become stronger, they would truly be deadly. If Yiming could fly, he would undoubtedly hold a decisive advantage in battles within the abyss. He could even try to clean up the abandoned city-states. What's more, Yiming also had the blood guanine skill, which allowed him to level up by killing fierce beasts. As long as there were enough beasts, the more he killed, the stronger he became. As soon as he closed his eyes, Yiming began to frantically absorb spiritual energy, like a water pump desperately drawing in the aura within the training room. Only when his meridians started to ache faintly and his body felt fatigued would he move to the bed for a short rest or go out to grab something to eat. Then, he continued to close his eyes and cultivate. He persisted like this for an entire week. Current level, 25. Yiming opened his eyes again and discovered that due to his meridians being wider than those of ordinary people, he required more spiritual energy to level up. The advantage is that his foundation is exceptionally solid, and upgrading does not rely on rare treasures. Everything proceeds naturally and effortlessly. He took out the skill points he had accumulated, first allocating them to the flight entry. With few remaining, he then scanned the skill tree. In the wood cultivation technique, there is an entry that gives him a chance to cultivate mutated spiritual plants. Freshly curious, he clicked on it without hesitation. The description for corpse explosion says it can generate a cloud of poison on the spot. This move is powerful, so I immediately selected it. The rest were all allocated to basic attributes, such as reducing spiritual energy consumption, expanding attack range, and increasing attack speed. Finally, all skill points were used up. Yiming shook his head helplessly. The skill points he had saved up over the week were gone in an instant. However, his combat power had increased significantly, so he was quite satisfied. This abyss operation was the perfect opportunity to test the capabilities of the blood guanine. At that moment, Zhou Qi sent a message, "Team up in half an hour, hurry out." Yiming quickly washed up and went out. At the entrance of the law enforcement hall, 3 or 4 dozen people had already gathered, all from the inspection department. "Yiming, over here." Zhou Qi waved and called out to him. Yiming walked over, feeling a bit puzzled. Why am I the only criminal officer? Usually, the general abyss cleanup is done by the inspection department. Even if enforcers participate, it's because they have a mission. Your inspection department has to clean up the abyss and manage city security. Can you handle all that? Short on manpower, nothing we can do. Yiming nodded, glanced around but didn't see Chang Yuxing. He felt a bit puzzled but didn't say much, thinking that focusing on his own tasks was the most important. Yiming's prominent features and tall stature made him stand out in a crowd like a lighthouse in the vast sea, exceptionally eye-catching. Some admired his aura, some envied his strength, some were jealous of his charm, and some harbored disdain for him. Yiming paid no attention to any of it. Before long, the vehicles from the law enforcement hall arrived, taking them to the abyss. The journey was long, and Zhou Qi seemed not to have spoken the entire way, murmuring softly to Yiming. "Have you looked at the map I sent you? This time, there are only 3 places we need to go. Everyone will split into small teams and enter different areas to clear them. Once we've completed a fixed number of beasts, we can return, the fastest being 1 week. Of course, that number is based on the team standard. If you act alone, you'll have to complete your individual task quota. Someone from the Abyss base will deliver equipment to us, a multifunctional wristband, the same one you used when tackling the new secret realm. It has video recording capabilities and a storage function for items. It contains food, medical supplies, maps, and various other items. Of course, you can also put items from the Abyss into the wristband and bring them back to the base, but once you return to the base, they must undergo inspection, which takes a long time, about half a year. After all, we can't guarantee whether the items brought back from the Abyss are dangerous, and this is to ensure everyone's safety. Your independent mission, unmanned city-state. Brother, I can only say you need to be extra careful. That place is full of ferocious beasts and is extremely perilous. You can't be as reckless as before." Yiming signaled him to rest assured, thinking to himself, "When did I become a reckless brute? I just have confidence in my own strength." Indeed, only Yiming can do the work. If a teammate accidentally annoys Yiming, they might end up being sent straight to the death row camp. Inside the carriage, a coquettish and piercing female voice rang out. Yiming glanced over and saw her holding up her phone, the phone case featuring a photo of her with Cheng Yuxing. No wonder, so she is Cheng Yuxing's girlfriend. Cheng Yuxing was actually sent to the death row camp? He looked at the woman and saw her arched eyebrows and tightly pressed thin lips. Her phone was pointed at Yiming, clearly recording a video. The people nearby were stunned at the sight and quickly hid in the corners. Yiming was known as a ruthless character in the hall, who would dare provoke him and expect to get away with it. Everyone silently prayed that the blood wouldn't splatter on them. No one spoke up for Li Wei. Her face grew increasingly grim as she thought, with Yiming being so arrogant, there should logically be plenty of people who dislike him. So why wasn't anyone stepping forward to help her? Moreover, everyone was keeping their distance. What did that mean? Li Wei took a deep breath, trying hard to suppress the fear in her heart. Cheng Yuxing had already been sent to the death row camp. Her boyfriend merely mentioned in passing that he didn't want Yiming to be on the same team as him, and as a result, he was directly thrown into the death row camp. This is utterly absurd. She suspected that Yiming might have some shady dealings with the higher-ups in the law enforcement department. Otherwise, how could Cheng Yuxing be thrown into the death row camp just because of a single sentence? At the moment, everyone is avoiding Cheng Yuxing, and their team has directly disbanded. Only she, his girlfriend, can stand up for Cheng Yuxing. Yiming, don't look at me with that kind of expression. Am I not telling the truth? Li Wei stared straight at Yiming, her gaze carrying a hint of stubbornness. But soon, she hurriedly averted her gaze. Yiming was just too handsome. She was afraid that if she stared for too long, she might unconsciously betray Cheng Yuxing. This was absolutely not allowed. Yiming couldn't be bothered to respond and waved his hand, sending out a powerful burst of energy. Ah! Li Wei covered her mouth and screamed, blood seeping through her fingers. She hadn't even seen Yiming's attack move clearly. The tongue was actually cut off. Li Wei had thought the man would at least show some consideration for a woman, but Yiming was ruthless. She had only said 2 sentences, and her tongue was cut off. Who could be so cruel? Helpless tears streamed down her cheeks. Li Wei trembled, not even daring to look at Yiming again. Someone nearby couldn't help but speak up. Yiming, no matter what, you can't hit a woman. Yiming didn't even turn his head and said coldly, "Say one more word, and I'll cut you too." The car instantly fell into a deathly silence, with only the faint sound of suppressed breathing. Someone softly comforted Li Wei. "Don't cry, Yiming has already spared your life, and there are people with healing abilities at the base who can help reattach your wound." Li Wei cried like a weeping flower, nodding desperately. Seeing Li Wei in such a miserable state, everyone felt even more awe for Yiming's ruthlessness. Who would dare to provoke him now? Damn, this guy is way too ruthless. Could it be that he grew up on gunpowder? The car moved steadily forward, and Yiming occasionally chatted with Zhou Qi before silently gazing at the scenery flashing past the window. About 4 hours later, they finally arrived at their destination. Yiming got off the bus with the crowd and immediately saw the massive base. It resembled a sleeping dragon, exuding an oppressive sense of majesty and solemnity. Yiming followed the crowd into the base. The environment here was arranged in a simple yet grand manner, with people hurrying by, clutching documents. "Captain Zhou." A young woman ran over hurriedly, her cheeks flushed and her breathing slightly rapid. "Something happened?" Zhou Qi immediately asked. Yiming and the people around him turned their gaze toward her upon hearing this, and the atmosphere instantly grew tense. The girl was startled and shook her head repeatedly. No, it's good news. Professor Li's project at the Research Institute has made a breakthrough. He invented a potion that, once injected into the body, can resist the erosion of abyssal aura for a short time and also alleviate the negative effects caused by fear. Zhou Qi's eyes lit up. Really? Can you take me to see it? Of course. Old Li is still at the base. Zhou Qi was overjoyed, and the inspectors behind him also showed excited expressions. The greatest threat posed by the abyss, aside from the fear effect and foolish teammates, is the omnipresent erosion. It spreads like a virus, permeating every corner of the abyss. As long as one enters the abyss without protective measures, over time, they will become restless and manic, experiencing hallucinations. If teammates can detect it early, control the condition, and bring the patient back to the base for treatment, there is a possibility of a cure. But in reality, almost no one can detect this illness in its early stages, because once it manifests, it is already in the late stage, leaving no option but to wait for death. The previous protective gear was a specially designed protective suit, which was effective but extremely cumbersome, allowing only simple movements and making combat impossible. Later, the protective suit was improved into a lightweight jacket, which was portable but significantly reduced in protection, requiring frequent replacements with only about 20 sets stored in the wristband. I thought we would still be wearing protective suits this time, but unexpectedly, Elderly actually invented an injectable drug. This has made things much more convenient for them. In emergencies, it can even be used as a life-saving injection. It can also reduce the fear effect. Truly worthy of being called Oldly. Oldly said that this time the inspiration came from a girl in the group, and he also especially thanked that guy named Yiming for allowing him to conduct research in the secret realm. The girl spoke excitedly, pulling Zhou Qi's arm. You told me before that the guy named Yiming would also come. Has he arrived? Has he arrived? I heard he's a super handsome guy. Alright, Jilan, stop pulling. This is him, Yiming, the new secret realm ownership holder, known for consistently challenging higher levels, casually producing highly mature spiritual plants, and even blowing up the black market, a top-tier figure. Of course, he's also the newly joined adjudicator. The earlier words were just a brief introduction. Jilan listened with some surprise. Yiming's combat prowess is extraordinary, his courage remarkable, and his background mysterious. Challenging higher levels, a master of spiritual plants, and even blowing up the black market. Just this point alone is enough to make her give a thumbs up. The ruler of the black market had once caused them trouble, but now being harshly taught a lesson by Yiming, it could be considered as helping them vent their anger. But the last sentence is the key point. Newly appointed enforcer? The previous astonishment and admiration were instantly replaced by shock. Jilan took 2 steps back and quickly saluted. Yi. Yiming saw her stammering and unable to finish her sentence, and quickly waved his hand. Just call me Yiming. He is different from other enforcers, he doesn't have a complicated codename. His codename is simply himself, and wherever he goes, he announces his own name. Hello, Yiming. Jilan cautiously glanced at him and immediately dismissed those improper thoughts. The position of a judicial officer is a special one. Not only is their combat prowess top-notch, but fighting opponents of higher levels is an everyday occurrence. Their courage and cunning are equally outstanding, otherwise, how could they expose the dirty dealings within guilds and families? Relying solely on combat ability is definitely not enough. Jilan's impression of Yiming instantly rose to a higher level. To become a judicial officer at such a young age, such a person must not be underestimated. The atmosphere became a bit awkward, so Zhou Qi stepped forward and asked Jilan to lead the way to see how this potion actually worked. Walking all the way into the conference room, they happened to encounter Elderly demonstrating the potion. This potion is administered through subcutaneous injection, without the need to contact blood. Its principle is to form a protective film on the skin's surface to resist the abyss's erosion. If dizziness or a sensation of skin tightening occurs, it is a normal reaction and usually lasts no more than 5 minutes, as it is the body's rejection mechanism. However, if it persists for more than half an hour, caution is needed, as it may indicate an allergy to a certain ingredient in the potion. Yiming's gaze lingered briefly on the PPT behind Elderly. Ingredients: the most crucial heavenly treasure, blood-soaked earth dragon. In the past, Yiming's task was to locate the blood-soaked earth dragon, and the target location along with the surrounding environment was vividly imprinted in his mind. However, ever since he became a law enforcer, this task had been handed over to other teams to complete. He withdrew his gaze and noticed that Elderly seemed to be staring at him. Elderly's expression carried doubt, as if asking whether that subordinate of his was doing well. A name flashed through Yiming's mind: Li Langming. That man had entered the research institute through connections, becoming Elderly's subordinate, but he was arrogant and rude, even sweeping away all the loot in Yiming's secret realm. In the end, he bled to death, and all the dropped items returned to Yiming. How fortunate that Elderly still remembered him. After all, Li Langming had come in through connections, so naturally, Elderly had to take on the responsibility of being his guardian. However, Li Langming had long since passed away, and Yiming would never reveal the truth. Elderly still needed to continue contributing to the research of the abyss. Only by letting him focus on his work could his true value be realized. Li Langming must not become a shackle that affects his emotions. Yiming showed no expression, turned around, and walked away directly. Oldly was stunned. Yiming's reaction left him puzzled. He was certain that Yiming had seen his lip movements, but what did Yiming's reaction mean? Was he dead, or was he not? Why did he just glance at him and then turn around to leave? Could his action have a deeper meaning? Is he hinting that Li Langming is actually still alive, reminding him to focus on his research? Otherwise, given Yiming's relationship with Li Langming, if Li Langming were truly dead, he should have shown signs of joy. Old Li immediately understood in his heart. Li Langming is still alive, and Yiming is warning him to focus on his research. At this moment, Yiming received a wristband containing medicine and various supplies. He glanced at it briefly and found that the items were quite comprehensive. If used sparingly, they could last for about 15 days. At this moment, Yiming's mission objective became clear. The wristband displayed 0/2000. This was his personal quota, and if completed as a team, this number would multiply 3 to 4 times. At first glance, the quantity seemed considerable, but for Yiming, it was nothing. He can kill a large group with just one corpse explosion, and it's even a chain explosion. After that, there are some precautions to note. Prioritize your own safety and also consider the team. If an accident occurs, be sure to contact the base promptly using the wristband, and so on. Next, Yiming got back on the vehicle amidst the crowd. After driving for about an hour, he finally arrived at the destination. As soon as he got off the vehicle, Yiming saw the abyssal rift not far away. Calling it a rift, it was more like a right-angled cliff, broad and stretching endlessly, with no end in sight at a glance. Black mist spreads out from the abyss, and the land near the rift appears black with a tinge of red, emitting a faint fishy smell. Standing at the edge of the rift and looking down, apart from complete darkness, only specks of crimson can be seen, arranged in a regular pattern. Other than that, only faint sounds of roaring and the stomping of multi-legged creatures crawling on the ground can be heard. The sounds are enough to make one feel nauseous. Yiming, over here, Zhou called out. You must have noticed those red dots below earlier, right? Those are temporary bases. And there are always people stationed there. If you encounter any emergencies or feel tired and want to rest, you can go there. The map in the wristband also marks the locations of these temporary bases. Come on, take the elevator. Following along onto the elevator, the cliff face swiftly swept past before their eyes. Don't underestimate the fact that there's only one elevator here. This one has been in use for 12 years. In the beginning, people would tie a rope to the cliff and jump straight down. Our predecessors were truly brave. Later, after some of the beasts in the abyss were cleared out, they started building rope ladders. Then came simple wooden lifts, and once the temporary base was established, the elevator was gradually constructed. Zhou explained slowly, while Yiming listened intently. It seemed like just 2 or 3 minutes, but in reality, one could feel how much blood and sweat the predecessors had poured out to create everything before them. When we get down later, the wristband will show our location. The 3 highlighted areas on the map are our task zones. We just need to clear the beasts in these 3 areas, avoid entering other dangerous zones for now. Yiming nodded. Within 2 minutes, he stepped onto the land of the abyss. Not far away, there was a temporary base with red lights glowing on the roof, still very conspicuous in the black mist. Then I'll head off first. Yiming greeted. Ha? You're not taking a car? You're at least 10 kilometers away from the mission target. Yiming didn't want to waste time. With a single step, he soared into the sky, quickly identified the direction, and dashed forward. Zhou was stunned for a while, rubbing his eyes. He clearly just saw something unbelievable. Yiming, he can actually fly? When did he learn this new skill? And isn't flying supposed to require at least level 50 to master? Can his spiritual power withstand such consumption? Zhou instinctively turned his head to look at the other patrol officers, only to find that they were all busy scrambling for cars and hadn't noticed Yiming at all. Moreover, the lighting here was dim, and it was almost impossible to see anything beyond 10 meters, so no one noticed that Yiming had just flown away. Boss, we got a car. Come on. And where's Yiming? Isn't he riding with us? Yiming just flew away. Zhou spoke directly. The subordinate looked puzzled and touched Zhou forehead. You don't have a fever. Boss, did you forget to take the injection before coming down? Are you showing symptoms of abyssal corrosion now? Go. I'm telling the truth, Yiming really just flew away. Laughter came from the team already seated in the car. I say, Captain Zhou, I understand you want to protect the newcomer, but don't act like a nagging old mother, talking about everything. People find it annoying. I think so too. What level is Yiming? How could he possibly fly? I'm almost level 30 and haven't even touched a flying skill. Zhou got into the car and let out a cold laugh. Believe it or not, it's up to you. The wristband map shows the location of all of us. Take a look at the point representing Yiming. Someone glanced at Zhou. The Zhou team in their impression had always been meticulous and serious, never one to lie casually. For him to say this so confidently, could it be? Opening the wristband to take a look, he saw a green dot rushing toward the edge corner at a terrifying speed that was precisely Yiming's mission point. What the hell? Is this even human? The speed was too fast, and it didn't take any detours. It could almost be confirmed Yiming was flying over there. Could he really fly? This is just too crazy. The squad drove over the bumpy ground, their backsides sore from the ride. Ahead lay small hilly terrain, densely populated with fierce beasts. They had to take a detour and stay alert for beasts suddenly jumping out to smash the vehicle. This road will take at least a day to travel. In contrast, Yiming flew over in the sky in no time. By now, they've probably already started clearing out the ferocious beasts. So envious. If only I had Yiming's level of strength. Do you really believe he can fly? He must have used some kind of extremely fast skill. People below level 50 simply can't fly, that's an ironclad fact. There's no way he has enough spiritual power to hover in the air and move at high speed. If you're jealous, just admit it. Why act so stubborn? Believe it or not, it's up to you. On the other side, in the base, the Abyss cleanup mission is overseen by Patrol Department Minister Wang Jin, who is currently staring intently at the large screen in front of him. The road to the target location is fraught with various unexpected dangers, with a high mortality rate. The footage must be monitored at all times, and if a large-scale movement of ferocious beasts is detected, the team must be warned immediately. Ah, Minister! Look quickly, a woman's voice suddenly rang out. What are you yelling for? Wang Jin frowned, turned his head to look, and his eyes instantly widened. A green dot was seen moving at high speed, without any sign of slowing down or turning, heading straight toward the edge of the map marker. Pull up the footage immediately. Confirm his safety. Wang Jin's first reaction was, could it be that some flying beast had already killed the person and was carrying him away? Before the footage was retrieved, Wang Jin's heart was in his throat. The mission had only started for just over an hour, and someone had already sacrificed their life? His calloused hands slammed heavily on the table, his brows tightly furrowed. The screen finally came into focus. Yiming's chiseled features appeared on the large screen, exuding an overwhelming presence. A few girls couldn't help but gasp in surprise. Yiming's gaze shifted slightly, suddenly locking directly onto the people in the command room. Wang Jin felt a chill run down his spine. Logically speaking, Yiming should be able to see the wristband's recording function activate, but there was absolutely no way he could see Wang Jin and the others. Yet at this moment, he completely disregarded common sense and turned his gaze toward them. Minister, did he see us? It shouldn't be, maybe it just targeted the ferocious beast, Wang Jin quickly responded. The people in the command room nodded one after another, feeling that this explanation made sense. Wang Jin continued to keep a close eye on Yiming's footage. Not good. Yiming has really encountered a ferocious beast. It's a level 22 sharp-toothed eagle. Wang Jin slammed the table abruptly and stood up immediately. What? Everyone instantly focused their gaze. The sharp-toothed eagle is known as the ruler of the skies, with an adult wingspan reaching up to 10 meters. Its sharp beak can easily tear apart any beast below level 30, and its talons can lift 300 to 400 kilograms of weight. It's over, it's over. Yiming's luck is really bad. The sharp-toothed eagle hasn't appeared in 4 or 5 years, and he encounters it as soon as he arrives. Minister, what should we do? The sharp-toothed eagle has already targeted Yiming, and a battle is inevitable. Wang Jin's gaze was fixed on Yiming, but he noticed that Yiming's expression remained calm, showing no concern for the sharp-toothed eagle. He raised his hand slightly, and the entire command room instantly fell silent. I trust Yiming. Yiming, who grew from an inconspicuous F-level talent to the strong figure he is today, must have hidden cards up his sleeve. The people in the command room, after hearing Wang Jin's words, said no more. That's right, Yiming is different from others. While others need constant attention, for Yiming, they only need to do 2 things, believe. An ordinary student reaching his current position is definitely not just relying on skills. Otherwise, he couldn't have become the youngest criminal officer today. Sure enough, Yiming floated in the air, his gaze casually sweeping over the giant bird 10 meters away. It turned out to be a sharp-toothed eagle, a ferocious beast that didn't even appear in textbooks because encounters were extremely rare, and survivors were even fewer. The sharp-toothed eagle raised its head and let out a piercing screech, flapping its wings as it charged straight at Yiming. Yiming remained calm, raising his hand as 3 lightning talismans converged, with violent lightning swirling around his body. Perfect, I'll use you to test my blood guanine. The lightning talisman shot out, like a blinding thunderbolt streaking across the sky. The sharp-toothed eagle immediately turned and spat out a black sphere the size of a basketball. This sphere was filled with a massive amount of corrosive liquid, deadly upon contact. The thunder talisman exploded upon contact with the sphere, and Yiming stepped back slightly, raising his hand to unleash 3 more thunder talismans without any delay. Boom! The sharp-toothed eagle let out a piercing cry, but it was drowned out by the roar of thunder. In an instant, a charred blackbird plummeted to the ground. At the same time, a strand of spiritual energy quietly entered Yiming's body. Yiming slowly exhaled, no wonder everyone was scrambling for the blood guanine. The spiritual energy obtained from killing this bird was equivalent to a bowl of spiritual medicine brewed from rare treasures of heaven and earth. The spiritual energy is abundant. Moreover, after Yiming's refinement, the blood guanine contained no impure spiritual energy, saving the trouble of purification. This blood guanine is truly worth it. Looking down, the sharp-toothed eagle crashed to the ground with a loud bang, immediately attracting a group of ferocious beasts that began devouring its corpse. Yi Ming's expression remained calm as he hesitated slightly over whether this thing could be eaten, but ultimately gave up. After all, something that could spit out such disgusting corrosive liquid probably wouldn't have good meat. He opened the map to compare locations and found that the others had only covered 1/5 of the journey. Meanwhile, he only needed 1 or 2 minutes to reach the destination. Others are so slow, no wonder they need 30 or 40 people together and split into so many groups. However, Yi Ming knew very well that it wasn't that others were slow, but that he was simply ridiculously strong. Therefore, he didn't care much about this cleanup task. Killing ferocious beasts was easy. Once the corpse explosion happened, however many there were would die. It's just farming experience, that's all. What Yi Ming truly desired were heavenly materials, earthly treasures, and the uninhabited city-state. Before coming, he had already researched the information. Due to incomplete investigations, many areas of the uninhabited city-state remained in an unknown state. For others, the unknown meant death. But for Yi Ming, the unknown was a treasure. Putting away the map, he gripped the thunderbolt in his palm tightly and dashed forward swiftly. He hadn't noticed, but the command room was utterly silent. Is Yi Ming's background truly clean? Has he really not encountered even the slightest opportunity? Where did he get such powerful skills? Someone murmured in doubt, finding their own words hard to believe. Because they had never seen anyone who could comprehend a skill on their own. The skills nowadays were all collected from various guilds, clans, ancient ruins, and other places, refined through countless predecessors' efforts to become what they are now. In short, no one could comprehend a skill on their own. If someone did, it would definitely make headlines everywhere. Could it be that Yi Ming's parents or relatives have some special background? They all said his background is clean. Whether it's him or his parents, they are as ordinary as can be, with average aptitude and an unremarkable life. Then how did this Yi Ming suddenly emerge? Could there be something wrong with his F-level talent? Enough. As soon as Wang Jin spoke, the command room fell silent, leaving only the faint sound of breathing. There's no point in speculating here. Once it's over, just call him over to get a clear answer. Yi Ming's strength was evident, which made Wang Jin feel slightly more at ease. He then turned his attention to the footage of other teams. Originally, it wouldn't have mattered if he didn't look, but once he did, he was startled. Minister! One of the teams has also encountered sharp-toothed eagles. What? Wang Jin suddenly turned his head and immediately ordered, emergency contact. Notify nearby teams to go and provide support. Yes. As the scene switched, a car's roof was torn open by sharp claws. The 5 people inside the car were instantly exposed to the sharp-toothed eagle's sight. Jump out. Scatter. The captain roared angrily, raising his hand to hurl a spear wrapped in blazing flames. The sharp-toothed eagle tilted its body slightly, deftly dodging the attack, then folded its wings and dove downward. The 4 teammates leaped from the vehicle, fleeing in different directions. Damn it, I've been to the abyss 3 times and never encountered a sharp-toothed eagle, but this year I had the bad luck to run into one. Bang! The spear entwined with raging flames was thrown once again. Although it tore through the flight feathers of the razor-toothed eagle, it failed to harm it in the slightest. The razor-toothed eagle charged at the captain. Caught off guard, he could only raise his spear horizontally to block, but its sharp claws instantly pierced through his waist and abdomen. Blood splattered, and the scent of blood spread with the wind. In the distance, the roars of ferocious beasts echoed, as if more were closing in. Captain! The teammates launched a fierce and coordinated attack, quickly driving off the razor-toothed eagle. Wang Jin's voice came through the wristband. Everyone, advance in the 3 o'clock direction. There's a temporary base 8 kilometers away. Apply medicine immediately to bandage Wu Ran's wound and stop the bleeding. Abyssal corruption will invade through the wound. If the wound turns black, Wu Ran will undoubtedly die within half an hour. A teammate immediately carried Wu Ran on their back and ran toward the direction designated by Wang Jin, while the other 3 stayed behind to intercept the sharp-toothed eagle. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, and an off-road vehicle sped toward them. Captain Zhou. Great, it's you. Get in the car quickly. Xiao Jing, you drive. The rest of you, get out and take down this sharp-toothed eagle for me. Zhou Qi charged forward, waving his hand as a dark tang horizontal saber appeared in his grip. His steps were light, and with a flurry of slashes and chops, his attacks were ferocious, each strike aimed at a vital point. The sharp-toothed eagle was forced to retreat repeatedly, its eyes filled with fear and vigilance. The sharp-toothed eagle let out a piercing cry, and Zhou Qi immediately rushed forward, swinging his saber straight at its beak. It was calling for its companions. This must not be allowed to happen. One sharp-toothed eagle was already difficult enough to deal with. If another one came, it would surely mean total annihilation. Whoosh! The arrow, like a bolt loosed from the bowstring, seized its moment and shot straight toward the sharp-toothed eagle's eye. Excellent shot! Taking advantage of the sharp-toothed eagle's furious thrashing, Zhou Qi flipped his wrist. His long blade sliced through the air with a deafening dragon-like roar, then plunged straight into the eagle's chest. He twisted the blade, crushing its heart, and only then did he slowly withdraw the weapon. Without pause, he followed up with nearly 100 more strikes, stabbing holes all over the sharp-toothed eagle's body before finally stopping. Phew! Zhou Qi's hands were trembling slightly, but he didn't dare to relax in the slightest and immediately called everyone to get in the car. Just now, the sharp-toothed eagle was definitely calling for its companions. We need to leave quickly. Wang Zhen's voice came through the wristband. Relax, don't be so tense. The sharp-toothed eagle's companion was already dealt with by Yi Ming. The ferocious beast that just appeared has also been taken care of. Zhou Qi suddenly turned around and exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Did Yi Ming also encounter the sharp-toothed eagle? He wasn't injured, was he? No problem, Yi Ming took down the sharp-toothed eagle with just 2 skills. Wang Zhen paused, knowing this sounded somewhat unbelievable, but couldn't help emphasizing it. Yi Ming killed the sharp-toothed eagle alone, using only 2 skills. As soon as he finished speaking, Wang Zhen hung up the call, citing an unstable emergency signal. The carriage instantly fell into an eerie silence. After a while, someone muttered under their breath, the minister's tone just now sounded like, look at other people's kids. To be honest, I find it hard to believe. How strong can Yi Ming be? He's young and only a few levels up. He managed to kill a sharp-toothed eagle alone, while it took 6 of us to kill just 1. Zhou Qi curled his lips. That's the reality. Why else would the minister use that tone? Yi Ming alone is stronger than the 6 of us combined. Instead of making snide remarks here, why not think about how to improve yourself and work harder? The only difference between you and Yi Ming is that you're older and can write reports, but this world values means and strength. If you don't work harder, you'll be left far behind by him sooner or later. He's growing fast. Today he might still seem like an ordinary young man, but tomorrow you might not even be able to catch up with his dust. After Zhou Qi said this, the atmosphere in the car grew even heavier. The driver, Xiao Jing, slammed on the gas pedal, and the car roared as it sped toward the temporary base. On the other side, Yi Ming had already used corpse explosion to clear out a wave of ferocious beasts. At this moment, he was floating in midair, with a half-meter-high pile of ferocious beast corpses beneath him. Murky, viscous blood had pooled into puddles, creating a horrifying scene. While slaying the ferocious beasts, he absorbed spiritual energy, so abundant that it seemed inexhaustible. Found a clean spot, Yi Ming opened the system skill tree and used the 30 skill points he had just accumulated from leveling up to unlock an entry for Dragon Scale Armor. Instantly generates Dragon Scale Armor when attacked. Passive defense, pretty good. Afterward, Yi Ming soared into the air again and flew off into the distance. The fierce beasts in this area have been cleared out. Move to another place and continue the slaughter. Rushing into the group of fierce beasts, a faint shield formed of dragon scales appeared. The beast's attacks completely missed, not even touching a single hair on Yi Ming. 3 lightning talismans emerged, flames igniting with a crisp ringing sound. The faint dragon scales shielded Yi Ming, making him appear like a blazing sun amidst the group of fierce beasts. Radiating brilliance, exuding unparalleled majesty. Roar! The ferocious beast roared as it pounced, turning to ashes the moment it touched the flames. The tougher ones were struck by lightning and charred to cinders, while those attempting to flee were blasted into a bloody pulp by the shockwaves of the exploding dead beasts. Yi Ming remained expressionless, floating forward steadily. Occasionally, he would raise his hand and make a grasping motion in the void, causing bird-like ferocious beasts in the sky to explode and die. When encountering a new type of ferocious beast for the first time, Yi Ming would act cautiously, striking it down with a palmful of lightning to prevent any soul from escaping after its death. Under the thunderous power of the palm thunder, both humans and ghosts must perish. After confirming that most of the ferocious beasts here had no concept of a soul, Yi Ming confidently and boldly used the water avoidance technique. Severed limbs flew, blood splattered everywhere, and Yi Ming moved through the group of ferocious beasts, taking the lives of several with every gesture. Bloody and violent, yet incomparably elegant. This scene brought the entire command room to silence, as they had fallen into countless moments of quiet because of Yi Ming. Watching Yi Ming, who killed all the ferocious beasts as he walked along. As for the other teams, some were fleeing, some were hurrying on their way, some were treating the wounded. It was complete chaos. Wang Zhen found it fascinating. Without Yi Ming here, this kind of situation happens every year. I've already gotten used to it, and I can even praise it by saying, this year is truly chaos within order. But with Yi Ming here this year, the comparison is stark. They're really chaotic, pure chaos. They have absolutely no idea what they're doing. By the way, isn't there less than a month left until the college entrance exam? What a pity Yi Ming isn't taking it. If he did, he'd definitely get the highest score. With his skills, taking the exam would be like a high schooler entering kindergarten. It'd be a complete walkover. Ha 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 ha. Wang Zhen was amused by his own words. Yi Ming's strength far exceeds what ordinary people can imagine. Without witnessing it firsthand, one simply cannot understand how extraordinary he truly is. No wonder some people in the hall say Yi Ming isn't that impressive. Those people have merely heard his name but have never seen him in person. If they were to meet him face to face, how would they dare to say such things so casually? In the abyss. Yi Ming looked at the task progress. He had already killed more than 700 ferocious beasts. Wherever he flew, corpses were piled up everywhere, the scent of blood permeating for miles, and even birds dared not fly overhead. The ferocious beasts in the distance, upon seeing Yi Ming, fled far away. Perhaps they feared that getting even a little closer would result in being blown to smithereens. Forget it, let's call it a day for now and head back to the temporary base to rest. Yiming checked the direction and flew straight to the nearest temporary base. Flying high in the sky, he had a clear view of the ground situation. From a distance, he saw many fierce beasts fleeing one after another, leaving the area where Yiming was located. So afraid of me? It would be better to let me kill you. I wouldn't let you suffer too much. On the other side, in the temporary base, Wu Ran was receiving treatment. His waist and abdomen had been torn open, with blood continuously flowing. Lying on the hospital bed, blood had already dripped down along the edge of the bed. If he hadn't used his spear to block it, the sharp-toothed eagle would have bitten him in half. 2 doctors and 3 nurses were doing their utmost to save him. On the other side, Zhou Qi was using a wristband to count the number of people. This time, the area for the Abyss cleanup mission only covered 2 temporary bases. At the moment, the other base had already reported its numbers, combined with Zhou Qi's statistics. Only Yiming had yet to report his safety and had not returned to the base. Zhou Qi looked out the window worriedly. Outside, it was pitch black, and even the roars of the ferocious beasts had disappeared. Suddenly, someone shouted. Yiming sent a message, "Quick, take a look." Zhou Qi immediately grabbed the wristband. Yiming, the ferocious beast location has been marked. A large number of beasts are heading toward the A3 temporary base. Zhou Qi was stunned. Isn't A3 the base where they were located? A ferocious beast is coming? Why didn't he sense anything at all? Leaving the A3 base is completely unrealistic. All 23 of us are gathered here. Once we go out, we'll become live targets, easily attracting ferocious beasts, and the result can only be total annihilation. Besides, Wu Ran is still undergoing treatment. If we were to escape, we'd have to take Wu Ran along with the doctors and nurses. There are too many people, and it's impossible to protect them all. Some were seriously analyzing the situation, while others crossed their arms and sneered. Li Wancheng was one of the latter. I'm in charge of reconnaissance. When I came, I specifically scouted the surrounding environment and found no signs of any ferocious beasts or gatherings. There wasn't the slightest movement. So, on what basis does Yiming know? Do we even need to discuss Yiming's methods? If he's saying there's a problem now, we definitely need to investigate it immediately. Who knows if this issue is real or fake? He seems to be diverting attention, or maybe he just wants to claim all the resources for himself, who can say for sure. As soon as Li Wancheng said this, the already tense atmosphere instantly became strange. Are you saying that all the ministers have poor judgment and actually chose a selfish person to be the justice officer? Maybe that's really the case. Poof. Someone couldn't help but burst out laughing. Li Wancheng usually loves to put on airs. If you're going to act, then act, but how could you come up with such brainless nonsense? What he said was no different from scolding all the ministers. Zhou Qi glanced at him but was busy handling affairs and had no time to respond. Xiao Jing, you're good at reconnaissance. Go out and take a look, but prioritize your own safety. Doctors and nurses, can you speed up the treatment process? I see Wu Ran's wound has already started to turn black. Finally, everyone who is still combat capable, arm yourselves and prepare for a fierce battle. Everyone nodded in agreement, except for Li Wancheng, who remained arrogant and dismissive, not taking Zhou Qi, the team leader, seriously at all. Since entering the abyss, his mouth hadn't stopped. Others felt that since they were colleagues, there was no need to make things too unpleasant, so they chose to tolerate him. Who would have thought that today he would openly belittle Yiming and the other department heads? In the future, it would surely be hard for him to get along in the law enforcement hall. Everyone decided to draw a clear line and ignore him. But unexpectedly, their momentary concession only made Li Wancheng even more overbearing, and his words became increasingly offensive. This made everyone feel quite uncomfortable. Not everyone has a good temper. Clearly, Li Wancheng was completely unaware of this. I just don't believe Yiming is that capable. Enough already. Captain Zhou, as someone from the law enforcement hall, not only do you not help your own people, but you also keep siding with Yiming. What exactly are you thinking? We've worked together for 3 to 5 years, does that not compare to the 1 month you've known Yiming? Zhou Qi was so exasperated that he couldn't help but laugh. He hadn't expected this fire to somehow land on him. He was already overwhelmed by Yiming's situation, the frequent appearances of ferocious beasts, and the fact that their team hadn't killed the required number of beasts. And now you're deliberately walking right into the line of fire? With a flick of his wrist, Tang's horizontal blade was coldly pressed against the man's neck. Zhou Qi's eyes no longer held any patience. I am the leader of this expedition into the abyss. Everyone must obey my commands. Who do you think you are? Besides, what does Yiming have to do with you? Why are you acting so bitter here? Instead of worrying about others, you'd better think about how to deal with a real beast attack if it happens. The man stiffened his neck, his expression surprised. In his impression, Captain Zhou had always been a mix of seriousness and gentleness. When his subordinates made mistakes, as long as they weren't major ones, he didn't mind. Especially during verbal disputes, they argued even more harshly than now, yet Zhou Qi never showed such an angry and irritated expression. But since the words had already been spoken, they couldn't be taken back. Li Wancheng just kept staring at Captain Zhou relentlessly. Heh, you don't actually believe that, do you? I'm a scout, and I've already said there are no ferocious beasts attacking here. His talent lies in his extremely strong perception of the surrounding environment. He's like a human radar, sensing wherever there are ferocious beasts as he moves. Right now, he hasn't detected any trace of ferocious beasts. Before entering the temporary base, he even specifically checked the surroundings and found no signs of beast riots or large-scale movements. So he didn't believe Yiming's words at all. What a large group of ferocious beasts charging this way, pure nonsense. He's just a scout and didn't say anything, so why should Yiming be the one to speak? So what if he's an enforcer? Yiming had just joined the law enforcement hall not long ago, while he himself had been there for 3 to 5 years. The colleagues would definitely trust him more than that outsider. Isn't this obvious? Who would trust a stranger? It's better to prioritize trusting acquaintances. He really couldn't understand what Zhou Qi was thinking. He actually believed Yiming, saying Yiming could fly, that he single-handedly killed a sharp-toothed eagle, and now he believes Yiming's words and is preparing to fight to the death? It's simply ridiculous. As soon as the words were spoken, Xiao Jing hurriedly ran back from outside. Boss, it's bad. A large number of ferocious beasts are really charging toward us. Should we retreat or hold our ground? At the same time, Wang Jin's voice came through the wristband, also warning everyone that a large number of ferocious beasts were approaching and telling them to prepare. After saying a few words, he ended the communication. With Wang Jin personally issuing a warning, the ferocious beasts are indeed coming. This is undeniable proof. This is clearly a slap in his face. What? Impossible. I clearly didn't see anything just now. Zhou Qi threw a punch, shutting him up. How many ferocious beasts are there? What are their approximate levels and types? At least 1,000 can be estimated, with levels mostly ranging between 20 and 25. There are many types, and I can identify no fewer than 20 kinds right now. Xiao Jing was so anxious that his forehead was covered in sweat, which slid down his cheeks. Zhou Qi kicked the man. Tie him up as bait, spray him with the potion that attracts ferocious beasts, and make him run south to divert as many beasts as possible. Isn't it a bit inappropriate to do this? What if the minister finds out? I'll write the report. Xiao Jing said no more. Already understanding Zhou Qi's plan, he was prepared to hold his ground. The outer wall of the base has been reinforced multiple times, making it extremely sturdy. The beasts may not necessarily be able to break through, as mentioned before. There are too many people. Running outside would only make them easy targets. Once they retreat in a scattered manner, encountering ferocious beasts would mean certain death. The only way to survive now is to unite and hold their ground. The temporary base is crucial for those venturing into the abyss. It serves as an important supply point and must not be abandoned lightly. All things considered, they have only one choice, and that is to hold their position. Zhou Qi glanced at Li Wancheng, whose face was deathly pale. You seem to have a lot of opinions about me and the law enforcement hall. In that case, just die. There's nothing more to say. No, I. Xiao Jing stepped forward and asked Zhou Qi in a low voice, Boss, it seems like he still wants to say something? Zhou Qi waved his hand, not listening. Let him ramble on, just pack him up and send him to the ferocious beasts. He was shouting so loudly just now, why is he completely silent now? If the fire hasn't reached your doorstep, you have no idea how fierce it is. So disgusting. Li Wancheng appeared at the entrance of the temporary base, with thick smoke billowing in the distance, a clear sign of ferocious beasts wreaking havoc. More than a dozen people were already standing on the watchtower of the temporary base. When they saw Li Wancheng, their expressions froze for a moment before they quickly averted their gazes. They exchanged a glance with one another. Li Wancheng was actually sanctioned. Come on, Li Wancheng, didn't you brag about how amazing your scouting skills are? Go outside and see how many ferocious beasts you've actually scouted. A basin of cold water with a nauseating bloody smell was poured over him from head to toe. Li Wancheng shivered and suddenly realized how foolish his earlier words had been. Seeing Zhou Qi's cold and disappointed gaze, Li Wancheng's legs gave out, and he directly fell to his knees. He actually dared to question Captain Zhou and Yiming. He's always been arrogant and domineering. Whenever someone disagrees with him or doesn't follow his ideas, he immediately talks back, completely disregarding who the other person is, and starts spewing nonsense as soon as he opens his mouth. In the past, Captain Zhou didn't want to bother with these things, and others, out of consideration for their colleagues, were too lazy to argue with him. But this time, he's hit a brick wall. Thousands of ferocious beasts attacking is no small matter. No matter who reported it, it must be verified. He still dares to question it. Doesn't that amount to seeking death? Captain Zhou, I know I was wrong. I was just too arrogant usually, but actually, I didn't. Go and see how many ferocious beasts are ahead. Zhou Qi said coldly. Li Wancheng regretted it immensely, and a large map quickly appeared in his mind. The base's location was marked as a green, while the dense cluster of red dots ahead almost blurred into a single mass. This isn't just a few thousand ferocious beasts, it must be at least tens of thousands. Red dots were also gradually entering the map from the left, right, and rear directions, indicating that even more ferocious beasts were on their way. Going out now is tantamount to courting death. Captain Zhou, I'm still useful, I can still scout a wide range, I can. Throw him out. Li Wancheng screamed as he was thrown onto the path of the ferocious beasts. Less than a kilometer away, thick smoke billowed, and the roars of the beasts shook the earth. He curled up into a ball, wanting to escape but having no idea where to run. Despair and helplessness surged in his heart, finally transforming into anger. Since death was a foregone conclusion, he decided to vent all his rage before dying. He cursed in all directions, starting with Captain Zhou, then moving on to Yiming, and from the prominent Yiming to Jing, whom he had only met 2 or 3 times. What's more, his wristband had already been confiscated, so no matter how he cursed, no one could hear him. "Who's cursing me?" Yiming suddenly blurted out. "Ah?" Zhou Qi looked at him in confusion and raised his hand to wipe off the messy drafts on the blackboard. Yiming brought back more comprehensive and accurate data on the ferocious beasts. After returning, he and Captain Zhou formulated a battle plan, which has just been completed. Zhou Qi had already grown accustomed to Yiming's occasional clever ideas, assuming it was just his sixth sense at work. Yiming, however, shook his head. "Someone is cursing me, just a bit weak right now." He went through everyone he'd ever had conflicts with in his mind and found none of them quite fit. Who exactly is cursing him? TSK, can't even give a person a chance to relax. Yiming, I've reorganized the plan. Take a look and see if there's anything amiss. Yiming looked up at the blackboard. The current wave of fierce beasts being dealt with by the squads is the first. Based on the information you brought, there are still 3 to 4 more waves coming, each stronger than the last. Our team can only handle at most 2 waves. The rest will depend on you. The plan is simple and straightforward. At this stage, the ferocious beasts are relatively weak, and Yiming needs to kill about a dozen to accumulate some spiritual power. Rather than wasting energy on killing the current ferocious beasts, it's better to take a break and wait for the ones that come later. Yiming is not worried about failing the task at all. He can easily kill over 700 in a day. For now, he's holding back, intending to let others complete their tasks first. After confirming the plan, Zhou Qi thought for a moment and told Yiming about Li Wancheng. Finally, he added, he's proud and arrogant. This matter might very well make him vent his anger on you. Although Zhou Qi didn't understand why Yiming suddenly blurted out, "Someone's cursing me," he still shared the reasoning he'd thought of. After listening, Yiming straightforwardly said, "Are there really that many idiots in the law enforcement hall?" Zhou Qi spread his hands. Those who can enter the law enforcement hall are talents selected from thousands of people, but ability doesn't equate to intelligence. Those who understand. Some people are just too full of themselves. That guy named Li Wancheng, what's his talent? A-level talent, unlimited scanning. Simply put, Li Wancheng is like a human radar. He can generate a radar scan image in his mind that both allies and enemies can see, ignoring dense fog, piles of boulders, and other harsh, complex environments. In the abyss, where you can't tell people from animals beyond 10 meters, his ability is extremely useful. It can even locate those eerie, deadly beasts invisible to the naked eye. I remember he used to be on the administrative side, because his talent couldn't directly enhance combat power. But later, through the recommendation of the administrative minister who said Li Wancheng could assist with abyss operations, he was transferred to the inspection department. Oh, it seems there are indeed quite a lot of idiots on the administrative side. First Lu Qingyun, now Li Wancheng. Yiming's first impression of the administrative side immediately turned into Civilian Affairs Department? No way. Idiot department, that's definitely right. Yiming stood up. I don't like people bad-mouthing me behind my back. I need to go find him. Zhou Qi was stunned. Go find him? You should have said earlier, they would never abandon Li Wancheng. Yiming walked to the front of the base and glanced around. The entrance was already piled high with the corpses of ferocious beasts, and from time to time, a few bloodied figures crawled out from the heap. Though severely injured, their faces carried expressions of exhilaration. Hey! Yiming! Someone spotted him. Yiming raised his hand and made a grasping motion in the air. The ferocious beast behind the man, ready to launch a sneak attack, instantly exploded. The man jumped in surprise. Whoa, thanks, bro. You need to be more careful. Don't get distracted when killing ferocious beasts. Yiming shouted from afar. Ha ha, what an unexpected surprise. Yiming leaped on the spot, quickly soaring into the sky. His gaze swept over the entire base and then toward the distant horde of fierce beasts. Where on earth did these fierce beasts come from? Why are they charging directly at the temporary base? Zhou Qi had ventured into the abyss 7 times, yet he had never encountered such a situation. However, Yiming faced it on his very first attempt. Zhou Qi refused to believe he was simply that unlucky. There had to be something manipulating these ferocious beasts from behind the scenes. Perhaps that radar device belonging to Li Wancheng could detect something out of the ordinary. After scanning his surroundings, Yiming finally spotted Li Wancheng. The man was barely clinging to life, his limbs had been gnawed off by the beasts, his chest torn open as though it had been violently ripped apart by their claws. I arrived just in time. Yiming walked up to him, casually waved his hand, and the surrounding ferocious beasts were instantly cleared away. Li Wancheng's gaze was indifferent, but when he saw Yiming approaching, the muscles on his body twitched slightly. The ferocious beasts he encountered were stone-armored turtles, known for their defense. Despite his full effort, he couldn't leave the slightest mark on them. And Yi Ming killed them with just a casual wave of his hand? What are you trying to do? Yi Ming did not answer, only a faint smile hung on the corner of his lips. Injured like this and still thinking about talking, your willpower is truly extraordinary. It seems you can withstand my soul control technique. Yi Ming raised his hand and pressed it lightly on his head. Soul extraction. Li Wancheng, who was already half dead, miraculously began to writhe under the intense pull of Yi Ming's soul extraction. He was like a live fish on a hot pan, struggling desperately, twisting constantly, and letting out sharp cries. Yi Ming, what kind of sorcery did you use? I understand now, I finally understand. You damn well relied on sorcery to boost your combat power so quickly. Heh, so what if it's sorcery? Aren't you still in my hands, without even the strength to resist? Yi Ming felt Li Wancheng's soul fiercely resisting, so he had to restrain his strength, fearing that he might accidentally tear his soul apart. Li Wancheng, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for provoking me. To be honest, I have a rather bad habit eliminating the root completely. Li Wancheng froze upon hearing this. Eliminating the root completely. Not only does he want to kill him, but he also intends to silence his family and friends as well? At the moment when Li Wancheng was stunned, Yi Ming swiftly extracted his soul. Li Wancheng immediately let out a heart-wrenching scream, and as he continued, he lost his strength, leaving him with his mouth agape and his face filled with terror. Yi Ming clapped his hands. Now he held two souls in his possession, one belonged to Ling Aoxue. Although her soul had been severely injured, it had not disappeared and was now almost fully recovered. The second soul belonged to Li Wancheng. Controlled by the soul harness state, Li Wancheng showed no expression and obediently lowered his head. Master, show me your talent and let me see. Li Wancheng began to display his talent, while Yi Ming observed from the side for a while. It looks quite simple. Li Wancheng complained helplessly, Sir, I haven't fully figured out this talent either, I can only grasp the basics. After saying this, he added, This effect is very difficult to master and requires extreme control over spiritual power. Without studying for 6 or 7 years, you simply won't learn it. He himself had studied for 7 or 8 years and could only perceive the general situation of both allies and enemies, which appeared in his mind as red and green dots. Yi Ming was unconcerned. With his exceptional talent and the ability of 9 apertures enlightened, his comprehension was extraordinarily high. A single glance was enough for him to grasp most of it. This is merely diluting spiritual power outward, actively scanning the surrounding environment, and then presenting it in the mind. It just consumes more spiritual power and is slightly more difficult to control, that's all. Li Wancheng, however, could never imagine what a true genius would be like. About 15 minutes later, Yi Ming had already mastered this skill proficiently. Not only that, he has also refined his skills to the point where he can now even see the meridians and the flow of power within his enemies. This skill is both easy to practice and highly effective, so how can you use it so poorly? Yi Ming couldn't help but complain. He then ignored the corpse on the ground, waved his hand to retrieve the soul, and rose into the air again, overlooking the ground. Previously, he hadn't noticed anything unusual, but after acquiring the new skill, he immediately detected something amiss. Underground, there was a line glowing red. Calling it a line isn't entirely accurate, it was more like wisps of red threads forming cotton-like clusters, stretching from the north all the way to the south, eventually disappearing at the edge of his vision. The ferocious beasts came from the north, and the temporary base happened to be positioned right on this red line, naturally drawing the monsters toward it. Fortunately, the main force of the ferocious beasts is not large in number, and about 1/3 has already been eliminated. However, some stronger beasts are still charging forward. Yi Ming simply started clearing out these beasts from the rear. After dealing with this batch of monsters, he would investigate what exactly this red line is. As soon as the water-repelling technique was activated, the blood within the ferocious beasts surged out wildly, causing them to die on the spot. Their corpses then emitted a strange aura and instantly exploded. Boom! 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 A series of explosions shook the ground, and the resulting toxic mist quickly spread, causing more ferocious beasts to perish. Explosions and toxic mist came one after another. Countless spiritual energy surged into Yi Ming's body, nourishing him and filling the void of spiritual power. Level up again. Level 27. As the level increased, Yi Ming clearly felt the speed of leveling up begin to slow down, becoming sluggish and laborious. Fortunately, with the help of blood guanine and killing monsters to level up, otherwise, if he relied solely on rare treasures, how much money would he have to spend to reach this level? And the speed is still slow. Refining the blood guanine is truly a wise choice. He acquired a new skill called Mastery of All Weapons, which accelerates the learning process for any weapon techniques. Although it's somewhat ordinary, what Yi Ming needs more right now is magic techniques, as the improvement from weapons is limited. He sighed, advancing forward while slaying monsters. On the other side, inside the temporary base. Captain Zhou, what do we do? The beasts are increasing in number. There have also been several earthquakes. The toxic mist in the distance is spreading toward us. Boss, Xiao Jing vomited again. His wound has turned black. We're running out of medicine. Zhou Qi's ears were filled with the deafening roar of shouts. His face remained expressionless as he swung his longsword, severing the enemy's head. Blood splattered all over him. He flicked the blood off the tip of his blade and retrieved all the potions from his bracelet. Distribute these. Ha! Ha! Captain Joe, what about you? Without the potions to resist abyssal corruption, if you get injured, you'll. Before the speaker could finish, they froze, watching Jochi walk away. Tears welled up in the corners of their eyes, and they wiped them away harshly. Understood. Jochi tore off a piece of cloth, tightly wrapping it around the hilt of his blade and his palm, tying a dead knot. His right arm was already twisted beyond recognition, a gaping wound pierced through his chest, blackened and festering. His skull was sunken, and red and white fluid was oozing from his ears. Such injuries would have caused anyone else to collapse, faint, or even go into shock. But Jochi's face remained as calm as ever. Newcomers are always impatient. I've suffered these kinds of injuries more than once. Sigh. I wonder how much my rank will drop this time. Fortunately, after killing so many ferocious beasts, all the teens should have completed their tasks, which is at least a good thing. In front, the white-faced hairy spider, which was 6 or 7 meters long, suddenly shot out a strand of web. Jochi dodged to the side, raised his blade, and charged forward, aiming to sever its leg. The white-faced hairy spider nimbly sidestepped, swinging the web as if it were silk. Although Jochi dodged again, the spider caught a flaw with its leg and kicked him away forcefully. Before Jochi could open his eyes, he felt something furry brush past him. It was the giant spider. That enormous white face was right above his head, but it wasn't a face, it was its gaping mouth. Jochi stared coldly at that white face, and faces began to involuntarily surface in his mind. He had grown up among shattered beer bottles and broken sticks, barely surviving by kneeling on the ground and begging his parents for a bit of food. The insults and despair had long since drowned him. Sometimes, Jochi felt that his very existence was a goddamn mistake. But he was also glad that he was stubborn enough. He was determined to leave that disgusting home and carve out his own path in the world. It's just a pity, he seemed to be running out of breath. Forget it, dying might not be such a bad thing. After all, carving out a path in the world was too exhausting. Dying might be better. Suddenly, a flash of fire enveloped Jochi, and a crisp ringing sound seemed to come from the horizon. The pale face in front of him was torn apart by brute force, and immediately, a face so handsome it could make one lose their senses came into his view. Yo! That face showed a look of surprise. Crying? It's nothing, just sweating a bit too much, and it got into my eyes, Jochi said stubbornly. Is that so? Then your eyeball sweat glands are really something. Jochi. Might as well just die directly. Social death is far more terrifying than physical death. This is practically equivalent to the brothers grabbing hold of his fatal weakness. Yiming ignored his twisted expression, squatted down, and lifted his clothes. Jochi's chest had already been torn open with a large hole, and the surrounding skin emitted a foul stench, appearing necrotic. Boss! Boss! Are you okay? Captain Joe, oh no! Captain Joe, you mustn't die. A group of people ran over crying and shouting, throwing themselves beside Jochi and wailing loudly. Several doctors rushed over, and upon seeing the scene, their brows immediately furrowed deeply. Liver and spleen rupture, multiple comminuted fractures throughout the body, no signs of self-healing activation, and the abyssal corrosion is extremely severe. With every word the doctor spoke, the hearts of those present sank further. The meaning behind his words was clear, there was no saving him. The absence of any self-healing response indicated that Jochi's injuries had already far exceeded the body's capacity for self-repair. Even his body had given up on him. What made it even worse was the severity of the abyssal corrosion. From the surface examination, it had already invaded his heart, kidneys, and bones. The next target would be his brain. Before long, Jochi would die, dissolving into a puddle of foul corpse water, becoming nothing more than nourishment for the land. And the inspection division would have to select a new team leader to replace him. For a moment, everyone lowered their heads, as if silently mourning. Jochiren is quite good. Everyone is very happy to be his subordinate. Yiming glanced at the figure lying on the ground, whose presence still seemed vivid, and then looked at the tearful expressions of the others. A question mark silently popped up in his mind. He can be saved. What's with those expressions of yours? Yiming's words left them stunned, his gaze was clear and innocent as he looked up. A doctor was the first to refute. No, do you even know how to save lives? Just shouting here? Do you know that even the most advanced and cutting-edge medical technology can only delay the onset of erosion symptoms? If we really had the ability, we would have saved them already. Do you think we need you yelling here? Another doctor chimed in. We understand your feelings, but it's also helplessness. Abyssal erosion symptoms are an incurable terminal illness. Jochi's subordinate, unwilling to give up, directly pushed aside the two doctors and grabbed Yiming's collar. Boss! Boss! I knew you would have a way, right? You can definitely save the boss. Boss Yiming. Please save Captain Joe. Boss Yiming. The two doctors exchanged a glance, their eyes full of displeasure. They have diligently trained their talents for over a decade, earned their certifications before starting their jobs, only to be overshadowed by some random kid who appeared out of nowhere. If you're so capable, then why don't you save them yourself? Yeah, let's see it for ourselves. Can you even cure terminal illnesses? The two spoke with heavy sarcasm, but before their words had fully landed, they were immediately rebuked by Zhou Qi's subordinates. Can you show some decency? If you have any petty thoughts, go back and whisper them to yourself. Don't stand here blatantly mocking us. Do you think we're deaf? Exactly, you never do any work. You sit at the temporary base all day, eating and sleeping, sleeping and eating. You only start moving when we arrive. Do you think we don't know? The two were berated by 6 or 7 people at once, their faces turning as red as pig liver, looking extremely embarrassed. Yiming could tell that the doctors here were completely different from those back home. In this world, as long as you have a healing talent, they'll use it on you for anything, whether it's necessary or not. After all, everything can be cured. The root cause of the illness doesn't matter, as long as the healing talent works, that's enough. If it's useless, then it's a terminal illness and cannot be cured. As for why the treatment is ineffective, researching it is too troublesome, so no one wants to study it at all. Under such circumstances, it's no wonder medical technology can't advance. These two doctors are stationed in the abyss, which should theoretically be the best place to study the symptoms of abyssal erosion. Yet their only response to the appearance of erosion symptoms is 2 words: wait to die. You should know that only geniuses who have been carefully selected can enter the law enforcement hall. After all this effort, it still ended up like this. Yiming couldn't help but laugh in exasperation. He squatted in front of Zhou Qi, raised his hand, and performed the Guiyuan technique. Everyone saw Yiming suddenly raise his hand and seemingly cast some skill on Zhou Qi, moving so fast that they couldn't react at all. But Zhou Qi felt it. His tightly furrowed brows suddenly relaxed, and his body seemed to be lying on soft feathers, exceptionally comfortable. The chaotic abyssal aura rampaging inside him was forcibly suppressed, as if enveloped by some kind of power. It felt incredibly good. Yiming truly has a special trick. Zhou Qi thought to himself, just how many secrets do you have that I don't know about? Yiming's gaze swept over Zhou Qi's entire body, and all his meridians were laid bare before his eyes. He was slightly stunned. At least half of Zhou Qi's meridians had already decayed. Normally, it wouldn't be noticeable. Zhou Qi would walk around cheerfully all day, even finding time to bicker with Yiming. The result is that the body has already deteriorated to this extent. This situation can only be nurtured with corresponding rare treasures of heaven and earth. Every time Zhou Qi uses spiritual power now, he is pushing himself closer to death. The doctors are truly helpless. Zhou Qi's life is definitely beyond saving. Fortunately, he encountered Yiming. Yiming possesses the Guiyuan technique, which can instantly restore you to full health. Yiming pressed a few acupoints, dispersing the gathered abyssal aura and allowing spiritual energy to flow through the meridians again. Zhou Qi's consciousness also became somewhat clearer. Yiming helped him up, took him to the temporary base, and finally tossed him onto the hospital bed, casually wiping the blood off his hands. Done. Just as he was about to leave, Zhou Qi's subordinates gathered around again, chattering noisily. Their eyes weren't blind, they clearly saw that Zhou Qi's injuries had mostly healed. At least the fractures and the gaping hole in his chest had recovered. A miracle, doctor. Boss, please accept my bow. Thank you, Yiming, for saving Captain Zhou. Boss, I've had hemorrhoids for over 10 years. Can you help me treat them? Yiming glanced at him, do more anal lifts. Ha 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 ha. A burst of light-hearted laughter rang out, and at this moment, their admiration for Yiming reached a new height. This is what they call a hexagonal warrior. After a fight, he can even treat your injuries. Absolutely incredible. The two doctors outside the door looked extremely grim. Yiming was clearly slapping them in the face. Moreover, how could he cure the symptoms of abyssal corrosion? It was simply bizarre. Alright, I have to go now. There's still a task I haven't completed. Yiming prepared to leave. Just as he stepped out the door, the two doctors immediately put on smiles. Take care, take care. Watching Yiming's back, they sighed. Forget it, getting angry is useless. Even if Yiming told me the treatment method, I wouldn't be able to learn it unless he personally taught me the skill. Don't even think about it. If they have this skill, why would they teach it to us? Yiming walked out of the temporary base, the air filled with the scent of blood. Yiming. The bracelet suddenly emitted Wang Zhen's voice. Minister, what are your orders? The death row prisoners have arrived, a batch of 14, fully at your disposal. Rest assured, they are all heinous criminals, and no one will care if they die. Yiming did not let the car stop at the temporary base. He directly kicked open the car door and walked in, ordering the driver to move to the back seat while he took the wheel himself. The driver was precisely Cheng Yuxing, unshaven, with a buzz cut, and his worn-out clothes revealed scars all over his body. Clearly, the death row camp is truly a living hell. This young man had only been there a few days and had already ended up in such a state. Noticing Yiming's gaze, Cheng Yuxing wished he could dig a hole and crawl into it, or just jump off the car and end it all. Embarrassing. It was simply too humiliating. He once had the chance to work with Yiming. Though he didn't dare hope to become close friends, at least he could have gotten acquainted. And the result? His antics led Yiming to go solo, while he himself was sent to the death row camp. During his days in the death row camp, Chang Yuxing regretted it terribly and slapped himself every day. Why was he so brainless back then, insisting on despising Yi Ming? If he had been more agreeable, perhaps he could have even pulled Yi Ming into the fold. He thought he would never see Yi Ming again in this lifetime, but unexpectedly, they met again in a place like this. It's just that the roles have reversed. He became a death row prisoner, while Yi Ming became a genius admired by everyone. Chang Yuxing huddled in the corner, sighing, feeling that he was nothing more than a joke in Yi Ming's eyes. Yi Ming stepped on the gas pedal and sped forward, the car racing close to the ground on the rugged terrain. The death row prisoners in the back swayed and staggered, vomiting all over the place. This vehicle was originally designed for transporting goods, sturdy and durable. The back was a container with no seats or windows, and everyone was crammed together. It's imaginable how pungent that smell must be. Yi Ming didn't care about any of that. He only pursued speed, trusting that the death row prisoners would adjust their postures on their own. Racing all the way to the location where the blood-soaked earth dragon was buried, Yi Ming stopped the vehicle. He opened the container and ordered them all to get out. Blood-soaked earth dragon, you know what that is, right? Dig here for me. Whoever finds it first will get a reward. The death row prisoners tumbled off the truck like sacks of mud, but suddenly sprang to their feet. A reward? Why didn't you say there was a reward earlier? Don't even mention the blood-soaked earth dragon. As long as there's some reward, I can dig out a dragon for you. The death row camp is shrouded in darkness, and they've almost forgotten what rewards feel like. They've heard of Yi Ming's famous name too. Rumor has it he's a wealthy man, and people like him are sure to offer good rewards, right? He probably wouldn't harm them, would he? Yi Ming watched them run off joyfully to dig. He wasn't worried at all that the death row prisoners would secretly stash the blood dragon. That thing would escape if not properly secured, and eating it would be fatal. They were eager to hand it over to Yi Ming as soon as they got it. Most importantly, Yi Ming was confident in his own strength. Even if they did hide it, he could take it back. Watching them toil in their digging, Yi Ming flew into the air and gazed at the red line. They are still on the red line. Drive another hour south, and the uninhabited city-state will be visible ahead. Yi Ming rested briefly until he heard whispers coming from the death row prisoners' side. Found it, found it. This is the one, right? Holy crap, you actually found it. Hurry and give it to Yi Ming, okay? Are you out of your mind? Planning to hand it over directly? What else can we do? This thing is as thick as my arm, and the moment it touches the ground, it disappears without a trace. While it's still squinting, let's quickly give it to Yi Ming. Idiot. Make him bring out the reward first. The blood-scaled earth dragon is in our hands, and it's our bargaining chip. If he decides to use us as cannon fodder later, having this thing might make him reconsider. Don't tell me you actually want to be cannon fodder. Makes sense. Chang Yuxing watched them whispering and silently stepped back 2 paces. This matter has nothing to do with him. Looking up, Yi Ming had already quietly approached and was standing behind them. The few people who were discussing turned their heads and saw Yi Ming, almost fainting from fright. WTF. You don't move. The thing is in our hands. I'm telling you. Yi Ming waved his hand, spiritual energy shot out, directly grabbing the blood-stained earth dragon. Then, he began to perform the soul extraction technique on those people. Ah! Screams echoed one after another. Yi Ming frowned, their soul quality was too poor to withstand it and was directly torn apart. Several people collapsed, silent and motionless. Yi Ming looked at Chang Yuxing, who dropped to his knees with a thud. Brother, I didn't take part. This blood earth dragon was originally dug up by me, but they snatched it away. I had nothing to do with it. The remaining 6 people didn't participate either, all scared out of their wits by Yi Ming's bizarre skills and thunderous methods. One by one, they knelt down on the spot. Death row prisoners have no rights, they've already accepted that, but even in the death row camp, they had never been directly killed. Yi Ming is even more terrifying than the person in charge of the death row camp. How could there be such a ruthless move? Moreover, his skill is extremely strange. They all saw Yi Ming pull a white object out of someone's brain. Combined with the screams of agony, the skill's effect is crystal clear. Extracting a living soul alive. This is a heretical skill. Isn't Yi Ming a member of the law enforcement hall? How could he be using heretical techniques? Judging by how skilled he looks, he's clearly used it more than once. The intel was wrong. Yi Ming is not a good person at all, he's a complete villain. His methods are even more ruthless than those of the extreme heretics. Among the 7 survivors, 3 were former heretics. They considered themselves wicked, but upon witnessing Yi Ming's actions, they could only swallow hard. One thing to say, you're truly formidable. At this moment, their minds were completely clear, without a single stray thought. Yi Ming's swift and decisive actions have already intimidated everyone. They only feel endless fear. The blood-stained earth dragon is now in his possession. Yi Ming immediately took off, heading straight for the deserted city-state, instructing them to arrive there within 40 minutes. Driving is too slow, it's better to go directly. Soaring in the sky, Yi Ming carefully scanned the deserted city-state, taking advantage of his vantage point. It was indeed vast, even slightly larger than Red Maple City, with numerous fierce beasts. The red line hidden underground also disappeared within the deserted city-state. There must be some great treasures hidden inside. The deserted city-state was teeming with fierce beasts, but there were not many spectral-type beasts. After flying around, Yiming only found one area with a higher concentration of spectral-type beasts. The rest were all ordinary fierce beasts. Although there are many sinister beasts in the abyss, they are still a minority compared to ordinary fierce beasts. Directly above the center of the deserted city-state, Yiming waved his hand and released two soul beasts. One was Ling Aoshue, and the other was Li Wancheng. Master! Master! Go! Bring me all the good stuff inside. Yes. Two souls swiftly flew into the city-state, while Yiming leisurely found a place to sit. There were quite a few treasures hidden in the city-state. If he had gone to search for them himself, he might have already blown up the ground with a thunder palm or fire bell spell. Wouldn't those treasures have turned to ashes? Let the souls go in and search first. Anyway, both of these souls bear Yiming's mark, so he can sense them at any time. Yiming originally planned to extract the souls of all the people in the death row camp to form a soul squad and send them to the city-state to hunt for treasures. Unfortunately, the souls of these people were too fragile. He extracted half of their souls, but the soul bodies all shattered into pieces. What a pity. Yiming found a place to sit down and rest when suddenly his wristband emitted a beep 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 sound. Minister Wang? He looked down and noticed that the indicator light on the connected wristband was flickering very faintly. Wang Zhen's voice came through intermittently. I just found out you saved Zhou Qi, thank you very much. That child is responsible but too stubborn, often doing things that make people worry, ending up covered in injuries. Thank you again for stepping in to help. As a token of gratitude, I will apply for access to the skill library for you. You can freely choose the skills you want, but the corresponding contribution points won't be spared. Lastly, and most importantly, stay safe. The environment and scenes I can see are very limited, so I can't be of much help, but I trust your ability and strategy. Go ahead and do your best. As soon as the words fell, the indicator light on the wristband flickered as if there was a poor connection, then went out. Yiming remained silent for a long time. He had thought the minister would be monitoring his actions in real time, but it turned out they hadn't seen anything at all. He understood now. Zhou Qi had once told him that the minister's view and the characters they could access were very limited, incomparable to the situation inside the secret realm. Moreover, frequently switching to different people's footage would consume the built-in energy of the wristband, accelerating its damage. Therefore, the minister usually only fixes on Zhou Qi's footage and rarely switches to others. This time, retrieving Yiming and Wu Ran's footage was purely because they encountered a ferocious beast not seen in years, which was truly intriguing. Yiming fiddled with the wristband, confirming that the thing was already broken. Apart from the map and storage space still being functional, contacting others was basically impossible. For Yiming, this wasn't much of an issue. Some of his abilities were not convenient to display easily in front of others, to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. So even though there was a spare bracelet in his storage space, he didn't plan to take it out and use it. After a while, two souls flew out carrying a large amount of treasure. All kinds of luxurious and extravagant accessories, precious natural treasures, and even finely crafted weapons. From gold necklaces to century-old ginseng kings, and even a 3-meter-long sharpened spear. Yiming carefully stored everything away, leaving only the spear. He twirled it single-handedly, creating a flourish, and nodded in satisfaction. This is truly a fine item. But he doesn't urgently need weapons right now, so he'll keep them for later. That's it? Nothing else? Yiming looked at the two souls. The souls shook their heads. That's all, the rest are all broken and useless. Yiming nodded. This was within his expectations. The deserted city-state had been abandoned for who knows how many years, even becoming a lair for fierce beasts, and most of the things inside were destroyed. Being able to find so many exquisite ornaments, rare treasures, and weapons already proves their remarkable skills. Did anything follow you when you came out? Yes, but many fierce beasts stopped chasing us after we left. I guess they are guarding something. Yiming raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Are you sure there's nothing else in the city-state? Sure. Yiming waved his hand to retrieve his soul body, then flew into the sky. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the death row prisoners driving a small car in this direction. The timing was perfect. Yiming snapped his fingers, and a string of crisp bell chimes suddenly rang out. Without any warning, the source of the sound was impossible to trace. Many ferocious beasts spat out blood the moment they heard the sound of the bell, followed by raging flames shooting skyward, rapidly spreading and madly devouring everything. The city-state was instantly engulfed in a sea of fire. Yiming saw the ferocious beasts panicking like ants on a hot pan, yet not a single one was willing to flee the city-state. Interesting. What exactly is hidden down there? Yiming gazed quietly, a look of inquiry in his eyes. The condemned prisoners beneath the city-state had already gathered together, trembling with fear. He's not planning to throw us in there to burn too, is he? Once the city-state is burned, no one can burn me anymore. This must be a cultist. When I was a cultist, I never thought about burning down a city-state. Among them, Shang Yuxing was the most surprised, because he had seen Yiming take action with his own eyes. At the law enforcement hall, Yiming seemed just as so lighting a fire, setting off an explosion, with slightly higher damage and somewhat bizarre skill effects, and that was it. As soon as we got outside, you told me he could actually raise his hand and incinerate the entire city-state. Could it be that you didn't use your full strength back in the Hall of Justice? Shocking. They were both terrified and awestruck, their eyes fixed on Yiming in the sky, who resembled a merciless war god. The firelight of the city-state illuminated the faces of the condemned prisoners, while the anguished howls of ferocious beasts echoed from afar, sending a shiver down everyone's spine. It was as if the raging flames had reached their own bodies. No one knew how long the fire burned, but just as several of the condemned prisoners began to stagger, on the verge of passing out, the ground suddenly started to tremble. It felt as though something beneath the earth was writhing, causing the ground to heave and undulate. Damn, what's going on now? This fire has been burning for almost half an hour, right? How can he still maintain the flames? Is his spiritual power infinite? Wait, look inside the city-state. It seems like something is about to burst out from inside. The ground cracked, as if some creature was swimming beneath it. Roars like rolling thunder shook the ears, instilling an uncontrollable fear and even a desire to submit. The corpse of the ferocious beast was hurled into the air by an unknown force, then plunged deep into the ground. Yiming clenched his fist and unleashed a corpse explosion. Instantly, a deafening blast erupted from beneath the earth, and the creature seemed to be frightened by the explosion. The cracked ground began to close up bit by bit. So, there's actually something huge hiding down there. Yiming's eyes gleamed with sharp intent as he landed back on the ground. Before the surface could fully seal, he threw down several more corpses and detonated them one after another. A massive hole was forcefully blasted open. But quickly, something filled the hole again. Yiming's curiosity burned even brighter. Whatever was lurking underground seemed to possess notable intelligence, retreating the moment it sensed danger and avoiding any confrontation with him. But Yiming would never let it slip away so easily. Landing firmly on the ground, Yiming pointed coldly at the gaping hole and commanded, "Dig through it today." The death row prisoners jumped in fright and hastily nodded in agreement. As they entered the city-state, they were all left utterly nauseated. The city-state was like a scene from the apocalypse. The ferocious beasts had all been roasted until they were shriveled and charred, lying curled on the ground. Some tried to climb to higher ground, only to be choked into coughing fits before eventually being reduced to mummified corpses. Sparks silently danced across their vision. The thick, acrid stench of burning lingered heavily in the air. This scene could only be described with two words: apocalypse. Is this really all done by Yiming alone? It's terrifying, even the aura of the abyss's corruption seems to have weakened. Cultist, this is the true cultist. Hurry, dig quickly, I feel like something is watching us. The death row prisoners hurriedly began digging. Yiming quietly observed from a distance. The prisoners moved quite swiftly, and before long, they had dug a large pit. No new soil was seen being filled back onto the ground. Yiming was certain that if he were the one standing in the pit, whatever was beneath the ground would definitely fill it with soil immediately. Now it was the death row prisoners digging. The thing underground deemed them harmless, so it relaxed its guard and did not fill the soil in time. Of course, this is just speculation. Once they dig through the soil layer, Yiming can immediately break through and investigate further. The whispers of the death row prisoners came, "Dig a bit to the side, don't dig directly with your hands. This soil feels strange, too moist, and stepping on it doesn't feel right. There's likely a hollow space below." Nonsense, if it weren't hollow, we wouldn't be able to dig through it even by next year. Then what exactly is down there? Did you see clearly when the ground cracked earlier? I didn't see clearly, but I remembered something I heard before. Quick, tell me. What's the rush? You know about the beast tide 20 years ago, right? The wicked dragon turned over, the abyssal rift expanded, and countless ferocious beasts surged out of the abyss, invading the cities. I remember. My parents died in that beast tide, but I think it was actually the wrath of the gods. As long as we sacrifice some people the gods favor, we can appease them. My parents were those glorious sacrifices. Get lost, cultist, clean the garbage out of your head. TSK, don't change the subject. What I said was, someone mentioned the cursed dragon rising. That cursed dragon is hidden at the bottom of the abyss, right beneath the underground of the abandoned city-state. The death row prisoners immediately stopped what they were doing, gasping in shock. So, does this mean that by digging through the ground, they're actually going to release the cursed dragon? Could it be that Yiming wants to challenge the wicked dragon? That's simply impossible. How could humans ever surpass dragons? Therefore, Yiming's purpose in doing this is to release the wicked dragon, to wreak havoc on the city. This must be true. Their eyes met, and their thoughts were surprisingly aligned. So what do we do now? Should we keep digging? What else can we do? You go fight Yiming, then we won't need to dig. True, after all, going up against Yiming means either you die or he perishes. The facts are clear, there's no chance of you winning. It's either your death or his demise. They had no choice but to keep digging. Yiming stood at a distance, listening to their conversation without missing a word. 6 hours passed. Yiming woke up from a nap, and they had finally dug out a basketball-sized hole. The opening was white with gray, making it unclear what it was. What is this again? A death row prisoner mustered up the courage to step forward and poke it. The fingertip felt moist and soft. He became even more confused. Could it be that they've dug up a treasure? Under everyone's gaze, the gray object suddenly shrank. Chen Yuxing was the first to react, scrambling and crawling to escape. Those are eyes. Damn it, those are eyes. The shout finally awakened the other death row inmates. They screamed in terror, scrambling to escape the pit. Only 3 cultists remained, kneeling before the eyes, kowtowing fervently. They muttered incoherently, as if praying for divine mercy to avoid incurring wrath. Suddenly, an enraged dragon's roar erupted, echoing through the air, its sound waves traveling far and wide. Roar! A massive head burst out from the ground, its enormous jaws snapping shut in an instant, devouring the 3 cultists whole. Then, its gaze shifted, its pupils contracting into vertical slits as they locked tightly onto Yiming. Those eyes were as tall as half a person, and their piercing stare carried an overwhelming sense of oppression. Endless fear weighed heavily on the heart. Staring for too long could lead to full-body convulsions from extreme terror, or even being scared to death. Yet Yiming's face was full of excitement. There really is a wicked dragon. This trip to the abyss was totally worth it. Roar! The wicked dragon interrupted his thoughts, suddenly straightening its body and smashing toward Yiming. The force was like a towering building pressing down, and Yiming quickly dodged aside. 3 lightning talismans converged in his palm, and violent thunder was brewing. Suddenly, a crisp bell rang out from an unknown direction. Each time the bell sounded, flames would ignite out of thin air nearby. The wicked dragon seemed to sense danger, struggling desperately to break free, once again attempting to interrupt Yiming's actions. However, Yiming was a step faster. 3 thunder talismans instantly shot out, dragging violent lightning to fiercely strike the body of the wicked dragon. Immediately after, raging flames soared into the sky, devouring everything around them. Yiming gave the wicked dragon no chance to counterattack, quickly pulling away, and with a gentle wave of his hand, hundreds of corpses rained down like a storm upon the wicked dragon. Corpse explosion! Boom! The black poisonous mist instantly enveloped the wicked dragon, accompanied by an extremely piercing sound, as if countless insects and ants were gnawing at its flesh. Thunder roared once again, the rumbling sound sending chills down one's spine. Though silent, the flames mercilessly devoured life. Yiming stood in the distance, his brows tightly furrowed. He discovered that there was not a single drop of liquid inside the wicked dragon's body. This was somewhat unusual. As a result, he was unable to perform the water-repelling technique. In the distance, several death row prisoners who had fled in a panic were pale-faced, terrified, and trembling all over. The monstrous dragon was incredibly terrifying, with just its upper body towering 20 to 30 meters high. Merely witnessing it was enough to strike fear into one's heart, almost causing fainting. Faced with such a horrifying foe, Yiming remained calm and composed, unleashing a series of skills in succession to firmly control the dragon's movements. Yiming more fearsome than the monstrous dragon. What should we do? Run? Escape? Where do you think you can escape to? If Yiming is killed by the Sin Dragon, we're all doomed. The Sin Dragon will wreak havoc in the city and harm the people. But as long as Yiming is alive, we still have a chance to survive. Chen Yuxing saw everything clearly. If Yiming falls, that would be the moment true disaster strikes. But they had no way to step in and help. This was simply not a level of battle they could interfere with. At that moment, a thick tail suddenly lashed out from the dense fog, slicing through the air with immense force, striking fiercely toward Yiming. The houses along the way were shattered into pieces, and the sheer power was astonishing. Chen Yuxing's pupils suddenly contracted, and the speed of the tail was so fast it was dazzling. Just as he noticed the tail, it was already about to strike Yiming. Not good. He was so shocked that cold sweat streamed down, yet Yiming's expression remained indifferent. Boom! The tail fiercely struck Yiming, and Chen Yuxing instinctively closed his eyes. 2 seconds later, he opened them again, only to see pale dragon scales floating beside Yiming, forming an impenetrable barrier. Yiming had actually managed to block the fatal blow from the evil dragon. The force of this tail strike was no less than a collision with a heavy truck head-on. If it were anyone else, they would likely have been reduced to a puddle of flesh on the spot. However, Yiming remained expressionless, with the dragon scale armor firmly protecting him, not even a single crack appearing. This indicates that the force of the evil dragon's strike has not yet reached the limit of the dragon scale armor's endurance. After all, once the dragon scale armor shatters, it will rebound and injure the enemy. Since it is still intact, only Yiming himself can shatter it. Bang! The massive tail trembled slightly, and the part that touched the dragon scale armor suddenly ruptured, exposing the tissues inside the evil dragon's body. Yiming's gaze happened to meet it, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Beneath the flesh of the wicked dragon, there weren't blood vessels at all, but countless partially undigested corpses of ferocious beasts. This wicked dragon was actually a fake dragon pieced together from the corpses of countless ferocious beasts. When Yiming shattered its flesh, some of the ferocious beast corpses fell to the ground. They were clearly long dead and severely decayed. No wonder Yiming couldn't perform the water-repelling technique. It was filled with decayed corpses, and even the water was repelled from the body by the wicked dragon. He glanced around and immediately realized another important issue. How could a ferocious beast made up of piled corpses possess such immense power? This completely defies logic. No matter how many corpses there are, they are ultimately just corpses. How could they possibly possess thought and wisdom? Yiming's eyes gradually widened, so, there's treasure hidden inside the Sin Dragon. Treasure. Yiming was instantly overjoyed. This trip is absolutely worth it. Corpse explosion can no longer be used. After controlling hundreds of corpses to explode in succession, half of the spiritual energy in the body has been depleted. It is also necessary to prevent the damage from corpse explosion from being too great, which might blow up the treasures inside the Sin Dragon. Thinking of this, Yiming twisted his wrist, and a 3-meter-long spear appeared in his hand, radiating a cold gleam and exuding unparalleled sharpness. He deliberately switched to a different gun to avoid excessive skill damage that might destroy the treasure inside the wicked dragon. With the skill mastery of all weapons, no matter the weapon, Yiming only needs a single thought to quickly grasp its essence and techniques. The wicked dragon let out a thunderous roar, causing the surrounding buildings that had not yet collapsed to crumble one after another. Yet Yiming remained completely unaffected. He quickly took 2 steps forward, closing the distance with the wicked dragon, and then thrust his spear. A glint of cold light arrived first. The spear then shot forward like a flood dragon emerging from the sea, piercing fiercely into the wicked dragon's body, accompanied by a harrowing dragon's roar. Yiming steadied himself and followed up with a palm strike using collapse force to push the spear's butt. The 3-meter-long spear instantly penetrated halfway into the wicked dragon's body. Gripping the gun tightly with both hands and lowering his center of gravity, Yiming forcefully dragged the gunblade downward for 7 or 8 meters, carving out a deep and long gash. Fragments of corpses burst forth like collapsing stacks of building blocks. Yiming quickly retreated, landing in a safe area. The wicked dragon thrashed its body wildly, smashing and flattening the surrounding buildings. From afar, it resembled a mudfish writhing and struggling on the ground. Yiming's gaze deepened as he stared intently at the movements of the wicked dragon, noticing that its lower body had surfaced from the ground during its convulsions. His tightly knit brows instantly relaxed. Within the wicked dragon, a blood-red object twisted and writhed in sync with its movements. It was clear that this crimson entity was the one controlling the wicked dragon. Only 2 words echoed in Yiming's mind: treasure. This little thing not only had the power to control the wicked dragon but was also capable of stuffing its entire body with corpses. It was undoubtedly a priceless treasure. With this thought in mind, Yiming shifted positions and thrust his weapon once more, carving out an even longer gash. The wicked dragon's roars weakened significantly, and the corpses of ferocious beasts rained down, scattering across the ground like a storm. Bang! The monstrous dragon's massive head slammed heavily onto the ground, raising a thick cloud of dust. Yiming excitedly tore open the dragon's skin, pushed aside the beast's corpse, and indeed found a palm-sized, blood-red little dragon. He took out his phone and snapped a photo. He had never seen anything like this before, so he decided to take a picture first and consult an expert later. He reached out, and the blood-red little dragon seemed to sense Yiming. It turned its head and transformed into a streak of red light, rushing into Yiming's body. Yiming was stunned. The blood-red little dragon rampaged wildly through his meridians, just like the blood guanine earlier. As a result, it was shattered by the spiritual power surging within Yiming. The little dragon seemed to have been slapped, shrinking back into the dantian, not daring to move again. Yiming carefully sensed it and found that the little dragon had not caused much impact on him, so he paid it no further attention. Without the little dragon's control, the massive evil dragon instantly collapsed, leaving the ferocious beast's corpses scattered all over the ground, and the evil dragon turned into a flat dragon skin. This battle should come to an end. Yiming put away his spear and sat aside to rest for a while. Dragon skin is certainly a treasure. Taking it back might lead to the discovery of some novel creations. He then stored the dragon's skin into his bracelet. Released Li Wancheng and Ling Aoshue, Yiming directed them to investigate underground to see if there were any treasures left. With a sidelong glance, Yiming noticed those death row prisoners were fleeing elsewhere. He didn't stop them, just watched them from afar. Are you sure you know a way to leave the abyss? Why would I lie to you? I used to work for the black market overlords. I was responsible for transporting ferocious beasts for them. But I heard that the black market has already been blown up by Yiming, and the path from the abyss to the surface was sealed off after being discovered. How are you going to take us out? The black market was blown up? Impossible, right? The person in power is extremely skilled in mental attacks. Ordinary people can't resist at all. How could the black market be blown up? You'll have to ask Yiming about that. He bought a spiritual plant, and as a result, the black market got blown up. What? The speaker subconsciously raised his voice, his whole demeanor flustered. He had witnessed the methods of the black market overlord before, and the fact that Yiming could kill him indicated that he possessed special skills or something else. Even mental attacks could be resisted. The speaker unintentionally glanced at Yiming, and with just that one glance, he noticed something unusual. He had the fortune of meeting the black market overlord once, a graceful and charming woman. But the woman floating respectfully and courteously in front of Yiming looks exactly like the ruler of the black market? This. What on earth is going on here? I just went into the death row camp once, and when I came out, I was told my entire hometown had been wiped out. What is the origin of this Yiming? Wait, if you think about it this way, it makes sense why Yiming showed no reaction when the evil dragon unleashed such a terrifying mental shock just now. Being able to resist the mental shock of the evil dragon, it's no surprise that he can withstand the mental manipulation of the black market ruler. He was completely immersed in shock, completely forgetting that their original goal was to find an opportunity to escape the abyss. Looking at his condition, it seems the escape route isn't in good shape either. Chang Yuxing sighed, truly deserved to die. This is the bitter consequence of his impulsiveness. Yiming used the soul extraction technique on all those death row prisoners, but only Chang Yuxing could endure it and successfully had his soul extracted. The others died in agony halfway through the process. He took stock of his gains this time. His level had risen to 28, he earned 10 skill points, defeated the bloodstained earth dragon, completed the mission, thoroughly cleaned out the entire deserted city-state, and collected quite a few valuable items along the way. The place was filled with the scent of something burned by fire, and scattered across the ground were severed limbs and broken bones. It was foreseeable that for a long time to come, no ferocious beasts would dare set foot here again. Not to mention those beasts that had previously built nests here. He also brought back an extra soul, Chang Yuxing. Yiming flew into the air and looked down. The red line that had been hidden in the ground earlier had already disappeared. This red line was originally used to accumulate nutrients for the wicked dragon. To some extent, the ferocious beasts in the city-state could also be considered the wicked dragon's guardians, responsible for protecting and assisting it in hunting for food. Perhaps the wicked dragon might still be useful in the future. But for now, all these guardians had been thoroughly dealt with by Yiming. Resolved a major hidden danger, Yiming was in a good mood and flew directly back to the temporary base to rest. Not long after Yiming left, two men in black appeared near the unmanned city-state. Their facial features were hard to discern, but strange patterns could be seen on the skin of their exposed hands. How long did it take us to get here? Less than 10 minutes. The two walked into the city-state, only to see a scene of ruins, resembling an apocalyptic landscape. From the moment our companions sent out a distress signal to our arrival, it was less than 10 minutes, yet all three had perished. May their souls rest in peace. May their souls reach heaven. Suddenly, one of them noticed several corpses sprawled in the corner. Seemingly sensing something, they raised a hand and pressed it against the bodies, but there was no response. Yen, what did you find? Another person approached. The one called Yen paused slightly and straightened up, extracting a living soul, quite a brutal method. Meow, one of our companions was here before. Are you sure? Extracting a living soul is not a skill that ordinary companions can master. We served the gods in heaven for 10 years, yet never encountered such a method. Yen remained silent for a moment, then turned to leave. Since the companion was already dead, there was no need to stay here any longer. Prolonged exposure to the abyss would only worsen the symptoms of erosion. As for whether this extraction of the living soul was done by a companion, it still needs to be reported to the adults, who will decide the next step. But just as he turned around, Yan's figure suddenly froze. Nya was momentarily stunned and turned to look as well, only to see a handsome young man walking out of the shadows in the distance. She instantly felt a chill run down her spine. They had been standing here for so long, yet they hadn't noticed the man's presence at all. When exactly did he arrive? And how long had he been eavesdropping here? Compared to Yen and Miao's panic, Yiming appeared exceptionally calm. He stared at the two with great interest. Earlier, while flying in the sky, his view was extremely broad, and he immediately spotted the two figures in black entering the deserted city-state. How could he possibly resist going to take a look at this scene? Yiming flew straight down. Standing far away and eavesdropping for a while, he couldn't help but exclaim, "Goodness!" It turned out to be the Heaven Society, that cult among cults, the target that the law enforcement hall had been cracking down on relentlessly. 20 years ago, they were still very rampant, holding various rituals all day long, claiming to serve the gods, but in reality worshipping those strange and powerful ferocious beasts, believing that serving the beasts well would bring them benefits. How could society tolerate the existence of such organizations? Naturally, law enforcement cracked down on them severely. In recent years, they have become much quieter, rarely appearing and gradually fading from people's sight. I never expected to encounter them here, and not just one. Yen, Miao, Heaven Society? Yiming took 2 steps forward, his gaze fixed on them. The two immediately tensed up, as if being stared down by a fierce beast, their hair standing on end. Retreat, we should leave. This person doesn't seem easy to deal with, Miao said in a low voice. A glimmer of light flashed in Yan's eyes. Are you Yiming? Miao was shocked. You know him? How can you ask this question at a time like this? Unexpectedly, Yiming nodded directly. Yes, I am Yiming. Miao was even more surprised. You responded so quickly? Everyone says Heaven Society is terrifying, so why does this man seem completely unafraid? Yen stepped forward. I've heard of your deeds and sincerely invite you to join us, Heaven Society. Trust me, by joining Heaven Society, you'll gain a higher status and more resources than you have now. Yiming remained silent for a moment. Seeing no response, Yen added, don't waste your efforts. You're no match for us. Why not have a proper discussion? Join Heaven Society, and whatever you desire, we can give you even more. Yiming gave him a cold glance. I am now a criminal officer. What can you offer me? Yan's expression instantly froze. Criminal officer? When did Yiming become a criminal officer? If they really are law enforcers, they truly can't come up with anything compelling. I know the resources that Paradise Society can offer you definitely can't compare to the law enforcement hall, and besides, the title of a law enforcer is far more prestigious when you step out. But, Yiming, how could you grow so quickly without relying on dark arts? Fooling those idiots at the law enforcement hall is enough, but stop deceiving yourself. Come over, join us. Don't you want to level up faster? Don't you want to gain the attention and blessings of higher beings? They will help you achieve all your dreams and desires. Come on. The lines on their hands simultaneously glowed. Mind control. Pulling Yiming into the Paradise Society would bring generous rewards. Who wouldn't want such top-tier talent? Yiming's expression carried a hint of mockery, as if he were looking at a fool. The gaze and blessing of a god? What's so impressive about being glanced at by a god? Killing a god is what's worth boasting about. He took 2 steps forward, Yan and Miao stifling their laughter. Everyone outside said Yiming was so formidable, yet who would have thought a simple mind control could subdue him? But no one knew that Yiming was merely preparing to perform the water avoidance technique. Although it can be used from a distance, being closer allows for more stable control. The spiritual energy in the whole body swirled, and with a wave of the hand, Yan and Miao instantly soared into the air, the patterns in their hands emitting an even more dazzling golden light, making them look like shining light bulbs. Yiming also felt resistance. To prevent them from escaping, he increased his strength and directly knocked the 2 unconscious. Extracting a living soul is extremely lethal. This rare loot must not be damaged. After ensuring the 2 were completely unconscious, Yiming tied them up and carried them straight to the temporary base. Before long, he arrived at the temporary base. Yiming walked in, carrying the 2, making quite a striking appearance. Xiao Jing immediately ran over upon seeing this. "Boss, where's Zhou Qi?" "Just woke up, he's eating." Yiming nodded and continued walking inside. "Zhou Qi, you're back? I was just about to talk to you. This abyss operation has been full of trouble, we need to retreat early, what's that you're carrying?" Yiming shook the 2 people he was holding. "I caught 2 members of the Paradise Society. Zhou Qi, I haven't caught a trace of them in 3 years. How did you catch them?" "They came to me on their own." "Ha?" Zhou Qi once again had his perception of Yiming redefined. In order to achieve the fusion of life and ferocious beasts, and to complete what they call servitude, they have repeatedly organized sacrificial ceremonies. Years ago, they were rampant in Red Maple City, to the extent that one could even witness those bloody and disgusting rituals being performed on the roadside in broad daylight. With the gradual crackdown initiated by the Law Enforcement Bureau, efforts to strike against Heaven's Society began, and in recent years, they had almost disappeared without a trace. Who would have thought that after more than a decade of silence, 2 of their members would suddenly resurface? Moreover, it was actually Yiming who personally caught them. "You really have some skills." Zhou Qi gave a thumbs up. Then his expression turned serious. "The cases involving Paradise are of a severe nature. We will set off and return immediately. I will report to the minister and arrange for professional interrogators to question them. In addition, to prevent them from waking up and attracting fierce beasts on the way back, I will give them some medicine. Please keep an eye on them. You're the strongest one here, and the only one capable of handling these 2 members of the Paradise Society." "No problem," Yiming nodded. "When looking for an interrogator, make sure it's someone you trust." Zhou Qi turned to look at Yiming, seemingly realizing something. "You suspect?" "That's right." Yiming spoke bluntly. "There's a recording here. When I mentioned that I was a law enforcer, they said the resources available to Paradise Society would definitely not compare to those of the Enforcement Bureau. Such precise and definitive statements, unless they're from someone inside the Enforcement Bureau, outsiders couldn't possibly know this information." Upon hearing this, Zhou Qi's face instantly darkened. No wonder the Enforcement Hall hasn't caught a single case involving the Paradise Society in the past decade. It turns out it's not because of our strong crackdown, but because someone tipped them off. Yiming looked at Zhou Qi and pulled down both of their hoods. What came into view were 2 extremely bizarre faces. Yan's head resembled that of a lizard, while Miao's looked more like a snake. Being able to merge with ferocious beasts, these 2 must be mid-level members, and quite lucky at that, since there's a 60% chance of dying during the fusion process. High risk comes with high reward, and they have indeed gained some of the power of the fused beasts. Preliminary judgment: Yan has fused with the Blackwood Dragon, and Miao has fused with the Water Snake. Zhou Qi took out a potion and administered it to the 2. This is a sedative potion. It can forcibly put them to sleep for at least 4 hours. If they wake up on the way, you can administer it again, but prolonged use will damage their brain nerves. "Can we make it back within 4 hours?" "The road back is impossible, so we'll take a shortcut directly," Zhou Qi said confidently. "A shortcut? What shortcut? Did you forget the black market leader? She once captured fierce beasts near the abyss, and the law enforcement hall discovered a path connecting the abyss to the land. I'll just greet the person guarding the path, and we'll take that shortcut." The plan was set, and Yiming directly stuffed the 2 into the car trunk, ensuring they wouldn't wake up. He also installed 2 monitors to keep an eye on any movement. Meanwhile, Zhou Qi gathered his teammates, briefly explained the situation without mentioning the Paradise Society, and urged everyone to evacuate quickly. The crowd dispersed swiftly, orderly packing up their belongings to prepare for departure. Zhou Qi also got into the car. Yi Ming glanced at the wound on his head. Are you sure you're driving? Don't end up driving halfway, and while the people from Heaven Society aren't dead, you end up hanging on the car. Zhou Qi glared at him. What kind of talk is that? Am I that fragile? This time the abyssal erosion is just a bit more severe. Back in the day, I could drive with my feet even if both my arms were broken. Well, that's indeed impressive. The car started, and Zhou Qi's driving skills were still steady yet swift. Yi Ming looked out the window. The sky was gray and hazy, with the occasional silhouette of fierce beasts wandering in the distance, accompanied by hoarse roars. Zhou Qi's voice broke the silence inside the car. I thought you would fly back with the two of them. Yi Ming replied, it's nearly a 4-hour journey. Even if I fly, it would take over an hour, and with 2 people? Am I out of my mind? That's true, it is quite far. Yi Ming had no interest in being an airborne vehicle. Flying consumes spiritual energy, and after the intense battle earlier, his spiritual energy was completely depleted. If he could take a car, he would, and take the opportunity to rest. On the other side, unmanned city-state. Master, we have lost contact with Yen and Miao. The wicked dragon we nurtured for nearly 30 years has also gone missing, and even the dragon's soul has been stolen. What should we do, Master? The one with the talent for time-space reversal has arrived. Let me see who did this. As the figure in the black robe waved their arm, bluish light particles suddenly appeared around them, quickly rising and coalescing into a pale blue image. In the frame, Yi Ming took 2 steps forward, and in the distance were Yen and Miao. The moment Yi Ming raised his hand, Yen and Miao suddenly soared into the air, their faces contorted with ferocious expressions as they struggled desperately. It was as if an invisible force was tightly gripping their necks. In the next second, the scene composed of blue light particles shattered abruptly. The black-clad man who controlled the time-space reversal suddenly went limp and collapsed to the ground, a clear sign of his spiritual energy being drained. She hurriedly apologized. I'm sorry, sir. The power consumed by the time-space reversal depends on the activities of the characters in the scene. I don't understand why I suddenly couldn't sustain it. The elderly man in black waved his hand dismissively. This has nothing to do with you, child. It shows that the young man in the image is even more powerful than we imagined. Unfortunately, he has been blinded by the so-called knowledge of the surface and cannot accept our ideology, nor can he become one of us. Boss. I recognize the young man in the image. His name is Yi Ming. He's a genius who suddenly emerged. The black-clad elder turned to look at the man who had spoken, the latter visibly excited. Boss, give me a chance. Let me merge with the great deity, and I will bring Yi Ming's head back for you. The elderly man in black showed a hint of surprise. I remember you. You're Su Chang from the Su family, right? Your family has contributed a lot of financial support and assistance to our Paradise Society. Even if you hadn't asked, I would have given you the opportunity to merge. However, I'm worried about your safety, child. Boss, there's no need to worry. Even if I perish, the Su family will continue to serve the Paradise Society. The elderly man in black looked worried, but in the end, he closed his eyes and turned his head away. Be careful and make sure to contact us immediately if you encounter any difficulties. Boss, don't worry. Su Chang revealed a ferocious smile and quickly headed off in one direction. Yi Ming, this time you are doomed to die. Tisk. Just as Yi Ming was resting with his eyes closed, he suddenly opened them. Zhou Qi, sitting nearby, cast him a glance. What's wrong? He sensed that the atmosphere inside the car seemed to have turned somewhat cold. Yi Ming remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, someone is cursing me behind my back. As soon as these words were spoken, Zhou Qi also fell silent. Why do people always curse Yi Ming behind his back? Do they think he's lived too long? How much longer until we reach the law enforcement hall? Yi Ming suddenly asked. Zhou Qi estimated, about an hour and a half. What's wrong? Do you know who insulted you and want to quickly find that person to settle the score? You're right. Yi Ming recognized the voice. It's Su Chang. Zhou Qi suddenly understood. It made sense. You can ask Lang Feng to see if there's any information available on the Su family. After all, you're a law officer now. This remark immediately opened up Yi Ming's train of thought. Just now, he was still thinking about how to ruin Su Chang. Zhou Qi's words reminded him that he now had the backing of the enforcement hall, as a judicial officer of a state agency, and could investigate anyone he wanted. As for the Su family, isn't it a situation where a thorough investigation would reveal everything clearly? How could a small, unknown family suddenly rise to become a prominent clan and hold the top position for so long without any dirt beneath the surface? As long as he takes action, he will definitely find something. Investigate. Investigate the Su family. Yi Ming immediately became excited, quickly took out his phone to contact Lang Feng, and actually managed to inquire about a criminal officer task. Lang Feng, task link evidence collection. Lang Feng, if you want to investigate, you can. The mission and existing evidence are all here. Lang Feng, the Su family villa in Hongfeng City is not their actual residence, so the evidence collected so far is limited and not in depth. Conviction will be very difficult. Lang Feng, will you take it? If you do, just fill in your name at the end of the mission link. Yiming, thank you, I'll take it. He roughly skimmed through the task introduction and got a basic understanding of the Su family's situation. The entire Su family, about 200 people, resides in the Villa district by Hualing Lake. Quickly scrolling to the bottom, Yiming signed his name, completing the task acceptance. The car drove for a while longer and finally emerged onto the surface. At the law enforcement hall, Zhou Qi first made a call to summon Su Hunrui. Speaking of the most trusted person in the law enforcement hall, Su Hunrui is definitely on the list. Su Hunrui walked out with a messy, bird's nest-like hairstyle, dark circles heavy under his eyes, looking as if he might collapse and die the next second. What? I'm still watching the surveillance footage. Seeing Zhou Qi, Su Hunrui immediately sobered up. The abyss is that terrifying? You're injured like this? Your head is wrapped up like a dumpling. After speaking, he glanced at Yiming. Yiming wasn't injured. What exactly did Zhou Qi encounter in the abyss? Don't talk about that, let me show you something cool. Zhou Qi opened the trunk, and Yen and Miao were still lying inside. Su Hunrui was stunned for a full 3 seconds. In disbelief, he said, "Are you into human trafficking now?" "Nonsense. These are people from the Paradise Society. Caught by Yiming. Help me interrogate them. I don't trust anyone else. Why don't you go to your minister? You don't trust him either?" Zhou Qi stared at him. Su Hunrui raised both hands, signaling surrender. All right, I remember now. There were 2 times you went into the abyss because of Wang Jin's wrong instructions, nearly lost your life, and ended up lying in the ICU for half a year before waking up, dropping 10 levels in the process. No need for you to say it. Su Hen patted his shoulder and took a deep breath. I want to help you too, but I'm currently handling a rather strange case involving the Su family, and I really can't spare the time. This remark made Ji Ming glance at him. The Su family case? What case? Su Hunrui confessed. After the black market explosion, Su's mother was taken to the law enforcement hall for questioning. She said the Su family had been acting strangely recently. Based on this, I focused my questions on Su Chang. Although he denied it verbally, his expressions seemed to confirm it. The Su family has always been a chronic problem in Hongfeng City. Now that we've found a breakthrough, of course, I won't let it go. So I also questioned people close to the Su family head, and everyone said he had been acting abnormally. So I started checking the recent surveillance footage to see if I could find any clues. In other words, this was Su Hunrui's unilateral decision that something was wrong, and he began investigating based on his intuition. He didn't even ask his team members for help, watching the surveillance footage alone for who knows how many days, with dark circles under his eyes so deep they were frightening. Did you find anything? Yiming asked curiously. Of course, I found out. I suspect there is a foreign object in the Su family head's body. When he walks, he suddenly twitches slightly, almost imperceptibly. It doesn't seem like an illness, it feels more like something inside him is struggling to get out. As for what Su's mother mentioned about the Su family head's change in lifestyle habits, I couldn't see it, nor did I have the opportunity to observe. Su Hunrui appeared rather regretful. Yiming turned his head and said, "Leave this matter to me. You go interrogate the people from the Heaven Society first." "Huh? Oh, all right. Since you're the justice officer, your authority in this area is greater than mine." After a brief handover, Su Hunrui and Zhou Qi each took their detainees and brought them all to the interrogation room. Yiming, meanwhile, took the surveillance footage sent by Su Hunrui and headed straight to the lakeside of Hualing. Red Maple City was unusually quiet at night, with not a single pedestrian on the streets. Yiming flew directly to the shores of Hualing Lake. After entering the residential area, he released 3 spirits, which floated toward the villas, while he himself found a comfortable spot to sit down. The 3 spirits floated into 3 separate villas. Someone is sleeping in Building 1. Someone is watching videos in Building 2. The couple in Building 3 isn't sleeping at night, they're busy with passionate activities in bed. Yiming sighed helplessly. These 3 buildings are all villas for the servants and maids. It seems the lives of the elderly are still quite colorful. He floated past a few more buildings and finally found the villa where the Su family resided. Inside the villa, Ling Aoshue, dressed in black, passed through the walls and saw Su's mother's room. She was lying alone on the bed, sleeping restlessly, her brows tightly furrowed as she tossed and turned. Ever since returning home after the interrogation, her mind had been unable to find peace. Ling Aoshue walked around Su's mother's room but did not see the head of the Su family. She only saw a wedding photo on the bedside table. She then floated to Su Cheng's room but did not find Su Cheng there. This was strange. Where could they have gone? Ling Aoshue floated straight down to the basement. Although there were restrictions on the floor tiles, they couldn't stop her, let alone Yiming. In the basement, she saw something else. In the center of the basement, there was a massive magic circle drawn with red paint, and sitting on it was the Su family patriarch. Behind him, a gigantic black shadow loomed, roaring and growling from time to time. The Su family patriarch was drenched in sweat, clearly indicating that merging with a ferocious beast was far more challenging than leveling up. However, looking on the bright side, as long as the fusion succeeds, I will be the strongest in Hongfeng City. At that moment, a boy walked out from the distance. You sure know how to think positively. The head of the Su family was shocked to see Yi Ming suddenly appear. Wasn't he supposed to be imprisoned in the abyss? His son Su Chang had planned to take revenge, so how could he suddenly show up here? Moreover, he bore no injuries, which was truly puzzling. Even if Su Chang failed to kill Yi Ming, he should have been persuaded by the adults to join the Paradise Society, and he definitely shouldn't be here. The Su family head's sluggish thoughts slowly began to turn, and suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Could this be a test left for me by the Lord? Persuade Yi Ming to join the Paradise Society. With his combat power and past achievements, as long as he joins the Paradise Society, I can receive generous rewards. The more he thought about it, the more logical it seemed. Otherwise, how could he explain why Yi Ming, who should have been in the abyss, was now standing right in front of him? Heh, Yi Ming, you must be at your limit too, right? The Su family head revealed a sinister smile, his face unable to hide its ferocity. With your F-level talent, being able to unleash such a powerful skill is completely illogical. You must have learned some special skill and paid a huge price, otherwise, it would be impossible. Although you still look fairly normal now, with no sign showing the heavy price you've paid, the fact that you've come to me means you can no longer bear it. If the law enforcement hall knew that the executioner they recruited turned out to be someone like you, they would never let you continue, and might even kill you on the spot. So, you came to me. You want to use the resources and experience of the Paradise Society to deal with the price you've paid. You want to join the Paradise Society, don't you? I'm right, aren't I? The smile on the Su family head's face grew increasingly exaggerated, his expression full of smugness. Yi Ming frowned. Are you out of your mind? All that talk about special skills and costs, it left me completely confused, rambling on endlessly. Yi Ming couldn't be bothered with the nonsense and directly said, you admit you're connected to the Paradise Society, right? The head of the Su family had a slightly twisted expression after being called a moron just now, not expecting Yi Ming to insult him so bluntly. After all, his position was one that no one dared to offend lightly. That's just how young people are, impetuous and arrogant. Yi Ming, I understand your feelings. You must be very anxious. Those unpaid costs hang over your head like a sword, ready to fall at any moment. I promise, the Heaven Society can give you everything you want. Yi Ming raised his hand, lightning gathering in his palm. Stop talking, I don't want to hear it. Anyway, all I need to know is that you're with the Heaven Society. The Su family head maintained his smile and slyly said, oh? Are you saying you want to fight me? Did you see the dark shadow behind me? That's a level 35 ferocious beast, Before the words were finished, they were interrupted by explosive thunder. Yi Ming said he didn't want to listen, and he meant it. Chattering endlessly was simply unbearable. Electric light burst forth, illuminating the entire basement, as lightning continuously struck the Su family head. Yet he seemed completely unscathed, calmly seated within the formation. It's useless. The God I serve has granted me an impenetrable protection. I won't suffer any harm. Give it up, child. I know what you're trying to do. You're jealous of my connection with the gods, wanting to destroy everything. Ha ha ha. No way. You'll end up just like those pathetic fools, devoured by my god as sustenance. The head of the Su family feigned madness, appearing wildly ecstatic. But what he was met with was Yi Ming staring intently at his magic array, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, completely ignoring him. Unable to endure the cold indifference, the head of the Su family finally erupted in anger. Yi Ming, are you even listening to me? Why should I listen to you? Yi Ming was confused. Thunder exploded at his fingertips, and as he raised his hand to unleash a stronger lightning blow, the Su family head immediately commanded the shadowy figures behind him to charge forward. How dare you attack me? Forget about joining this Heaven Society. Get out! The dark figure was slapped away by Yi Ming, followed closely by Thunder, ready to annihilate it. This terrifying force caused the basement to tremble violently. Seeing Yi Ming about to launch another attack, the Su family head panicked. Yi Ming, don't you want to join the Paradise Society? I agree. Please stop fighting. That is the divine servant I've served for over 50 years. Stop it. Stop it right now. Suddenly, flames surged up, directly surrounding the Su family head, trapping him within the magic array. Thunder pursued the dark figure, with flames close behind, burning it to the point of wailing incessantly, echoing throughout the basement. Several times, the dark figure attempted to seize the opportunity to kill Yi Ming, but was repelled by the strange dragon aura emanating from his body. And that mysterious shield, as hard as dragon scales, is outrageously tough. Completely unbreakable. What on earth has the Su family head provoked this time? The divine servant fled in panic, while all of Yi Ming's skills targeted it. Lightning and flames intertwined continuously, mixed with eerie soul manipulation abilities. It must not be confronted head-on. Its helplessness and panic were transmitted to the Su family head connected to it. Having served for 50 years, it was made of top-tier materials. Someone like Yi Ming, with an F-level talent, was utterly unworthy of being chosen as material. Divine servants have always been aloof and superior. How could they be running around in such chaos today, like a dog being chased and beaten? The Su family head was so furious he nearly went mad, his entire body surging with spiritual energy as he charged out of the magic array. Yi Ming, go to hell. How dare you insult the servant of my paradise society? You brat are simply courting death. Yi Ming, on the contrary, laughed. The formation just now was incredibly strange, rendering his water-repelling technique completely useless. And now, the Su family patriarch had walked right into the trap, delivering himself into their hands. Isn't this a heaven-sent opportunity? The water-repelling technique activated, and the Su family patriarch's face suddenly flushed red. An invisible giant hand seemed to be manipulating the blood and cerebrospinal fluid within his body. Such a method was absolutely beyond anything an ordinary person could wield. Simply unreasonable. What exactly is Yi Ming's identity to possess such bizarre skills? Could it be that he serves a divine envoy? Otherwise, how could his possession of such powerful abilities be explained? This is practically the work of a god. At this moment, the Su family head leapt into the air, his face ashen, veins bulging, and all his skills sealed. Meanwhile, Yi Ming was controlling the divine servant. Yi Ming thought to himself, this thing looks like a soul, behaves like a soul, and even resides within the Su family head's body. Doesn't that make it a soul? Since it's a soul, then I can use the soul manipulation technique to draw it over. Wait, this isn't right, this isn't right. The head of the Su family screamed in agony beside him, suddenly feeling the connection with the divine servant gradually weakening. What kind of strange skill is this? Which divine servant is Yi Ming serving after all? He desperately unleashed his skills to attack Yi Ming, but they were all blocked by the golden scale armor, not even grazing the hem of his clothes. Watching the divine servant he had served for over 50 years now floating toward Yi Ming like a dead dog, the Su family head felt an unbearable pain in his heart, as if he had swallowed filth. At this moment, the Su family head truly regretted it and was completely convinced. Although Yi Ming's level was not as high as his, the skills he mastered were terrifyingly unbelievable. He originally thought these skills were just slightly stronger than ordinary ones, but unexpectedly, they turned out to be ridiculously powerful. The skills of the lightning and fire attributes need no further explanation, their damage is off the charts. When the head of the Su family rushed out of the flames, he felt as if a layer of his skin had been burned off. It's worth noting that he had specifically trained in water and fire resistance skills, capable of diving 5,000 meters into the deep sea without equipment, and even jumping into lava bare-chested to bathe. Yet, when faced with Yi Ming's skills, he still felt the extreme burning pain. Simply absurd to the extreme. Looking again at his divine servant, the once tall and mighty figure exuding wild beauty and an ultimate sense of power, was now kneeling before Yi Ming. The head of the Su family felt as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer, almost suffering a heart attack. When he first obtained the divine servant, he sacrificed all his parents and relatives to it. Although it caused quite a commotion at the time, he gained the divine servant's approval. The divine servant promised that as long as the Su family head remained devout, it would continue to assist him. The result? Yi Ming kicked the divine servant away with disdain and said, "Get lost, you disgusting thing that's neither human nor ghost." The divine servant curled up in a corner in grievance, its ugly body huddled into a ball. Ling Aoshue stood behind Yi Ming, gently massaging his shoulders. The Su family head was instantly stunned. Ling Aoshue? He had tried for over 2 years without even getting Ling Aoshue to glance at him, yet how did Yi Ming manage to make her come over with just a wave? And she even took the initiative to massage his shoulders? Is this reasonable? Patriarch Su, come, answer me one question, where is the headquarters of the heavenly congregation? Yi Ming stared at him, his gaze sharp as a blade. Patriarch Su sneered, "Humph, do you think threats can make me yield? How utterly." Yi Ming swung a wave of spiritual energy through the air, delivering a fierce slap to him. Smack! The head of the Su family was thrown to the ground and couldn't get up for quite a while. If you don't want to talk, then don't bother. Take them all to the Hall of Enforcement. Yi Ming didn't want to waste time and directly called the Law Enforcement Bureau. "Hello, this is the Red Maple City Law Enforcement Bureau. How can we assist you? I am Officer Yi Ming. I'm currently at Villa Number 8 in the Hualing Lakeside residential area. I've captured a member of the Paradise Society. Send someone over immediately." "All right. What? Huh?" The operator was stunned. The amount of information in Yi Ming's words was simply overwhelming. Not to mention that Yi Ming might still be on his way back from the abyss at this moment. How could he suddenly appear by the side of Hualing Lake? You need proof to enter or leave that place. Moreover, are you saying you caught someone from the Paradise Society? The operator shouted hoarsely and suddenly stood up from the seat. The people nearby who heard this immediately gathered around, dropping their work and crowding around the operator, eager to press their ears to the phone. The people of Paradise Society. For 10 years, this group had made no major moves, and everyone thought they had long since gone into hiding or disbanded and disappeared. The result was that someone was suddenly caught, and it was personally apprehended by the officer in charge. It's imaginable how serious the crime that person committed must have been. "All right, okay. Please restrain the suspect. I'll notify immediately." After hanging up the phone, Yi Ming leisurely sat on the chair to rest. Cheng Yuxing and Li Wancheng, on the other hand, were running around, gathering evidence within the villa area. Yi Ming examined them one by one and discovered that they were all various rituals involving live human sacrifices. Even students had been included in their plans. These people deserved to die. However, the commotion Yiming had just caused had already alerted many of them. Su's mother had fled to the basement. While Yiming turned his head and saw her frozen in place, her face full of terror. "Where's your son?" Yiming asked. "A family should be complete and together. Two came but the son is missing." But Mother Su was just jolted awake by a single sentence from Yiming and suddenly let out a scream. "Ah!" Yiming was not polite either and delivered another slap through the air. Mother Su instantly shut her mouth, covering it tightly as two streams of tears rolled down her cheeks. She saw her closest best friend standing blankly behind Yiming, and her husband collapsed on the ground, his life or death uncertain. She saw the divine servant who had accompanied them for many years now crouching at Yiming's feet like a dog. She couldn't accept any of this. But before she could question him, Yiming's slap once again silenced her words. "Where's your son?" Yiming asked again, his patience nearly exhausted. Su's mother remembered Su Cheng's instructions. She must not reveal her son's whereabouts to anyone. I don't know." Yiming raised his hand and waved. Instantly, a white radiance emerged from Su Mu's forehead. Her entire body convulsed, and she couldn't help but let out a scream of agony. Soul search. All her memories flashed before Yiming's eyes, causing his brows to furrow deeply. Despite Su Mu's frail and feeble appearance, even seeming somewhat muddle-headed, the memories revealed that she was, in fact, the mastermind behind the sacrificial ritual. The number of people she has harmed is greater than the combined total of the Su family head in Suchang. In response, Yiming naturally would not show any mercy. After the soul-searching ended, Su's mother collapsed directly to the ground, drooling and staring blankly. Meanwhile, the people Yiming was waiting for finally arrived. A heart-wrenching wail of despair suddenly echoed. "Dad! Mom!" Su Cheng could hardly believe his eyes. He scrambled and crawled to Su's mother's side, helping her up. "Mom, what's wrong? Say something. The divine servant won't accept you like this." Dad, wake up. Didn't you say that once you and the divine servant completed your fusion, you'd fuse with me too? By then, the three of us could reunite on the divine servant." "Yiming, what did you do? I'll kill you." Yiming flicked his finger, sending a bolt of thunder crashing into Su Cheng's chest. Su Cheng let out a miserable scream as he was sent flying backward, smashing into the wall and leaving a human-shaped dent. "Do you even realize how ridiculous you sound? Kill me? You can't even touch the hem of my clothes." Yiming raised an eyebrow and looked at him coldly. Su Cheng coughed up a mouthful of blood, his eyes bloodshot. "I will kill you. I will avenge my parents." Yiming sneered. "Stop pretending. Avenge your parents? Do you even believe that nonsense yourself? You don't hate me for killing your parents. You're just furious that I destroyed your stepping stones." As he spoke, Yiming stepped forward, towering over Su Cheng, and crushed his hand bones underfoot. A makeshift communicator fell out and was instantly shattered under Yiming's foot. The light in Su Cheng's eyes instantly faded. Yiming said coldly, "You really are one family. Your father sacrificed his own parents as a live offering for the divine servant. Your mother orchestrated 8 rituals to nurture the divine servant, killing nearly 1,000 people. And you, even more ruthless, combined the evil of both sacrificing your own parents and planning rituals to harm others. Hongfeng First High School, our class of over 2,000 students, is your target, isn't it?